That's it. So Spencer Steer spoils the party.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. 2 outs, 2 strikes. A pitch away from a no-hitter. And that happens. Oh, I got to feel sick for Alex Cobb, although he pitched to Jim 8-2. Actually, complete game yesterday as I battled the hiccups early. I thought when he gave up the hit, I was like, okay, Copper's going to take him out. But he let him finish, and he goes out there and throws over 130 pitches. A really good start for him. And, boy, did he need it, Chasky. He needed that.
Yeah, he was not good for like a month and a half. You okay over there?
Yeah, I got the hiccups.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere. I just got the hiccups. It's like,
It's all right. I got a slightly sore throat this morning because of all the talking. So we're going to need the audience's help today.
Yeah, we're going to need you right now. 888-957-9570. Carry the first hour. After being at Fieldwork Brewing Company yesterday in San Ramon. What a great turnout. What a great turnout. As the hiccup's killing me.
Are you going to make it?
Killing me. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I need to drink water.
Honestly, the environment, I was explaining to Joe Spadoni, I had gone out there. We did some stuff with Romeburger, and that's an excellent place to eat. But we did some stuff with Romeburger and my buddy Josh, and I remember walking around that particular facility, and I'm saying to myself, God, it's so nice.
It is nice.
You know, I mean, like, look, we make a lot of jokes about your car getting bipped in San Francisco, but there's something real about parking in a parking lot and not thinking twice about your car getting broken into. Doesn't mean I was leaving things on the seat, but, you know, it was a beautiful venue. The weather's gorgeous, clean, family friendly. My buddy Richie had his family out there. Right. He brought his wife and his 2 kids, and they got pizza and they were having beers. So they're off to the side on the YouTube video, and his son is just dropping pizza. The wife's like ready to kill him, and they go, I think the whole thing was on YouTube. I go, well, you can go back and watch.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. David Chang was out there.
Oh,
David
he was
Chang,
really out there. He had his cool
their
number
21 jersey on. Drew Down, Ernie, Rocky New Era, Xavier. It was a who's who last night. A who's who. Mama K.
Yeah.
SK. How about Ralph and Miles in the building? Uncle Gene and his 2 grandsons.
Oh, my God. That was the best part. Uncle Gene's grandson.
With the Montana jersey.
He's ready to come take our jobs.
Oh, he was ready to roll.
Young man is ready to go. I think he's 14 years old. I believe he's a freshman.
He was dropping nugs on me.
Oh, yeah, but I think he's like a Seahawk fan or something.
No, that was the other kid,
Matt.
That
was the other kid?
I took a picture with him. I said, delete the picture.
My bad.
His brother.
Are you going to make it through this
brother. That's fucking Shasky. His brother rooted for, who was his brother a fan of? They got dropped on their head still, but their mom was sweet.
Did you see what jersey Uncle Gene had on?
Yeah, the Montana with the GFO.
He looked so sharp.
He was sharp. And then he's all right. That's the best thing about it. Uncle Gene called us yesterday, and he got into a car accident.
I know.
Live on air.
Man. I love that man so much. He's a great guy.
Made it. His grandsons love it. They listen all the time. His grandson, Noah was his name?
Yeah, I believe.
Dropping nugs, Spadoni.
Yeah.
I mean, about everything.
Don't you wish if you could go back, like, to about that age, if you knew exactly what you wanted to do, can you imagine how much easier your life would have been?
Yeah, I know.
You know, like...
Going to live remotes.
Well, I'm just saying, like in general, like this young man is like, I want to be a broadcaster. I'm like, dude, that's so awesome. You already know what you want to be. And like, clearly the kid loves sports and stuff. I don't know. It's just really cool. The one thing that I never will ever take for granted is that we've built a community at this station through a lot of hard work. But it's because of the listeners and it's because of the audience of the Bay Area. I think, you know, what makes our station very unique, you may not agree with every host. There may be some hosts that drive you nuts, but you will admit this, like, we are the people's station. We take your calls. We talk with you. You know, you may not agree with our opinions. You know, you may think I worry too much, or maybe that Bonte doesn't worry enough, or we hate on this player, or we're too hard on that coach, or whatever. But at the end of the day, like, we really do care about these teams, and we really care about being a part of this community. So seeing hundreds of people show up to one of our live events, dude, it was just
all the way in
cool.
San Ramon, in the boondocks. I had never been out there before.
Really?
I had never been out in that area before.
Isn't
I
it
drove
gorgeous?
around. I got out there early, too. I beat the traffic, so it took me about 50 minutes to get out there from San Bruno. And I just kind of drove around, looked around the area.
It's gorgeous.
I ran into Jonathan
from
the city.
Oh, yeah.
So I park, and I was looking. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to lie here. I was like, boy, I gotta I got a little, man, it was a long drive. Have some coffee, have some water. Boy, let one loose. And Jonathan comes rolling around. Bonte, I told you on IG I would have gave you a ride out here. You live right next to me. It's like, no disrespect, Jonathan. I need to just get out on my own. That would have been one ride with Jonathan from the city for an hour all the way to San Ramon. As the hiccups still bother me. This is going to be funny, man. Why not just get the hiccups right now?
Well, because that's how life works. I mean, that's how life works.
I did not get the mani-pedi.
All right.
Let me tell you, I booked a mani-pedi yesterday in San Ramon.
Okay.
They wanted $75 for it.
What is that? I don't know. I don't.
Usually it's like $40. Okay. They wanted $75, and Anna was telling me, well, San Ramon, they charge top dollar.
Yeah.
It's nothing but rich folks living out there.
I don't know about that part. I'm not really sure. I don't want to, be prejudiced towards San Ramon one way or the other. But I mean, Bonte, you know what I've learned? You pay for what you get, right? Like you have no problem spending a couple $100 on Jordans, right?
No. Mani-pedi, you do not pay $75. I think it was just for a mani too, not the full pedi.
I mean, what's the experience like? Are they pouring you champagne?
Yeah, that doesn't help the experience. I need toes and nails done.
I mean,
$75 is a lot of money, man.
I mean, a home in Salinas isn't the same price as a home in the Presidio.
You got to be frugal, man. That's how you stay rich. That's how you stay with money.
Well, discerning, yes, that's true. I will admit that. I just don't understand what the market value is of a mani-pedi, so I wouldn't be able to.
Market value is about $35, $40 for a really good one.
Okay.
$75 is a little overpriced.
Oh, okay.
So
I'll take your word for it.
So I said,
you
know
seem
what?
to be more knowledgeable in this area.
Mellow Gus. She was trying to jit me. Jit, by the way, an underrated word.
That's an old school word.
It is a very old school word.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should use it.
Yeah, I never know what the origins of words are and if they're
I'm going to leave it alone. But listen, that's overpriced. That's overcharging. $75 is too much. Ask anybody. Look at the chat. They know.
Okay.
Get a mani-pedi, change your life.
Okay.
It's just like first class. It's like fly first class. You go get a mani-pedi.
Okay.
Boy, they massage the heads, get the lotion on.
Oh.
That's why I don't have sandpaper hands. You see that?
Well, that and you've never worked with a tool.
No, I actually worked a lot of tools. Worked at UPS unloading 54-foot trailers for a long, long time. Long time. See, MC knows. Look, SFA drummer. It's $40 in Houston, $35 if you go to the right one.
Can
$75 is way too much for a mani-pedi.
I
And
know,
it wasn't even for the petty.
I know the majority of people are so sick of hearing this name, but I have to admit, now that we're a couple days removed, aren't we kind of glad that the whole Trey Lance thing is in Dallas right now in terms of just taking up all the oxygen in the room? It is nice to be able, we're going to have this nice weekend. We're going to be able to come back, and everything's going to be about, obviously, we'll see what happens with Bosa, but everything's going to be about, like, this year, this team winning it all.
Should have been like that, though. Shouldn't have.
I know it should have. It should have.
I mean, this team's loaded. Look, people are well off in San Ramon. The text line knows, man. They know. No, to your point, seeing Trey Lance in Dallas with a Dallas Cowboys hat, it's kind of strange. It was strange.
I just feel like the whole Trey Lance thing, we can argue about, if it was the right trade, if it was the wrong prospect, if the process was wrong, all that stuff. I'm just looking at how much airtime this guy's been getting from the media and how it's affecting the Dallas Cowboys already, where like Dak Prescott is having to answer questions about QB3. And Dak Prescott is much more established than someone like Brock Purdy. I mean, his place is solidified on that team.
That's the Dallas Cowboys, though. They're always in the news.
No, I know, but
they lead every show in America.
I mean, Bonte, you and I do this for a living, and we're sitting here. How many times do we get phone calls, text messages out of the blue? We're talking about Brock Purdy, and we're in a Brock Purdy conversation. What about Trey?
What about Trey? What about Trey? What about Trey? I'm kind of glad it's over, too. I'm not going to lie, for the young man. And I do want to focus on this team. Because is it just me? Or does it feel like there's a lot of tension before the season with this organization and this fan base?
I said, I get them, and people were getting mad at me. I'm like, look, there are too many random negatives hovering over this team, and I'm not. It's not as severe as this, but I get 2014 vibes from the Niners.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that 2014, the Niners, what were they? 8-4, 8-5? What were they? 7-4?
Yeah, 7-4.
Okay. But at the beginning of the year, there was all this like, hey, we've gotten to the mountaintop and we just need to slightly get over it. Alex Boone holds out. There's rumors from Jay Glazer, I believe week 1, that the Niners tried to trade Harbaugh to the Cleveland Browns. There were rumors of his frustration not getting an extension. The locker room was quote unquote toxic. I mean, I'm just looking at this year, and there's just too many random things hovering over a team that should be gearing itself up for a Super Bowl run. It doesn't mean they can't overcome it. It's just from a fan perspective, I haven't been able to focus on all the positives. You keep bringing up, what about this offense? What about this offense? And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. But then I'm like, well, then why did the coach make such a big deal about QB2 all year? And shouldn't I worry about QB1 maybe underperforming or getting hurt?
Well, QB2, or we thought QB2, was the former number 3 overall draft pick. And heck, QB2 is now a former number 3 overall draft pick. So when you have picks that high, you're going to focus on it, knowing that Trey Lance was your hand-selected guy, a guy where you moved 3 picks for. Right? You moved up for Trey Lance, or you moved up for the pick and you selected Trey Lance and you misdiagnosed the whole situation. So that's why it's going to be talked about a lot. Bosa not being in camp, okay, that's a talking point. It kind of takes some of the heat off of Javon Hargrave, takes some of the heat off of Javon Kinlaw. Does Fred Warner sell? Does linebacker talk sell? Hufanga's coming back, but you know what? Hufanga's got this knee injury that I don't think we're talking about enough. Maybe we're going to see Jair Brown a lot more early on in the season, because this knee injury for Hufanga doesn't sound like it's going to heal anytime soon. He may be compromised this season.
That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
I mean, this guy was a ball-hawking player who created turnovers for you. What do you have, 6, 7 interceptions last year?
7 interceptions, it felt like.
I mean, he was outstanding for you.
All-pro team. He was an all-pro.
And now you're going to put maybe, a rookie in his spot?
Jair Brown.
That's Bonte. You're going to have some growing pains.
You will have some growing pains, like you had with Hufanga when he was a rookie. He had some growing pains. Remember the Cincinnati game, overtime, regular season, he got beat for a touchdown. Jamar Chase. Heck, Hufanga got beat for some touchdowns last year. But you know what? Jair Brown, I think, if there's an easier transition in the NFL, we have seen rookie safeties play well.
Okay.
Eric Reed, heck, when the Niners drafted him, people forget Eric Reed had a really good year. We talked about Juan Thornhill, Honey Badger. There's safeties who can make that transition into the NFL. Now, they're going to get beat here and there, but for the most part, that's a position to where you can maybe hide a guy and just keep it simple for him. Play the deep third, play the deep routes, or play in the box or whatnot. So, but the Hufanga injury, because he is a ball hawk, that's something to keep your eye on.
Well, the big one is Bosa. Right? And I know that there's a Reddit post that people have been screenshotting, circulating all around the internet. And for those that maybe haven't seen it on the internet, it's a Reddit post. We don't even know if it's real. We don't even know if this person is full of crap, if they're right, wrong. I don't know. There's a horrible rumor going on, and I feel awkward even addressing it, but I see a lot of people forwarding it around, and it basically says like, hey, I'm the person, this is what the Reddit user wrote on some chat, hey, I'm the person who broke the Christian McCaffrey trade. I hear that the Niners and Nick Bosa are very far apart, and they're shopping him right now. I'm not going to overreact to a Reddit post that we don't even know if it's a real user or not. I mean, come on. But the fact that he's not here, the fact that he doesn't have a contract extension, the fact that we're, 11 days away from the regular season starting, that's not great. You know, I would have liked to have had Nick Bosa already locked and loaded and ready to go.
Well,
I think the real panic will set in if we come back Tuesday morning from Labor Day weekend and he's still not signed. Yeah, I'm going to be very panicky.
Well, Benjamin Albright, our good buddy Ben.
Tapped in.
He tweeted in response to that Reddit post. No. The Niners have fifth-year option and franchise tag. Whoever that is yanking your chain. They didn't break the McCaffrey trade either. It's been posted about for weeks. Hell, I had it 2 weeks out. So that's Benjamin Albright debunking that Reddit post from yesterday.
I think he's pretty tapped in. Doesn't mean he can't be, wrong on something like this. I tend to agree with someone like him because he puts his name on everything.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. The Twitter. I mean, look, if Bosa gets traded, then we got something else to talk about. But I don't think the Niners are getting this close to the season opener, saying, "Boy, we're going to trade Nick Bosa for all these picks," and then on the other side, preach about being a Super Bowl contender. You can't be a Super Bowl contender by trading Nick Bosa. Not this year.
I'm going to be honest. Based on the reaction of the fans yesterday, and it's a small sample, it's a couple hundred fans. trading Nick Bosa in terms of PR hits.
Oh, it would be devastating.
I mean, Buckner was a bad PR hit, if we're being real, right?
Wow, Desmond King just signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cornerback got cut by the Texans.
I kind of wanted him.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Yeah, he is. Darn it.
Player.
But like, if they did, hypothetically, and even if it came out, let's just say, hey, Bosa wanted $42 million a year. You know, like some absurd number that we would all agree is way over the top. I just think the majority of fans would look at it as you traded away Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
I think it would be and the part that would be very difficult to swallow, you traded away Nick Bosa, and what you received back, even if it was a massive haul, wouldn't be able to help you until the offseason.
Yeah, it wouldn't help you until next season.
Yeah.
And then Niner fans will go back to say, well, we've had plenty of first-round picks before. How's that worked out for us?
That's a good point.
It's a good talking point for Shanahan and Litch. So I don't see the Niners. I don't anticipate them trading Nick Bosa. Again, I believe it's going to get done at the end of this week. And if it doesn't, I believe he will be ready for week 1 Pittsburgh. I'm not wavering off of that one. How far are they apart? I don't know if they're apart on the guaranteed money. I don't know if they're apart on some of the nuances of the contract, like performance bonuses, showing up to mini camps, OTAs, all pro sack totals, tackles. You know, what team are you making, first or second team? Are you making a Pro Bowl? There's all these little nuances that go into these contracts that I don't know where they're far apart with, but it does feel like they are trying to talk. And the fact is, it's been private. I respect the fact that they haven't negotiated in public, because that could get messy. Like the Debo situation got a little hairy, right?
I thought Debo was acting slightly unprofessional.
You know, I saw somebody comment yesterday, said, boy, y'all had different energy with Debo Samuel. Well, Debo was scrubbing his social media, screwing, hell no, I'm out. I'm not Team Niners.
He told a reporter that he wanted out. Remember, I wanted to trade.
I wanted to go to the Jets. They were talking about the Jets.
And then tried to rescind it and was tweeting about it. I mean, there was a lot more.
There's a lot going on.
Yes.
Bosa's remained quiet.
Yes.
He's got one post in New York City to go visit his agent.
Can I ask you a question? If, like, hypothetically, I'm not saying that. You're saying, hey, they've got him under contract, which they do. They've got the franchise tag, which they do. All of those are benefits in terms of the team. Most situations, if you hold out, you lose leverage.
No doubt.
Right? Public opinion. And let's say you're a running back, Le'Veon Bell. You don't sign that franchise tenure. Everyone's like, dog, you're 26. Like, you only have a couple more years left in the league, let alone being able to sit here. Bosa's one of the rare players you could make an argument. He could sit out the whole year, and I still think he'd get $100 million. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't think Bosa wants to.
But I don't think he wants. No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he could.
That messes with career numbers. You get a year older. You're sitting around, not doing anything. I don't think the Bosas are in business to not play football.
I mean, Trent Williams didn't play football because of a
tumor.
Yeah. Yes, a brain thing that he was going through, a surgery and stuff, and he came back better than ever. I'm just saying, hypothetically, he is one of the rare players that could play that game. I think he loves football more than that.
Yeah, I don't see him playing that game. So Benjamin Albright debunked that narrative there, or the Reddit post. Now we'll see if the Reddit post is right. We'll see if the Reddit post is correct. But I saw it floating around as well. I didn't address it. I'm not going to address anything. I'm not in that game yet. So I see Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, one of these guys break it, said, hey, Bosa signed or he wants to trade. Then you know what? He wants to trade now, but I don't see the Niners doing that because that's not going to help them this season. You trade Nick Bosa now, you get those picks for next year, but the PR hit, now you're asking Cleveland Farrell to start for you alongside Drake Jackson. These guys never played multiple snaps, like full games. Now all of a sudden your D-line depth is depleted. You're talking about the best pass rusher in football. You want to trade him? You're not in a situation like the Raiders. You're not. When they traded Khalil Mack, you're not the Raiders. You got money. The Niners have money. They're not broke boys. They've proven that. So I think just patience, and this deal will get done. I'm not worried yet about Nick Bosa here, but I understand why the fans will be concerned. I'm not going to sit here and knock it for that. Let's break here, Shasky. We got a lot on the Giants. Alex Cobb missed a no-hitter. We'll talk about Fieldwork Brewing House. It was a lot of fun yesterday in San Ramon. Wore the T-shirts. We're looking good. It was nice weather. We're in that shade. TJ did a great job. A lot of fans out there from YouTube and Twitch, of course, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, Philmo Mike looking like an unk out there, looking like an OG. How about Fillmore Mike?
Did I see that he got an exclusive interview with Willard and Dibbs?
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were doing a 2-hour show. They couldn't even fill the 2 hours. They had to bring in Fillmore Mike to come off the bench.
No, that's what you do. You bring in the fans.
Well, tell Fillmore Mike to come in and do an hour with us.
Well, it's early, and he has KBO duties, all right? Just can't do that. Grandpa Daddy was there running material. All right.
And giving out money.
Yeah, and giving out money. Grandpa Daddy out there doing his thing. All right, this segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. We're going to have some fun today. We'll announce the guest list on the other side, and that's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Bonte and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Shout out to Chewy. Shout out to Cruiser. Shout out to Dublin Marge, who is in the building. You see Dublin Marge out there?
Absolutely. Took a selfie with her.
Yeah, Dublin Marge is looking dapper. Looking real good at Ralph and Miles sitting in the front row. Man, a who's who yesterday at Fieldwork Brewing House out there in San Ramon, man. A lot of fun. A lot of fun out there, man. Good crowd, good turnout, good people, good fun, good laughs. As we talked about, the 49ers are getting ready for the season. Obviously, the 53-man roster was finalized yesterday. Any surprise cuts to anybody? Apparently, Kerry Hyder Jr., who was cut, will be brought back. McGill got cut as well off that defensive line. I was surprised Conley got cut. Maybe he gets brought back for the 49ers NRP squad.
I mean, you listen to the broadcast, and I literally tagged this during the preseason to you guys. The play-by-play guy and the color guy were like, Ty McGill's found a home in San Francisco. You know, he's found a home in San Francisco. And he goes, he's been on 12 teams. He's been on 6 teams. But I thought he found a home in San Francisco. So I was a little surprised because I actually think that he's been a better football player for the Niners than Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, yes. Kinlaw's on this roster. You see the quarterback room, obviously. Brendan Allen's there. By the way, the Brendan Allen being better than Trey Lance. Hopefully it doesn't cut down to Brendan Allen. But Ronnie Bell made the roster.
The quarterback room, you know, can you win a game? Brandon Allen. Oh God, if I have to.
Quarterback room gets on my nerves. Danny Gray, you surprised that he made the roster?
Yeah, I don't think he's very good.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get cut. I really did.
But I think that would be an admission of, you know, you drafted a guy, and this is where you got to be careful. You know, you drafted a guy for a specific purpose because I think it did fit the player in Trey Lance, and I understand why you would make the decision. Like, it makes sense. I just don't think he does enough other things well to warrant being drafted in the 3rd round, let alone warrant a spot 2 years later on the team. Like, right now, what does he bring to the table? He's not a returner.
Not much. Ronnie Bell's a returner. He could play in the short area.
I could play him on special teams.
Yeah, you could play on special teams.
Yeah,
returner.
Coverage.
Yeah, returner. Kickoff, punt. And he could play in the slot. I like Ronnie Bell a lot. I think he's going to get some run this year. I really do. Right where McLeod's out with the broken wrist. Danny Gray's got the AC sprain in his shoulder. Right now, only 6 receivers on the depth chart. 6 receivers on the depth chart. So
read them off.
Playing a lot of,
Do you have them in front of you?
Yeah. Debo Samuel, Brendan Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, Ray McLeod, Ronnie Bell, and Danny Gray.
See, okay. I'm not some Willie Snead stan. I'm not. And I'm not some, like, I take the veteran over the young guys. Willie Snead's a better football player than Danny Gray.
He may be back. He may be brought back.
Okay,
he may be brought back in the practice squad.
I would keep Willie Snead.
Yeah, I would have kept him.
I think he can help, especially considering what, you know, Brock Purdy's skill set is. I think you can run a lot of different routes with Willie Snead, and I just think he's a tough veteran receiver who could help this team. And we're talking about a handful of plays a year.
Right.
We're not talking about him getting bulk of the looks, but like I just think he does more for this team personally.
Now they got rid of Zane Gonzalez. What do you do at kicker if Jake Moody's out? I mean, do you call Robbie Gold? Do you make the call for Robbie Gold right now? I think the kicker spot, after week 1, I didn't want to freak out about it. Week 2, definitely looked at some things, said, oh, boy, yeah, this is the kicker spot. You don't want to mess around with this one. You don't want to mess around with that spot and miss a kick early in the season because we know how it goes for kickers. We've seen our fair share of bad kickers around here for a long, long time. You remember the name Mike Kofer? You remember the name Jose Cortez? Doug O'Brien. He was good. Jeff Wilkins was good for a while. I like Jeff Wilkins. Yeah. Remember him as a kicker?
Jose Cortez?
Yeah, Cortez was not good. Cortez is the opposite of Jeff Wilkins.
But, if they have to trade for a kicker.
We saw a lot of trades yesterday with kickers, involving kickers.
I mean,
we saw the Patriots trade Nick Folk to Tennessee. Who is it? Miami traded with Cleveland. That was the Chargers. They traded with Cleveland. We saw like 3 kicker trades.
And in Madden, I can never get anything for a kicker.
Right. I mean, so just call Robbie Gold. Just call Robbie Gold. Or do you call Robbie Gold back after the way he was talking? Well, he was talking spicy.
And plus, everybody who wants to count nickels need that $4 million a year for Bosa.
Oh, yeah. Well, every penny counts in the NFL, right? Every penny counts in the salary cap.
Slot corner has been an area you've been worried about. Can you read me off the cornerbacks that have made the team?
Cornerbacks that have made the team. All right, here we go. We got Diameter Lenore, Charvarius Ward.
Okay.
You have, as my depth chart is right here, Isaiah Oliver in the slot right now. You got Darrell Luter Jr.
Yeah, Luter Jr.'s nice.
I like Luter Jr.
Yeah, I do too.
And you got A.J. Parker, who they were talking highly of.
Yes.
And Sammy Womack III. Now, I guess they brought back Quantrez Knight. I thought they cut Quantrez Knight. From what I saw, they
you didn't
released
say
him.
Diamonor Lenore's name.
I said Diamonor.
Oh,
that was
okay.
the first
Maybe
name I said.
But Aubrey Thomas didn't make the team?
He made the team.
Okay.
I see him on here.
Okay.
Aubrey Thomas is, he's second string behind Charvarius Ward.
Okay. All right. I don't know. The Watkins guy I thought was an interesting player. I can understand why you wouldn't want him, but they were talking about him like he's a Swiss Army knife. He played a little safety.
Oh, he's off here. This is an old. Okay. All right. Here's the updated depth chart.
Okay.
Sammy Womack III, Ambry Thomas, Isaiah Oliver, Diamolar Lenore, Charvarius Ward. Those are your 5 corners right now. Your
Gotcha.
5 corners.
Gotcha.
They got rid of A.J. Parker. That's right, because I was wondering.
Okay.
He was getting talked up about. He's on IR now. He got placed on IR alongside Cameron Latu, and Darrell Luter Jr. is on the PUP list. He's on PUP. So 5 corners right now in the active roster. 5 corners.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think slot corner is going to be an interesting spot to monitor. I think also Charvarius Ward's play is going to be something to monitor. I mean, they gave him a lot of money last year. He was really good. He was really good last year. And he needs to have another really good season this year, right?
Yeah,
and,
no doubt.
And I look at that position and I look at the division that they're in. Obviously, you don't know what the health is of Cooper Kupp. You don't know what the hell's going on in Arizona, but I look up at Seattle and I'm going, well, that's a team you're going to be vying for,
right,
not just for the division, but also for NFC supremacy.
Yeah.
And they've got some studs.
They do.
And you're going to have to find a way to either get enough pass rush to mitigate your corners or lock those dudes up. And Lockett has always been a problem against the Niners over the top. And DK's DK.
Right.
And then when you draft this kid out of Ohio State, he's going to make plays.
He will make some plays. Jackson Smith and Jigba. So we'll see if they slide Lenore inside, have Charvarius Ward and Ambry Thomas play on the outside, or maybe it's Sammy Womack playing in the slot and Lenore and Ward is outside. But look, they're gonna be okay, but they'll be a lot better once 97 gets in the cap.
100%.
That's the key. Number 97 changes your coverage. He changes the way you call your defense. He helps everybody out. That's another reason why that Reddit report about Nick Bosa being traded. I don't think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilkes and Adam Peters are sitting there in our room saying, look, no matter what, we're not trading this guy. If we trade this guy, we go from a top 5 defense to maybe try to be a top 20 defense.
Well, what does the defense look like without Bosa?
It's a huge drop off. Quarterback's going to have all day to throw. You're asking your corners and your linebackers and your safeties to cover for 5 seconds at a time. That's a long time in the NFL without a pass rush.
Is there I'm asking out loud. Is there a great defense in the NFL without a top tier pass rusher?
I don't think so. Buffalo has Von Miller.
But Buffalo has like 4 guys.
And when Von Miller got hurt, Ed Oliver in the middle.
Yeah, Ed Oliver.
When Von Miller got hurt, their pass rush dissipated.
Yeah.
Cincinnati, they do it in a variety of ways. They got some try-hard guys, Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, Hendrickson.
And they got the other guy.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy on the other side who went to Ohio State? They got some big boys in the middle. Cincinnati has some real good pass rushers. So, no, I don't think any great team in the league, you look at all the good teams, the upper echelon teams, they all got a pass rusher.
I mean, Dallas clearly does. Philly, I believe, has 6 deep?
Yeah.
Right?
8 deep. I mean, their D-line is massive.
By the way, it was very interesting to me to hear just some of the guys talk about, Philly's defense, like, what?
They just drafted Jalen Carter. They drafted Jalen Carter.
They had, like, multiple guys with 15-plus sacks last year.
I know. They reloaded. Philly, by far and away, is the best team in the NFC.
And I would make the argument, like, okay, they have great pass rush. They also have probably one of the top 2 or 3 cornerback combos in the game.
Mm-hmm. They're pretty good.
Bradbury and what's the other guy's name?
Darius Slay.
Thank you.
Big play Slay.
Thank you.
Big play Slay. By the way, Trey Lance rocking number 15. 15 in Dallas. Looks a little weird in 15. That's not a good quarterback number. Yikes.
I mean, Mahomes is 15.
Yeah, I mean, he made it good.
Tebow was 15.
Well, Tebow's not Mahomes. 15's just, Mahomes does wear 15, huh?
Yeah, but he wore 5 at Texas Tech.
Yeah.
But the punter Townsend had it.
Right, yeah. How is Mahomes not number 5? How is he 15? That is a hideous quarterback number. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls. We'll get into a little Pandora's box. We have King of the Hill a little later. Most disappointing draft picks in Bay Area sports history. Most disappointing draft picks in Bay Area sports history. That'll be this week's King of the Hill.
Bart Starr.
Howard Eskin, 8 o'clock. Howard Eskin, 8 o'clock. Oh, Bar Starr, number 15.
Mm-hmm.
It's still an ugly number. For quarterbacks, 15. Bar Starr is great, though. Howard Eskin, 8 o'clock. The King of Sports. King of Sports in Philadelphia. Then David Lombardi, 8:30. David Lombardi, 8:30.
All right.
And I'm here to see the chat say that David Lombardi's on the payroll. That's what I can't wait for that.
Let me give you 2 quick names. Jack Kemp and Neil Lomax.
Neil Lomax, Phoenix Cardinals.
Yeah, look at you.
Phoenix Cardinals. All right, let's go. Break.
The easy way to donate your car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today or donate online at carsforkids.org.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Andre? Will he be back? He hasn't announced his retirement yet.
To do what?
To play basketball.
Oh. Occasionally?
Hey, man.
Between podcast episodes.
Moonlighting?
It's a 4-time champ you're talking about here. Let's not be disrespectful.
Everything can be true.
Let's not be disrespectful with Andre Iguodala. One of the best free agent signings in Bay Area sports.
How is it disrespectful to question whether he's going to play when he played? What did he play? 6 games last year?
I don't know what he played.
A grand total of like maybe 85 minutes?
He didn't play much. He didn't play much.
All right, let's have some fun. We're running on fumes today.
No, we're not. You're running off fumes. I'm ready to roll. We got a lot going on.
all the way through the first segment.
Well, no, I hiccuped first 10 minutes. The hiccups got me, but they're gone now.
Oh, good.
Vikings are waiving former first-round draft pick Jalen Reagor. How about being Minnesota or being Philadelphia selected that guy, but they made up for it by getting A.J. Brown. But in the class full of studs at the wide receiver position, Jalen Reagor not going to be on his third team when he signs somewhere.
Yeah.
So he's been cut.
Yeah.
Thank God we didn't get him.
Oh, I would agree there.
No, I'm feeling good, man. YouTube, Twitch. I mean, this segment is brought to you by Go to State Lumber, to serve in the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Listen, we're both off Thursday and Friday.
Uh-huh.
These are the shows that separate the men from the boys. Because it would be easy to mail the show in and just be thinking about, hey, I got 2 days off.
I mean, mentally, I'm already kayaking.
Yeah, well, see, I'm not. See, I know I'm flying to New Orleans at around 3 o'clock.
Today?
Yeah, today.
What airline?
Big Dog City's getting married.
Are you private? NetJets?
No, I don't have my.
You and Ricky Fowler?
Dude, I'm not the one with 2 houses, man. I don't have money like that. I'm still in the complex, buddy. I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to end the show with a bang. Now, if you're checked out, let me know now. I mean, gosh,
I'm not, but I'm ready to crush you in Pandora's
so
box.
Good. It was so good yesterday, that Red and Gold Summit. I was home by like 7:15, 7:10. It was great. It worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I had things to do after, and I was watching the Giants game. I was very busy. House needed to be cleaned.
Oh.
You know, but before you go away, I have a theory that you have to clean the house before you go away.
Yeah.
So when you come home, you have a clean house.
Yeah, for the most part, our house is clean.
Yeah.
No, well, you know what? Our house is really clean. The cleaner just came this week.
Who's the cleaner between the two of you?
Oh, Anna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anna.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I think I'm probably the cleaner. That's my OCD
Yeah, it's Anna.
and the ADD
Well, Anna has
and the
serious
ADHD.
Yeah, you've
Does
got it
anyone
all.
really have a choice?
So lock in. We got 3 hours.
Are you ready to get smoked in Pandora's box?
Oh, you said smoked. I was like, you lost me there. That's why I gotta stop.
I know you smelt the weed yesterday, and you just stopped your train of thought, and we're like, I smell something over there.
Yeah, I think that was Xavier. I'm a snitch on him. I saw Drew down, Xavier. Saw him running court. They were getting a little loud. It's like, oh yeah, they got it.
Okay,
They're
speaking
rolling
of
baseball
snitch,
bats.
Speaking of snitches,
No, but Willard said it on there. He goes, oh, it's legal. And it's all good. They're rolling some baseball bats. It's all good.
nothing wrong with that.
You know?
It's like the Naughty by Nature video, Hip Hop Hooray, where they've got the
Right.
bats or the No Limit on Bout It,
Just
Bout
pass it over here. Mark Willard's talking about the schedule. We're not going to sniff. We're going to.
Wouldn't you agree that growing up a Niner fan, we didn't realize how like spoiled we were?
Did we not realize? No, I realize that.
Oh, you did? At
I
9
do.
years old, you knew you were spoiled?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I didn't.
I did.
I
Because at
didn't-
18, when they finally lost and they had to lose the season, I was like, wow, this is what it feels like to be a loser? And then you go through the
Yeah.
stretch with Mike Nolan
That's
and
called
Des
being
Erickson.
spoiled as a sports fan.
Yeah, I know. I was spoiled.
All right, so
I realized
yeah,
it.
as was I. But it feels like in my adult life, we've always been the bridesmaid and never the bride. And it gets frustrating. And it almost feels like we are now stuck in this, how do I put it, miserable existence where the team is so good, yet they fall just short every single time. So it's a very odd feeling, right? I love the team so much, we all do, and yet it breaks my heart. So in honor of that, of being a Niner fan, that's the theme of all of these songs.
Oh, wow. Heartbreakers?
Just being in love with a team that you know at times is going to break your heart.
Wow. They're not going to break our heart.
Well, hopefully not this year, but I'm just saying. Play me the first jams. It's the best. All right.
All right, VO, Jose, hang on tight. We'll get to you. We got some calls lining up here. We'll get to you.
We'll get to you. We'll get to you. I'll be quick. We'll be quick. Bonte, new adjustment to the game.
Oh, no
Since
adjustment.
you can't name certain artists, like you only have like a Rolodex of about 5. I mean, you go like 7,000 deep on offensive linemen in NFL history, but when it comes to music, you know like 6 artists, which is fine. If you can sing parts of the song, you win.
Okay.
All right?
All right, let's do it.
But you got to nail it.
All right, let's do it.
Give me the first song. This is one of my favorite songs of all time.
Well, it sounds like this could be Sublime or something.
Nope.
They're from the Bay Area, huh?
No, they're not.
It's not Green Day?
No. It's older.
Older? What are your favorite
You
songs?
to make love to me.
Beach Boys?
Oh my God. The name of the song is Beast of Burden.
Beast of Burden?
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles. It's the Eagles.
No.
Damn.
Closer, but no.
It is closer, but no.
Oh, it's Eagles? So it's a bird.
No.
No.
It's the Condors.
It's actually, it would be something you would catch out in nature. If it fell down and was rolling.
They're from England.
Oh, you two?
I'm not too
You two's
this?
Irish, by the
to
way.
see
Who is this?
Rolling Stones, Beast of Burden.
Oh, nice.
Being a Niner fan, there's like a burden. Honey, I love you, but from September 1st through February 1st, I'm busy. Sundays in particular. Maybe some Mondays and some Thursdays. I have this burden on my shoulder. It's the burden of being a Niner fan.
It's not a burden being a Niner fan. See, I disagree with that. See, it's you. You Niner fans put the burden on yourselves.
Come on.
We're in a contention
I'm
for
talking
a
about the
Super
burden
Bowl.
on my family's life.
No, your family will be fine. Your family will be fine. They've been fine for the last 28 years. They'll be fine for the next 28 if they don't win the Super Bowl.
You need to listen to the lyrics on that song,
All
Beast
right,
of
I
Burden,
will.
Rolling Stones. Give me
Rolling
song
Stones.
number 2.
I'll listen to Rolling Stones one day. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe not
Can
next
you
week.
sing this song or know the artist?
Oh, Papa was a Rolling Stone right here.
No.
Temptations.
Just let it play.
Papa was a Rolling Stone. It's Temptations, though.
No, it's not.
Sugar by honey
You're in the
bun.
right genre.
Sugar by honey bun. I love you.
Oh, yeah, give it to me. I
can't help myself.
I love you
Yeah,
and nobody
buddy.
else.
It's Motown for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not the OJs.
You're very close. I'll give you this.
4 heartbeats? 5 heartbeats. I'm kidding. This is the
Number
4 tops.
4.
Four
It's the
tops.
4 tops. I'm
I'm
kidding.
proud of you.
I'm kidding.
Come on, this is a great song.
Oh, it is a great song. It is a great song.
You know I love you.
Underrated movie, 5 Heartbeats. The reason why you throw up to 4, I was like, I just want to say 5 Heartbeats.
That's okay.
'Cause I was
I'm good with
watching
that.
it the other day. It was a pretty damn good movie. Underrated.
I'm glad you got much closer on that one. I'm very proud of you. All right, give me the next one.
Tyler Miller says that's the Temptations.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Oh, My Girl. Oh, it's not My Girl. My bad.
This is
Stand By Me.
This is me when
Stand
we
By
lost.
Me.
What?
Stand By Me.
Yes.
Yeah,
Play,
Stand By
just
Me.
play. This is a classic.
We afraid?
Give it to me, B.
No, I won't be afraid.
Are you a sausage guy? As you stand
Stand by me. So are you going to stand by the Niners this year?
all day, baby.
Or are you going to stand by them?
But when I'm walking lonely after we lose to Philadelphia, you better be standing by me because I'm running from the White Walkers.
Well, we need to stand by Worldwide Hef because he almost got into 5 fights leaving the stadium.
No, we needed that Uber driver who had the strap on her.
So what was her name? I need to look it up. We had the Uber driver of the year in Philadelphia. By the way, that was
She
good
stood by
Pandora's
us.
box because there is a burden. We need a Super Bowl bad
Feel
out
me?
here. We need a
Thank
Super
you.
Bowl in the Bay
Thank
Area.
you.
And we don't need to host one. We need to win one.
By the way, that's Ben E. King, Stand By Me. One of the great songs of all time.
Yeah, it is a really
You
good
like
song.
it?
And it's been on so many movies.
But it's great.
So many movies.
It's great. So again, the theme of today is being a Niner fan. Now I'm going off the grid on this one. This is a song for whatever reason. I don't know why, but I think of the end of summer for me. Okay, this is just, we're coming up on Labor Day, all right? And for whatever reason, when I hear this song, I just think of summer love, all right? And so I want you to hear this song. I hope you know this song. You might think it's snitching music. I think this is an all-time classic.
This sounds like I heard this beat and I instantly thought of the Adam Sandler movie with Drew Barrymore.
Hey,
50 First Dates. Was this it, 50 First Dates?
I think it might have been.
Was it really? I don't know the artist.
They're calling you the Trey Lance of singing. That's pretty funny.
That's pretty disrespectful to Trey Lance. A lot of potential.
He just needs more of a chance to sing more. That's all.
That's it. That's all.
Do you know the hook? Let's see if he knows the hook.
No, I don't know the hook. What is this?
My brown-eyed girl. You don't know this song?
Brown-eyed girl? Yeah, I've heard it.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been in a bunch of movies. I don't know. I don't classic snitching music. A lot of people on YouTube can't hear it.
Snitching music.
That's what people are saying on
That should be
YouTube.
the name of the compilation.
Brown-eyed girl?
Snitching music's classics. This is
Snitching
Van
music.
Morrison.
You know what? That's going to be a King of the Hill one day. Or maybe we come out with an album and it's called Snitching Music.
I love it.
The Roast Edition. Snitching Music.
I love you so much.
Snitching Music. It's a thing now. Van Morrison, huh?
Yeah, Van Morrison.
All right. 1967.
Oh,
Wow.
dude, he's a classic, dude.
It's been a lot of movies.
Yes.
A lot of movies.
Yes.
A lot of movies. Snitching Music.
He had soul, though, bro.
He did.
Major soul.
He did have some soul. That was good. That was good.
Oh, didn't I have one more? Oh, we didn't grab that one? Because that was for the regular season.
I thought you said this was the last one, so I already
Oh, that's my
deleted off
bad.
that one. Sorry.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. Download the Odyssey app and favorite
All right.
95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Did you see the Sarge from Oakland PD?
I did.
You see Sarge?
Yeah. You know, I want to explain something because we kind of like just dropped a bunch of references that might have been really inside. So when we left Philadelphia Stadium, we were told by one of the guards, you need to go.
Oh, so I remember exactly what she said. We walked out of there. It was about 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Niners is getting drubbed. And this poor girl, she had an Eagles hat on. Say, hey, what's the best way to get to the Uber? She goes, guys, go down the street and make a left. Make a left and hurry up and get there. Go now. Go.
Like we were running.
Like the White Walkers were coming. That's what it was. The White Walkers were coming. Get out of here now. Now, the Uber driver was like, I need to wait for you right here. I can't go down there, and you need to hurry up.
This is the NFC Championship game, Niners-Eagles.
Yeah, and so she drives us through, and she was driving through the back streets, smashing.
Well, we were piled into this car.
Piled into this Jeep.
What was it, like a RAV4?
It's like a Jeep or something. Yeah, Cherokee or something
so
like that.
Hef and what's his face from
Ryan
the back?
and Ivan.
Ivan. I forgot about Ivan.
You forgot about Ivlo, and Ivlo's like, come on, Hef, come on, let's go.
So we're going down this tiny little side street to get back to basically the equivalent of Market Street in San Francisco. So imagine going down, if you've ever been in like Cap Street in the Mission, where it's kind of a narrow block. Well, a lot of their side streets are very, very narrow. So we're on this narrow block, but imagine like bars all over the place. So as the game is ending, we're in the Uber, and the bars just explode open with people celebrating in the streets. Right, B?
Yeah, well, we couldn't get to our hotel because she was like, walk right there. And as soon as we got out the car, some girls tried to take Ryan's hat. F you Niner fan, give me your hat. And it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, back up, whole girl. Back up. And so I'm trying to look for the Uber ride here. It's 5:46 p.m. Gosh, trip details.
You're looking at the old history?
Yeah, I gave her a $25 tip.
Which was the maximum, correct?
Which is a max. And what was her name? Rated 5 stars. Uber ride was Sharday. Her name was Sharday.
She was about that life.
Sharday was packing heat in that Uber car.
And was ready to use it on anyone who touched her car. She was going in reverse down the street with Eagle fans all over the place.
Right.
Basically, I got to give her credit. She got us back safe.
Yeah, she wasn't an Eagles fan. A lot of cops out there were saying, please beat the Eagles. They think their fans are obnoxious. Some of Philadelphia PD's finest. Now, thank God we ran into the cops the night before because we say, hey, we're going to take the train to the Eagles game. They go, I wouldn't do that if I was you guys. I wouldn't do that.
How about the radio station hyped everything up, but did you watch yesterday? There was a post-game interview with Bryce Harper.
Yeah, I did.
Did you see what he said?
I did see what he said.
Did we pull that sound?
Yeah, that's it. We'll pull it. Let's go to VO real quick in Texas, and we'll get back to Bryce Harper because it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
What's up, VO?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Man, I just wanted to say, man, I'm the temperature checker here in Texas for the Niners. You know, I hold it down here for the Niners. Area, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just wanted to tell you, man, that there's no way they would trade Nick Bosa, bro. Do you know what kind of PR hit they would get?
Oh, my God.
If they traded Nick Bosa for first-round pick, dude, Nick Bosa's the only first-round pick they got right.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So, how you going to sell that to everybody? You going to get more first-round picks to mess up? It ain't happening, bro. Hey, but we got this, dog. Hey, we're holding it down here in Texas, dog. Bang,
Let's go.
Bang,
I love that.
Let's go.
I love that, VO. Real quick, Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. You know what? He kind of stole my thunder. Okay, going back to this, the Forrest Buckner trade for Kinslow, really? They could get 4 first-round picks for Nick Bosa, and I don't trust that they will get it right. Honestly, they will lose me as a fan, and I can almost guarantee you they will lose the team.
Yeah.
They're just that bad.
That bad. So you don't trade Bosa. The rumors are not true, right, Jose?
I hope it is not true, and if it's true, I'm pretty sure they were sitting in a room with John and Kyle just running a fat one, and that's when they decided to make that choice.
Yeah. All right. Yep. I hear you. I got to go to this call real quick. I got to go to this before we get to Bryce Harper because I do want to play this. This is fascinating. I told you, these guys listen.
You told me, and I didn't believe you.
Yeah, no, you didn't. I don't know why you don't believe me with this stuff, man. I'm telling you, these guys are tapped. The Curry Doc proved to you.
Yeah.
These guys listen.
Yeah.
These guys watch and listen.
I love how you get to say that now forever. The Curry Doc proved to you. They listen to me.
There's proof of the Fred Warner promo video before the Eagles game.
How about Pat Bailey?
What about Pat Bailey with Shasky? What about the video with us before the Dallas Cowboy playoff game that got yanked because the other station complained about it? Big Boris, Foster City.
What's up, Boris?
This ain't Big Boris that I know. This ain't the Big Boris I know, right?
Hello, can you hear me?
We got you, Big Boris. That's not how we start, baby. Come on, Big Boris.
Sorry, I had to call. Obviously, I got in a little bit late, but I had to put in my word on the road game situation because I'm going to Pittsburgh with my buddies. There's like 18 of us.
Nice.
And we're looking to have a good time.
Big Boris.
As far as the Bosa thing, it'll be a big mistake if that rumor's true about the trade. He's the man. He needs to be on the field.
No doubt.
Hey, get that done by end of week.
Big Boris. Now, I saw you at Rosanna's wedding, and you get down with the get down. You get on the dance floor, and you move.
Ooh, my kind of guy. Let's go.
Big Boris moves.
Nice.
He's
Cutting
got
up
moves.
a rug.
He got out there, man.
Let's
He was
go.
working. So I already know what you're going to do at Pittsburgh. Be safe. Go have the safe trip, and it's good to hear from you. And tell your daughter, man, let's go. Listen to the roast. His daughter was like anti-morning roast, right, Big Boris?
I've got her listening. She doesn't love it, but she'll listen.
All right, that's all that matters. Big Boris, safe travels. It's good to hear from you, Big Boris. My guy, Big Boris.
I was actually talking with my buddy Della yesterday and going back and forth, and I was like, I think the only way I go back to Philadelphia, like I'm talking about as a human, like forget as a fan, is rolling super deep. And I was thinking about it like I might have to hit up my boy Mike Dackaday and just get all the goon squad from South City out there.
I'm trying to figure out how I can get out there for week 13. I don't care if I'm 2 deep, 5 deep, 10 deep, 15 deep. I don't give a damn.
Well, the only problem with that...
see, because here's the problem.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll save it for the other side.
Well, I got an over 40 tournament in Vegas that weekend. I know. I mean, I committed.
Well, I got some thoughts on Philadelphia because there's some things going around. We'll get to Nick and Berkeley on the other side. I know Nick's going to be fired up. 888-957-9570. Who's on the trade Bosa train? That's a train that has no passengers whatsoever. That rumor's nasty.
It's a crazy train?
Crazy train. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Who sings that?
Come on. Sharon!
Ozzy's.
Yeah.
Osborne. All right, we're gonna break. Because I got something for Philadelphia on the other side. Because we're gonna have Howard Eskin on at 8:00. Ain't nobody scared of Philadelphia, man. Philadelphia, they're soft. Those dudes are so soft. What's coming up on the game sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-88-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
When I told my accountant that I wanted to do a breakfast taco with Jimmy Dean sausage for $1.49, they laughed in my face. Me, Jack, the CEO. So if you know any good accountants, tell them I have an opening. Try my breakfast taco, only $1.49 at Jack in the Box. Price and participation may vary.
Like any good agent, we're here.
Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
What up, Steph? Man, the countdown to media day. Golden State Warriors basketball will be back in our lives before you know it. October 2nd. I think we're going to do a live show there from Chase Center that morning. It'll be a Monday. I think it's the day after the Cardinals game, I want to say. Maybe after the Cardinals game.
You think we'll get a chance to interview Steph, Clay, or Dre?
Probably not. Probably not.
Clay can be as candid as Bryce Harper?
I don't think they'll be there that early. It's early, 6 to 10.
Would you tell Bob personally that I said hi?
No, I will not. How you doing, Bob? Maybe he'll be there. ESPN duties. He'll have to ask some questions. Bob Myers, hope you're doing well out there. Warriors will be back. Clay and Looney out there in China having a good time. Kiwi Gardner. Remember Kiwi Gardner?
I do.
Little Kiwi, he's out there with them. Kiwi's out in China with Clay and Kevon Looney. Love me some Kiwi, man. Love me some Kiwi. DM'd him the other day, man. Kiwi, one of my favorite players. Pro-Am history.
Yeah.
In history. 5'6", 5'7". Crazy handles,
Him and
crazy
Circus
shot.
King when I think of Pro-Am.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Kiwi stole the show, man.
Yeah.
Love Kiwi. We'll get to Nick and Berkeley in a second, but you have some sound that you sent to the thread yesterday that was pretty funny.
When I got into this job, I just thought I was just talking. We're just talking. We're putting our sports opinions out into the ethos, and just the audience was normal people like you and me. Just regular, basic fans. I did not think athletes were really listening. And you said, no. They listen to everything. And the more and more that I've done this job, I do believe that there is a larger amount of athletes who listen than I was ever willing to acknowledge.
Not only, they may not listen, not all of them, but some do, a lot do. But what happens is their camp listens.
I know everything.
And they send it to them.
I know everything.
So they start dry snitching. Like, I won't say, I remember talking to a radio host a couple years ago. It's like, yeah, man, this player in this camp is on me, man, blah, blah, blah. So what they do, and I don't want to throw Brownie Blends under the bus, but we saw Brownie Blends commenting on our Instagram stories when we were talking about Draymond Green, and I ran into Brownie Blends on ring night. He goes, oh, man, you let me down. I said, Brownie, I'm not saying anything personal about Draymond Green. I'm just giving you my opinion. Constructive criticism. Dre's cool. Got nothing to do with him as a person. We're talking hoops. So, you get a Brownie Blends in the crew who was sending their athlete or their boy something, a clip or an article or this and that. But they're tapped in. They are tapped in, no doubt about it.
Well, I'm not trying to blend the two, but not that I'm some athlete, but I made Barstool again yesterday because of the Philadelphia thing.
Shasky loves it.
Somehow I got clipped.
He acts like he don't like it.
The amount of people
it.
that hit me up, and then, of course, my mentions become a dumpster fire again. Philadelphia, I get it. You hate me. I get it. I get
Barstool,
it.
I'm not a fan of Barstool. Huh? I'm not a fan of Barstool and what they're about. Some elements of what they do is cool.
I don't get it.
But I'm not a Portland guy. I never have been. Good for him. He's got his money. He made something out of nothing. I'm not going to knock the hustle, but I'm just not a fan of him.
Well,
Barstool and what they represent. They represent a different type of lane. I'm not in.
But to my original frustration is that you and I were having a larger conversation, and I got clipped by WIP. I don't know how the hell they were, why or how the hell they were listening.
They listen to everything. They're clipping everything.
Anyway, point being is I got clipped, and it was this 1-minute clip, but it was a 10-minute conversation with much more nuance, and now I can't evade the damn thing. But anyway, neither here nor there. But speaking of WIP...
Well, they are low-life scumbags, so I'll say that.
No, anybody who fights, at a sporting event or throws something at a sporting event, you're a scumbag. I don't care what jersey you're wearing, and you're not a real fan. Real fans go and respect the people around them and don't just ruin it for everyone. So, but here's what I would say is that WIP is a legendary station. Legendary station. And when I think of sports radio, I think of, WFAN and I think of WIP, New York and Philly. WEEI is another one, absolutely.
Chicago, The Score, and everything going on over there, ESPN Chicago.
So if you call into this station, Steph Curry might be listening, as we found out in the doc.
Yeah.
If you call into WIP...
Listening or watching.
I know everything.
If you call into WIP, Bryce Harper might be listening. Listen to what he said in postgame yesterday.
Real quick before Bryce, I got the call. I got Chuck's
you got
call.
the call?
Yes,
Oh, wow.
I found it. So this is Chuck from Mount Airy, which I guess is in North Carolina. He's a regular on 94 WIP. This is on with Marks and Reese, their midday show over at 94 WIP.
Yeah,
so here's
Reese.
Chuck from Mount Airy calling in.
All right.
Bryce Harper, man, might go down as one of the best Philly ever. You know what I'm saying? And I tell you, I don't want to see nobody else win a ring more than I want to see that guy win a ring.
So there was that. That was really cool. Chuck from Mount Airy, big Bryce Harper fan. Here's Bryce.
Better than Michael Jack Schmidt?
Bryce after the game yesterday, after homering.
It's funny, I was driving in today and, I'm listening to WIP like I do a lot, the 2 o'clock hour. And a guy named Chuck called in. He calls in a lot. It's hilarious. But I said, he was talking about our team and talking about me and stuff. And I walked in the training room. I was like, I'm going to go deep tonight for Chuck. That guy had me fired up, man.
That's cool. I mean, honestly, that's cool. Number one, that Bryce Harper's listening to WIP every single day, that he admitted he does, and that he listened and remembered the guy's name and then shouted him out and then was joking with guys in the locker room, I'm going to go yard for Chuck. I mean, I don't know. I got a kick out of that.
I mean,
that's awesome.
It not only is it awesome, but it shows you that these guys are human too.
Absolutely.
And so they read, they listen, and I get who's our soldier from a couple weeks ago where he said, well, Trey Lance has a family and, they may be listening and maybe you should be nicer. And I'm like, look, we're just critiquing pro athletes. That's what we do. They know the drill.
Yeah.
Their families know the drill. They're playing the athletes.
It's part of the
families
hazard pay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They're told not to listen. All right? And so, but you get guys like Bryce Harper. The couple times I got tipped off that athletes listen because I was like you, Shasky. 2016, talked to Javi Lopez in the clubhouse. I'm doing a little podcast, and I'm asking him about trades. How's an athlete, what's the feeling like the week of the trade deadline, knowing that you may be on the move? And he's talking about how stressful it is for family, blah, blah, blah. I turn off the recorder. Hey, man, Javi, thanks for the time. Hey, man, you sounded good yesterday, man. I was like, huh? And I was like, oh, man, I got to watch what I say. He goes, no. And he tipped me. He goes, listen, everything is fair game on the airways if you're talking about us on the field.
Yeah.
But if you start attacking us personally, start attacking our character, then that's when we have an issue. And so I knew that going into an interview when I was with Papa. We had Sean Smith on the quarterback. He'd just been demoted. To second team defense.
He was a big boy.
He was a big boy, but remember, he was a bust with the Raiders.
Well,
he
Brandon
got beat
Cooks
on the 99.
burned him in that first game against New Orleans.
Brandon 99-yard
Cooks
touchdown.
had like 200 yards.
Yeah, 99-yard
you
touchdown.
You could have Brandon Cooks for a first rounder right now. He was traded like 5 times.
I'm actually worried about him in the Cowboy uniform. I think he could ball out next to CeeDee Lamb.
Okay.
Brandon Cooks good player. Just don't stay healthy. But then Sean Smith, he got demoted to second team. And he comes over to do an interview with Papa tonight, and he's like angry, right? Yeah. He's like mad. And I'm like, we're going at him hard too. That was one of the ones.
Greg going at someone hard?
No, well, he actually let me get a couple questions in too. But we were going in.
Wait a minute, you were allowed to breathe?
I do. We were at Kent. We were going in on Sean Smith, right? And so he leaves, and we go to break, and Papa's got his legs crossed. I go, man, Sean. I was like, he was intense. He goes, he listens. He hears how critical we are. He's heard. He knows what's up. He's just been one of the second team. And Bob just goes, hey, I go, really? You think he listens? He goes, he looks at me. It's 2 things he said that never leave my mind. One, when Chris Forster was doing lines in the locker in his coach's office, Papa goes, dude, it's pro sports. Pro sports, dude. What do you expect?
I do not expect my line coach to be snorting lines on the live IG video for the world to see. Because okay, keep going.
And then he goes. It's pro sports, right? So dude's just doing lines in the car. I guess it's commonplace, right? I guess it's normal. Then Sean Smith, he goes, they all listen. They'll never be fooled. They all listen. And so from that moment, I was like, yeah, all these athletes listen.
Sean Smith, by the way, about that life.
About that life, too. Yeah, he was about that life. So Steph and Draymond and Clay, they all listen. When Clay dropped 50-plus, 54 last year, somebody was on TV, and now he walked by the TV and said, yeah, you want to trade me? You want to trade me? Take that 50 burger. They all listen. So when Bryce Harper said that, I'm like, thank God he said that because they all listen.
It validated everything.
It validated everything.
Yeah.
Shout out
Bryce.
to Chuck.
I kind of love Bryce even more. But the other thing that I like is, like, you hear about this a lot. Like, John Amichi's talked about this, the former basketball player for the Atlanta Magic. You know, he didn't love sports on the same level as some of his other teammates.
Right.
The ones that truly love sports, a lot of them also really like sports talk radio because they like hearing about other sports as well, and they get a kick out of the whole thing. Like, they're all in. And so, I don't know, I get a good kick out of it. I would like to have a fun little exercise today, and there's other things I know you want to get into. 888-957-9570. If you could speak something into existence and you know that athlete is listening, who are you telling and what are you telling them?
Wow. Well, see, I'm cool with that, and I'm eager to hear that.
But you got to be respectful.
You got to be respectful, but also there's a lot of stage fright that happens. It's one thing to call Shasky and Bonte to say, hey, I'm going to say this to this athlete, blah, 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 blah. Don't let these athletes get up in the studio because all of a sudden, oh, man, I'm such a big fan, blah, 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 blah.
I mean, Barry Zito, I ripped for 10 years. He came into the studio.
And you start sucking
and
more.
Me and Covey were eating out of the palm of his hand.
Oh, my God, you sucked
I
him.
bought his album.
I mean, you basically validated his contract. I mean, the slurping's going on in that interview. I was like, damn.
I mean.
But it happens.
I asked him if I could be a roadie on tour with him.
It does happen. Listen, I know I've said some things that I've kissed up. I've kissed some ass when I had to.
Are you a sausage guy?
Doing damn well in the back of my mind.
The sausage is never going to leave me, huh?
Dude, no, it's not going to leave. But seriously, we'll be on here talking about three-way trades with Draymond Green, and I got to go to television and they tell me with 4 minutes left, oh, we're interviewing Draymond Green. And while Mullen is looking around saying, what you going to ask him? What you going to ask him? I'm thinking in the back of my head.
What's he going to say to you?
Damn. How am I going to intro this one?
Well, how about when Jordan Poole came out and was like, all the haters?
Oh, yeah. Well, everybody thought he was coming at me.
Yeah.
Because the slander. Because Festus goes, I noticed you're playing some defense. He goes, y'all notice that up there, huh? What'd you say? He goes, because there's a lot of slander coming from up there. And if you watch the video, Mully and I looked at each other immediately like, what the hell is he talking about? Because that day was funny. Because, all right, so that night, everybody on Twitter's coming at me. Yeah, Bonte be talking reckless about Jordan Poole in the Bay Area, which is a lie. I had Jordan Poole's back. People thought I was caping.
No, that was the guy
Jordan
who
Poole.
used to come in after us.
Right. He now works 2 to 6. Mark Willard. Listen, so that happens, right? And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I did nothing to Jordan Poole. What did I do? That day on the pregame show, we had a pre-show meeting. And I said at the end of the meeting, I go, hey, guys, Jordan Poole has 3 turnovers in the last 3 games. Let's show JP some love. Literally put a highlight package in. My idea to throw a JP package in. You'd be like, hey, let's show him some love. He's playing well.
I know, the back pedal is real.
Well, not for me. I was all about Team JP. All about it. And then all of a sudden, slander, and I'm on Twitter getting cooked. Talking about, yeah, he's talking to Bonte. He's talking reckless. Well, number one, you don't listen to the show because we don't talk reckless about JP. But that happened. And that told me everything. It's like, oh, boy, JP's reading and watching everything. And there was an article about him that day, and I'm not going to say from who author or whatnot, but I know who he was talking about. And we found out who he was talking about. And for the record, he wasn't talking about me. But that slander put me on the spot, and they had me looking like DJ Academics. Remember DJ Academics with Migos, where he's like, I didn't know where the hell to go.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you, bud.
But they all listen. They all listen.
I mean, look, part of the job is criticism.
So with Bryce Harper, that validated it for you?
It was just awesome. I love sports radio. Even if I wasn't doing this, I still,
So who are you hoping listening right now? If you had to pick one athlete in the Bay Area right now, you're like, ooh, I hope he's listening.
One athlete?
Or just one big figure, one sports figure. Would it be Shanahan? If Shanahan's driving down, would you want Shanahan to be listening right now? Would it be John Lynch? Would it be Farhan Zaidi? Because Farhan Zaidi, no. I believe Farhan Zaidi listens because he will not come on the show whatsoever. Sam Lubman sent like 20 requests to the Giants to get Farhan on. He ain't coming on this show. There's no chance. But he does listen.
Well,
found out he listens.
Look, a part of me wants to have, a truthful, true serum conversation with Larry Bear, a heart-to-heart, a sit-down with him. But right now, if I was going to pick one athlete that, we could do this with, I'd go to Draymond. I'd go, hey, Dre. We got to play nice with CP3. We got to figure this thing out.
Would you tell him that during the interview? In the interview with Draymond Green, would you actually say, hey, we got to play?
I would never have the guts to say that to his face. Right, but I'm like, this is what I would say if I had the true serum and the guts to actually do it. You got to work on that jumper. I'm not saying you got to take 10 a night, but dude, when you're wide open in the lane, rip it, bro. Hit that little floater and just play nice. Less is more. It's really up to you. We could have a great year this year and be right in position if everybody just gets along. Look the other way when Chris Paul starts doing his antic stuff. It's going to happen. There's going to be tension. You got to be the bigger man. That's it. Because I really think that they could have a great year this year. I know everybody's looking at Denver. The Warriors are set, ready to go. They're right there. I think they're actually kind of flying under the radar a little. I know. Clay looks great. He was clearly listening to me last year. He's in shape, hitting shots. I think he's accepted where he's at. He's looking for a big season this year. Everybody seems to be on the same page. I love it. The other guy I'd like to have a conversation with, Kyle.
You coaching?
Shanahan.
Wait, whoa. Before we get to Shanahan. Because now you got me going.
What?
Now you got me tingling a little bit. Did you just say that you're feeling good about the Warriors this year?
I am. Being removed from you, being such a homer for like 3 straight months. It's opened up my eyes.
So what help? Where is this coming from?
We needed a break. You ever have that?
You needed a break? You need a break from the Dubs?
I think we all did. It was cathartic. You ever have when you go again? I went kayaking down the river this summer, and I'm feeling a lot better. Wow. I'm feeling better. I really do feel good about where the Warriors are at. Wow, it feels like to me, Operation Finals is happening.
Oh my God!
They have no wiggle room.
Put your back. Where's this guy been?
I mean, think about all the moves that they've made.
2 years.
No, honestly, think about all the moves that they've made this offseason. Everybody kind of realizes there's no messing around anymore. Like the sand is coming out of the hourglass. We don't have a runway anymore.
Oh my God, he got a clip in the Curry doc. He's on Team Warriors again. I can't believe it.
They said that July Shasky is fighting air as we speak. That's pretty funny.
He's all aboard the Chris Paul train. Let's go.
And can I be real?
Let's go.
Going back to Draymond.
Oh my gosh.
Hearing a Draymond pod for a while and hearing about the Jordan Poole. No, I'm being real.
Yeah.
We're allowed to exhale a little.
Oh
it just feels like I don't know. I'm really ready for this Warriors season.
I can't believe it.
I am. I'm
the
really
Russian
excited.
River rejuvenated Joe Shasky.
It feels like this is the last great run for this core.
Oh, man. I can't believe it. Nick and Berkeley. Oh, man. This blew my mind. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Man, what's up, y'all? Hey. Man, the Niner fans, we got to get fired up. And Shanahan, I don't want to hear no excuses, no replay of a play during the game, no reflections, no personal thoughts, man. I mean, that last thing about Trey was sickening. He's a pro athlete. Then you flamed out Trey. You didn't make the cut. You know what I'm saying? This is the Bay Area. You couldn't handle it. Same with Poole. You had to beat it, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to be tough in the Bay, just like the Niners are tough. Who's going to be the Draymond Green of the 49ers this year? Let's go.
Wait.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm tired of running the Boston Marathon and then falling short at the finish line. You guys better finish. Finish. Let's go. Let's go. Get hyped in the stands. When we don't need to be fighting in the stands, we need to be laughing at them cats because them cats is weak. Philly fan, you guys are soft. You guys are soft as a stick. I was there. 15 years ago, y'all wasn't saying nothing at the candlestick. Let's go. We ain't worried about Philly and trading Bosa. Who you going to trade Bosa for? Patrick Mahomes? I mean, you trying to distract from the fact you got burned on Trey Lance. I mean, dude, you should have got like 2 sides of beef for like 1,000 pounds of ground chuck with that little 4th round pick. 2 touchdowns. Let's go, Niners. Let's get hyped, Chasky. Let's go, Vontae.
Let's go.
Let's go, Nick.
Why does it always sound like Nick's calling from a payphone near a pier? Like he just dumped a body.
I didn't know what he said at first. He said soft at the stick. I was like, I don't know what you're saying there, but thank you. It was clean.
Said Bay Harry, Trey Lance had a party shot for Trey Lance. Got to go. Can handle the Bay. It's too much for you. Nick and Berkeley, we could be talking about badminton. We should be talking about field hockey.
The Ryder Cup selection team.
You want to talk about curling. Nick and Berkeley would just call. It just gets something off his chest.
Yeah. Who was the guy, Duriel, who used to call about Draymond all the time?
Oh,
we would come in, and there'd be a Duriel call at 5:50.
Yeah, we had to start taking his calls.
Yeah, because he started saying he was calling from the hospital. So we're like, all right, maybe this isn't the best thing
seriously,
for you to call in.
he was going through some mental health stuff, and hopefully he's got some help. I would love to hear from Duriel.
Hey, Nick, I love you. I hope that wasn't you at In-N-Out.
Oh my God!
So here's the difference between Philly and Niner fans, because
joke.
Niner fans are fighting at In-N-Out. Look, man, the fighting's not funny, but when you're watching the video, you can't take your eyes off and be like, "Look at these dudes."
I'll be real. I never am condoning violence. That wait at In-N-Out takes so damn long. I'm not surprised more people don't get into it, because the other day I went up to the Santa Rosa one at midnight. I was on my way back from a softball game, and this is like, I don't know, a couple weeks back. And I waited forever. And I was so hungry, and I was so like irritable. I was ready. I was ready to like lose my mind. They're like 103, 104, 105. I'm like, I'm 99. Where's my double cheeseburger?
Yeah.
You guys been there.
Were you in line, or did you go through the drive-thru?
No, the drive-thru was so long. I went in thinking that I would cut the line and go wider. So I walked right up to the register. I ordered. It was all college kids in there from Sonoma State. They must have just come back from school, and I totally whiffed because I should have went to the Nevada one, which was empty. Totally whiffed, and I was gonna get burgers and stuff for me and Michelle. Oh, dude, I was pissed. I swear to God, it took 45 minutes for me to get my burger.
Well, those guys fighting at In-N-Out. Look, and I was gonna say this. I don't condone the fighting, but it just proves if you say something to the wrong person, you might get socked in the jaw. Now, I'm not saying that's cool, but I'm saying what you can't do is talk recklessly to people, because that's what could happen. A fight like that, it's not good, but you got people fighting the In-N-Out, kids are in there and stuff like that. People get knocked out in stadiums because you got to watch what you're talking. So that's my thing is with Philadelphia. They think it's okay to just talk recklessly to people. And now you got your crew behind you and stuff like that. But those Niner fans may end up in Philadelphia. Those type of Niner fans. And I'm not saying anything, but you got to watch what you say to people. You really do.
No, you
and that In-N-Out is a perfect example. No, somebody could get hurt. Somebody could get stabbed. Bad things can happen.
Yeah, but look, my theory, my setting on life is if you're swinging on anyone, unless they break into your home, you're pretty low level. You're a low life type of a person.
Yeah,
that's just my particular
opinion. But some people don't have the mental capacity to handle being called the B word, being called homophobic slurs, somebody telling you to get down on your knees and do what you do. Like, some people can't handle that. Some people aren't big enough to overcome that.
No, you
that's
can't.
I'm saying.
You can't. We
are.
That I understand.
You can't say that.
I get.
So some of these Philly fans are going to say something to the wrong person, and I'm afraid for them. Like you see that In-N-Out, you see the stadium at the Broncos game. Sure, somebody got drunk, said the wrong thing to the wrong somebody, and they got decked. That's real life. I'm not saying it's okay, but that's real life.
But the problem is that I think a lot of this behavior crosses the line in general. Like people, they get over the top and they say things that they would never say in you wouldn't walk into Nordstrom's and just start yelling at someone because they were wearing a Bronco jersey.
Right.
Like, what are we doing? Can we, I get a little bit of banter. Like, I'm all here for the banter. Be creative, have fun, jokes back and forth.
There was no creativity in Philadelphia.
No, but I'm just saying,
those
in
straight
general,
middle fingers and you're a B word.
And then getting in people's faces and touching them and throwing things at them. Like, I don't care where you're at, walking down Market Street, if you're at a CYO game, if you're at an NFL game, don't touch people. Don't swear at people. Don't get in. Don't grab them. Don't throw things at them. Like, and what we saw in In-N-Out, I know they're wearing Niner jerseys. I mean, that's criminal behavior. Like, that's what it is. And I'm not condoning any of that. But to your point, B, there are a lot of people out there who, when you cross the line verbally, their behavior becomes more of that. And I'm not condoning that. I'm not saying that's right. It's actually wrong. We all agree. No one's saying you should do that. But that's what people do when you disrespect them to that level.
So Philly's having a field day of clipping videos. Oh, Niner fans, you guys are scumbags, blah, 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 blah. We do fight a little too much, and that's not cool. It's not cool at all. But I was in Philadelphia saying some of the things in the back. I'm like, I don't even want to relive that.
Well, this is why I don't drink at games. Because I noticed the behavior, and I don't drink much in general, but like the behavior at games, people think, I've been liquored up for 4 or 5 hours, and I bought it. Not everyone, a small percentage. They think it's just an excuse to act any way you want. I don't care what jersey, and it's ridiculous behavior.
Let's go to Mr. High, Foster City. Mr. High, what's happening?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yo.
We got you.
All right, I just wanted to get y'all comments. I don't know if y'all seen it yesterday. The Trey Lance interview talking about the transfer to the Cowboys. I feel like he was dodging a lot of 49er questions of the locker room. I wanted to see y'all got y'all input on that.
Yeah, I mean, he obviously was disappointed, and that's what Trey Lance has done. He's going to keep it professional. He's not going to go out there and start dry snitching and leaking out all the intel because he has a career and people are watching and looking to see what he's going to say. I thought he kept it classy, and what is he supposed to say? You know, it's a disappointing time. He got the news and he was disappointed, but he's happy. He's happy that, you know, he's got a new change of scenery. I didn't think there was anything wrong with the Trey Lance comments. I really don't. Trey Lance is in Dallas. We move on. Sean in Hayward, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte.
What's up, Sean?
Chasky, man. Let me get 2 quick things across real quick. I believe I agree with Chasky. I think the Warriors going to have a year. I think the Niners going to have a year. It might be the year of the Bay, man. Christmas Day, we got both our teams playing on Christmas. It's going to be a great Christmas Day. And number 2, I want to give a shout-out to my son playing Division I ball at BCU.
Nice.
He's in the Hurricane right now. They got open up against Memphis. Safe travel, son, and I love you, baby.
I love that.
Love that. Good
That's
stuff
awesome.
there. Good stuff. The Warriors. Wow. By the way, Jason Dubas, we're good for Jason Dubas.
Yeah.
He doesn't miss, really, right?
Yeah. That's why he's a Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame voter.
So if I say things, he did.
I did that as a joke.
No, I know. Listen, when I say things like, "Hey, don't worry, Nick Bosa is going to be here by the end of the week," people kind of whatever, Ponte, whatever. Like you don't believe anything I say.
Well, I mean, you don't really explain where you're getting the information from, so
never.
Nor do I look at
doesn't.
you as Sham Sharania of the Bay Area market. I'm being just be real.
Just a couple little nuggets here and there. But Jason Dubas just tweeted 5 minutes ago. Jason Dubas, he just tweeted source. Nick Bosa will be with the team and available to play week 1 in Pittsburgh. The two sides play to get a deal done within the next few days.
That makes me feel a lot better.
So when I said on a Monday...
Well, he says source.
I said source too.
Well, Dumas has been more right than wrong. Dumas is a newsbreaker. Are you a newsbreaker?
Sometimes. Just told you. The intel I got. But on Monday, when I came in Monday, what I say? What I say Monday... I said Monday, don't be surprised if Nick Bosa signs by the end of the week. He's going to get a massive contract. I'm not trying to take away Dumas' shine, but I just knew you. Oh, man, that makes me feel good. Because when I said it on Monday.
Bro, we're work marriage. This is a work marriage.
I know.
Okay? And when my wife at home says certain things, I'm like, yeah. But when someone else from the outside says it, it hits harder. So
no wonder you're always on the couch.
You're my hubby here at work. Dog, I love you. I don't believe everything you say. So when someone from the outside says it, I'm like, okay, now we're on to something.
Hey, man, listen.
And if you would have said, I have a source.
I said sources have told me.
You said I said have sources, a hunch.
No, I said sources have told me. Go find the receipts. I said sources have told me. Sources have told me. I got a good hunch. Sources. It's all good. The fact is, Bosa's going to be back. He will be playing against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Thank you, Adam Schefter.
I've never wavered off of that. Never wavered. He will be in uniform September 10th. You think he's going to miss an opportunity? Like Baldy said yesterday, you think he wants TJ Watt to get a leg up on him? This is a showcase game. A showcase game.
Showcase game?
You think Nick Bosa's going to...
What is the criteria for a showcase game?
2 blue blood organizations. Super Bowl trophies, multiple. Contention.
Okay.
High-profile head coaches.
That's the algorithm.
High-profile defensive ends, edge rushers, high-profile offensive talent. You got talent galore. This reminds me of Clemson, Ohio State. But you got Nas, you got Pickens, you got a who's who, Debo, Ayuk. You got everything. Everything in this game. It's like a playoff game.
Except it's week 1.
And it's a huge one. Huge week 1.
Should have been the Sunday Night Football. I got to be honest. I'm so sick and tired of Giants, Cowboys, week 1 Sunday Night Football every single year. I don't care. about that. I know.
Is it becoming Red Sox Yankees for you?
Yes, a little bit. It's really annoying.
Yeah, but you got to understand, like,
I know. I
Cowboys
understand.
rate well,
I know.
The New York Giants rate well.
I know. But I'm annoyed by it. Is that okay?
Jason Garrett coming back to Dallas? It doesn't do it for you?
Speaking of pre-game shows that are not very good, the Sunday Night Football NBC one, Tony Dungy, Jason Garrett.
Horrible.
Don't say nothing about Maria Taylor.
Did not mention her.
Yeah,
She's
Name
good.
was never mentioned. I don't know where your head is.
You better leave Maria Taylor alone.
Oh, don't forget, what's his face's son is on there as well.
Jack Collinsworth.
Thank you.
Jack Collinsworth, that's right. Yeah. He sounds just like Chris.
Did you see they had next to his name when they show his name and he's on the field and he's talking about Rodney Harrison, in the little
Graphic.
parentheses, there's an N for nepotism.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, what the hell did he do to get that job?
Robinson Bruno, man. Robinson Bruno. I'll tell you what he did after Robinson Bruno. What's up, Rob?
What's going on?
What's up?
Yeah, that fight, it's not really be a good look for Niner fans, man. I'll be at the games, man. They get drunk as I don't know what. Then want to start teaming up on other fan bases and everything else. They just like Philly fans. Let's keep it real, man. I remember one time at a game, they ready to beat the Browns fans up. He was by himself out there to say the Browns fan with the peace pipe. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So, look, man, they need to cut that stuff out. Niner fans, they don't want to fight. They only want to fight when we win. They don't want to fight when we lose. They want to gang up on stuff. Cut that out, man. Enjoy the game. They ain't paying us to fight.
Feel me?
They ain't paying us. They watch the game, enjoy these great athletes.
Right.
But look, I'm going to say this, though. Niners better win a Super Bowl. I'm on Kyle Shanahan ass. I'll talk to y'all later.
Save that drop. I want that whole drop right
there. Jack Collinsworth with the Notre Dame. He's a student. Worked for NBC. Yeah, I mean, there is.
Come on, dog.
He may be. We never know.
He had a quick stint at ESPN until he went to NBC, so it didn't look so bad that it was nepotism. But
I mean,
he got to work at NBC while attending Notre Dame as a student.
Come on.
Now,
I saw him on the field one day. I saw him on the field one day, and I go, what is going on?
Let's be careful, though, because you never know. NBC may partner with 95.7K. They may be future co-workers. So it would be cool with the slander. You never know who you may work with.
I'm not saying he's bad at his job.
No, I didn't say
that.
Yeah,
he's fine.
I'm just saying he got a straight cut to the sidelines.
And that happens. You know what? Take advantage of opportunities. If you have them, take advantage of them.
I mean, some people work on the SEC network first, or, they work their way up. If your last name's Collinsworth, the next thing you know, you're interviewing Rodney Harrison in front of America.
They throw nepotism at Grant Cohen all the time, but you got to go in and put the work in. I think there's a lot more pressure on following somebody in those footsteps. You get a writer like Lowell Cohen who's around here, and you're Grant, and you're like, man, I got to make my way. Now he's in a different lane. But a lot of people try to throw out nepotism out. Kendra Andrews goes through the same thing. Oh, nepotism. But Kendra Andrews works her ass off, and she's putting to work to get in that position. So I don't know, man. I try to look at it from the other side. Being somebody's son, and that's like we talk about Jordan's sons, and oh man, you had to play basketball like LeBron's sons. Boy, you got to follow up LeBron James. That's a lot of built-in pressure. I'm sure there's some pressure with the Kendra Andrews knowing that Malik is all over ESPN. It's like, man, I got to make my way here, but it doesn't take away from the work that they put in to get in that position because it's tough to take advantage of that. It is. You get the opportunity all you want, but it's easy to bomb. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to show Collinsworth some love. Nepotism may be true, but it's tough.
Baby Chez got a huge footsteps to follow in. The queen of the Bay Area? Oof.
Yeah, we're not going to do that to Baby Chez. She's worried about ballet.
Could you know wrong?
Right now.
Could you imagine her about, I don't know, 22 years from now, she's on here. She's like, I told you, Shanahan, it's on him for losing that Super Bowl when I was 1 year old.
22 years and it's still Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Poor Baby Chez.
Shanahan.
Poor Baby Chez.
Don't blame Jimmy G.
Poor Baby Chez. We're out there at the second preseason game saying, come on, Trey. Come on, Trey. So I'm playing Madden the other day. And I'm like, let's go. And she comes in and runs in the living room, grabs one of the remote controllers. Let's go. Come on, Trey. Come on, Trey. I'm like, poor child doesn't even know Trey's in Frisco, Texas now. He's gone.
The things the kids pick up on are pretty funny.
They love the chants. And the chants at any game. It's their favorite thing. Let's go, Oakland. Let's go, Warriors. Even Benny at the Warriors game, he's singing all the Warriors chants. He loves it.
That's the best. So the other day, one of my buddies, Jim, his youngest son, Rhino, the Rye guy, he's a huge baseball fan. Kid's a great little player. He goes to a lot of games, and so Wilmer Flores is one of his guys. Mm-hmm. Wilmer hits a home run. He says to Jim the other day, Wilmer Flores, I mean this guy, I just can't. I'm like, what? Where did that come from? You're 5. Because he's listening to us talk. By the way, Wilmer Flores, this guy. This guy.
Y'all was slandering Wilmer. I know. I'm keeping Lutman.
Dare I say?
Shasky.
And Aubrey
Garlic
Huff,
fries and baseball guys.
Season?
Garlic fries and baseball guys.
What? Did you notice the last episode? This guy's clipping videos where I'm getting up and walking out of the room and coming back. Did you notice that?
Well, it's kind of hard to find a video where you don't get up and walk away and come back. So it's like
the basement was flooded as we're doing it, and I got my uncle there.
I'm not faulting you for it. I'm not saying you don't have a good reason. I'm just saying it happened a lot.
Boy, y'all was riding Wilmer Flores.
We've moved on from that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? SF Bay Drummers Not Lying. Maybe we should rename our show. Not the Morning Roast, the Morning Flip Floppers. Because if you ain't flipping, where's my quote? I haven't heard that y'all since I've been on BS&G.
No, we're going to call it?
What?
6 o'clock drop clock Crocs. No, that landed.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's really on your mind
I'm wearing Crocs,
moment.
not flip-flops, dog. Rocco gave me some wild, they look like Yeezy Crocs.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm a little, I think they're a little too much for me to wear. I had a hard time embracing the Crocs.
Confidence. Just wear them. Swagger will go through the roof.
Well, it looks like an alien egg.
Don't. You're not at SI no more.
I never.
I know you didn't. You're not at St. Brennan's anymore. You're not at St. Gabe's or wherever the hell you went to private school. All right, loosen up a little bit. Wear the Crocs.
Flip flops hurt my toes.
Gosh. Yeah, Chris M., I don't have Gucci slides, and I can't get Gucci slides because whenever I hear Gucci slide, I don't know how much they are, but every time I think about it, I think about that Future song. I'll just in some Gucci flip-flops. Yeah, I can't do that. That's that's not snitcher music either.
I'm going to look those up.
In some Gucci flip-flops. Oh, rat-a-tat-tat. All right.
Oh, my God, the price.
Hey, how much is the price? Gucci slides.
Closer to $500 than it is to $100.
Oh, boy.
In fact, very close.
Right in my alley. Charge it to the game like Silk the Shocker. Hey, try to contain your excitement for this one.
Okay.
Try to contain it.
Give it to me.
The Giants.
Uh-huh.
Giants fans.
Uh-huh.
Have missed the presence of A.J. Pollock. But his absence could be coming to an end soon. The team announced the outfielder acquired a blockbuster deadline deal with the Seattle Mariners, and the Mariners haven't looked back since they moved on from A.J. Pollock. Could begin a rehab assignment soon as he works his way back from an oblique strain. Pollock has been doing throwing and hitting drills lately in his rehab, both of which can be tricky when coming back from an oblique strain. But with the impending returns of Mitch Haniger and Mike Yastrzemski,
Mitch played last night.
He played last night. It is unclear if A.J. Pollock will still have a home in the Giants outfield or even on the roster.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
The Injury Report brought to you by Boxer Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Howard Eskin, the king of Philly, next here on the Morning Roast.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine against sludge and wear with a synthetic.
know what? Next time we do a summit, I got to get one of those in. I've got to get one of those in.
I want you to be the moderator next time.
No, I don't want to be the moderator. I don't want to be the moderator.
Why not?
I like my role yesterday. Just sitting back, running wishbone offense, 3 yards of the cloud of dust, taking my time, letting everybody talk. I didn't want to step on anybody's toes. You know what I'm saying? Barry Switzer, Tom Osborne, Tommy Frazier. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. Get my takes in. Back away, let everybody talk. You got 6 microphones. You got 6 talking heads.
You're preparing yourself for your Saturday show like Howard Eskin.
Yeah, right? He's going to join us at 9:20, by the way. He had to move to 9:20.
Oh, we moved him.
9:20.
What?
You know, we're going to go to another Philly guy in a second, Jason Dumas. Jason Dumas going to join us.
I thought maybe we were talking to Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, no. Why would he want to talk to us?
Why not?
Why would he? Well, he does have the Jordan brand now. We can talk some Jays.
Does he?
Yeah, he just signed with Jordan.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
I didn't know. That's a good look for him.
It's a very good look. By the way, good morning to everybody on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We love you. We do. Even the JFC_1982s. I love the Austin to San Jose's. I love the Drew Down. Drew Down was in his bag yesterday. Drew Down was off the sauce. Yeah, I love Drew Down.
Before we move on, I do want to give out a shout out. And he came yesterday to the little watch party that we had for the summit, the Red and Gold Summit.
There's nothing little about that watch party.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I know.
Scooter Berry
did stroll by.
And I love him. And his beautiful little baby, Brooklyn.
Yep.
But I'm not giving the shout out to him. Scoot gets enough love on this station. Guru was ready to go over and spoon him yesterday. I don't know if you were paying attention.
No, I wasn't.
Scooter! Guru was just giving it to him.
Oh, my gosh.
His son, Grant, today's his birthday. And he's a great kid. I met him a couple years ago at one of the playoff games. We happened to sit right next to each other. I met Scoot's entire family, and his son, Grant, is a great kid, obviously raised by great parents. Today's his birthday. Happy birthday, Grant.
Happy birthday, Grant. Happy birthday, Grant. By the way, Damon Ching was out there yesterday at the Fieldhouse Brewing Company wearing the red stunted glasses in the number 21 Deion Sanders jersey. Damon was a real one out there. So good morning, everybody out there getting after graveyard shifts.
Who worked the room the best yesterday?
In terms of what, the host?
Just in general.
I don't know. I was just trying to do my own thing. I kind of wasn't watching everybody.
Well, the boss sitting dead smack in the middle staring at all of us. It's like, dog, back off me, bruh.
Oh, well, I wasn't worried about the boss. The boss was giving me tips. It's like, yo, jump in. Ask him this. He's actually producing.
Oh, he was producing?
He was producing.
Was he the one who came up with schedule talk?
He did not come up with that. Look. You're going to lose the audience if you talk about the second quadrant of the schedule. Okay? Nobody cares about the second 4 games. It's all about Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. Okay? Look. Nothing else. Just week 1.
I got to say that pizza. So I bought a pepperoni and jalapeno pizza, and it was delicious, and I ate it on set while we were out there. And then I took a pizza home for me, got a pizza home, a pepperoni, and it was delicious.
Yeah, you were eating on air.
What's wrong with that? I'm supporting the product. I support the people who support us.
I think Bosa.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Bosa was like, dude, we can't hear you. You're chewing.
Well, some people are.
And we have headphones on, and they're cranked up loud because, TJ cranks it up.
Well,
you're eating pizza while you're talking on air.
Down.
Come on.
There's no snare in my headphones.
Jason Dumas, Quan 4. I can't believe it. It's just tacky. You think Jason Dumas is out there giving sports reports at 11 o'clock at night with pizza in his mouth?
Well, he's a credible journalist. I'm a man of the people. There's a difference between the two of us.
Oh, my God.
And that's okay. And that's why I look up to Jason.
Oh, man. Hey, you know what? Jason, maybe one day, Shasky, Jason, maybe one day we'll nominate him to be on the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame panel.
It rubs me wrong. I'm jealous.
We're going to get him in there.
No, he's not, Jason. No, he's not a credible journalist. He doesn't belong on the panel. He doesn't deserve a vote, but Jason Dumas
I'm not
does.
talking about a vote, B. We're going to get him a plaque.
Oh,
thank you.
A plaque for what?
Well, you know what?
He's a contributing member
Exactly.
of the Bay Area sports scene.
Jason, I'll be honest.
He deserves to be at SFO.
This is what I want on the real. I swear to God, this is what I want. I want my family. We have dedicated our lives to sports in San Francisco. My grandfather, he ran CYO, coached forever.
What'd
my
you do,
dad,
Jason?
myself. I want either a field or a basketball court named after the Shasky family.
Oh, my God.
That to me would be
Let's
legacy.
do this, Dumas.
What's wrong with that? Willie Woo Woo Wang got his own park. Why can't the Shaskys have theirs? I'm always on a diamond somewhere.
I don't know who Wooly Woo Woo Wang is.
He was the great USF player who stood in between
Bill Russell
and Casey Jones.
I know.
Hey, Jason.
Going on, fellas?
Yeah, we brought you off. I already forgot why we brought you on. Jason Dubas, sports director, Crowd 4 out there in the East Coast right now. Ocean City, my best friend, Philly Zoo, they got an apartment out there. He told me about the high school field. It was at the IMG Academy game last Saturday, Jason Dubas. Nice. But we brought you on because you just tweeted something, and you know what? It's got Shasky smiling ear to ear.
I'm happy.
Really does. You just tweeted out, Dumas, that a source has told you that the Niners and Bosa are getting close. It's something could be done by the end of the week. Now, I don't know how much context you can provide to that, but go ahead and enlighten the roasters here on 95.7 The Game on what you're hearing or what you're expecting here with Nick Bosa and the 49ers.
I'm expecting that they're going to get a deal done in the next couple of days. That's what I was told. You know, I reached out because I myself, just from afar, you know, I'm not on the everyday Niners beat. I can be tapped in if I want, but I usually kind of just play the background. But I started asking myself, like, man, we're like, 10 days away from the season, and this isn't done yet. And I never really looked that much into it because the messaging from the 49ers was like, relax. It'll be fine. I never really had the sense that I should dig. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, that's just kind of the messaging from the organization, and everyone just seems so calm about it. But it gets to a certain point where it's like, all right, what's going to happen because the preseason is over. You've made final roster cuts. You guys are going to be on a plane to Pittsburgh, a very, very, very tough place to play, no matter really who's on that team. They always seem to be ready to play at that stadium in a little over a week and some change. So, you know, I tapped in with some people I know who I know are in the know to I come at them like, yo, should people be nervous? Like, is this going to happen? Now all of a sudden there's trade rumors, and the 49ers have gotten calls on Nick Bosa. So I hear that, and I'm like, if other teams are calling the Niners asking about his availability, they might not be close because teams are thinking he could be had. I was told he can't be had. And he will be there week 1. It's just ironing out details. So that's what Niner Nation should take heed on. I don't think they should run with these trade rumors. The Niners aren't going to give away Nick Bosa. They know how important he is to their success. And they like the fact that, of course, they drafted him and he's a homegrown product. And they want him to be in the red and gold for years to come. They want to compensate him. I'm no cap wizard. I don't really know how all of this stuff works in terms of numbers and what works and future projections of the cap hits. I just know they want him on their team, and everyone is confident that he will be lined up on that edge in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Now, Bonte and I are cap experts and negotiation experts, so the perfect people to be talking to right now. All right. So I don't know much about journalism. You're a Syracuse grad. You're not going to reveal your source. I understand that. You said that they're very close. Is there any other details that you would disclose? Like, is there a number of years? Is there a time frame of when the deal can get done? Like anything because like right now, Niner fans are on the edge of their seats. So anything that you can reveal for us in terms of like money or length or anything, I would love to hear if you have anything else.
I don't have anything else. The most revealing info I got was he will be there week 1.
Okay. All right. That makes me feel really good. In this source that you're using, I'm assuming has been reliable in the past?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Nice.
Of course.
Nice.
This source has been dead on with some Niners stuff, mainly with the Debo stuff.
Interesting.
And a couple off seasons ago, with that whole roller coaster, one day Debo wants to get traded, one day him and Kyle aren't speaking anymore. Next day he wants to be a 40. It was a circus.
Yeah.
But I was on those tea leaves pretty early, and with that whole fiasco with Debo, you guys cheer for him and know him, so you know what type of person he is. One day he's going to say another thing, the next day he's going to say another thing. So
I wasn't really in the mood to track that day by day by day because Debo will end up having you look stupid because he'll say something and mean it, and then the next day he'll say something completely different and mean that too.
So,
but the fact was he wasn't happy, and I put that out there pretty early before a lot of people did, and he wasn't happy for a while. And obviously, cooler heads prevailed. But there was a moment in time where Debo was not happy with his situation in San Francisco, and he was trying to get elsewhere.
Break down just like when you put out something that's what we would deem to be breaking news. You have sources on something, and you're going to report something because you are very credible. There's a lot of different things, whether it's basketball. Obviously, you're talking about the Debo stuff, this Nick Bosa thing. Before you put something out into the ethos, is every word very calculated in how you tweet it? So for fear of just putting it out there and presenting it probably, because Bonte comes in here and he was mad at me for not taking him as serious, but coming in and saying, I've heard, no, I'm not ripping you. I'm just saying he's my buddy and I'm in here every day. He's like, well, I've heard X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, that's different from source. Nick Bosa and the Niners are close.
Well, Dumas knows how I roll.
There's levels to the reporting.
Yeah, I take a backseat with all this stuff. That's not my lane. But Monday, Dumas, I came in.
Bonte, low-key like Stephen A. Smith. He knows a lot more than he says.
Yeah, I try to play boo-boo the fool, but
unlike
Dumas
Stephen A.
is tapped
Smith,
in.
he needs a co-host.
But no, yeah, exactly. It always helps. It always helps.
You gonna mention that publicly?
But no, Monday, because Dumas and I trust your sources. I've known you since you moved out to the Bay Area. You've been dead on with a lot of things. And so the sources, we all have little sources, right? We always go to somebody, whether it's the Warriors, the Giants, and the Niners. And Sunday night, I was told, for a guy who has been right on a lot of things. Bosa's getting it back. He's going to get a massive back, and it's probably going to be done by the end of the week. Now, I'm like, I'm in a position where I'm just like, you know what? When it happens, it happens. But I trust that source. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to relax off the Bosa thing. I never really got worried about it in the first place, and I get how these things work because John Lynch said it's going to be complicated. And Dumas, these contracts, incentive clauses, workout bonuses, all pro teams, all this stuff is all complicated. You got to figure out every dollar amount for all that stuff. So that's why I sit back. Dumas knows we text on the side. That's not my lane, man. I don't play that game.
Bonte, it can be something as subtle as they made final roster cuts on Tuesday, and the Niners just want to see how all of that shakes out, and just the market around the league shakes out. There's so many little subtle instances which they can use or Bosa can use as bargaining tactics. But my main takeaway when I extracted this information, I approached the subject like, should Niners fans be worried that this can linger into the season? And I was almost laughed at. Like, there's no way he will not be out there on week 1.
Right.
Oh, that makes me feel really good.
Right.
All right. No,
I mean,
that's awesome.
Think about it.
So that was my biggest takeaway. I don't have any intel into number of years, salary, money, ins and outs of the contractual stuff. But I was told he's going to be ready to go week 1. He's in shape, which is everybody knew that, given his work ethic and the specimen he is. But yeah, I was pretty much laughed at when I insinuated, should people be nervous?
That's funny, too, because you look at T.J. Watt. Baldy joined us yesterday, Brian Baldinger, and he goes, you think Nick Bosa really wants to miss a game against the other DPOI and T.J. Watt on the opposite side? You think T. wants T.J. Watt to try to take his shine as being the best defensive player in this league? Unless we got to next week and Bosa wasn't here, that's when I was going to freak out, Jason. But I'm like, dude, he doesn't partake in preseason. He barely practices during training camps. He does his own damn thing anyway. Let the guy live. He's going to get his money. He's going to get the bag, and he'll be playing week 1.
Right. Now, I will say I don't think this is ideal in terms of how long he's been out. I don't think the Niners really think it's ideal either. But the Bosas have the blueprint. They're going to get what they want. Big Bro did it a couple years ago, and just if you've been following that family for a while, they're pretty steadfast and set in their ways. So I saw this coming, I guess I could say, but I still don't think it's ideal. I think for just even as in shape as he is, I think there's something to be said for being in camp with your teammates, going through the motions with your teammates, being in actual like football shape where someone is pushing you and dragging on you every day in drills. I do think there's something to be said for that. Now, of course, can you overcome it and have a fine season and then, in 6 weeks from now, we didn't even remember that he came late? Yeah, of course. But hey, maybe in 3 weeks he has a little soft tissue pull, and then you're like, well, he's trying to get back. He just got back to the team about 3 weeks ago. So you always think about that stuff when this stuff lingers.
No doubt. Hey, Dumas, real quick. Did you see the Bryce Harper clip about him listening to WIP?
I did. I saw it.
So you've been in the game for a while, and Shaska was like, wow, it was refreshing to hear a player admit that he listens to sports talk radio. And I was sitting here telling Shaska, I say, Shaska, they all listen. Or their friends will listen and clip you or talk about what you're saying there. Were you as shocked to hear Bryce Harper admit that, hey, 2 o'clock hour, I'm listening to Chuck on WIP?
Nah, because Bryce can't do any wrong in this city right now. He is about as untouchable as a superstar in Philly that I've seen in a while. Wow. I think Joel Embiid was at that point about 2 years ago. He's getting his dings right now for the way the Sixers ended that season. But I'm sure Bryce Harper loves listening to sports talk radio right now. That guy can't do anything wrong.
Let's test that theory. He walks into a Niner game in December 3rd with me. Is he still loved by everybody? Because it seems like anything I do now, I get clipped by 8 billion people from Philly or from New Jersey or Delaware online.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jackie, what you got to do is continue, and I know you will, continue to wear your red and gold with pride, speak your mind, and be unapologetic. Because people might hate that, and they might let you hear about it in Philly, cities like that. But they're going to respect it. Don't ever stand down.
Dumas, how much of a kick you get out of it that week?
I keep getting clipped every other day.
And
it was a 10-minute conversation, and WIP took 1 minute where they missed the beginning, where it's like if you throw punches, if you throw things at people, you're a lowlife. Instead, it was Philly is lowlife scumbag. It's like, oh, God, you missed the whole context of the conversation.
Bro, I'm from Philly, and they ding me up every now and then if they don't like a report about Ben Simmons or the Sixers. It's just, you gotta mute the tweets and keep it moving.
Keep it moving, baby. Dumas is a pro at that.
I know.
He doesn't go at people on Twitter. Don't you kind of miss that? We're going to let you go in a second, Dumas, but don't you miss kind of going at people on Twitter? I kind of miss clapping back at people.
If I didn't have a salary to protect, I would be giving people a piece of my mind every day. But it's like, you're fighting a losing battle.
Right.
You're the only one that has something to lose.
Right, exactly. Exactly. You just got to mute it, move on,
Well,
block.
do what I do. Mute all the criticism and retweet all the happiness.
Jason, man, good. When you back in the Bay?
I'm going to the Phillies game today, actually. They got a day game against Shohei. And then I'll be back in the Bay on Monday, and I'll be on the 95.7 Airways 6 with Alan Stiles.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, awesome. That's awesome. I'll be tapped into that. Dumas,
cool.
we'll get out to golf soon. Well, you and Shasky can. I'm still working on my drive or pitching wedge or whatnot.
You're working on it.
We're all still working. That's a forever battle. You just got to get out there, big.
Yeah, Dumas been out there a lot.
Thank you, Jason.
Big buddy Dumas over here at TPC Harding, man, all day long. Jason, man, good stuff as always, man. Thanks for checking in with us.
All right, fellas.
All right.
Jason Dumas, Cron 4, man of the people, doing a great job over there at Cron. Had to tweet. Got the tweet that's blowing up right now. Bosa. Both sides plan to get a deal done within the next few days. 888-957-9570. David Lombardi's going to join us in about 9 minutes from The Athletic.
Nice.
How does that make Niner fans feel? Do you feel better? Do you feel relieved? Or do you have to wait until you see the pen hit the paper and see the guaranteed dollars? How you feeling right now? Dumas just told you. He's got a source. Deal's going to be done within the next few days. It's going to be a great Labor Day for the Bosas.
Makes me feel a lot better.
You look happy now.
I'm thrilled.
Look at you. You don't look stressed.
I mean, Bonte. Ronnie Lott's probably the greatest 49er defensive player of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? How many people are going to argue that?
Not many.
4 Super Bowls puts him in a pantheon all by himself. He made All-Pro or Pro Bowl at 4 different positions, left and right corner, free and strong safety, with the Niners. He's one of the I think he's the all-time leading interception guy in Niner history, 48 or 49, whatever his number was with the Niners, okay? You're looking at a guy in Nick Bosa maybe he's not going to ever eclipse Ronnie Lott because of the 4 Super Bowls. You win one as a rookie. I mean, it's pretty incredible for Ronnie Lott. He could easily be the number 2 player all-time defensively if he stays with the Niners for a good bulk of his career. You're looking at a guy who could surpass the all-time sack leaders in Niner history. He's already got the playoff sack number.
Right.
You're looking at a guy who is one of the GOATs. Yes, Charles Haley, as people are texting in, is absolutely there. Patrick Willis is there. Leo the Lion Nomalini, because I have to go back to them, the old school. The cornerback, Jimmy Johnson.
Nick Bosa with the big year can enter top 6 territory in terms of all-time sacks in franchise history. Nick Bosa has 43 sacks right now. Justice Smith, 43.5. Aldon Smith, 44. Roland Lakes, 45. Dana Stubblefield, 46.5. Ahmad Brooks, 51.5. Charlie Kruger, 54.
Yeah, Charlie Kruger, defensive tackle,
And so Dwayne Board's in that top 5, 61. Haley, 66.5. Tommy Hart, 72.5. Bryant Young, 89.5.
Yep.
And Cedric Hartman with 108 sacks.
DN during the
49ers.
60s, yeah.
Yep. From 70, Cedric Hartman, 70 to 79.
Oh, I thought
right
it was
defensive
60s,
end.
yeah.
Yeah, right defensive end.
Yeah.
So late 60. I'm trying to look up the interception leaders here for the Niners.
Off the top of my head, it's going to go.
Ronnie Lott.
Yeah, Jimmy
51.
Johnson's got to be on there.
Jimmy Johnson, 47.
Is he 2? So what's Ronnie Lott got in a Niner uniform?
51.
50. Wow, it's more than I thought. Okay, 51.
Kermit Alexander, 36.
Kermit Alexander, great DB.
Merton Hakes, 31.
Merton Hakes at 31?
31, 91 to 98. He had a lot. Dwight Hicks.
Yeah, Dwight Hicks in the hot licks.
No doubt. Michael.
Love that.
Michael spent $10. $10. Super chat. Got to read it. Thank you, Michael. Didn't Rap Sheet say? Yeah, big bag alert, major bag alert. Didn't Rap Sheet say the other day that he had a sense nothing was close at all? Can potentially miss week 1. I really don't believe journalists' words these days anymore. Rap Sheet sometimes guesses to me. He's tapped in, but they say so many different reports in every single hour. Things change.
That was also 2 days ago. So,
Right.
yes, the lot could change in 48 hours.
No doubt.
It was all good just a week ago, Too Short.
Oh, we got Hassan Reddick sound.
What did he say?
Oh.
I watched a Super Bowl montage leading up to the game on Hassan Reddick's
It was
background.
pretty good. Camden, New Jersey.
I'm going to be real with you. It's really hard for me to hate on that player.
Nah, it is.
Seeing the way he came
Camden,
into
New Jersey.
Yeah.
Did you see that? That's why when the guy came up to me, it was like, hey, come here. What part of Camden are you from? And you realize what Camden, New Jersey is all about.
And what he represents for
Right.
that community,
It was like,
Hassan
damn.
Reddick.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to hate on him.
Yeah,
I just
no
like
doubt.
his journey's pretty cool, dude.
It is cool. 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. Bonte's PG. It's just a basic PSG kit. No name on the back, no numbers. And now Messi's gone. So maybe I should have got a 30.
Them kits?
I don't know. That's a good question for soccer fans. Why do they call them kits and not uniforms?
Same reason they call it pitch instead of the field, like us.
Okay.
Because they're insufferable.
Who's insufferable?
Tomato.
Europeans.
Oh, Europeans are great. Kidding me? Girls Europeans are great. What are you talking about?
It's all about America, bro.
No, Americans need to learn something from Europeans.
You'd be insufferable too if you had free healthcare.
Thank you, Michael Moore.
Hey, man, I'm a man of the people.
Where did that come from?
They're talking about Europe. It was like, that's the big difference. Europe has healthcare. We don't.
And they make their
That's the big difference?
France? You better
There's
take a
other
vacation in the
differences,
month
too.
of August.
What's
they
that?
give you a month off.
Yeah.
Paris, everybody shut it down. August, boom, vacation time, 4 weeks.
That's about roundabouts. We were talking about that.
Well,
in the pregame
roundabouts
show.
are overrated because nobody
And this
knows
is
how to
why
drive
America
around
outworks
roundabouts.
them.
Roundabouts are a joke. I know Steiny, old man, we talked about roundabouts 3 years ago. Roundabouts are a joke. They're ruining the streets. Ruining. People don't know how to drive. What's coming up on the game sponsored by the Los Altos Village Association. David Lombardi.
You don't even
The
drive.
Athletic.
You get limoed everywhere.
No, I drove yesterday to San Ramon. I was smashing in the Batmobile. Stroll through the beautiful downtown Los Altos while you enjoy craft beer, live
Alfred,
music
do
at
I
the
take 680?
downtown beer stroll Friday, September 8th at 6 p.m. Some people want to go to Los Altos, Jasky. You're there after
Los
the
Altos
read.
is beautiful.
Downtown beer stroll, man.
Beautiful.
Friday, September 8th,
Yeah.
6 o'clock. I may do that.
Beautiful.
Sponsored by Los Altos Hardware and State of Mind Public House and Pizzeria. It sounds like a good deal. Tickets and info at downtownlosaltos.org.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee. Now I gotta go.
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving him all these intros.
No, Clay, did you hear Shasky last hour? He feels like the Warriors are in a great spot.
Dude,
he's back.
If Clay
Shasky's back on the Warriors hype train. I can't believe it. It makes me so happy.
Could you imagine if Clay, like, he's hoisting the Larry O'Brien trophy next year?
Of course, don't
just
make it
like
about
Bryce
you.
Harper, he's like,
Don't
I
make it
listened to
about
Shasky
you.
dog me for an entire year. And that's what motivated me this offseason. I'll be like, send that thing straight to the Hall of Fame. Bay Area
You would
Sports Hall of Fame.
I'd have to quit this job. Wow. If that ever happened.
I heard the new Be Legit album, super sweet, too.
It is,
I got to listen to it.
It is tight. Look. We have David Lombardi on. And look. At 9:20, we're going to have Howard Eskin on. Wait a minute. Look. Why are you going to have Eskin on? Well, wait. I thought we were going to continue this Philadelphia-San Francisco rivalry. Oh, wait. Hassan Reddick said something. Oh, look. That's why we have Howard Eskin on. 94 WIP, Philadelphia. That's right. There's a rivalry between the Niners and the Eagles. Oh, wow. Look. I'll just go back to my corner office. On Twitter. At Matt Nehegan, Program Director, 95.7. All right, anyway. David Lombardi, he's been waiting on hold.
You know what it
The
is?
Athletic.
My guy's lost so much weight, he's lightheaded.
No, he's losing his mind is what he's doing. Look. Look into the camera. Look. Hurry up and get David on. Wait. Look. Where are they going to talk to David Lombardi out? I don't know. 49er football, final 53-man roster.
Producers going nuts.
Yeah, all right. David Lombardi. Sorry you had to listen to that. What's up? What's going on, David? Good morning, man.
I have a question. Are you guys still feuding with those guys from Philadelphia?
What do you think? I opened up my phone.
I saw like 2 months ago they were trying to they're trying to grab an old clip of you guys and act like it was yesterday.
Well, yesterday they came out with David, Barstool article clipped the same clip with Shasky. So
and of course,
they just don't have enough material in Philadelphia. I mean, Niner fans are fighting in videos and stuff like that. So, they're going to harp all over that. But the rivalry's real between us and Philadelphia. And how would you feel, David? You're a big guy. The radio host told us last year going to the NFC Championship game,
gonna die.
I don't want you to die, so don't wear your gear. And I'm just thinking to myself, die? No.
We're going to a sports game.
So, anyway, that's where that all started. And here we are today, David. Must be amusing for you, though, from the outside looking in.
I intentionally took the subway in Philly just to get a vibe for the game last year, and I got a kick out of it. I'd never seen more wasted beer in my life because they had cops waiting at the station right when you got off at the stadium, and people just had their 24 packs and everything, and they had barely gotten into them, and they were making them dump everything as they got there. I'm like, what a waste of money. It was crazy, but it was a cool vibe as far as, this is a huge game. I do know that you guys had some stories, and a lot of 49ers fans had stories, though. The people that were wearing gear were not, I mean, I think it bordered on just really obnoxious, right? It wasn't, it wasn't fun anymore. So, but I guess they pride themselves on that.
That's what they do. They call it passion, David. They call it passion, so... Homophobic slurs, middle fingers, touching people. I guess it's just passion.
Let's talk about the Niners. I want to have fun. I don't want to talk about Philly. Can we talk about Christian McCaffrey? Me and B go to a couple practices. You're there every day. But I'm walking by him, and I go to B. I go, it's just different when you have a feature back, like a franchise feature back. And he might be the best back in the game. I mean, I think there's a great argument for that. I mean, we haven't even seen him in preseason. He's going to have a monster year, right?
Well, he's more than a running back, which is why he's paid at the top of the market for that position, which is why, I think if that position wants to elevate itself in the financial aspect of the game, guys are going to have to be more like Christian McCaffrey. Guys are going to have to be able to line up in the slot, even line up outside. I mean, he just does everything. He can throw the football, too. Maybe not in an NFC Championship game, but he threw the ball to Brandon Ayuk against the Rams last year. So he's this new age weapon, and Kyle Shanahan's offense is something that's taken a hold across the entire league, and it's about positionless skill position weapons.
Yeah.
Defenses have a really tough time matching up with an offense if they see the personnel package, but they're not sure where the running back is going to be. Is he going to be in the slot? Do you need a defensive back in the slot, or can you use a linebacker? So depending on what the defense tosses out there, if they are in a base package, well, then you'll put Christian McCaffrey in the slot so he can abuse the linebacker on a pass pattern. But if it's a DB, well, Christian McCaffrey can be in the backfield, and the 49ers have some big linemen now that can run some gap scheme stuff that could give smaller defenders trouble. So it really just gives you flexibility at the line of scrimmage when you have a player that can do all that he can, and it makes it tough, if not impossible, to defend. And then you just need your quarterback, and this is not an easy job. I'm not diminishing Brock Purdy, but you need your quarterback to be a point guard.
Right.
Because Christian McCaffrey generates so many matchup advantages, and if the quarterback can play point guard efficiently, Brock Purdy's actually said that's his job last year. It's a quote from him. He said he's here to play point guard.
Yeah.
And when that happens, the offense can put up 30-plus a game.
No, you're spot on there. I mean, just the Rams game, you remember the play, Dave, and when McCaffrey flares out to the left and Malcolm Braun from the Rams just goes, oh, man, there's number 23. Let me get out to the flat, and Kittle goes right up the seam wide open by himself. He does open it up for everybody, and especially Brandon Ayuk here. And that timing route, David, if you could break that down, I love that third down timing route. Ayuk runs a quick little stick route, comeback route, and the timing there with Brock Purdy, and you see the zip on the ball. I'm looking at this offense, and we talk so much about the backup quarterback, and I'm thinking about this offense saying, boy, I haven't been this excited since like 98 about all the offensive weapons at the disposal for Kyle Shanahan. I mean, you got everything here. I'm expecting this offense to average nearly 30 points a game because of all these weapons.
Right, and the key is for the ball to get out on time. And I think that's something that when you're just watching on TV, it's really hard to appreciate. But at the game, when we saw the 2 drives from Brock Purdy the other day, you noticed that he was on time with a lot of these throws. If that goes half a second later to Brandon Ayuk, the catch might not be there, but the yak opportunity certainly isn't there.
Right.
So that's why I always say yak. Yes, the receiver gets a lot of credit, but the QB gets a lot of credit too for getting the ball out on time. The play caller gets a lot of credit for scheming the yak. I mean, football. It's really hard to appreciate the collective nature of football these days because everybody just wants to give all the credit to one entity. Right? It's like, no, the quarterback did all of this, the receiver did nothing, or this was all yak, this quarterback is trash. And just not how football works. I mean, it's this beautiful cohesion between several different pieces. The play caller, the receiver, and the QB all have to be on the same page. And I think on the play that you're talking about, they went out to the boundary there, and Ayuk made the catch, turned upfield, almost scored. I'm sure he's still regretting that one right now, which is he would have gotten a couple extra yards across the goal line. But everything was in harmony on that type of play. And when that 49ers offense is clicking, that's the case. It's all the pieces working in unison like that.
They've got stars across the board. I mean, there are so many positions. McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, like Trent Williams, you could even say is an offensive lineman star if there even is such a thing. Fred Warner, Bosa. We were talking yesterday at our little 49er Red and Gold Summit, and we were saying, like, you know, who could be a star that pops this year? Someone new, fresh to the scene. I took Steve Wilks as the defensive coordinator because I think it's very important. Hitting on 3 straight DCs would be almost unprecedented. Who would be the player or coach or side of the ball that you're looking to pop who we're not talking about right now, but by the end of the year we will be?
Well, I think Wilks is a good one to talk about because I wouldn't be surprised if this 49ers defense, even if they had Nick Bosa back, struggled a little bit out of the gate, just giving up some big plays because blitzing is a boom or bust kind of thing. And I think it might take a few games for the 49ers to find their stride with an increased blitz rate if that's what we do see out of Steve Wilks. I do think that there are going to be blitzes that hit, there are going to be blitzes that don't hit, and what you do over the course of the season is you evolve and get used to your personnel as a defensive coordinator is you find your spots and you find what your exact blitzes are and you start playing that chess match against opposing defensive coordinators. So, for Steve Wilks, I would really look at this 49ers defense in the big picture of the season and make sure that they're peaking at the right time. Make sure that they're peaking going into December, going into January, because they're going to be running some new exotic stuff coverage-wise in the back end. They're going to be mixing and matching nickel this year as well. They're planning to slide Lenore in there against the Cooper Kupps of the world. He did a great job against Cooper Kupp in Week 4 last year playing nickel. And Isaiah Oliver is probably going to be out there against some of the bigger bodies, some of the tight ends. So this defense is a bit of an experiment for the 49ers. They want to take it to the next level. I know they were already the number 1 unit last year, but they feel that there's a little left in the tank. And I'm really focused on how Steve Wilks navigates that this season because I don't think that it will be all smooth sailing. I think that anything great you're going to have to experiment with a little bit. And these seasons are long, and the 49ers, I think, can afford to experiment a little bit to try to take it to that next Super Bowl level.
David Lombardi, The Athletic, does a hell of a job covering the 49ers here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Sticking with the defense here, how serious is this Hufanga injury? And if it is serious, would Jair Brown be ready to roll at the safety spot? I know they love him out of Penn State. We all love him. He could play in the box, play deep. But how ready would he be if Hufanga's compromised at all this season with that knee injury?
Yeah, that's interesting because Kyle Shanahan didn't seem concerned at all. He said it was just a Baker cyst, but then one of those online doctors, David Chow, who does a good job, he's able to watch tape and just diagnose stuff. He didn't see any tape of Hufanga, but he heard about the injury, and he tweeted, and he said, well, Baker cyst can be correlated with meniscus damage, and if it's meniscus damage, then that can mean surgery, and all of a sudden, you're tossing around all these scary words. But, I don't want to alarm people prematurely because, again, when we heard straight from the source, from the 49ers, Shanahan was saying this was a day or two kind of thing. So we'll just wait. We'll see what the deal is with Talanoa Hufanga. But if it does come to the 49ers needing to test their safety depth, Jair Brown's a rookie. And a rookie at any position is scary for an NFL team because there's a lot of terminology, a lot of complexity to the game. Assignments you have to learn. If you're one step out of position in the NFL, it could look terrible. In college, you could probably just make up for it with athleticism. It's a different game. They love Jair Brown. They like the skill set that he brings to the table, the maturity, the instincts. But you definitely want your veterans out there. That's the preferred option. So let's just wait and see. We should probably have an update on that from Kyle Shanahan today.
Was this the longest offseason of all time? I mean, seriously, the way it ended.
Every single one of these is just tiresome. It's the 49ers. It's crazy.
Even training camp, right? I mean, think about every training camp you've covered with the Niners. It's always something at the quarterback spot, but there's always a surprise. Always something. This year was the holdout with Bosa, which we're not really surprised about. But the talk of the backup quarterback, I'm actually thankful that we've kind of moved on from it on the show.
Yeah, so but go back to every single offseason. 2020 was really long just because it was 2020. Mm-hmm. There wasn't really an offseason, but it took a long time for everybody, right? 2021, that was when they traded up and they drafted Lance, so that got crazy. That seemed interminable because there was so much shouting and yelling. Mm-hmm. 2022, Deebo Samuel. That also created a whole lot of drama that got really, really old by the end. And here you have contract stuff with Nick Bosa. It's obviously much quieter because they're keeping that under wraps. But you have the whole quarterback thing. Now you had the whole drafting a kicker thing, and now both kickers are hurt in this crazy twist. Like they thought they were going to be sellers on the kicker market. They were sure they're going to be sellers, and then in the final preseason game, the guy that they were trying to sell, Zane Gonzalez, strains his calf in warm-ups. I mean, you can't make this stuff up when it comes to the 49ers and injuries. So all of a sudden, they were looking for kickers yesterday. They still haven't found one. Or maybe they found one. Maybe they're going to add one to the practice squad. Or we don't know where Jake Moody is at, too. But they go from being sellers to buyers in the kicker market because of the calf strain and pregame warm-ups. Backup kicker. It's crazy stuff.
It's unbelievable. All right, David. This is me and Bonte's final show before the end of summer because Labor Day to me signifies the end of summer, right? And so I was playing him some music earlier this morning, Pandora's Box, little game that we play, and I played Van Morrison, Brown Eyed Girl. It's a song, when I hear it, I don't know why, I think of kind of the closeout, the end of summer. There are lots and lots of songs you can choose from. For David, and you're a very well-traveled man. You're kind of a Renaissance man. That's why I really like you. You've got good taste. Give me a song or an artist that you think of when you think of kind of the end of summer.
Tom Petty, Free Falling, something like that. Just classic rock. And I know you're on classic rock right now, too. The end of summer feels like classic rock.
I like
You got to go with one of those. I agree with you.
Yeah, I like that.
Free Falling.
Yeah!
Is that what's going on?
Free
What's going on with the 49ers?
Is that what's going on with the Niners?
You know what's so funny? Like yesterday, I'm walking up. I was just walking around the city. I wanted to get outside. I've been working all day. It was a beautiful day. I'm walking up to Corona Heights.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the narrowest little alleys in San Francisco is, I kid you not, and this was right after that Nick Bosa trade rumor came up on Reddit. one of the narrowest alleys in San Francisco is called DeForest Way. Like, even spelled the way that DeForest Buckner spells his name with a capital F and everything. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to give 49ers fans nightmares. But so I have to tweet it out. This is great.
Oh,
and it was just like, you know, when the universe like sends you a sign,
Right.
humor.
Yeah.
That was one of those things. But,
What'd you think of that Nick Bosa rumor? I mean, come on. I've heard, we had Dumas, he has a report that something's going to get done by the end of the week. I've kind of heard the same thing. We were talking about it on Monday, like, hey, Shasky, relax. He's going to be here.
No.
You know,
I'm not going to
But
relax.
he won't relax. But what's your take into this Bosa thing? Have you ever been concerned? I know we asked you this last time you were on, but now that we're closer and closer to September the 10th, where are you at now with the Bosa situation?
Well, I think I told you guys when he first didn't report the training camp, you know, that was like the first deadline was in that kind of first week of camp, maybe when they put on pads for Deebo Samuel. But when he didn't meet that one, then you're like, oh, okay, he's digging in. If he's digging in, why would he come 2 weeks in? Why would he come 3 weeks in? It seems like the deadline that has a better chance of getting something done is week 1, right? So I don't understand. Like, I get it. Now it's the only thing to focus on. Trey Lance is a Cowboy, so that's the next thing, right? Everybody's going to pivot to that, and that's where all these reports are going to come from. But to me, it's always been, not always, but since he didn't report the first week, I kind of shifted toward week 1, just because that's how these deadlines work. You know, it's like this game of chicken, and both cars are driving toward each other. Nobody really wants to crash because that hurts both sides. So it's a question of who swerves first, but nobody's going to swerve too early because the cars aren't that close to hitting yet. Next week, those cars are going to be about to hit. So who's going to swerve first?
I like that.
I do too.
You like that, Shasky?
I do.
Man, still that. David Lombardi, the Athletic, all over the 49ers. We'll hear from the coaches. Oh, but you know what? I got one more for you. Shanahan. I want to have your honest opinion because, you know, I've been critical of Shanahan. But I thought Friday night, after explaining that Trey Lance Tracy, I'm in the belief that Shanahan didn't know all those explanations to anybody, the fans and media, whatever. And I know he kind of scorned you guys Wednesday night, but I thought Shanahan was as vulnerable as he's ever been on that podium and actually gained a lot more respect for him with the way he detailed what happened with Trey Lance. What was your take being in that presser Friday night after the Chargers game?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he honestly went through the whole thing. It's just a crappy situation, right? I mean, it's not at every step of the way, the 49ers tried, I think, to act in their best interests. I think the biggest miscalculation that they made was trying to really thread the needle with. So, see here, he went back, and I thought that it was really insightful this week. He went back and discussed what the original impetus for the trade was. And it was for salary cap sustainability. He said, after 2020, we decided we weren't going to be able to keep together this entire roster with a quarterback making close to $30 million or more than $30 million a year. It was that simple. So he said, we were going to go into this draft and we're going to get a quarterback on a rookie deal that we can mold into our own. But they also said that they had flexibility to get a raw quarterback because they could still afford to keep Jimmy Garoppolo for 2021. So they were trying to thread this needle of getting one of the rawest prospects of all time ready while Jimmy Garoppolo was still on the roster in 2021. And in retrospect, especially, that you could tell the margin for error in threading that needle was tiny. It was tiny. And the margin for error got blown up when Trey Lance broke his finger in week 3. Then he got hurt again. So, yeah, the injuries, I don't think you could blame on the 49ers, but the fact that they took this chance on this very low probability threading of the needle, that's probably something that you could criticize the 49ers for, right? So I think Shanahan was extremely open about that. It's a combination of circumstances, and it's a combination of the 49ers putting themselves in an overly ambitious position in this whole thing. And yeah, we'll never know what would have happened with Trey Lance and the 49ers had he not gotten hurt, but he did. That's what, football is a lot of things, but fair and predictable are not two of them.
No.
And I think that illustrates this situation. It wasn't fair to Trey Lance, but guess what? It's not ring around the rosy. It's professional football, and it definitely wasn't predictable, right? So I think that this was a great case study of that.
Good stuff, David. Good stuff. Follow him at The Athletic. David Lombardi does a great job covering the 49ers. Well said there with Shanahan. Oh, man. I can't wait. September 10th. It's almost here.
Enjoy Labor Day.
Enjoy Labor Day.
David.
Have a good holiday weekend, David.
Yeah.
All right, guys. You too. Have
See
a good
you, buddy.
one.
All right, buddy. David Lombardi here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Things. It's sunny outside.
It's magical.
Got 2 days off coming up.
You know what? Can I give you a...
Don't you feel like the vibes are coming back now? Like, hold on. You kind of set the tone for me.
Thank you.
I swear to God.
Thank you.
I swear to God.
Here we go.
I am tingling with your Warriors take.
I know.
That you feel so good about them. And all of a sudden, we're shifting to knowing that, hey, Niner football's around the corner. And I feel like you're starting to feel good about the 49ers.
Let me give you my favorite time of the year. Some people might take summer because,
Man,
you know.
I'm blown
vacations.
away.
I don't understand that. I think living in San Francisco or the Bay Area, the best time of the year is right now through about October 15th. I personally do. The weather's great.
Through October 15th?
Football's back. Baseball pennant race. The Warriors are heating up. The weather is amazing. Okay, we know we get that Indian summer. You can go up to Napa. You can go down to Monterey. You know, you could do all kinds of things. Your kids are back in school. Sports are starting back up, whether it's fall ball, whether it's soccer. I personally believe September into October is my favorite time of the year.
Wow. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Now, I always say this is my favorite time of the year, and then spring happens, and you get the NBA playoffs, and you get baseball, and you get March Madness, and now all of a sudden I'm like, oh, spring is the best time of the year. This is the gateway to summer.
Football.
Well, gateway, but you also
back this
get the gateway to the
weekend.
summer. Well, it was back last weekend.
No, it's really back.
Yeah, it's really back this weekend.
No, it's really
You know what
back.
we're going to do, too?
What?
So I don't know if you saw me yesterday during the summit. During the summit, when I knew the mic was on the other side, I went into my Bovada account.
Okay.
And the U.S. Open has been happening. Your boy's been betting on tennis again.
Okay.
So I don't know if you saw me. I don't know if you saw what I was doing yesterday, but I took Alcaraz first set to win by 3 points.
Okay.
And that the overall points in that set would be under 8.5. So I needed him to win like 6-2.
Okay.
He won 6-2.
All right,
I forgot I made the bet. But you brought up college football, and all I'm thinking about, New Orleans Saturday, we're going to bet the sports book. Bet.
So here's what I want to do. I'm going to give you $100, and I say you and me come to some sort of I want you to teach me how to bet. All right.
Okay.
Not teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to bet. All right. And we'll take $100 and we'll start there.
Yep.
And I say we pick one college football game that we feel good about.
A week.
And we'll see where this $100 goes. What do you think?
Smithers. I don't know why I just did that.
Or units or whatever people call
we'll
it.
do that. We'll do that. I like that. I like that.
So you could teach me certain things.
I will teach you how to bet.
Right.
We'll look at certain bets and we'll play. It'll be our plays of the week.
Yeah.
College football. I really like that. Dude, I'm up $380 on just Jokovic and Alcaraz for the first two.
Oh, nice.
Sets.
So,
I got to stop, though, because Spinotti knows it gets dangerous.
Yeah.
It gets very, very dangerous.
like mystical danger.
Dangerous. So,
Even
you
though
know
we
what's
canceled him.
dangerous? Is playing a soundbite, because we're going to get Howard Eskin on in 25
I
minutes.
wanted to play Summer of Love.
Well, before you play Summer of Love, Howard Eskin is going to join us in 25 minutes.
Okay.
And this Philly-San Francisco thing is big. It might be one of the biggest rivalries now in the NFL. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited that you're excited about the season. I'm excited that you're excited about the Warriors. I'm also excited about this rivalry with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Tiny, I'm excited.
And they're tough. Don't get me wrong. They're clear-cut the best team right now in the NFC.
I'm so excited.
Like Brock Purdy was the leader of the clubhouse at quarterback. The Eagles are the leader of the clubhouse in the NFC. They are. Can't dispute it. They are loaded. And yeah, they lost Hargrave. And I'm glad we got Hargrave out here in the Bay Area. But they just drafted Jalen Carter, who dominates the line of scrimmage. I mean, the guy's going to be, you already know Jalen Carter, if he stays healthy and he keeps his head on straight, he's walking straight into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I mean, he hasn't even played a game, but okay.
That's the talent oozing out.
Okay.
You called him WhatsApp 2.0 yesterday.
I mean, well, he played like him.
I know.
In the best conference.
I know.
In America.
He
for multiple seasons.
Exactly. This guy looks like the real deal. So we're going to get Howard Eskin on to really, really spice this thing up. But Hassan Reddick has already done the job for us. Remember Hassan Reddick, the guy who knocked out Brock Purdy?
Yeah. What do you have, like
he knocked out Brock Purdy. I mean,
year?
he was a stud.
Yeah, he was
an absolute stud.
In the NFC West at one time.
That's Spinotti. I got it right here. It's in blue. Here's what Hassan Reddick had to say about the Niners.
Okay.
That San Fran game. Man, a lot of a lot of chirping, a lot of back and forth over social media about what could have, and should have happened. So I'm looking forward to that one. No game more than that one.
Yeah, I was about to. You personally did get to the quarterback, right? So, how did you take that chirping? Clearly,
man, I never weighed in on it. For me, I watched. I've seen things that guys were saying. Debo, Samuel, Fred, a lot of these guys that came out and talked about it. And I respect them, right? I respect them for their opinion and their thought and their belief in their team. For me, man, I'm the same way. I believe in my team. I believe in my teammates, and I feel the same way. So for me, it's like, bring it on. Y'all kept on talking. Y'all talked about this all off season, through the Super Bowl, after the playoff game. So it's like, better be prepared, man, because I know I will be, and I know that I'm going to do my best to make sure the team is ready too.
Yeah,
I thought it'd be more slanderous.
Rich Eisen, Hassan Reddick. He's looking forward to that game.
I don't blame him.
I thought it'd be a little more malicious.
Yeah, me too.
But he's talking.
I mean,
he said that's the biggest game for them.
And when I
say Debo, all of them.
When I say Leonard Marshall, Pepper Johnson, what do you think?
Knocking out Joe Montana.
When I say Jim Burt, what do you think?
Knocking out Joe Montana.
Are we going to think about Hassan Reddick like that?
Yep.
Years from now?
And I'm glad you brought that up, because whenever I hear Niner fans and media members say, "Oh boy, they knocked out Brock Purdy," well, we didn't have a quarterback. That's part of the game. Defenses want to knock your quarterback out. You ever hear Al Davis?
The quarterback will go down, and he will go down.
The first 5 plays, the quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard.
You
first
can
5
do
plays.
a better Al Davis than that.
Well,
give me your best Al Davis.
Can we actually get that sound? I actually want to get fired up. I get fired up by listening to Al Davis. The quarterback in the first 5 plays must go down, and he must go down hard. Probably not good.
Thought you were going to go James Harden.
I wanted to. The quarterback must go down hard in the first 5 plays, and it must be hard. It must go down hard.
Where's the
other team's quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard.
It wasn't that bad. The draw wasn't that bad.
Yeah. Can you play that one more time? One more time?
The other team's quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard.
See? That's what I'm talking about.
God, I miss him.
I miss Al Davis. Rest in peace. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget our friends on YouTube and Twitch, sponsored by our great friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like us, subscribe. Over 45,000 right now. Subscribe to us. Do all that stuff. See, it's a lot of excuses about the Eagles knocking out they knocked out our quarterbacks. We didn't have a quarterback. That's part of the game.
Yes.
Part of the game is intimidating your quarterback and punking them. You know what that does? The 85 Bears, right? Quarterbacks knew, like, oh, boy, it's going to be a long day.
Yeah.
I may not survive. That's part of the intimidation. You're watching film that week, and you're thinking, damn, there's Fletcher Cox, there's Hassan Reddick, there's Jalen Carter, there's Davis. Gosh, there's Brandon Graham coming off the edge. Oh, boy. It's going to be a long week. That's part of the intimidation.
You know what no one ever talks about?
What's that?
And I got to give credit because I can't stand this team, but they're fans. I have never, ever, 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 ever heard a Dallas Cowboy fan say this. Well, Tony Dorsett got a separated shoulder in the first quarter of the NFC Championship game in 1981.
They don't bring that up.
You know why? Because it's football.
It's football.
It's why it really pisses me off when it's like, oh, well, we lost our quarterback, so the rest of the game's negated. No, they get all the credit for that.
They get all the credit for knocking out the quarterback by
that's
getting
part of
to
the
him.
game.
The whole talk that week was, wow, you see the text line? What's going on here?
No.
That whole week we were talking about the defensive line. How do you keep that defensive line off the 49ers? The Eagles didn't they have the most sacks ever in the regular season in history? We knew that would be a big thing. How could you keep those guys off your quarterback? Well, 6 plays in, the Niners were unable to do that. And then when Josh Johnson came in, they were unable to do that. Hell, we got away with the fumble. Hassan Reddick sacked Josh Johnson and came down with the football, snatched it out of his hands. It's like, boy, they didn't review that one. Thank God.
You don't want to hear this. Josh Johnson did have a good drive in that game.
Dude.
I know you don't want to hear it.
No. I thought 2-minute draw. I was like, ooh, D-ball almost broke it. Let's go. Let's go. I thought we were going to tie the game up 14 going into the half with Josh Johnson. And then at halftime, it hit me. Oh, boy, Josh Johnson's in that quarterback, and we're down 21-7.
When he got crunched right in front of us, I said, he's not getting up, B.
Yeah.
And then he slowly got up and fell down. And I was like, he's done, dude.
What about him walking in front of us back to the locker room?
Carried by 3 players.
Dude, he looked like he was like...
It was like out of a movie.
And now you see it with the Ravens lighting it up in the preseason?
Yeah, well.
Just got waived yesterday.
Oh, he got waived? Oh, he's available?
How many teams for him?
That's got to be 15 teams, right? I think that was his second stint with the Ravens.
Who's the point guard I always make fun of in the NBA who gets traded at the deadline?
Smith?
Okay, sorry. No, it's Hill.
George Hill.
He gets traded every deadline.
George Hill.
Josh Johnson and George Hill, same guy. Same guy. So I was asking people about songs that make them kind of think about the end of summer. Okay, and someone texted in a couple of good ones, but one that I definitely have to play. Have you ever heard this song, B? Summer of '69, Bryan Adams. Look at your face.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey there.
Do you know who Bryan Adams is?
I know Samuel Adams.
Not Samuel Adams. He's Canadian, Bryan Adams.
Oh, shout out Canada.
You don't think of summer when you think of this song?
No, I've never heard this song in my life.
So when
you don't want to know what I think of.
When I think of Bryan Adams, I don't think of this song. I'm going to be honest with you. When I think of Bryan Adams, I think of the movie I just watched this week because Netflix had it on. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, when Kevin Costner grabs the flamed arrow out of the dude's chest, pulls it out, licks the little like feather thing, and then bang, and all you hear is, everything I do it for you. And the slow arrow goes right through whatever the Turk, the guy who's going to, kill everybody.
To me,
that's one of the great scenes in movie history.
I've got no idea, but I tell you what a summer song was for me, and I always think about it.
Juvenile, Back That Thing?
No, because that came out in the winter. I remember dancing to that at winter prom. No, it was a winter prom.
You sure?
Yeah, well,
I'm going to look that up.
In the summer, but it really didn't pop until Christmas time. Didn't really pop until Christmas time. It's getting hot in here.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a summer song.
That's a good one.
That's a summer song.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a summer song. All right.
Will Smith, Summertime. We're getting a lot of that.
What about Dr. Dre? Let me ride.
Oh, it's a classic.
Dre's back. Come on, Dre's back.
A classic. That is a good one. Yeah, that's a good one.
That's what I think.
That's a good one.
That's what I think. That's what I think.
All right, Loveman, what's yours? Come on, Loveman. Come on.
It's probably no, I know what it is. It's Booker T and the MGs, Green Onions, right? That's your summer song.
That's not where I was going. I knew you guys would go, so I'm trying to think what's a good summer song. The first one that popped in my head was Hold On Loosely by 38 Special. It's snitching music.
I have no idea.
Snitching music?
My mind goes back to a girl I met. No, nothing.
Keep singing.
You're a certified
level. Stop. You got the best voice on the show. He's got the best.
Don't let go. Squeeze too tightly. You're going to lose control.
Oh, my God.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
How about Summertime in the LBC?
I want to hear Spadoni's summer song now, since apparently the Crickets don't like mine.
Summertime in the LBC is a good one.
It's easy.
Don't be reaching
some sort of
awesome
Austin song.
It's not an awesome song.
What about chilling chilling at the playground on a Sunday afternoon? That reminds me of summer.
Me and Julio down by the schoolyard?
Yeah.
Paul Simon?
Well, I don't know about that.
War? Summer?
Or?
What were you going to say, Spadoni?
Yogi in the Bay. What is he going to say? Yogi in the Bay. Yogi in the Bay.
Yogi in the Bay is back. What's up, Bonte? How y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing, Yogi?
Hey, I am good because I honestly have a quick 2 questions for you. One, what do you think the Niners' record is going to be this year?
I'm leaning 10-7, 11-6.
Do you think, my second question, do you think the Jets are better than the Niners?
I got to see them on paper.
Well, no, it's a different question.
I mean, I got to see them on the field.
Who will have a better record?
We're good on paper.
I mean, good on
paper. Trust me.
Who will have a better season, or who will be who's the better team?
You're a Jets fan, Yogi?
Better season. Who's going to have a better record this year and go farther in the playoffs?
Oh, no, the Jets are playing the Bills twice, the Dolphins twice, the Patriots twice. Don't you guys play Kansas City once?
I think one playoff win for the Jets would be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the Jets are going to have a better season than the Niners strictly off of that quarterback, and we have a way better defense. And I want you to know I am worried for your mental sake for the Trey Lance going to Dallas, Bonte. I want to apologize, and I'm sorry. I'm pouring some out right now.
Why are you worried about my mentals? I'm fine.
Man, come on! I know you already ordered that Trey Lance Cowboys jersey. You got that hanging in the after right now.
Number one, Yogi.
It's right next to his Chris Paul jersey.
Listen, it's our Friday, Yogi. So I'm gonna let you slide a little bit here. Don't ever disrespect me by saying I'm ever gonna don some cowboy gear. I will never don cowboy gear. Trey Lance, good luck to you, but we on a different hype right now. That's gone. Yogi's a Jet fan. That poor. How the hell is a Jet fan going to call this show being all confident?
I'm not mad at him.
They ain't won nothing since. I don't even think your dad was born the last time they won a Super Bowl.
Well, Willie Joe Namath, 1969.
Yeah,
correct?
exactly. Your dad. How was your dad? 2?
I don't know. That was not 2.
3?
He was born in 58 or 57.
Okay, all right. Well, a little older. I'll try to give him some credit.
You know, I know.
Well, my mom was born in 62.
Joe
She was
Namath
7 years old.
Overrated.
My mom
Joe
hadn't even
Namath
had her
and
first
Eli
boyfriend
Manning.
yet.
Same
All right.
group.
My mom was 7 years old the last time the Jets won a Super Bowl. They didn't have cable television. The damn Super Bowl was probably on tape delay. And you got a Jets fan calling this show, being confident about the New York Jets. Come on. We're being nice today, Yogi. Don't come in here with that crap.
Ooh.
The New York Jets.
How about Snoop and Pharrell when they're in Brazil?
That is a good one.
That's a great one, young Guido. Yeah.
Beautiful. That made every single guy want to go to Brazil. And made everybody want to go to Brazil, right? For all the wrong reasons. Don and Concord, what's happening?
I want to go to Brazil for all the reasons.
Yeah, how you guys doing out there at 49er land?
Yeah. That Jets fan kind of ticked me off today. He did. Who the hell is a Jet fan and think he's going to be confident about the season? We know how the show ends in New York City. This ain't no Broadway play.
Right. That's right. First of all, I want to apologize for not being there out in San Ramon. I went to the one in Walnut Creek. But the reason I called is I got the Niners 38-17, man, against the Pittsburgh out there. Come on, Niners. What do you think?
Why do you think 38-7?
At least 7 out of 5 touchdowns.
5.
5 touchdowns. I got Purdy. He's big. We got the running team. McCaffrey will score 2 touchdowns. Purdy will score 3.
I like that. I like that confidence, Don. Uncle Gene, by the way, shout out Uncle Gene.
He made it there safe.
He made it there safely with his grandkids.
Yeah.
We're missing Cruiser.
Uh-huh.
We shouted out Damon. We saw Drew down. We saw Ernie. We saw Rockin' New Era. We saw Vivian in the front row. She was running material.
Absolutely.
Doubling Marge.
I mean, Willard had his own cheering section.
He did have his own cheering section. My sister showed up.
I know.
One of my sisters showed up.
I had never met her.
Yeah, nobody has.
And
Jaria.
she goes, I met your wife. And I'm thinking, it must have been.
the baby shower.
Yeah, way back when.
Yeah. Jaria on my dad's side. She's, Jaria is she was made for a microphone, but she doesn't really, basically what I mean.
I don't
what
know
I'm
where you're going
insinuating is if you tell her something, the entire Bay Area will know in 5 minutes.
Oh.
She's got a little mouth on her. I think she was there spying on me to tell. I haven't talked to my dad in a couple of weeks. She's being spied. Where you been at? You've been missing in action.
It's your prerogative. You're an adult. You can treat your relationships however you determine.
Who else came? I'm missing somebody. Oh, Scott, who hooked me up with the club. Scott was there.
Yeah.
Scott was in the building.
Yeah.
It was good to see Scott. It was long. It was dope. It was a great time out there, San Ramon. We got a break right now? Okay. Doug and Berkeley, hang tight. I'll get to you right after the break. Right after the break. We got Howard Eskin on because I'm sick of Philadelphia. We're going to tell him about Philadelphia and that little poop hole he lives in out there in the 215. Crappy city. I'm sick of them. Jets fan. Hey, Yogi, it took Yogi a Jets fan. What the hell is a Jets fan? Oh, King of the Hill coming up, too.
I'm in your city.
That's a good summer song. That's a good song. That's a good summer song for all. That's a good song, period. All seasons. Howard Eskin coming up. Brought to you by Cars.com.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added.
with a little bit of let it hang all out.
This is how you know I watched this video too much. By the end of the run of this video, I was bodacious.
Make sure you tamp down any of the swearing.
Yeah,
it says radio edit, but yeah, so
you just never know.
So I'm just saying.
Hey, Nelly got bangers.
We're not playing tip drill. We're not doing that.
Whose music aged better, Nelly or Ja Rule?
Ooh.
Nelly got hitters.
That's a tough one. I got to think about that. One because Ja Rule's
music
been playing a little
St. Louis.
Well, tip drill. I mean, but that Getting Hot in Here video ran on BET for so long. They started editing it because I remember there was this one chick on the third verse who was just unbelievable, and it was like, let me just stop.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
I'm just saying they edited her out of the video by the end of the run. Because I think it was too revealing.
When
she was just like,
come into
she
play
had like the third verse, and it was just like, oh my gosh, how can I meet her? Pimp Juice is great too. Oh my gosh, Pimp Juice. Oh man, we got to go on this rabbit hole.
Hey, I gotta say, this is the thing I loved about Nelly. No one repped St. Louis harder.
No, he's still
the videos were so sick.
They were sick. All right, let's move on to Howard Eskin. Because I'm just going to play a little bit of this. It's a little too much talking going on over there on the East Coast. Maybe they're bored. They don't have anything to do. I understand it's 100 degrees out there, humid as hell. They're probably miserable. AC's broken in their car. You know, there's a lot of cheap folks out there. Here's Hassan Reddick.
That San Fran game. Man, a lot of chirping, a lot of back and forth over social media. About what could have, and should have happened. So I'm looking forward to that one. No game more than that one.
Yeah, I was about to. You personally did get to the quarterback, right? So, how did you take that chirping? Clearly,
man, I never weighed in on it. For me, I watched. I've seen things that guys were saying. Debo, Samuel, Fred. A lot of these guys that came out and talked about it. And I respect them, right? I respect them for their opinion and their thought and their belief in their team. For me, man, I'm the same way. I believe in my team. I believe in my teammates.
Yeah. You believe.
Does Howard believe?
I don't think Howard believes. Howard Eskin, the king of Philadelphia. Of all things, not just sports.
Wait, this is a meeting of kings?
No, I'm not.
The king of San Francisco Bay Area?
No, Howard is the real king.
And the king of Philly?
Howard is the real king because I believe today.
A clash of crowns?
Is it today or tomorrow? He's celebrating year number 37.
What?
Year number 37 in the Philadelphia market? Well, I guess we'll start this off by saying congratulations, Howard.
Well, first of all, let me correct you. It was yesterday.
Oh.
That was the 37-year anniversary of doing the first sports talk show at WIP, and one of the first, I guess, in the country, but I didn't follow the country. New York station went full-time sports talk a year and a half later. So we only did one show, and then we kind of filled in up until we went 24/7. But it was yesterday. And you are correct about, and I didn't give myself the nickname like LaFraud James gave himself the nickname of the king. He's not the king. You can't give yourself your own nickname. Pete Rose actually gave me the nickname.
Pete Rose.
Locker room one day.
Damn. Pick that name up you just dropped.
Whoa, wow. Pete Rose giving you the nickname.
Moly.
Well, I don't even know who gave me the nickname. I think it was Shasky or somebody else, so it doesn't even mean anything.
Well, Howard. Look, let's talk about the medium sports talk radio for just a second here, because Bryce Harper said something that I want to get into right off the rip with you. What was the first segment you ever did in sports talk radio 37 years ago? Can you even remember?
Well, it was the first one at WIP, so I can't. It was just the excitement of trying something new, and the vision of our general manager at that time. His name was Mike Craven. Wanted to make it an all sports station. So it was the vision, and I had done sports talk on an FM station years before that, before I went into television. And then it was just the excitement. I mean, Buddy Ryan was a new coach here. which I found out later he was a total idiot as a head coach. Rest in peace. But and there's different things that happened over the years.
Wait a minute.
I can't remember the first thing that I said, but it was just cranking it up. It was in August, so we were getting ready for a football season, and the Phillies. I don't think they were very good in '86, but whatever the case, and the basketball team was kind of in no man's land at that time too. So, no, I don't remember. I just remember being excited.
Well, you must have had fun during the Rich Kotite era, right?
Oh, what a dope! I mean, I almost put Mike McCarthy up at that level, but
oh my God,
that's why the Cowboys will never win. Well, that's one of the reasons. That's just one of many.
Would you mean Trey Lance is not going to help them?
Come on, all that did was piss off your quarterback. And he's so paranoid anyway. He's a turnover machine, Dak Prescott. But Rich Kotite, I'll never forget this one time, and Kotite got mad at me. Everybody uses a chart on whether now you have people on headphones up in the press box giving you the analytics of when to go for two and when not to go for two. That didn't exist then. So you had a chart. So Kotite had a laminated chart at Dallas and asked him after the game why he didn't go for two, and apparently it was raining through the whole of the stadium, like you're going to get a lot of rain. And he said the numbers got blurred. It was a laminated chart. What an idiot.
Howard, I heard yesterday, Bryce Harper, and I want to get into this Eagle thing in a second because I feel like you guys at WIP I deserve a paycheck for how much content I've created over there. But hearing Bryce Harper admit that he listens to sports talk radio, my co-host here, Bonte, said for years, the guys all listen, the athletes all listen. Do they listen? Do you really think that they listen to sports talk radio, these athletes?
I'll say this. I think most of them do not because they don't care about it. They don't care what's said on sports talk radio. But Bryce Harper, and he has said this before, that he listens on his way into the ballpark between 2 and 3 when there's a night game. So he does listen, and he has said that. He knows how to play. He knows how to make people happy and embrace them, and he's there for the fans, and he knows what he's doing. So he heard the guy. I mean, it wasn't a big deal. The guy said, I hope Bryce, wins a ring or something like that. Chuck from Mount Airy. I actually talked to Bryce before the game today. The game is starting in a little while. I says, you made that guy century by mentioning him on the air. I says, and now here's what happens at WIP. I don't know what goes on in that weak ass town of San Francisco, but it'll be the callers will try to outdo the other callers now, and it'll be. I said, Bryce, you have now just created caller on caller crime. They're going to kill each other like they're the best. He started laughing. The whole thing was funny.
You know what? Enough of the sunshine and Capri Suns and rainbows and all the kumbaya during this interview. He just said something. It's time to get down and dirty. We're rolling up the sleeves here. That sorry-ass town in Philadelphia can't get San Francisco out of their brains. You guys won 31-7. Yet you guys are clipping us doing a fight song after you lost the Super Bowl where the streets were clean for probably 2 weeks out there in Broad Street. You guys were so damn depressed, and I loved every second of it. But y'all can't get us out of your mind. It's not like we won the game. You guys won the game, yet you can't get the Niners out of your dome because you know what time it is this year, Howard. You know what time it is.
That's nonsense, and that's ridiculous, and I'll tell you why. Because the question was asked. See, they set up the player because players and coaches say nothing during news conferences. I mean, I think Rob Thompson is a good guy and a nice guy, and he says a lot of things. By the way, he listens. He admitted he listens to me on WIP. But the reality is, when you ask the question to get a player to respond, you know that's a hot button because of all those crybabies out on the 49ers and out in San Francisco. The 49ers lost the game.
Yeah.
You, or not you specifically, you probably cried about it too. The 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, who, by the way, cost Matt Ryan his only Super Bowl because he went brain dead when you're on the 21-yard line. What an idiot. But the reality is he's the one, well, if we had a quarterback, he started all this. I'm so glad they play him here So these fans can get all over the 49ers. You buy tickets behind their bench so you can just get on them. They started it. Then the questions come up. You know, you're in the middle of a tough stretch. After the bye, the Eagles play at Kansas City, home against Buffalo, then home against San Francisco. I think Kansas City and Buffalo are better than that weak-ass team you're going to have this year. So, again, that's like just another game on the schedule. I don't want to hear about all this nonsense. But when the question's asked, because of all the whining, I'm going to bring you guys some cheese to go along with that whine about losing that game. You lost the game. It would have been closer, but you lost.
Howard, I heard that same joke in the Candlestick parking lot 37 years ago. The cheese and wine joke? Come on, dog.
Come on, man. You guys are still crying about us. Hey, Howard.
It's 2023,
Howard, honestly. You guys still complaining about the grass in the Super Bowl?
From Italy. Different kind of cheeses from Italy.
Hey, do you guys still complain about the grass in the Super Bowl? Oh, my God, to slow down our pass rush, the grass.
No, I will not let that be an excuse. They made too many mistakes. You can't make mistakes and win the game. The other team played on the same field, and the Eagles should have changed. A lot of the players should have changed their spikes, which the equipment guys have all kinds of different size spikes. So I don't want to hear.
Can't be serious.
That's not a big excuse. You guys make that a big excuse. The mistakes are the excuse, and that's not.
You're the only one in Philadelphia to own up to it. Even the bubble bath boy, Joe DeCamera, was crying about the grass and this and that and the flag. You're the only one, Howard, which is why we let you on this show, because you're the only one to admit it. You're not making excuses. I actually respect that, because everybody else in Philadelphia is crying, oh, my God, the grass. Oh, my God, they made us play in Arizona. Oh, my God, they made us wear the green jerseys. Oh, my God, this. Oh, my God, the worst defensive holding call ever. Oh, my gosh, it's just Philadelphia. You guys are so tough yet so soft. You guys cry all the time in Philadelphia. East Coast tough. You guys are whiners.
There's a lot of crying that goes on, but you guys probably cry in a different way. I mean, it's different out there. It's a whole different mentality. But I will say this.
No, Howard, we're about championship or bust here. Let's get that straight. You guys have what? One little World Series with the Phillies. You got one championship with the Eagles, and you ain't done nothing else since 1975. We just had 7 championships in the last 10 years.
I'm sorry. Who blew that fourth quarter lead to Kansas City in the Super Bowl?
Oh, we did. We blew it. Got to get there, though.
Okay.
I'll wear that.
You can understand this. The Eagles are the best team in the NFC with the best quarterback in the NFC. Don't give me Purdy. I mean, please. You know, we'll see what he does his second year. So that doesn't mean they're getting back to the Super Bowl, but they are the best team. And I don't know that because there's no real good quarterbacks in the NFC. What quarterbacks are really good? I mean, now that Aaron Rodgers has gone over to the AFC. So the Eagles are the best team, and you guys got to suck that up.
Just
understand that.
Howard, you're right. That right now, I think on paper they are the best team. I look at what they did last year with that quarterback. It's undeniable. Like, that's the team that everybody in the NFC is looking up at, right? I agree with it. I'll be fair there. In terms of rivalries for a city, Philly's got a lot of rivals over the years, over the generations, if you will. Where's this new budding rivalry with San Francisco and 49er fans in particular? Where does it rank right now? Because it feels like everywhere I go on the internet, Philly people are tagging me in a million different things. It feels like we're at the top of their brain. Like, I think the Dallas Cowboys, I know that there's generations of anger with the Cowboys, but right now, it sure as hell feels like the Niners are at the top of their list for rivals.
Not close. Not close. Not close. The Cowboys are at the top of their list. Then you got the Giants because they got a little bit better, but they got that stiff at quarterback, Daniel Jones, so they're not going to win anything, although their offensive coordinator is pretty good, so he'll probably help them a little bit. So you still have the Giants because they're right up the road. And then after that, I don't know that Kansas City has now become a rival because Andy Reid's there. You played him last year in the Super Bowl. You play him again this year. But I don't know that the 49ers, because you don't play them that much, I don't know that they're really a rivalry.
Not yet.
No, they're passe to me. They're not a threat. Yeah. They're not a threat, and they're not a rival. How many times you play them? Okay, so you played them in the playoffs. What are you playing? Once every maybe 4 years?
Yeah.
Once every 3 years?
Well, they played back-to-back years because they played last year, or was the year before in the regular season. They will play.
Well, it
in the
depends where you
playoffs.
finish within your division.
Yeah.
If you
And then
finish
they
in
play again
first
this
place,
year. Yeah.
obviously you play the first place guy, first place opponent from another division. So if the Niners finished in second last season, I don't believe the Niners will be playing
It's
the
a
Eagles this
microwave
year.
rivalry.
Yeah,
You know,
doubt.
it's not
And
a
you got
slow
to be in the
cook.
playoffs, right, Howard? You got to be in the playoffs multiple times.
Yeah, right. And so I don't really think it's a rivalry. You guys want to make it that. You know, you'll. Oh my gosh, like it'll be sickening to listen to you guys the week before the Eagles 49ers game.
Well,
sickening.
You know what's sickening, Howard, is going on Twitter every day, getting tagged in videos from crossing Broad.
from dorks from Delaware.
We got Eagle callers every day calling us, trolling us. We're living rent free.
Crossing Broad is useless. It's a useless website, whatever they are. They always rip me because they know it's all about clicks, clickbait.
They are useless.
I could care less
tell.
about Crossing.
I could tell. Yeah, they are useless.
If that's your gauge, you guys are way off base. You can't use them as a gauge.
Hey, Howard.
Way off base.
Howard, out of curiosity, what time does the early bird special and bingo start today?
You know what? You interrupted my bingo game.
What was Jesus like?
Last but not least.
I was about to get bingo, too.
hey, last but not least, before we get you out of here, basketball season is coming around. You know, we're big Warrior fans.
We love Daryl Morey.
Yeah,
Spreadsheets.
Well, I laughed when you guys did hire Daryl Morey, but now James Harden, which I told somebody a few years ago on there, I would rather go 0-82 than have James Harden on my basketball team. How are you feeling about James Harden?
Stiff. He's now stiff. He was a great player, but never a winner. That's the problem. And now he's fading fast and falling off a ledge with his career. It was a terrible trade. Everybody, they got rid of Ben Simmons. They could have got Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield and given up one less first-round draft pick. But that's another story because Daryl Morey is an absolute stone-cold fraud. He is a fraud. He's never won anything. He's a con man. You can't deal with him because he's unreasonable with trades. I don't know what's going to happen, but the Sixers are 3 to 4 years away from being 3 to 4 years away from being 3 to 4 years away from contending for a championship. How's that?
You should trade us Joel Embiid.
Yeah,
while
we'll
you're
take
at
Embiid
it.
off your heads
in a heartbeat. You know,
And
that could be on the next
Embiid's not a
Steph
winner.
Curry doc.
He's a very, very good player. He wasn't the MVP. Jokic was the MVP. But the reality is, he's a really good player. He's not a leader, and he's not really that tough.
Hey Howard, we don't need him to be. Yeah. We got Steph Curry out here.
Yeah.
Heard of that guy?
Listen, I love the coach. I love the team. They got players that play for each other, and I don't know that the Sixers play for each other. As a matter of fact, I don't think they play for each other.
Howard,
they got a few good guys, and that's about it.
When was the last time you smiled or enjoyed something?
He sounds like he's smiling now.
Well, I smile when I call you guys idiots. That's a big smile on my face. You have gotten close to the level of dopes, but that's when I smile. Hey,
that's an honor.
I'm talking to a bunch of idiots and dopes.
I've been called worse by my wife.
Yeah. Howard, you making it to 40 years, man? 40?
Let's put it this way: I can't spell the word retire. So
I'm with you.
So I just keep on going. That. Hopefully, health. Knock on wood. You stay healthy and you have fun. You got to have fun.
All right.
You're not having fun. You're not trying hard enough.
Exactly.
And
that's true. Fraud Sirianni to stop running into the end zone and shaking his head. We're going to see what kind of a real play caller he is this year when he loses his guy
on television. He's a better coach than Kyle Shanahan. I'm going to.
Oh, please! He can't hold Shanahan. We're going to see after he lost his assistants. Hey, Howard, I'm coming out there. I'm coming out there December the 4th. I'll see you then. I'll see you at the link then.
I'll be in Vegas at a softball tournament. But
do you want me to buy you breakfast, lunch, or dinner? Or do you want to choke on another San Francisco 49er loss?
No, I want to choke on a cheesesteak from Ishka Bibbles.
Ishka Bibble.
Hey, we walked right up in that bad boy. I was wearing all my Niner gear. You'd have thought I farted in church.
You don't?
Howard, you're on fire.
Get out of here, man.
You're on fire.
Happy 37 years,
See you,
you
buddy.
dope. You dope. Go watch the Philly lose today.
Have a great day and a better day tomorrow. And just remember, December 4th, it's that letter on the top of your heads, an L.
See you out of Get out of here.
I mean, that was lame.
I mean, it's Philadelphia for you. It's Philadelphia for you.
Hey, bro, if I'm making it 37 years in the industry, whoo-wee,
37 years, man.
whoo-wee.
37 years.
So that would be, I've already done about 5 years. So another 32. So that'd be 20, 50 something. And yeah, I don't know.
So if I wanted to make 30 years in terms of sports talk radio, just sports talk radio.
Yeah, I doubt that.
I'm not making it that far, but it'll be 7 years in November, mid-November. I'm 40 now. 41, 23. Wow. That means I'd have to be on the air until I was 64 years old. I don't think people want to hear a 64-year-old Ponte Hill. No hair.
Well, you could do the Marty Lurie thing over here for the Warriors on the weekend.
I could do that.
That is the mosaic of Warrior basketball.
Yeah. Oh, man. Bailey Zappi, clear waivers and a return to the New England Patriots on the practice squad is likely.
Oh.
It's likely. Boy.
Hey, keep it real, though. We love microwave rivalries.
This is a good
It's
one.
a microwave rivalry.
Oh,
Come on.
This one's heated.
If
Make
I
sure
get
we
tagged-
get Cross and Broad on. I want him to get the
Well, if
fraud
I get
out.
tagged by another dork
Well,
from
Cross and
Delaware,
Broad.
I mean, Jesus criminy, every day. Stop commenting on my family photos on Instagram. Have some dignity.
Oh, they're commenting on family photos?
They got a lot of crossing the line, a lot of tough guys on the internet. It's like, come on, man. I'm kayaking down the river. I don't really need to see your comment about you ripping me and my wife and my family and my family photos. Like, stay off the comment section. Yeah. Like, have some sense of dignity. Like, for real.
More of a rivalry right now, Lakers-Warriors or Niners-Eagles?
Niners-Eagles. Football is different.
We got LeBron and Steph.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger rivalry than Lakers-Warriors.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say is this. Nothing is
Boy,
worse
you're real turned
than
up right
social media tough guy who in their bio, it says like, God, God, sports, Eagles. You suck. I hope you die. Look how ugly everyone is in your family, loser. It's like, wow, your profile says God.
Well,
no, it says follower of Christ. Is what
follower of Christ.
Follower of Christ.
No, but
is
think
usually what
about
they say.
Philadelphia. The guy Kyle from San Francisco who called our show, he trolled us, he made a funny video. It was awesome.
It was creative.
But his cover photo is him flipping off a Mets fan in his face.
I mean, come on.
And I'm like, dude, like you do that to the wrong person, that person's going to break your middle finger and knock you the hell out. Like that's what I'm saying. There's levels to this. Like Terrence Crawford, press conference with Errol Spence. There's some people from Spence camp talking, and Crawford was like, dude, it could get real sticky for both sides if you want to take it that far. Like you don't play that game with certain people. That's my only problem with it. You're sticking a little bit like your girl was in my video sticking a finger. I was like, I'm not gonna touch you. What are you doing? But if you do that to the wrong people, like the people at In-N-Out, which I don't condone whatsoever, that could happen. That could happen. I've seen it at games. People talking that talk, and then you get knocked out. You wonder why. Stop talking. Stop doing, but whatever. They call it passion out there in Philadelphia. We'll deal with those jokers when we deal with them. We don't see them until December. I'll worry about them in December.
Follower of Jesus. You scum! You piece of garbage! Look how fat and ugly your family is.
All right, let's move on. King of the Hill. Let's get to King
My name
of
is
the Hill.
Christ Boy 7892456. Go
King
Birds.
of the Hill. Let's move on from them. You might be rattled now, Shasky.
Well, every day I open it up and I'm getting aggregated again.
You love it. Come on.
It's part of me.
You love it. All publicity is good publicity. You love it.
I'll tell you this.
Mad about that.
I do feel like Matumbo. No. As I'm blocking people left and right.
You know what?
I got my first taste of hate this past weekend.
What's that?
Because I posted and Bonte quoted me. I said, "This is the worst trade in NFL history." This Trey Lance one. I didn't even think it was that hot of a take, and people were big mad at me.
The King squired you?
I got people saying, "Well, they're better than the Raiders." Hang the banner. Everyone is.
I felt actually kind of bad for that. But I was like,
No,
you know what? I'm
No,
against
you
Benoni a little.
don't.
I'm against
No, you
Benoni.
don't.
He got me more followers with the quote tweet.
There
Thank
you
you.
go. I'm looking out for Spadone. I don't tweet much these days.
All right, so this is.
But when I do tweet, I make them count.
This is King of the Hill?
Beyonce tonight. Beyonce tonight at Levi Stadium. I won't be able to make it.
Oh.
King of the Hill. King of the Hill this week.
All right.
Oh, wait.
What is it?
We got a sponsor. Oh, we have a sponsor, and it's not Skittles. I got a Skittle down my mouth and I'm choking. No. It's not that. King of the Hill. King of the Hill is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Successfully treating men for ED and chronic pain. Visit westcoastmenshealth.com. King of the Hill, brought to you by West Coast Men's Health. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
7.
Number 7 for the
Emmanuel Burris.
most disappointing draft picks in Bay Area sports history. My list, not yours.
Ooh, I've got a list off the top of my head.
Most disappointing draft picks.
All right, go.
In Bay Area sports history.
Let it go.
Number 7.
Number 7.
Old school Warrior fans, feel me on this
Nate Davis.
one. No. Nate Davis. Joe Barry Carroll.
Joe
just
barely
cares.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Number 7.
Yeah.
We don't need to go
Not
there.
bad.
Old school Warrior fans know
Not
about
bad. I
that.
thought you were going to go Todd Fuller.
No. That was disappointing. Didn't make the list.
Patrick O'Brien.
Could have made honorable mention. Number 6.
Victor Alexander.
Number 6.
Give it to me.
Now the nice people will now hate me and say I'm a mean guy.
Number 6, Danny Gray.
Alex Smith. Number 1 overall pick. Very disappointing tenure with the 49ers.
Yeah. Not great.
Not great. Very disappointing, especially when you pass up Aaron Rodgers. That's number 6.
Okay.
All right. Number 5.
Number 5.
Ray Durham.
J.J. Stokes.
You know,
I hate doing that because we had J.J. Stokes
I really
a lot.
like JJ.
I like J.J.
And
You're a good
actually,
guy.
his career was better than I remembered. Because the way I remembered it was he was awful. But when you look at the numbers, it was just disappointing given where they took him and what they moved to get up.
And they moved up, and of course
Yeah.
the Ravens ended up drafting Jonathan Ogden and Ray Lewis that year. Niners moved up in the draft to select J.J. Stokes because J.J. Stokes looked like Jerry Rice at UCLA. He could do no wrong. But it was disappointing because along came Terrell Owens, and he became the heir apparent to Jerry Rice and not J.J. Stokes. So that's my number 5. Number 4.
Number 4.
Joey Bart. Number 2 overall pick. We don't even. He hasn't even got a sniff back with the big league club. I don't even know what he's doing. Nobody even brings up his numbers in Sacramento. We had hope. Georgia Tech, Masher can call a game.
You were the chosen one.
Boy, Joey Bart, very.
You don't even know what that's a reference to.
The Golden Child?
No. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi to Anakin Skywalker.
I kind of figured it was
in episode 3.
I wanted to,
exactly, as he's about to slice up all of his limbs.
Very emotional.
Remember when I said I was gonna watch Star Wars movies once a week?
Yeah, you're not doing
that. Was Cap.
Ahsoka, new episode came out last night.
Almost like Magic saying, I'm not going to be there. Star Wars is filming at 8 o'clock. I'm not going to be watching. Number 3.
Number 3.
Joe Smith.
He was Rookie of the Year, right?
He won Rookie of the Year. Ended up playing on 10 different teams.
I wanted Rasheed Wallace so bad.
What about Jerry Stackhouse? Kevin Garnett?
Well,
Antonio McDyess?
They were not taking a high schooler.
Antonio McDyess?
McDyess, before the knee injury, was saucy.
So sick.
Yeah.
It's number 3. Joe Smith. Number 2.
Number 2.
I hate doing this. James Wiseman.
More than Solomon Thomas is not on this list?
Honorable mention. It's a tough list, dude. I never expected Solomon Thomas to be good. Honestly, God. Number 3 overall pick. I never expected him to be a star.
What?
When they took Solomon Thomas, it was like, boy.
Dunleavy didn't make the list? I mean,
I don't know if we get to the big one that was out in Oakland, or we haven't even mentioned the guy that
Jason
just left.
Isringhausen?
The guy that just left to Dallas. Like, there's only one of them now. Who's it going to be?
Number 1.
Number 1.
It's not Jamarcus Russell.
It's true.
I thought he was overrated. I didn't think Jamarcus Russell was a number 1 overall pick. You go watch the big games that year with LSU. 4 turnovers against Florida in the swamp. I remember watching that. It's like, yeah, this guy ain't it. It's Trey Lance, man. It's Trey Lance. Spadoni, as I filibuster here, can you pull up the training camp video with Shasky and I?
No, don't.
No, please do.
I'm good.
Because I thought we had the guy.
Yeah.
I thought we had our Ferrari. I thought we had our Josh Allen. I thought we had the next great quarterback in San Francisco. It's not fair, but life ain't fair. Jamarcus Russell, sure, he could have been on the list. Gary Brown could have been on the list. There's a lot of guys who could have been.
My goodness. Okay. Where you want to begin?
we got to begin with the quarterback position. And Debbie over here.
I was talking big 957 the game
You're
listener.
You're going to know what time it is. Subscribe to YouTube.
Oh, boy.
Subscribe to Twitch.
Click it.
95.7 the game. Joe Shasky the Butcher. Bonte Hill. And what we just saw at the quarterback position.
Oh, my God.
Let me just say this, Shasky. I'll start it off like this. I will be shocked if Trey Lance is the starting at quarterback in week number 1.
We're idiots.
I'm going to be real with you. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks play for the 49ers.
Just let it ride.
Undeniable talent. But it's not just the physical tools. It's the little subtleties of how he played the position, the dropbacks, the ability to move in the pocket when there was a little pressure on the left or right side. And then he throws the ball on time, on the money, in the belly button, letting his receiver turn upfield and make plays.
None of those things ended up being right.
The when he steps in the huddle,
Bro.
there's a different swagger to this offense.
Yeah, no
and I know it's just shirts and skin.
Yeah.
He's wearing shorts. There's no pads right now. And it's only, day 3, day 4. But the zip out of his hands, the way he can run and eat up yards and gobble up yards, it just looks different. And poor Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not going to say poor because he's got a lot of money. He's got a lot of cake.
When does that crack come into play?
Damn! Let it ride.
Oh, God.
That's it. There was more to it. We actually said Artie Key flashed in that video.
Yeah, we were right about that.
We were right about that.
Don't
Artie
sleep
Key.
on me being right about that.
I was with you. I said he did flash. He looked good.
Someone needs to find the audio of me talking to Langford the day after practice last year the first day when I was like, I see what Kyle Shanahan sees in Purdy, so I can cling to that.
Dude.
But I meant as QB3.
Hey, man.
Oh, boy.
So that day.
You ever seen Saving Private Ryan? When the knife is going through the guy's heart slowly and he's like, shh, shh. That's what was happening to us while watching and listening to that video again.
So listen.
God damn, we're horrible.
So listen, man.
God.
So that day, because Shasky wasn't even going to come to practice, he came, and we go to In-N-Out. We jumped in Brad Krabs' Instagram Live, SF Niners, and we started bloviating about Trey Lance there. And the clicks were like, and Brad's smiling from ear to ear. He's like, yeah, that's what I'm hearing. So
then we got home.
Dropped Shasky off.
Oh, this is great.
I drop him off. I get in the house no less than 10 minutes later, and Shasky's already on the air, 95-7 the game, on the field of Adonises.
That night, I get a text message from Bonte, and it's a clicked link to an ESPN hit Schefter did about practice. The news reports I'm hearing out of practice.
One of the most gifted people physically I've ever seen. I sound insane. Adonises.
So that happens, right? I hear Shasky on the air. I was like, damn, he beat me to it, right? So he gets the first crack at it. So I remember Fort Paul text. He goes, some people at ESPN asked who you guys were. I said, some clowns up there in the Bay Area. Of course, Fort Paul said that. So I see Adam Schefter. And Adam Schefter out of nowhere goes, guys, the word I'm hearing out of Santa Clara is Trey Lance. I need the official audio because the way he said, listen. Schefter goes, I need the exact verbiage he used because he goes, boy, Trey Lance is coming around and impressing people in Santa Clara. He's lighting it up. I go, there's no doubt he watched that video. And then we come in on Monday, and we're just sky high.
Yeah, well, and then I listen to lots of things, and I'm listening to the play-by-play guy, touchdown, Cisco. He came on, and he said, and I quote
that
you
Monday.
It was the greatest day of individual throwing at practice he's ever seen. And then less than 2 years later, he said, and I quote, he was throwing picks on every single drop back on the scout team. So which is it?
It was unbelievable. But we can laugh about it now. And a lot of people that I see to this day.
I was wrong.
You know what people say?
I was wrong.
You know what people be like, yo, I was high on Trey Lance because I saw that video with you and Shasky. Y'all really hyped him up, man. I was riding with y'all.
Yeah, I know. I was snorting finely cut Trey Lance videos in my dome all week.
So now people say, well, we lost all credibility.
Yeah,
now.
well, you got to have some to lose it.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, you know what?
Hey,
I've been wrong on a lot of prospects.
Yeah, I have too.
I've been right on a lot.
It's all good. It's all good. But that video was so funny. I would be shocked if he's not starting.
Let's not forget, Bill Belichick did trade up to go get Jared Mayo. I mean, come on. Even the GOAT misses.
Oh, man.
Didn't Bill Walsh help them get Gio Carmazzi and Jim Druckenmiller?
On the field of Adonises.
Oh, boy. I regret that line.
So good. Chasky, as soon as I dropped him off after that practice,
well,
I
dude,
got
Devone's
the
like,
house.
come save us. We need content.
One of
Get
the most
Chasky.
gifted people physically I've ever seen. I sound insane. A field of Adonis.
Dude, okay, time out. Which one of you bums chopped that up so quickly for Spadoni to just knife me up?
It was Madsen.
You know, you ever watch a prison video, like a prison movie back in the day where like they hand the knife to someone and everybody gets their jab in? That's you guys right now on me.
Well, I think we used that call because you were on with Steiny and Goo, I believe, that day to discuss it. If I'm not mistaken. So we played the audio.
Multiple hits. We weren't the morning roast yet, huh? Were we the morning roast yet?
I mean, you were big time. I don't know.
No, I wasn't big time. I wasn't even on television yet.
Third wheel on a jalopy.
Damn, they got NBC to watch that video. Would never hire.
Would you rather us have no takes at all?
Yeah, I know. You got to have a take. Got to have a
No,
take.
you guys were the roast back then. Yeah, it was 2021, so you guys were the roast back then. I remember it was that day.
Roast.
No, we weren't the roast
No,
yet.
you were.
No.
Well, yeah, it was a different roast because I wasn't there. That's why. By the way, Fast Five, Xfinity.
When should I be S&G? Oh. No wonder K. Scott left. It's like, thank God. These idiots.
One of the most gifted people physically I've ever seen.
I've got enough of that.
A field of Adonises.
Shout out to Debbie, though. She's still working down there in Santa Clara.
Yes, she
We
is.
saw Debbie at training camp. She goes, oh, baby, you know I'm still rocking with 95.7 because that's how we said, Debbie. We got there, got the name tags. Debbie goes, 95.7 came. I listen to that all day long. I was like, damn, Debbie. Right there in front of the Niners, in front of their flagship partners. Love Debbie. All right, Fast Five. Final thoughts. When we get back from vacation, folks, listen. I know we got
It's
60
on and
seconds.
poppin'.
It's on and popping.
We ready.
We ready. Eye Black is on, and it's game time, folks. We made it through the dog days of summer. We made it through Giants baseball. Hell, we didn't even talk about Alex Cobb's one-hitter. Why? Because it's a one-hitter. We've seen that before. And we don't give it to him unless it was a no-hitter. All right? So that's how you get time on here. Listen, it is on the poppin'. We made it through the dog days, folks. Strap up and get ready for Pittsburgh when we get back.
If you don't have a take and you can't say it with your chest out and be brutally wrong 2 years later, like, you're in the wrong business.
Yeah, who cares?
You're in the wrong business. I mean, come on. Scott McLuhan, he found Joe Saley and Patrick Willis. And he also drafted Kentwan Balmer and Shiloh Rashal. That happens. It happens. It happens. But I would say this. It's the end of summer. I love you all. Go out and have a great weekend and cook up some sausage.
There you go. I don't think we're speaking of busts. I don't think any coach and GM will have the worst collection of first-round picks than Mike Mayock and John Gruden. I'll just leave it at that. Damon Arnett.
Clemson Tigers.
Oh, my God. Josh Jacobs, the only one.
What about Gruden and Mayock giving out Raiders stickers at the Senior Bowl game? Remember they give everybody Raiders.
You get a Buckeye, and you get a Buckeye. The old commercial.
Love it. What you got?
Big time lubby lub.
Oh, I had a thought, but then a notification just popped up on my phone. Luis Matos sent back down to AAA Sacramento. That's why you got to take the right route, Luis. Come on.
Christ.
No, but, it's unfortunate. I'm sure he'll be back soon.
Who is dying to see Yastrzemski? What are we doing? What? Who has to see 33-year-old Mike Yastrzemski?
Gabe Kapler, Farhan Zaidi.
The guy's got more holes in his
answer.
swing than a flute.
Physically I've ever seen.
Anyway, yeah, but Logan Webb on the hill today against the Reds. Big day for the Giants. I need this win. I'm declaring it today. Must win for the Giants.
Shut up.
Bye-bye. We got to go.
Way to end the summer. The must win.
Brought to you by Xfinity. Going for a sweep today. It's a must win. Next Generation Changing Network. Only from Xfinity. The feature starts now with Steiny and Guru. And again, a special shout out to the Fieldwork Brewing House.
Hell yeah.
All you listener, all the people who support 95.7 Game, Dublin Barnes, Vivian, Ernie Chavez, Rocket New Era, Xavier, Drew Down. The list goes on and on. Cruiser, Scott. You had Ralph. You had everybody out there, man. It was a great time, Uncle Gene. We loved it. We truly do. Be safe this weekend. We'll see you next Tuesday. And it's go time, folks. Football season is here.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Welcome to today's matinee.
What is going on, everybody? Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you on a Wednesday morning.
Let's go, baby.
The morning after the Red and Gold Summit, Fieldwork Brewing, San Ramon.
My dad, Norm, thought I called in sick. It was 10 o'clock. We weren't on. So I told him, we coming, Pops. We coming. Relax, Norm.
Yeah.
He got it.
We had a great time last night.
Oh, my gosh.
And a lot of listeners out there. We met a lot of the same people who...
They're so nice. Dublin Marge. Can I get a pick, Goo? Filmo Mike. Damon Chang, Xavier W. Must I go on? Drew Down? Stoney, that's what it's about. No, really.
You notice they're a lot nicer in person than they are in text
now, boy, that's a shout out to Adco. That's
Drew,
right on
Drew Down. Oh, Steiny, what's going on, Steiny?
Oh, boy.
Like, really?
Yeah.
That's all love.
Yeah, I met a young guy.
Love.
He was in 4th grade. He was too nervous. The dad said that I was one of his favorites,
right.
and I went up and chopped it up to him. Just a handsome young man. And if I wasn't 50, I'd remember his name. But I gave her, young kid, you're my fave. But we had a good time. That's what it's about, really, man.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
You were special. I was watching you. You didn't know. Smiling, shaking the hands, kissing the kids.
I just heard you do the
weight loss video with Bonte.
And you said you were watching Bonte all night.
Well, I had a cam on everybody.
And you noticed that he didn't eat pizza.
His cam was about food. Yeah, he didn't have pizza. And the lovely Christy showed up. The beautiful Christy. Yeah, she gave me a pizza. I took it home to the family.
Yeah, that's there's 3 MVPs from last night. Christy, who
MVP
gave me a pizza on the way out too, because what happens during these events a lot, the professionals, or if you've done it, I don't like to eat during the show. It's just I don't want to.
Shasky ate on air,
right? So what typically happens is everybody from corporate gets there and the sales department, and they order up all kinds of food when we're on the air,
and you can't get to
food up, and they eat and they drink. And by the way, just drinking water. And then next thing you know, it's over at 6 o'clock, and everyone's leaving, and I'm starving. So Christy, the MVP, for giving me a pizza to go.
She's awesome.
For thinking about that. Filmo Mike.
Yeah, Mike, baby.
I had 1 beer. That's it.
You did not during the show, though.
No, I was drinking water during the show.
I don't know why the boss don't trust us.
Out of respect for the boss, I did that.
What's that about?
It's contract time.
No, but a beer ain't drunk. You know what I mean? Let's wet the whistle.
Yeah,
let us wet the whistle.
I had 1, and Filmo Mike bought it for me, so thank you, Filmo Mike. And then the number 3 MVP, as always, Tim Jordan.
Oh my gosh,
we can. Yeah, it's not easy to do a remote, and we do them probably more than anybody. And Tim Jordan's always front and center.
If Denzel retires on the Equalizer, just swap Tim Jordan. He can do it all, Stein.
He really can.
MacGyver.
He really can. All right, here's something I was thinking about today, Bay Area. Back to school time, right? It's back to school time.
And the traffic.
Kids going back to school. Kids going back to college.
Yeah.
You know what it means for a college professor to have tenure? Ooh, that professor's got tenure.
That means, let me guess, Nani, he's been there a while.
It means he's been there a little while, and that he's been so good that he's going to get he or she's going to get some special perks and some job security.
Oh, no doubt.
Definitely job security. I was thinking about the Bay Area. And usually about after 6-7 years is when you have to make a decision on whether a professor or person gets tenured. And if they get tenured, then you know what? They're going to be here for the foreseeable future. All right, thinking about this. The Warriors. Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, and I know Myers isn't here.
Bobby.
But Lacob took over in 10-11. By 17 or 18, they'd won a couple titles. They're certainly tenured.
They're made men to me. Okay.
All right, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. This is their 7th year. We got to make a decision. It's a game we're going to play. Are John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan tenured right now? Have you tenured them? Do you want them to lead your franchise for the foreseeable future?
You know what? My answer has changed, not just after the summit, but talking to you, because you've swayed my opinion on just how important Lynch is. And if you're listening, John, you are awesome. but I'm starting to think the Jerry Jones of the 49ers is Kyle Shanahan. So I'm going to say Kyle, even though I criticize him in high leverage situations, I recognize his brilliance, Steiny. He's got the tenure I don't think Lynch has.
All right. What about Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler? If they get this Giants team to the playoffs,
half game back,
would you give them tenure? Would you be ready to commit?
No.
To Kapler and Farhan for another 3, 4, 5 years if they get to the playoffs this year?
And it's because of what's happening off the field. Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross. You have not shown me off the field you can close that damn door and close a deal. Now, some may say, that's unfair. Deal? Get Judge out of the pinstripes. Get Stanton. Get Bryce Harper, who will play some sound to him. He's the man of the day. But that, to me, is still keeping you from me giving you your tenure, Steiny.
See, to me, the 49ers, if I were in charge and I had to decide whether Shanahan and Lynch are going to be around for the long term, I'd have to wait until the end of the year. I'd have to wait. Like, this is their year. If
what do you mean this is what? Is it win losses? Is it when you lose?
It's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. See, I don't.
So this Trey Lance thing, has it affected?
Yes.
Wow.
Like, and Evan was talking about this too. Trey Lance, by getting rid of Trey Lance, I feel like Kyle actually gave himself less leash than he would have had. And what I mean by that is if the season goes let's say Brock Purdy didn't play well, and even if the 49ers were to have a bad year, you'd be saying, well, at least we're going to get to see Trey Lance play.
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to be able to even say that now if the season goes south.
That's a fact. Jack.
So the thing with those two guys is I'm ready to give it to them, but now after what happened, I kind of need.
They lost something a little bit. Sounds like a little credit.
It's not credit. It's just that
leeway.
It's just that
leash.
It's just that it's a make or break year. You can tell. You can just tell.
Wow, man.
If they get it done or get far again and they have a quarterback, I think all systems are going to be go for this regime for the next 5-10 years. But if something happens at the quarterback position, or if something happens and this team underachieves this year, then I will think, now what are we going to do? Because at that point, I don't think people will be as confident in Shanahan for the foreseeable future. But he also won't be deserving of getting fired, probably. So all I'm asking about is if you had a crystal ball or you had the decision to make right now, or would you wait? What do you do with Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler? The funny thing is the San Francisco Giants are having a hell of a season. I think they're
bats
right
are waking
in
up.
The wild card race.
Yeah,
they're doing it with younger players. What more could you have asked for if you were a Giants fan than to be in it and to see all these guys you wanted to see in the first place? So,
man, when you put it like that,
to me, I mean, if the Giants make the playoffs this year, haven't Kapler and Farhan kind of proven they can win?
But can you sway Ohtani out of an Angel uniform? That's a big part for me this offseason. On the field, you're right, Stoney. And the way you set it up.
How come they have to get a big name, but like the Niners
because
don't?
The Niners got 100 stars. To the point to where one of the fan favorites, I believe there's been a seismic shift. We'll get into that, but come on,
So
Stoney.
you believe Farhan Zaidi and Kapler are
I don't even put it in
Niners.
Kapler's doors. No. I feel like the Giants, when you look at it from the prism of they got some young talent and they're competing, that's good. But when you look at it like if they had the young talent with Aaron Judge, what would they be? Would they be a threat to win the World Series? I don't know, but so I'm taking Kapler out of this because Farhan, you got to close a deal. We've talked ad nauseum all year long that you're right. It's a feel-good story that the Matos and the Baileys are up and doing it. But damn it, Willard, he never comes out of his clothes. We've seen him talk about he's tired of watching, oh, you were on vacation. All these other studs come to the yard to play the Giants, and they got just the young guys. When's the next Bopper or that Bryce Harper? And they've had chances. They danced and went on dates. Now Ohtani's available, Stoney.
So there's a GM out there that could ensure he could get a free agent to San Francisco. You know what I mean? Who's the GM?
Well, how many cracks do we give Farhan for flirting and not closing the deal?
Who was the biggest free agent?
Stanton.
Who's the biggest free agent after Barry Bonds that the Giants signed?
Oh, I already got that. Chris Bryant.
Okay, was that a big one?
Well, that was a trade. That was a trade at the deadline.
What I'm getting at is like no Giant general manager has been able to land a big boy through free agency since Bonds. And Bonds was an extra special situation because he wanted to go back home. What if so Farhan Zaidi and Kapler simply winning doesn't do it for you? They've got to get a big boy in here.
I think so.
Okay.
Unless you say, Stoney, I'm going to give them 5 more years or 3 more years, let the youngsters play. Looks good, but I'm watching the Dodgers every day. I'm watching the Padres, even though it's reality TV. They got stars everywhere.
But the Padres stink.
Well, yeah, but they're not boring.
Well, but the Giants are better than the Padres. Are you telling me you'd rather have the Giants fielding the Padres team up here right now?
No.
With that talent?
What I'm saying is something is amiss in that clubhouse. But before this season, there's nobody on this earth that would have not taken the Padres over what the Giants were rolling out. Right. Now, I didn't know what's gone south, and Melvin, I don't know if his job's in jeopardy, but something is off. But my point is Machado, what's my guy? Good.
Snell.
No.
Tatis.
Thank you, man. What's the other one in outfield? Oh my.
Bogarts.
No, the guy that does the dancing at the plate. Thank you, Stoney. Yes. Maybe they got medicine for forgetfulness.
Somebody here says Barry Zito. Yeah, that's a good call.
But that's a joke. That's material.
No,
it's been forever.
But that was after Bonds.
Yeah, but it's been forever.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
So, I mean, a cynic would say, well, Goo, you're holding something against Farhan that other GMs were able to overcome.
No, there's 2 aspects to building a team, and right now they're hitting it out the park with the balance and infusion.
Wouldn't you give Sabian would have gotten tenure, obviously, right?
Yeah, and I believe
he never got a big boy free agent. He did it another way. What if Farhan could just do it through the farm system?
No, I wanted the free agent represents ready-made. They graduated the farm system, and they've taken flyers and meetings with these guys. I listed 4. Now, some could say Judge was never going to lose. Don't tell this station. Don't tell Willard and Dibbs, who were in El Segundo, where we're at Linden, where I thought he really was coming to be a Giant. That's the part on the to-do list for Farhan is give this youthfulness a big boy, a bopper.
See, I'm not going to look at it like that. First of all, if I wouldn't give Farhan or Kapler a tenure right now, if you want to use that term, but I do know this.
I got to ask you.
The Oakland A's had what's that?
When you're done, I would like to ask you why, because it sounds like he's checked the boxes. They're having a good year. We've seen the youngsters.
A good year doesn't get it done.
Ooh. See, I thought that's where you were going.
No, what I'm saying is Billy Beane had to work within certain constraints for the Oakland A's. And under those constraints, he probably was the best GM that the Oakland A's ever could have had.
All right.
So even though it was a bad university, they won a lot under Beane. But anyway, my point is Billy Beane was a tenured general manager.
No doubt about it.
Even though he couldn't even think of signing free agents.
There was a movie made about
it. He couldn't even think of signing a free agent. So he went about another way to build a team, and often they won, and so whatever. He's a good GM. The Giants.
Some say Andrew McCutchen. He was older.
Maybe the Giants have a built-in constraint that players don't want to come to the Bay for whatever reason, and Farhan's got to work around that.
Andre McCutchen. Oh, wow. I don't believe that, Steiny. I believe the Bay is attractive. That's just me. I don't know. And I was just leaving. We left Las Vegas, and every time I heard somebody say no state taxes, I said, I thought about my check. Like, man, that is but man, I don't believe that's why the Giants are losing out on the big boys.
Do Shanahan and Lynch have tenure? You ready to commit to Shanahan and Lynch for, let's say, the next 5 to 10 years? That's a question. Man. TC's in Sacramento. What's going on, TC? How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's up, Steiny and Drew?
Hey.
Hey, look, check it out. Hey, Steiny, I couldn't agree with you much more, man. You and Drew right now. This is a conversation, man, that a lot of this fan base and media need to hear about these two dudes with Kyle and Lynch. I'm not giving them a tenure. This is it this year, bro. I'm not talking about no championship game. I'm not talking about one playoff win. Brock Purdy looks okay, so let's give him a 10-year deal. No. Super Bowl, or you're out of here, bro. Or a shaky season, you're out of here. Period. You got the real deal. You got the next Steve Young. You picked your guy, bro. You picked your guy. You told us it was Lance. You played around and been goofing around with the quarterback position, the most important position. I'm not talking about linebacker, edge rusher, defensive back, Christian. I'm not talking about any of that, bro. I'm talking about the quarterback position. This is it for Shanahan and Lynch. If you don't get it done, bro, you're out of here. There ain't no tenure. Period.
Wow.
There's a lot of the core. He did that was his best point to me, Steiny.
What?
The most important position was the biggest miss. Like, this wasn't the third pick in the draft and you took a linebacker and he was Reuben Foster. This was Joe Montana. This was John Elway. This was Patrick. This was supposed to be.
I don't do that. I don't assume that every third pick in the draft is going to turn into the.
How about your next franchise quarterback? Meet me halfway there then.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, starter for 8-10 years.
Okay.
For sure.
Right. I'll take it.
But, I mean, you just mentioned 2 of the top 5 quarterbacks ever. I mean, and, like, the other thing is there were 5 quarterbacks in this draft.
All that, none of them have gotten traded yet. They're all with their original team.
Yeah, my question is, where are you with Shanahan and Lynch? And where are you with Farhan and Kapler? Because I just think, listen.
And they've both been here a while.
When
they may have it already, Steiny.
If they may. But to me, this is a big year. This is the big year for Shanahan and Lynch. If they make another run this year, I would commit to them like the Warriors committed to Myers, Kerr, and the rest of them. If the 49ers falter this year, then I'm in a wait and see. The San Francisco Giants, I mean, we're in a situation now where if they make the playoffs this year, I get the set. They're not loved, Farhan, Zaidi, and Kapler. But at that point, don't you have to say this team is competitive every single year, and every other year they're going to make the playoffs and give themselves a shot.
Yeah.
They developed a farm system.
Well, that
because we're doing it with young players.
Yeah. Well, when you
which you have to do because we can't get free agents in San Francisco. So to me, Kapler and Zaidi and Kapler.
Well, that's interesting.
Maybe they're closer than we think to being mainstays here.
Yeah. Because you said that it has to culminate this season in a playoff berth. Because when you said they did it would be making the postseason with a majority of the youngsters contributing. 415 says, Steiny, what other options would it be if you got rid of Kyle and John? My question to you before you answer is, what if you went and told Nahegan, or we told Nahegan, you know what? I'm going to spend time with the family. I'm done. Right there on the spot, Nahegan wouldn't know who he was going to hire. He would have to do a job search, get a paper, write down, and then tomorrow his answer would be entirely different than just on the spot. So 415, if you're asking us right now, who would you put in there for Kyle? Because we heard that. What other coaches out there? Give somebody time to come up with the answer, and that list would be pretty impressive. Who you replacing Steiny and Goo with on the fly? Talk to me tomorrow. I got like 20 names.
And it's the other
Heaven
thing.
is Madoni.
The other thing I kind of thought was interesting was it happened last night during the Red and Gold Summit was, and I just think we have a tendency to do this, because we're in the Bay.
What?
But we were talking about Kyle Shanahan, and the question, who would you rather have? Who would you rather have? And I just said, well, what about a guy like Sean McDermott in Buffalo? And Joe said,
he's better.
Oh, Kyle's better than McDermott. And I said, well, why?
I do believe he was right.
Okay, well, Shanahan's got a better resume. He's got a better playoff record.
And been to a Super Bowl.
And he's been to a Super Bowl. Great. And he's better. Is he a better play caller?
I think so.
Yeah, what about a leader? Who's a better leader?
Well, if you ask Jimmy Garoppolo, it wouldn't be Kyle. But
my point is that McDermott probably has some qualities in terms of leadership and communication that are probably better than Kyle Shanahan. And so if the Buffalo Bills run the table and win it, so then McDermott's better, he'll be better on the official chart.
I believe so. How
okay.
McVay's better than Kyle
I'm just saying
now. That didn't come up yet, but seriously, McVay has a Super Bowl ring, Stoney.
Right. And all I'm saying is that doesn't necessarily make him better. It just makes him have one Super Bowl over Kyle. And he's always going to have that unless Kyle wins it. So I get it. But, I mean, it's
but
not
you
crazy.
think McVay is kind of... He comes from the same cloth as I have McVay. Like he's a brilliant offensive offensive mind.
Yeah, but
and he's falling on hard times.
Okay, what about leadership? What about being
I don't
the
know how to
leader of a
gauge
team?
that.
What do you mean?
Because if there's nothing that comes out, I got to give you the benefit of the doubt.
My point is, I would never say that Kyle Shanahan's a better coach than.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I would never say that Dan Campbell is a better coach than Kyle Shanahan.
Wow. All right.
But who's a better leader? Like, there are different aspects of coaching. So that's all I'm saying. Kyle's got strengths. Kyle's got weaknesses.
And we all do.
Exactly. So where is he right now?
Well, I guess the question is, Stoney, can you overcome your weaknesses? Are your weaknesses the reason you can't get to the mountaintop? But Campbell and McDermott have not gotten to the Super Bowl.
No, they haven't. Sirianni, could he be better than Kyle Shanahan? Is he a better coach than Kyle Shanahan? Why would you say no? He's been there, 1 year? First year? Did he do this in his first year?
This is that second year.
Okay. I'm just asking.
No, but that's
great playoff.
He's younger.
Yes, Sirianni. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, coming up in 1 hour, listen at 11:30 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G, and many more coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd, 2023, all courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, presented by 102 Jams.
Settle down, class.
base hit. So Spencer Steer spoils the party.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Alex Cobb almost threw a no-no last night. It's all right.
The last batter.
Giants won. That's all that matters.
Did Matos take a wrong angle to that ball?
Well, if he did, he's their best defensive player, right?
I come in this morning, you know what? He
right,
is.
I
I like
to stir
him.
something up. I know.
No, I
I
said
heard you asked 9 people it, and they all said no. He didn't take a bad route.
The 9 is like 2. But I said, Evan, is there anything worse than sports than losing a no-no? Young whippersnappers, this losing the perfect game. But I meant in any other sport. Like, if you got 30 at half in the NBA and you don't get 50, you're good. You had a good night. Football, if you have 150
I thought you were
yards.
talking about actually winning and losing. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking about
Well, they had the
individual.
game in hand.
I mean, to me, losing at the buzzer in a basketball game.
Somebody put a compilation together of no-nos that are 1 out away, 1 pitch.
All right, I got it.
Heartbreak hotel.
I mean, the Giants thought Matos was so bad they actually sent him down to AAA and just called up Yaz. So
There
take
you
that
go.
for what it's worth.
Well,
dude, your shirt game. We got to get into that.
You take a bad route, you go back to the minors. Can I have the floor for a sec?
Oh, yours.
I'd like to welcome my mom to the Bay Area.
Mary!
Yeah, Mom just arrived at 9:50. They're in the car right now, heading back to the house. So she's going to be here this week. And
I'm waiting on my invite.
Look at this. And this is the first time.
She is awesome and beautiful.
This is the first time in, I don't even know how long. I've got everybody back.
All the kids?
All 3 daughters at the house. And Mom's going to be at the house. And Susan. Boy. So...
No Pops, though.
No, he can't travel.
Okay.
But I come home yesterday from work. I don't know about 2:30, 2:45.
Well, which work? We had two jobs yesterday. At 6 or after 2?
Yeah, at 6 after the job. After the
second job.
And there were my 3 daughters were all sitting on the couch, and I was like, "Oh my God, this probably hasn't happened for 12 years."
I feel like I see a thug here.
So anyway, hey Mom, love you. And
did you guys eat together, or they already had eaten?
She just got here.
No, your 3 daughters last night when you got home.
Yeah, they took him some of the pizza for field.
Dude, this is wow.
But
man.
my daughter Grace cooked actually. She cooked
my niece
loved the chili. Grace, I did love the chili. Anyway, I think, and I'll just drop the bomb here. Not a bomb, but
you dropped the bomb.
I think I'm
on
gonna take
me.
tomorrow off.
Oh, okay.
And Evan's going to be in.
All right, yeah, Evan and I rocking.
I had to take tomorrow.
Yeah,
I got
my Dukes.
The whole this might be the last time.
She asked about
Everybody's
me.
together.
I'll
Not
send
yet.
her a
I haven't
message to
seen it.
Facebook.
All right, let's get back to. Thank you for giving me that time. I appreciate it.
Dude, it's your show. We got 4 hours.
Back to Wiggins. Exactly.
You did that in Vegas. But you had been off. I don't feel like
I feel like I got to rush through things.
Yeah, you started in Vegas, and we were supposed to talk about Bloody Marys, and you just woof. Let's go, goo. Felt like me a little bit. I was like, Steinies, slow down. We're in the Vegas, Sin City. But we got right to it. I know you had been off, so you want to, you on your P's and Q, but I wanted to. What's the Hawaii symbol? Hang loose a little bit. Yeah.
Hang loose.
Yeah.
All right. We got a bunch of calls, and they're varied. So let's we're gonna potpourri it for a moment. We're gonna start out with DJ. DJ's in the city. What's up, DJ? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Hey, what's up, Tiny? What's up, dude?
Hey.
On the hit this morning. Tiny, I'm agreeing with all the points that you're making this morning, man. I've come to realize, man, you like Socrates when it comes to just spitting out facts. But in terms of Giants fans and the infatuation that most Giants fans have with signing the big superstar.
Hey, DJ, we got a bad connection. I was having trouble understanding.
Yeah. Well, I heard you were on TV this morning.
No.
I thought he said you were dropping nuggets this morning. But he must have been early.
Yeah. I got to strongly disagree.
Those guys got a good sense of humor. Like, they should try to write comedy.
Who?
The producers for all the shows.
Not right now. They're on strike.
Their timing is impeccable.
I'll tell you what, they could probably break into the business right now. I'll tell you that. Let's go to Leroy. Come on, Leroy. Get us started.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
We were looking for you yesterday,
Hey,
Leroy.
go.
We were looking for you in San Ramon. I know you had to work.
Oh, man, it was on my radar. I sure did have to work, but I hope you guys had a good time. Steiny, Goo, happy hump day. And, Mary, welcome to the Bay Area. Perfect segue to what I was going to say about the Giants.
Cool.
And that's this.
the Bay Area, a lot of the Bay Area, is just all show and no substance. We got the Golden Gate Bridge. You know, we got the two bridges. We got Pier 39, we got Coit Tower. And you get here and you see the pictures and you want to get here. And you get here and you start moving around and you start going places and you're like, man, all it's cracked up to be. And I think that's what goes on with the Giants as far as landing the big fish. The big fish see the pictures. They come here, oh, it's going to be beautiful. And they get here, and they're like, I'm supposed to hit in this park? Now, there was a survey done by hitters, by home run hitters. And what's the worst hitting parks in baseball to hit home runs? And out of 30 teams, the Giants were 21st. So if you're a home run hitting guy, and you're a big hitting guy, why would you want to come here? And let me say this one last thing. But as far as beautiful ballparks, the most beautiful ballparks in baseball, San Francisco is number 2. So all show.
Who's won, Leroy?
When you start peeling back the layers, guys are like, I think I'll pass.
Leroy, who's number 1? The ballpark on your list.
Leroy just texted.
Now that's a tease.
It's Dodger Stadium.
Stop it.
What?
It's PNC Park.
It might be. That's a great
stadium.
There? No.
Either one.
So both of your favorite stadiums you haven't actually been to?
No, remember that was a bit I did.
Now, what are you trying to say, Evan? Seriously.
Dodger Stadium's the best stadium in baseball.
With the HD technology we have.
But you can tell on TV.
And you look at the backdrop of PNC Park, Evan, do I have to go to not be able to say that is just beautiful?
Well, there could be a possum in the press box. Like, you never know if there's rats running around the concourse because you've never been there.
Could you imagine you and I at the press box and we see a possum? We would leave.
I haven't had to imagine you and I together a lot lately. We've been together a lot lately.
A little dig by Steiny.
No.
Yeah, I fended it off.
No, I don't.
I'm in a good mood.
No, I don't have to. You and I.
I'm running hot inside.
How about we do a show together. I drive over there.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for the place, and boom, right
in
away
the
I see
parking
Guru.
garage. Then when we're leaving, I hear these little footsteps. I look up. And Steiny's like, it's you again. Because that's how I'm looking at you like, I can't escape this dude.
Here's how you know that we know each other. I'm walking around the corner. Guru's around the corner. He can't see me. And he goes, hey, Steiny, what's up? I recognize your footsteps.
I heard him. The little tap.
Guru knows my walk.
Well, I'm going to say this, and we'll get back to business. Back to Wiggins. I'm in the my Serenity joint in Vegas, the sports book. I'm zoned out. Steiny, I don't know where he went. Let's just say went and got a beverage. And I feel a hit that almost gave me a Charlie horse, and it's Steiny hit me. I didn't tell you it bothered me. You hit me too hard. And remember when
you were sitting in that theater seat?
But you were all happy. But you hit me like, dude, I wanted to wrestle you. Like, leave me the F alone. You don't remember you came and hit me, and then you hit me again.
I tapped you on the shoulder.
You were feeling good. Yeah,
I tapped you on the shoulder because
you didn't know your strength, though. I was like, this son of a, I'm trying to watch my run line.
Once you hit 50, you lose 10% of your strength each decade. So I'm not that strong anymore.
Is that the metric?
I think so, yeah.
By the way, Leroy called back. Petco Park in San Diego.
Not mad at that.
How can you be mad at that?
Evan's been there. You've been there, too?
My mom's been there.
What's the city, the little section they call it down there?
Gaslamp.
God, Evan.
Hey, by the way, I'll do this next break.
If that's a commercial, you can't say that.
Yeah, you got to
pick it back up and do it.
Something about a lazy boy kicking your feet up.
Hey, by the way, Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners, and right now, don't miss their Labor Day event. 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you, so hurry in. These prices won't last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries, long live the lazy. I love
you feel better?
By the way, we got a holiday coming up.
Dude, Labor Day.
That one snuck up.
Yep. Shout out to all the women.
Why?
How do you think you got here? Mary was in labor. So that's
a 6.
That is unbelievable. That is a 5+.
Who knew you were?
Oh,
shout
my
out
gosh.
to Dave. Goo had a little flim.
I'm not.
Oh boy.
I don't want to ask. I'll just move on. Philip in San Jose.
He said a 6. Oh boy.
Hey,
Calling my
Philip.
shot right now. Look, Shanahan
Yeah.
is one of the greatest coaches in the NFL right now. I think he's the best. I'm a little biased on that, but
Fair enough.
Wow.
it's funny how this is the same exact thing with Andy Reid. Andy Reid lost like 3-4 championships in a row. Went to the Super Bowl and lost. And as soon as he won one, like Shanahan's going to do this year, that's my shot.
Well, the only thing
well.
I fight back on that is what I said at the summit, Steiny. The people in Philly don't care. Your friends, the diehards, they don't care about Andy's Super Bowl. We're talking about a certain fan base. So, yeah, Andy went, and now he's got 2, should have 3. D Ford doesn't jump off sides. They might be playing in another Super Bowl. Neither here nor there, Steiny. Eagle fans are only worried about Andy Reid while he was there. So I'm shocked. I understand Kyle is good at his job, Steiny, but don't talk to me about going somewhere else and winning. It's about what you do here. Just like Wiseman and Trey Lance. Whatever they do is not going to benefit the Warriors nor the Niners.
But let's just talk about the what's become easy to say now. And that is, well, who do you want instead of Kyle Shanahan? And there aren't a lot of coaches you want instead of Kyle Shanahan. I don't even know how many, but all I'm saying is this. There are different there are aspects to coaching. Listen, there's nobody. Here's the one thing I've realized in 6 years listening to people talk about Kyle Shanahan.
All right.
There is nobody that says, he doesn't know football. I mean, there is absolutely no doubt that Kyle Shanahan is a great football mind. He's creative. He knows how to call plays. He's
innovative.
All those things.
Yeah, he's creative.
Whether you are a young coach under him or whether you're an older coach that knew his dad, everybody acknowledges Kyle Shanahan. I don't want to use genius, but he's clearly one of the brightest minds in football. That doesn't necessarily make you a great head coach. It just makes you one of the brightest guys in football. Yeah. He's been compared to Andy Reid. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Just what about Andy Reid's relationship with his players, the way he handles his team? How much did we know about that when he was in Philly? What was his relationship like with Donovan McNabb? Was it pretty good?
Yeah, I say so.
Okay, well, that's a big part of coaching. So Kyle Shanahan maybe needs to manage better.
But wouldn't we know something outside of Jimmy's comments?
It's not about a season imploding and a Super Bowl team going to 0-17. It's about getting a team to reach their peak as a leader. And if Kyle Shanahan, as a leader, as a coach, isn't getting his team to reach their potential, then yes, it might be the difference between winning a Super Bowl and losing in the NFC Championship game.
Interesting.
Not necessarily going 6-11 and missing the playoffs. And so, throw a coach at me.
Chuck Knox.
Chuck Knox, the old Rams coach.
Seattle, too.
Okay. Well, I was hoping you would give me a Super Bowl coach.
Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson.
Good call.
Is Doug Peterson a better coach than Kyle Shanahan?
I would say he's more accomplished because he has a Super Bowl win in Philly, and now he's resurrected the Jaguars.
Okay. What are his strengths and weaknesses as a coach? He's clearly pretty creative too, right?
Yeah, but no player, if you tell me how much credence you give this, no player has publicly called him out that I know of. And to me, that's why I checked the box of what you just talk about, the possibilities with Kyle. Is he a leader of men? And I guess from afar, Steiny, if there's nothing played out in the media or no disrespect, don't you got to give that coach?
No. There's degrees to this. If Nahegan were a terrible boss, it wouldn't necessarily mean that we'll go to the media and say, this is the worst boss I've ever worked for.
Don't you think that would get out?
But what it might,
scuttlebutt?
But what it might mean is that morale's not great here. and then we're not as good as we should be. I don't know where Kyle Shanahan is. How is he as a motivator? How important is motivation to you guys as a pro coach?
Juice on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat says, ask Guru if he wants Kyle in Dallas. I would give my 2 arms for Kyle in Dallas. So I can say, yeah, I'm still watching high leverage situations and play calling because, Sonny, I do believe a genius has so much going through his mind at all times that sometimes they outsmart themselves. And that's why I'm so fixated on these 10-point leads that kind of cost the Niners when Kyle could actually be walking around here or riding around with 2 rings.
Let's go to Riff. Riff's in Daly City. What's up, Riff? How you doing, man?
Gentlemen, good to talk to you. I text, but I rarely call. How are you?
Cool. We're great, thank you.
Okay, I wanted to weigh in on the 10-year thing. I go back to Kezar and Candlestick Park. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Okay, sorry. I'm 64 years old. Taking over a terrible franchise the way they did, you throw out the first 2 years. This is just my thought. Takes a couple of years to get some traction. In the 3rd year, they went to the Super Bowl, which they lost by the defense, by the way. They give up 31 points. Quarterback didn't help. And then the COVID year, everybody was injured. So if you look at their body of work over the last 4 years throughout COVID, they've been to the championship game every year and got beat by a great offense in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
That's my thought. I think they definitely deserve their tenure.
Oh,
yeah.
Got you. No, fair enough.
Approved.
I'm kind of with you, except I want to make doubly sure, and I want to see what happens this year after the Trey Lance decision kind of falls out, if you will. Then, the other thing is, what makes a great coach a great coach? There's a million different things.
But nothing is more important than winning. And that's
okay. How's Kyle's leadership's a part of it. Like, you've criticized his play calling
in certain situations,
okay.
But I called him brilliant and a genius for the majority of it. Steiny, name me a great coach in any league or sport that doesn't have the wins. Like, you can't get great next to your name unless your team, there's some success on whatever on the field.
Right.
So that's the most. It starts there, right?
Yes, but they're not. If Kyle Shanahan's not a great leader, I don't think they're going to win at all. I mean, he can call plays till he's blue in the face.
So close. That's why I guess I'm giving them that benefit of the doubt.
That's fair.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, let's get TJ in here. He called back. What's up, TJ? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Steiny. Good morning, Goo. Thanks for taking my call again.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing I want to say is I just don't get why a lot of Giants fans have an infatuation with signing a big name star. I think that if you look back at the Giants' history and some of the keys to the Giants' success is having a mix between rookies and seasoned vets. And I think to look back, obviously Buster Posey, Madison Bumgarner, Tim Lincecum, Matt Cain, Tim Hudson, Jake Peavy. I can go on. And the Giants are kind of repeating that this year with obviously yesterday's performance by Alex Cobb. So I don't think the Giants need to sign a big superstar. I think their farm system is perfect and they develop superstars and homegrown talent. And when they do that, the stadium fills up. So I'm not even stressed about that. And I just want to finish the call on a completely unrelated topic. What do you guys think about trading Nick Bosa to the Chargers for Justin Herbert? That's all I got. Thank you.
That's
Get
too
him off
funny.
now.
Yeah, wow. Evan would be mad.
Yeah, Evan's a Charger fan, and he's like, hit the pike.
You cannot have Justin Herbert for Levi's Stadium.
Wow, man. Because it's a quarterback league, Steiny. That would. I don't think enough gets talked about now. The relationship
lead,
between a great
don't have one, and
quarterback
it's okay.
and a fan base. Not a defensive lineman who is appreciated, but I'll tell you what, and I came in this morning running hot. I told you and Evan about that erroneous, if it is, report. The Niners, from a PR standpoint, especially after this debacle with Lance, because that's what it is, there's no way in hell Nick Bosa is not going to be a Niner.
Well, you wouldn't
Stop
think so.
it.
You wouldn't think so, but anything's possible.
How would you sell that?
He wanted too much money. That's how you sell it.
Oh, my goodness. To me, there's not too much money for Bosa.
Really?
You are young, DPOY.
So you pay him 40. Is this
why they went and got Hargrave? Because they saw this coming?
No, this is why you can't be a GM.
I hate when I think a monopoly.
He wants $41 million.
So that's really $6 million more than what you probably were going to, because we all said he's probably asking for 35 or 41's top quarterback money.
Let's just say 40. You giving him 40?
I would.
Okay. So that means you're giving Nick
I would
Bosa
give him 40. I'm being real.
33% more money than Aaron Donald.
If that's what it is, that's what it is.
You can't do that.
Why? Not because he's not worth it. Because what you and Evan talked about in the green room.
It'll hamstring your team.
And the league will get mad for resetting the market.
Well, the league won't care, but the other owners.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not like that's the last on my list. So you would leave. So you're saying to me and the masses listening, there's a price tag on. Like,
of course there is.
You would let him.
The Raiders got rid of Khalil Mack.
Yeah, but I feel like Gruden thought Mack was done.
I mean,
or had his best day.
When the Oklahoma City Thunder had Durant, Westbrook, and Harden was becoming a free agent. They couldn't pay him. They knew they weren't going to be able to pay him. And so they traded him. I'm just saying, if
so then the fact that I can tell you, and we talked about it
I wouldn't
yesterday
pay
at
him
the summit,
anything he wants.
Bosa has all the leverage. Do you agree with that?
I mean, he's got some, but he also wants to play football. But if Aaron Donald's making 30,
yes,
you can't.
And he's a
you
badass.
Can't just go 35. Like that's 17% more than Aaron Donald.
I wonder if
that just doesn't happen in the real world.
And so and
that's why we're probably somewhere in the middle.
Wow. Do you think there's a chance his ass is not on the team week 1 in Pittsburgh?
I don't know. Yeah. Probably not. I mean, I certainly wouldn't bet. I wouldn't bet Bosa's not going to be here. But
locomotive, I did not want to pay Draymond whatever. There was. Come on now.
By the way, we got a Crypto Dreams is paying Crypto Dreams $2 for the following text. So is Marv Levy and Jim Kelly are they bad? Neither of them got rings. Oh, he stinks.
No, they're awesome.
Yeah, nobody said they're bad.
Yeah, but you couldn't be invited to the Super Bowl champion party.
But could you be invited to the great coach party?
Oh, Marv Levy, hell yeah.
Okay. This that's what the boss doesn't like.
What?
A little dead air.
Oh, I was running the wishbone. I was taking a playoff. Like I didn't have the most shots at the summit. I came in with a game plan. You were active.
It's Bonte's line.
I stole it from you.
The wishbone.
Yeah, but I can't believe you called me out on it.
No, it was.
I got it in print. He stole it.
Guru broke out all the hits last night.
Now see,
tomorrow's not promised.
You were in your bag yesterday. I'll give you that.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
All right. 888-957-9570. There was something that happened last night at the Red and Gold Summit that was fascinating. And we were talking about who is the most important 49er to success this season. And we kind of went around the room, and you're going to want to hear the reaction because there's some surprising reactions, at least as far as I'm concerned, into who this fan base thinks is important and maybe who's not as important as some other players. I see a couple people on hold. We'll absolutely get to you on the other side. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto.
I want winners.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, don't forget to listen at 11:30. That's in a half hour for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay, featuring Ice Cube, E40, Warren G, and many more coming to the SAP Center on November 3rd, 2023. All courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, presented by 102 Jams. That's 11:30. We'll tell you how it's done at 11:30 if you want to go to Hip Hop by the Bay. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And talking a little bit about last night, the Red and Gold Summit. And here's a
great time.
Here's something that happened last night that is kind of interesting. So, and by the way, before I do it, the way Willard sets it up says so much about Willard and how positive he is. He asks a question, essentially, who's the most important San Francisco 49er this year?
Yeah.
You know, if they're going to win the Super Bowl, who is going to have the big year? Who do they need to have the big year? Willard stuck it in. And so I was thinking, okay, I like the way he phrased that, but what's another way to phrase it where I could understand it a little better? And here's what I thought. Well, who can the 49ers least afford to lose? It's just, and so then
it's the same thing, though.
I know it's the same thing, but now it's more understandable to me. So then I think, okay, so the question really is, who would be the worst player you could find out suffers a season-ending injury the day before the Pittsburgh game?
Wow.
Like, who is the one guy that they absolutely, positively have to have?
One second. Before you play the piece of sound, there is a donation from the YouTube chat.
Oh, good. Give it to me.
Good job. Danker, I'll read it.
Okay.
I'm thinking this whole Bosa situation has been a smokescreen to control the narrative in the wake of the controversial Lance trade. I love Danker, but no, you got to put the calculator down. It ain't that serious. This is natural. This is scary. I got to imagine there's no way the Niners said, okay, Bosa, we won't have you be at camp all offseason, Dank, and then all because of this trade. And I don't believe they saw the Lance trade coming. I just didn't like Lance getting, one, Steiny, emotional, because two, it's like, why are you surprised? And three, I think you had a better chance of playing in Dallas had you been mentally stronger and just took the demotion or what you deemed a demotion to be quarterback 3. So I don't think they're intertwined because the Niners are not – that's too serious. This Bosa thing is real.
Yeah, I don't think it has – I don't think one has.
I love Danker for – I mean, he had us thinking.
Hey, Danker, you wasted $5 on that?
Where do the proceeds go?
What are you thinking? Man. They go to
YouTube.
No, the big boys at Odyssey. All right, so here's the way Willard phrased this, and then I would like you to weigh. I find it very interesting. So take a listen. This is from last night at the Red and Gold Summit.
If the Niners are to go to or win a Super Bowl, assuming everyone is healthy, who is the most important player for them on the team this year? Here are your candidates: Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Fred Warner. So pick one, and let's go for...
That's what I'm saying.
There you go. Let's go for, by a show of applause, is the most important player Brock Purdy?
Wow. Wow.
Is the most important player Deebo Samuel? How about Christian McCaffrey?
Okay. Whoa. Wow.
Nick Bosa.
Voice. Wow.
George Kittle.
George.
We love you, George.
How about Clark Kittle?
Shout out to the Zenny sunglasses. Good job, Dibs.
Appreciate it.
Fred Warner.
Kurt Warner.
That felt like McCaffrey 1, Purdy 2, Bosa 3, Deebo 4, Kittle 5, Warner 6.
I'd say Trent Williams 4.
Okay.
All right, so there's
wow, man,
a couple things there that I think are going to be fun to get into. One is clearly the majority of the people last night think Christian McCaffrey is the most important player on the 49ers. And he's got to stay healthy, have a great year. But the thing to me one of the things I found interesting was George Kittle. Nobody said George Kittle, and I get it. They've got weaponry.
Yeah.
But a few years back, I could never imagine the 49ers winning a Super Bowl without George Kittle. So the fact that he's kind of been pushed down in the pecking order is an indication of how much
things have changed,
how much firepower this team has for sure.
Well, tell me when I could. I'll know when to respond is when you stop talking. But Steiny, even at the height of his popularity, and Evan, you tell me what you think. Bosa was never putting up Kelsey numbers. It was his personality, which to me, his wrestling persona that had him the fan favorite. So I just think now, with C-Mac in town and Ayuk and Debo and Brock Purdy's success, is that what we're supposed to take from the Crickets?
Well,
because he's still as popular as he's ever been.
What we're supposed to take from the Crickets is that if George Kittle were not on the San Francisco 49ers, they still have every opportunity to win a Super Bowl. They lose the least amount of player talent to win the Super Bowl. See, to me, I'm not saying it's easy, but to me, it's kind of obvious. Like the one player, I don't think they can win it all. That's the way I would phrase it.
Brock was my answer.
Who's the one player who they can't win it all without? And to me, it's Nick Bosa. If they don't have Nick Bosa on defense, how can they win a Super Bowl? And this is what I said last night. If you want to, and I kind of scoff at it, but if you want to tell me that the 49ers have so much weaponry that there's a plethora of options.
Yeah.
They got Debo, and they have Kittle, and they have Ayuk, and they have McCaffrey. Well, then that tells me the most important player might be on the other side of the ball because they do have so many options on offense. Not that they wouldn't miss a guy here and there. I think it's Bosa. I think if you take Bosa off that defense, then they're not a good enough defensive team to win a Super Bowl. So to me, Bosa is the player you can least afford to not have if you want to win a Super Bowl. 888-957-9570 is the number. How do you weigh in on that? Who's the most important San Francisco 49er? Who can they not win it without?
That's interesting, man, because I'll say this, and we've talked about the non-stars that the Niners have lost on the defensive line. They've lost some depth, but nobody as good as Bosa. But, Steiny, if he were to go down, you still got Hargrave, who is he equal to Bosa? You want to say a poor man's Bosa? Then you have Armstead. That was good enough to get you to the NFC Championship game last year, again, with that depth. But to me, it's everything that we talk about on the offensive side of the ball. You have to have somebody to distribute that, and you have to be quick. And that's what I see from Brock Purdy and his quarterback mannerisms. So to me, and I'm waiting on you to go Eddie Murray on me at Ghostbusters, because the other day, I'm the same dude that told you, I wouldn't panic with Darnold, but I see the skies clearly now. The rain is gone. It's Brock Purdy, Steiny.
So what are you saying?
It's Brock and Darnold would give me, if I were a Niner fan, an ulcer. And I watched that last preseason game, Darnold. There's still some degree of seeing go. Like, he ain't said it, but he's not perfect. And if you look at his career, you're like, Goo, you're right. So I think I overestimated him handling this and everything being status quo. So Brock Purdy for me, Steiny. Maybe we put it on the poll.
Yeah, and we can talk about it right now. Steiny, Kittle had little applause because he's been hurt and he's missed a lot of the games. The Patriots won the Super Bowl with Gronk out for years, not to compare. Yeah, I think the point there is 415, and thanks for the text. It's just Kittle's kind of, I don't want to say forgotten, but
what if
he's become less important to the offense in terms of a ball receiver.
Okay, now what if Willard would have said, hey guys, who's the most popular 49er? I honestly believe George Kittle would have won that one.
I think it's McCaffrey now.
See, I don't think he's been here long enough to win it. Like, they appreciate him, Steiny, and those are fact. Hey, but we're talking about the history that George Kittle has with this franchise. And maybe that's why there were crickets. Evan, you tell me what you guys think, because we've taken him for granted. George Kittle, he's been here.
I also think there's just so many other options on this team to choose from that it's almost like he gets counted out because they're splitting votes between Debo and Fred, and he's just not really at the top of mind anymore.
Yeah, and here's the issue. When you talk about who gets the ball.
Zimmer.
Well, you want McCaffrey to get the ball running and catching. Yeah. Why? Well, because he's sure-handed and he's good and he's quick and he's got great hands. He doesn't fumble. Who else you want to get the ball? Oh, Ayuk. I mean, he could be a number one anywhere else. So Ayuk's got to get the ball. Debo, he's a special kind of playmaker. Unicorn, one of a kind.
Yeah.
So guess what? The tight end with the average hands isn't going to get the ball as much as them.
But the biggest play...
But he can block for us.
All that, too. But I'll say this, Donnie, about that NFC Championship win, that conference game against the Dallas Cowboys. George Kittle made the biggest play in that game. And that was across the middle where he bobbled it.
Yep.
And Diggs didn't even hit him to try to separate him from the ball. But I'm just saying, with all that firepower, a good defense, it still will come down to a couple of plays. And Kittle made that bad boy.
By the way, as it relates, what was I going to say about Bosa? Oh, you know what's going on with Bosa? Bosa says, I want 35. And John Lynch goes, you didn't have a sack in the postseason.
Oh, that's a fact. Mm-hmm. That stood out to me.
Let's go to Lewis in Marysville. Hey, Lewis, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going? I just wanted to make a quick comment real quick about the Bosa contract. Did you guys think that instead of it being like a disagreement, that it could be a wait out for tax purposes? Because although players and athletes are subject to jock and federal taxes, maybe because Bosa is a Florida resident and Florida's residency rule of the 183 days, do you think that could have anything to do with it?
You know what, Lewis? You know how I'll answer that? Maybe. I don't know.
Wow, that guy was our guy from Stanford that used to run he used to make big decisions with the A's. He was a big executive.
Andy Dolich?
Yeah, that was Andy Dolich. Like, I stay in touch with him. But yeah.
Anthony's in Benicia. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Thanks for checking
Anthony.
my call, fellas. Hey. So I'm glad you guys had a good time at Fieldwork. I actually used to work here part-time when I was saving money to buy a house. So I know you guys had a great time.
Where were you at?
Oh, I got off at 1, man, and I wouldn't have been able to hang around as long as I wanted to because I live in Brentwood, and so I work in Benicia, so I was already out of that area yesterday. But I had two things I wanted to talk about. One, I think the answer to your guys' question is none other than Brock Purdy, because without him playing in the NFC Championship, you had no chance. Everybody else that was on that list that Willer laid out was there, and there was nothing we can do. So the obvious answer is going to be Brock Purdy because it begins and ends with the quarterback. And so, I don't really see how it can be any other answer than Brock Purdy. But I also wanted to talk about the kind of coaching thing that you guys were going back and forth about. You mentioned Sirianni, you mentioned
McDermott.
You mentioned Doug Peterson,
right.
and even Andy Reid. The one thing I noticed about them is, one, they all have their quarterback, and they have him, they have their franchise guy for the next, let's just say, 5 to 10 years. But the other thing I noticed, especially after watching that quarterback doc, is the quarterbacks have a say in the offense. And the one thing I noticed about Kyle Shanahan is it's his way or no way. And I don't think that that's a good way to be a coach. I think that eventually that comes back and can bite you in your butt. I like seeing that Andy Reid allowed Patrick Mahomes to have a say-so in what type of plays he wanted to run. He even encouraged the other offensive players to come up with their own plays. And we haven't had a deep dive on Kyle Shanahan, but what we know and what's been presented to us is he's a little rigid, and he likes things to go his way. And so I don't know who's better out of the 4 or 5 that we're talking about, but what I do know is that's a quality that I would like in my coach, and that's a quality that I don't see that Kyle Shanahan has.
It's actually
the other thing I kind of want to say is
real quick, Anthony, but go ahead.
Sorry. So you were also talking about like a boss, like Mahini and being a good or bad boss, and you might not know till later. Well, the particular company I work for, my general manager isn't the best general manager, but we happen to be a good group of drivers and warehouse guys that are just good at our job. And so his shortcomings don't come out, not because he's good at his job, it's because we're good at our jobs.
Right. You got pros.
Wow.
Pros.
Hope he's not listening.
You know, isn't that okay? So I think that's kind of fair, isn't it? Andy Reid's got isn't a big part of being a head coach in the NFL, quite frankly, doesn't it boil down to your relationship with your starting quarterback? Forget everybody else.
Oh, I think that's harsh.
Doesn't every Super Bowl team, the coach and the quarterback have some kind of symbiotic relationship where there's trust both ways?
I was just out of Brady and Belichick, but
there's certainly respect both ways.
But to say there is just that one, that's where I would fight back on. Like, dude, the defense matters. Like, I think thinking like you laid out is what could lose you a locker room if you cater to just one guy, and even though he's your star player, you got to make everybody feel like they're on the same. You can't give them the Barry Bonds treatment. Like that would poison.
That's not, what I mean is, here's what I'm thinking more is, did Kyle Shanahan bring out the best in Jimmy Garoppolo, or did Jimmy Garoppolo have more to give, but because they didn't have the greatest relationship, Garoppolo didn't reach his potential? That's a monster part of coaching. And the verdict's still out on Kyle Shanahan.
What other player could answer that? But Jimmy kind of gave us his answer because he was let go.
Well, Trey can answer it now.
Well, you're right.
But I'm sure Kyle was pretty tough on Trey. Or he was patient. And listen, I'm not saying he's good or bad at it. I don't know. But that, to me, isn't that a huge, huge part of, especially in football. Football more than, like, you remember how you spell Popovich and Duncan? They're on the same page. Even Curry and Kerr. You got to have a great relationship, or, you got to be able to manage that quarterback.
Somebody put here real quick, Stoney, on the text line, 510. Brady also didn't get along with Bruce Arians, but it was short-lived, but they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think respect is the word, because I think you have to respect Brady, and you have to respect Belichick, and you have to respect the Arians. What's up, Mo? Mo, you were there last night. Thanks for coming out, buddy.
Thanks. How you guys doing? How are you?
Doing well.
Mo.
You guys had an amazing show yesterday in San Ramon, man. We love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We all do.
You're welcome. Hey, so talking about what you guys are talking about, right? I think overall we have so much firepower on the offense. You can't just pick one individual, including our quarterback. He's not going to be able to win it by himself. It's that whole... I mean, everybody that you guys named on the list is going to take everybody's effort in order for them to win the Super Bowl. Now, going to that one individual, obviously in the defensive side, I got to say it's going to be two people, Bosa and Warner, and the rest of the guys, in order for them to, go to the Super Bowl and win it. I think that my prediction on the Super Bowl is going to be this. I'm going to tell you guys. It's going to be the Niners against the Jets. The Jets are going to sneak in there and get in there in the AFC.
Wow.
Ooh, it's a hot take from Mo.
Over Cincinnati and Mahomes.
Did he steal that from Nicole Hardman? In the first episode of Hard Knocks this year, Nicole Hardman predicted that the Jets would be playing the 49ers in the Super Bowl and they'd win.
I got to tell you, Evan and Stoney, I ain't watched the damn episode.
What?
Of Hard Knocks.
Do we take off half a grade for that? I don't know what was so.
No, Evan's telling you where he stole that from.
Oh.
It was on the
Hard Knocks is not required reading in this course. Winning time is more.
Stop it! Don't even.
Winning time is at least optional.
You ain't caught up
Hard
yet.
Knocks. Huh? Yeah, Hard Knocks isn't even on.
Because right now they're on Magic getting Westhead fired, and he deserved the way that they were portraying it. Westhead deserved. He was so insecure, and Pat Riley got the last laugh, but Westhead, he was insecure.
Can Guru spoil an episode if it's already happened? Like it's history? Like, hey, spoilers.
I'm kind of mad at Evan.
You deal with it.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Oh, Evan, my bad, bro.
Oh, but like it's history. I can just go look it up.
Hey, real quick, Stotty Willards just text me. Guess what he texted me? If you get one guess, you get 3 seconds to guess.
An
Atco pest control truck in the neighborhood. That's amazing.
Yeah.
It's growing.
No, it is. Henry's in San Ramon. Let's talk about the most important Niner. What's up, man?
Because I met you, Goo, last night at the brew house, and I came with a speech prepared, but I was too busy looking at that hairdo, man. That cut was sharp, brother. I couldn't keep my eyes off that haircut. But I called basically just to drop in. Hey, I agree with you 100%. It's got to be Brock. It's got to be Brock Purdy, because after the NFC Championship, when he went down, that team fell apart. Purdy is the most important by far. I mean, you lose him, it's over.
Appreciate the call, Henry.
Man.
Let's see, that's...
Well, if last year, if we got a duplicate, Brandon Allen will be your Brock Purdy. 7 years of nothing.
This is just where, it's just tough for me.
Nobody said Trent Williams. The O-line is already a question mark outside of him. What you got?
It's just hard. I
feel like I want to give you a bottle of Radio Pepto-Bismol. What's wrong?
It's just like you brought it up. I didn't bring it up. I don't know. What's going on? Yesterday, Sam Darnold can run the table and the 49ers can win the Super Bowl, but
I said the third string.
Today, now.
No, it's starting to set
Today,
in.
now, Purdy's the most important player on the team.
Well, yesterday it was.
If Darnold can win the Super Bowl, how can Purdy be the most important player?
No, Steiny, what I said is they wouldn't fall all the way off the mat with Sam Darnold. And obviously nobody wants to see that, but Kyle must feel that way because he deemed him the number 2. But I have less energy on that take, yeah. And I had to point it out for you to need to Pepto-Bismol now. I don't even think you remembered I said that.
No, I did remember.
Oh, okay.
I remember.
I just got to tell it on myself. Trent Williams. Did Willard even cite his name?
Dibley snuck him in at the end, and he was. Good
job, Dibs.
I think Trent Williams was actually on the original list. He either just didn't get to him, or But
I think that's what's real. That'll wreck all this.
Oh, really? So he now jumps to 1.
Talk to me in an hour. I'm just telling you. I respect
that's a 4.
I respect the O-line, and I think we're just forgetting about it. It's real, man.
I want to take this opinion. I don't respect offensive lines. They're
but
overrated.
You don't mean that for the betterment of our show.
I don't.
Okay. Guy in San Francisco says offensive line doesn't matter.
No, centers.
Some of the great ones, Steiny, they're the quarterback of the O-line.
Few of the great ones.
You know that, right?
Okay. What's that?
They're the quarterback of the offensive line.
Okay.
Evan, what
all you need's a big body up there. You'll be fine. It's simple. If you don't have a great offensive line, you just roll the quarterback
kick
out.
Your ass if they heard you, man.
It's the easiest thing to overcome. You guys are just afraid of Baldy, and you're afraid of Trent Williams. Hey, on the other side, your chance to win 2 tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay on 95.7 Game.
The stuff that tickles your goose.
Settle down, Clan.
to right center field. And a base hit. So Spencer Steer spoils the party.
Ow! Ow!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a shame Alex Cobb misses. It would have been the 42nd no-hitter in the last 3 years.
They've lost a little luster.
Every other pitcher has pitched. No-hitters aren't what they used to be. Guys swinging for homers, striking out 15 times.
Look at my guy. Evan pitched one. Walked 6, though.
That counts.
No, you're right. He said he didn't know he pitched one. He lost me there.
By the way, it's 11:30. You know what that means, and not just today, but every day this week. This is your time to win 2 tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay.
Yeah.
Here's the number to call. Caller number 6 today. Caller number 6 at 415-951-2386. Caller number 6 wins 2 tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay. That number again, 415-951-2386. All courtesy of Pacific Concert Group, presented by 102 Jams. Caller 6 today to that number.
You sure you don't want to be caller 7 for your favorite number?
That was odd.
Well, what's odd is that grown men have a favorite number, apparently.
On a jersey.
I don't know.
Number 1 is the best number ever, and it's rare.
We'll explain. Spadoni comes in and says, guys, it looks like somebody wants to send you something. What's your favorite number? What number would you want on something? Of course, you said what, 1?
Well, yeah,
right
Moon.
1.
Tracy McGrady.
Steiny. And I was just like...
What was your college number?
I was never married to a number. I had different numbers.
You change.
Player makes the number. Number doesn't make the player.
Number 1.
But Bird was 33.
Yeah, well, I'm not...
Magic was 32.
I'm a grown man now. You know what I mean? Yeah,
but back then, when you had to decide, you weren't.
But he didn't ask me my favorite number when I was 15. I'm now a grown man. He asked me my favorite number. I don't know. Put a number on there.
My God.
I said 7. Why? I said everybody likes 7.
But there's no reason I was like, John Elway?
No.
Grow up.
You are
No, you grow up, KD.
So you got multiple college numbers. You don't remember.
No, I remember the numbers, but I had a lot
of
them.
Give me one of them.
Well, I was a little different.
Give me one of
52.
them. Oh, my God.
I wore 52 one year.
That is nasty.
Yep.
Why?
Because guards didn't wear those numbers. And I was like, what?
I like that thinking. Yeah. But that's nasty.
Yeah, I was 52.
That ain't going in the rafters.
And actually, in high school, now this may have changed. In high school, we used to have home and away uniforms. The numbers were different, though, on the road. The numbers were odd on the road and even at home. So I was 52 and 53 when we were on the road.
I've never heard of that. The Deer Hunter Brad Miller.
Because you got, back in Pennsylvania, you got 2 uniforms, a light and a dark.
Yeah.
The lights had the even numbers. The darks had the...
I've never heard of that.
That way, when teams played against each other, no team had the same player, the numbers weren't the same on either team, so there could be no mix-up.
Okay, why is the 510 Texan Barkley was 34? His name didn't come up in this conversation.
I don't know.
I said Bird.
Yeah.
I got to tell you a story, Steiny.
Okay. We got Filmo Mike here, too.
Oh, we got to go to him.
Okay.
Who was in all green yesterday.
Yeah. Filmo, what's up, buddy? I already thanked you for the beer. I hope you heard it, but thank you for the beer.
Back. Mike.
Oh, man. It's all love, Steiny. You was up there looking like you was ready to go. Before Mark Willard even did the, hey, we'll be right back. Steiny stepping up to go to the bathroom, that stuff, but that was hella funny.
Mike. What about me, Mike?
That being said, oh, Guru, you the life of the party. When Guru pulled up, everybody was like, Guru. Man, it was lovely, man. Y'all brought him out.
Glad
it was a beautiful event. I had a lot of fun, man. When I pulled up, Dan Dibley was on, and man,
you had your own
great,
segment.
Man.
The Streets Are Talking, Mike. I wasn't there. I said Mike got on the air.
Oh man, then he threw me the alley oop because Willard was like, man, if y'all want to talk on the mic, whoopty whoopty whoop, y'all can talk on the mic, and he was like, well, Filmo's here, you might as well be the first one to hop on the mic.
And then he again brought me on the thing like I'm a Chris Mullin or somebody.
Yeah, baby.
So that was fun, man. I had a lot of fun. Y'all brought him out. Shout out to everybody that came. I met Xavier. Xavier was drunk as hell.
Oh, I didn't know.
He was lit, man. He started yelling when y'all was doing the show. He started cursing out there, but it was fun, man. My guy Nesto, everybody came out. G from Oakland with the GF.
Yeah.
Hey, Jersey.
There's little Snoop Dogg in the air late in the show, huh? Yeah.
Oh man, that wasn't me. Yeah, but look, Shad, y'all talking about. I love Shasky, but I don't know about having the Shasky #1 jersey, man. I don't know.
I saw that. Yeah.
About that, but that's his word. All I want to say is this. I don't think that you can really pin it on one player with the Niners, even though Christian McCaffrey is that guy. Because if Brock Purdy, though, if he don't shape up, we screwed. Christian McCaffrey, he's so raw, but in Carolina, he did very minimal to get his team over the top. We had Debo and Ayuk before. If Debo or Ayuk go down, we looking bad. If Trent Williams go down trying to protect Brock Purdy, he getting up in age. So in a weird way, we don't have like a Steph Curry KD situation where Debo and these people are kind of like the Steph Curry, and then KD just come over and just annihilates them. We kind of need every part in a weird way so that we can get over the top, because with all these players that we naming, we still don't even know if we better than the Eagles.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Or
that's
Dallas.
Phil Mo Mike. Appreciate it, man. Thanks
Dallas,
for coming last night. Really appreciate it.
That was awesome, man.
You know what? Come to think of it, he's been asking us to roll through his events forever, and I haven't done it. He comes and rolls through ours.
It's done. We're going. Yeah. Be ready, though. Yeah.
Maybe not this weekend, though, Phil. My mom's in town.
No doubt. Will 95.7 be live and local on Monday, Labor Day? We won't be here, but Evan will be holding it down, and we will be live and local. Get in where you fit in, too short. And I got to tell you a story.
Yeah, that's right.
So Spadoni comes in during the break.
Is this a good one?
You decide. Okay. I'm being honest. Colin Cowherd's mug is on the screen. I go, Spadoni, how much is he making? It's got to be $7 million. We just said probably $8 million. And I said, Spadoni, how could people with money like that have problems in life? And we know money can't buy you happiness, but it can rent you some fun. And where I'm going is, I asked you three, how much is he getting every 2 weeks on a salary of $7 million? Mm-hmm. So imagine what Curry's getting.
I know what Curry's getting.
My neighbors, if they were down on their luck, here's $1,500, whatever you need. Point being, we go to dinner because I came back from Vegas with a couple off the dice table. We go eat. I won't name the restaurant. Little Daryl says he wants a ribeye, but there's no price next to it. So the wife gets ready to ask. I said, you're a Johnson. You don't ask. We out to dinner. How embarrassing is that? You don't ask how much it is. So he orders the ribeye. It comes out. It could have fed all of us. You know, I ain't got deep pockets. It was $100 by itself, the ribeye. So the bill came. I go, sir, this is the wrong bill. Because I didn't know how much of it. Steiny, I like the friends say, a ribeye is $100. Oh, your boy heard it might need some. I would have, Steiny, he wouldn't have got the ribeye had I knew it was a C-note. So I'm being honest. My God, $100 for some steak. Boy, that's why they didn't put the price on there. But I was Big Willie. Johnson, you don't need to know your boy heard, Stoddy. Let me hold some. That's all.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
How about this number? Next year, or this upcoming year, speaking of money.
Okay.
Steph Curry makes $634,000 every game. Even if he doesn't play.
I don't like that. Changes my day.
630. He's making $52 million.
That's
Divide
incredible.
that by 82. Curry essentially makes $635,000 every single Warriors a game.
Curry! And that's our guy. That's Steph. This ain't no hate. That's too much. Give some of that to the teachers.
Well, he's giving it all to Uncle Sam.
He does.
Well, he's giving it all to Uncle Sam. Talk to me, Evan.
And he does.
How do you keep your kids from being spoiled when they know Daddy gets 600 racks every 2 weeks.
You know what you do? You do whatever Dell did with you
and you know what?
Sonia.
You just hit it out the park.
Because
shout out to them.
Even though they weren't making as much as Steph now, they were rich in their day. Yeah.
Snotty, that steak, though. That ribeye. Oh, boy.
Yeah, we in our family, we usually
you would ask for how much is it, or that would have been too embarrassing. I thought it was
funny.
embarrassing.
I think
why the hell y'all at the waiter would have looked? Why the hell y'all at dinner if you got a penny bit?
I think I said this already. My dad had a phrase, FHB.
Give it to us.
And it meant family holdback. And that meant that you couldn't get anything you wanted on the menu.
Before you went in, you knew.
But it also meant, like, let's say we were having people over to the house.
Yeah.
And we had food.
Yeah.
He would be like, FHB to start. Like the guests first, don't eat.
Wow, I like that.
Yeah, so. Yeah. But no, my dad would look at the menu. I don't know why he was the one who looked at the menu.
He's the man of the house.
Mom made just as much. And then he would declare, no FHB tonight. And then Maddie would be like, surf and turf.
Wow.
I'll have the surf and turf. So that's what we had.
I know everything.
You know what?
Steph,
thanks for the
Machiavelli.
By the way, we'll just get a little kick out of this. Bryce Harper.
Oh my gosh.
Bryce Harper homered. Was this yesterday?
Yes.
Take a listen to this. This is interesting, and it's funny that Steph Curry's just said that.
It's funny, I was driving in today and, I'm listening to WIP like I do a lot, the 2 o'clock hour. And a guy named Chuck called in. He calls in a lot. He's hilarious. But I said, he was talking about our team and talking about me and stuff. And I walked in the training room. I was like, I'm going to go deep tonight for Chuck. That guy had me fired up, man.
That is awesome.
Now, Spadone, can you
Spadone has
get the original call at some point? If you can do it now, great. If not, no biggie.
How dope was that? They do listen.
Of course they do. How do you think Curry knew that I bet the field? By the way, Steph, I won that bet.
I know everything.
What about Draymond?
You got to bring that up.
You claim Draymond
Brownie,
he
gives it to him. Yeah, he said, I'm banned. It's so. Let's say you did. Well, we do.
And this
perform.
is why you. Well,
you would care. I would care. I would listen to sports talk, and that wouldn't be Kevin Durant. I would want to know what the people are saying about my performance or their lack of.
Right.
So Steph, what up, Steph?
Probably not during the season.
Well,
but I need
a loan. I need to hit my boy Curry.
And that's one thing that we bring up once in a while. I do the show as if nobody's listening, and you do the show knowing people listen.
It's called an audience. I expect them to listen.
Yeah. Okay, here's the original call.
Awesome.
Here's the original call.
Bryce Harper, man, Mike go down is one of the best Philly ever. You know what I'm saying? And I tell you, I don't want to see nobody else win a ring more than I want to see that guy win a ring.
All right, so
that's dope. And he was listening as he was the 2 o'clock hour. Yeah. That's pretty damn dope, Stoney.
No doubt.
And he went deep.
I just don't want you worrying about Draymond and then being like, no shade at Draymond.
Oh, never. We had him on.
I know what happened.
I told him, and you told him about Boris Diaw in your tweet. Y'all, we were real with him. I just don't know why he's not been back.
You know what, Rotz? You're a piece of work. Of course that's not... If Curry makes $640,000 a game, it also means he gets nothing for preseason or postseason games, and he has to practice for free. Come on, Rotz, you're killing me. It's just a mechanism to measure.
Gotcha.
You know what? No, he didn't. He didn't get me. He was pedantic, like I am a lot of the time, actually.
Austin San Jose didn't show up. I was a little disappointed.
Gutless, that's why.
Otis had to work.
I'm not going to be here.
Oh, boy. Come on, man.
So,
yeah, they listen, Stoney. Clay?
Well, I don't know about Clay. I bet you Clay doesn't.
But he's got
listen.
some people in his camp that probably give him the audio.
If you could say something, like if you knew that, for example, Klay Thompson was listening to the show right now,
okay,
would you say something to him? Or, I don't know, like, would you change your approach if you knew that Stephen Curry was listening to the show right now.
Oh, you would be a fraud then. You would just be phony. I know you. Well, you're smiling.
So you're going to say,
I would stay the same.
Oh.
What do you have to lose? It ain't like Curry's like, Guru, come over and have some chicken because you gave me some love.
Because by ripping him, you'll give up the opportunity that he ever does that.
No. Yeah. The people would be up. They smell phonies.
Hypothetical.
Yeah, people smell phonies, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I know you're honest. Like Myers probably still, dude, he's going to be on ESPN.
For a year.
I don't see it. Going to the Clippers?
Yeah, probably. Clippers, one of the big four.
He's
He's going to one of the big four. Brooklyn, the Knicks, Lakers, or Clippers. That's my call.
And tell me what just went through my mind.
I don't know.
Because we still communicate. Wherever he goes, if there's an extra seat, I could go to that city and watch the game with Bob.
No, because that city will have gurus. And he may develop a relationship with their gurus who are on the radio.
I didn't even look. Boy, you are sharp.
510 says, I'd say, Clay, don't go 3 for 21 next elimination game.
He wasn't 19. The only. Thank you, Evan.
Of course.
Why do they blame
this is what
Clay?
You do. No, this is exactly.
Steph shot 30-something% in that series against the Lakers, but everybody's scared to call out our guy, guy, the chef.
You're saying
nobody shot it well.
You're only saying that because you want Clay to be on your good side.
Clay, you just said he don't listen.
But he hears.
No, but I've criticized Clay in his shot
very
selection.
Timidly.
Steiny.
No, most of the time you say Steiny. I love that he can get a shot whenever he wants.
Boy, I got to stop taking stuff so personal.
Kobe.
They're about to unveil a statue of Kobe. I know you didn't just look at me and dismiss it like
I did
it's
dismiss
nothing.
it. I did dismiss it.
Why?
Because, of course, he was going to get a statue.
Oh, okay.
Like,
not that he wasn't worthy.
James.
I've used that so much, Evan, I just backed off.
Kobe's a made man.
And he's earned it.
There's no sense in even talking about Kobe.
I want a movie or a docuseries on him. Give me something.
See, and this is kind of the difference between you and me. It's like in this day and age where everything's on camera, like Kobe's whole life almost has been on camera. I don't need to see a documentary on them. I just don't.
That clip where he's cussing out the whole team at practice is not how Dude, he was a madman.
Yeah. So I saw the clip. I don't need to see it again in the documentary. That's what I'm saying. Like I also saw a great clip of him at Lower Merion where a reporter came up to him before the game and said, that team thinks they're going to beat you. And he goes, we'll see.
Dude.
Like, okay, so there it is. There's the documentary.
What about...
It's called His Life that we
got to
followed.
get back to Wiggins, but how about the Handy story? Spadoni, gear up for this. So Handy goes and becomes the director of player personnel for the Lakers. So he's training all these guys on the Lakers except Kobe. But who comes in at the start of his session and just watches and observe? So Kobe was watching Phil for weeks, months of him training his teammates, and then one day he came up to Phil, and this was the giving him his, you know what, you're a bad dude. He said, meet me here at 5 tomorrow. Phil took that as 5 p.m. Kobe was at the gym at 5 a.m. Practices the next day. Kobe uses explicit, comes up to him and goes, where were you at? Phil goes, I was there. I was there at 4:50. Kobe goes, it was 4:50 in the morning. But after that, he gave Phil, he trained him, Steiny, and he would even train Gigi. But how awesome is that? Kobe demanded excellence, man. And he looked at Phil to see, let me see if this dude know what he's doing. And then he got with him. And that gave me goosebumps.
It's a good story.
Yeah.
It's a real good story. I believe it, too.
I need you to carry me the next 2 hours.
What's new?
I'm at it.
What's going on? Why is today different?
Dude, I don't know. I'm just warm inside. Like, not the good warm.
What does that mean?
Like I'm something.
Are you getting sick? You need Pepto?
Something. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm starting to tingle.
Nah, this ain't tingle. But yeah, that was good. What's new? Boy, oh, fire.
All right. You know what? Now here's where greatness comes in, Goo, because now we got 4 minutes. We got 4 minutes.
Don't get Evan mad. You got him mad yesterday, and I got mad at you.
He didn't apologize, but he said
you should apologize to him. Your infractions are getting him in trouble, and you just dismiss him.
Don't do this.
And then when I jump in to try to save it, you look at me like Big Mouth's opening up that yapper, and I'm like, no, I'm trying to keep the boss off Evan's ass. But now we know the play. When I jump in, you'll know, okay, I know what he's doing. But go ahead.
So I got to think that every time you jump in?
No, well, we're not up against it. I respect what you do.
Who hits breaks the best at the station?
I
don't have to ask.
You think it's you?
Joe Spadoni on the pregame show, 5 to 6. Monday through Friday.
Donnie, do you really think it's you? I'm just asking. I don't know who it is. Ponte hits him. Willard.
Oh, really?
Only Nahiga can
time our show.
that.
What time did our show start today?
Actually launches my own break. I don't think anyone else actually hits the button over there.
Started.
Thanks, Joe. No, Joe, you take it seriously, and I take it seriously.
Spadoni. Look at Spadoni. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. That pregame show's legit.
No doubt.
It's legit.
We got some talent here, man. Now, why would you laugh?
Steiny took the day off yesterday at the summit. That's from Mr. Irrelevant.
Steiny, you're fired.
I had a 4-hour show before that. I did not take the day off at the summit.
We did have, yeah.
I signed. I told you I was going to sign, and I signed. Well, what do you want?
I ran my four-corner offense a little bit.
Oh, God. That's another thing. Are you stealing lines?
Now, who uses this?
Bonte. Bonte used wishbone, and he used four corners.
Come on, he didn't make up the offense.
He did. Guru did have one last night that was really good though, and it was a new one. Oh God,
I can't remember it.
Shoot, it was a good one. Anyway,
yeah, I didn't steal. Dude, the $100 ribeye. I need payday Friday.
Is payday this Friday?
I hate when you got it. My boy got the Benjamins.
Well, we'll see. All right. Hey, it's almost noon. 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump into the conversation about the San Francisco 49ers. Yesterday we got into who's their most important player. Do they even have one? Is it obviously the quarterback? 888-957-9570 is the number. And then we're also getting into the different characteristics that make up a great coach. We've talked a lot about Shanahan in the last couple days, and the consensus is that he's a great coach. No doubt about it. And I just want to have a conversation about it. He's obviously a great play caller. He's a creative mind. There's other aspects to leadership, to coaching. How's his leadership? How's his communication? 888-957-9570. Would you make a commitment right now to Kyle Shanahan for the next 5 to 10 years? I'd have to wait until the end of this season. What about you all? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. Let me tell you what they don't do. Compromises. Full service banking, no compromises. And I hope maybe on the other side we'll announce a ticket winner for who's going to Hip Hop Made by the Bay on 95.
I get
the new Rate Essentials.
started. I think it was this guy over here in the red and white hat, Marcus and Rusty. I don't know if Steinmetz was in the mix at that time. He might have been moved on. It wasn't this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was great.
One of the greatest kind of malaprops ever. He may have been moved on.
Right. It was your choice.
He was exactly, like the phrasing actually was perfect. Because Steiny moved on. Well, yes.
Yeah, no, I love it. Speaking of Bob Myers and who listens to the show, I looked down at my phone during the break. We're talking about who listens. Bobby Myers. I got the BY. He says, Guru tells Steiny he's wrong. You got a lifetime seat with me, bruh. Yeah, road trip. Well, we got to get on the team.
This is where.
Yeah, Bob, I heard you, baby.
And this is where.
When you're real with real people, realness happens.
Right, and this is why we had the conversation before the break, like we did.
He's listening.
You want to go down to Bob's next job and sit courtside, but yet you're still going to want to be. Oh, hey, Bay Area fans. Hey, Warrior fans. I still love the Warriors, too. I just
spend time with Bob.
I want to have the team. I want to have it both ways. I don't want to go all in and criticize the Warriors because then I'll lose the fans' backing. But I do want to take advantage of Bob Myers, and I'm going to root for his new team, too.
Bob recognizes a phony. He's been around, Steiny. This is about spending time with him and watching the game somewhere else. It ain't about I'm a fan of wherever he would be.
Let me tell you something.
He's going to be great on TV, man.
What do you mean?
We'll see.
No.
We'll see.
His answers are incredible. The executive show on Line 1.
Exactly. He's gonna need to cut short some of his answers.
Remember you told me I could do that.
Let me tell you what else. Let me tell you what else Myers can't do when he's on ESPN. Hey, what do you guys think? He's great at that. What do you guys think of?
Too bad Mark Jackson.
Bob, hope you're well.
Doing TV.
Which player do you think he's going to be the first one that Bob Myers rips on ESPN?
He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't.
Well, he's got a job.
Well,
you got to bring it. I'm sure that's.
Hey, you know what? Oh, so he'll be on that pregame show.
We need to get him on.
We'll get him on. Nobody wants to talk about basketball right now. It's all about the Niners, baby.
Look at you.
It's all about the Niners.
Yeah. Love you, Bob.
Niners and the Eagles. Yeah. It's the other thing I was talking about with the boss. You know, they had Howard Eskin on in the morning.
I missed that. I'm going to run it back on Odyssey.
And I said, so you like to spread Howard out because Eskin's on other shows. He said, yeah, I like to spread him out. I said, well, man, it's all about Philly, isn't it? It's all about Philly. And the one thing that Nahigian noticed last night was, I'll just throw this at you.
Okay,
it has nothing to do, maybe it'll start a conversation, maybe it won't. When I said the Philadelphia Eagles were the best team in the NFC until proven otherwise, because,
that's real.
Because the bottom line is they went to the Super Bowl, the 49ers didn't, and they've got a more proven quarterback. Everybody booed. Oh, Stein, you're a hater. But when Bonte said it, crickets. It was almost as though, well, Steiny's going to hate on anything.
Well, you got to rep.
But no, this is more about when Bonte said it. I think a lot of 49er fans said, you know what?
It's real.
We aren't as good as Philly right now.
Boy, but I mean, not only did they beat you, Steiny, they wrecked your quarterback. And although it looks good, the short sample size we got from Brock Purdy, talk to me in week 8, week 9. And I know Jennifer Lee Chan, maybe we could get her on, Evan, maybe tomorrow, and just have her elaborate on that, what goes down at practice today. If that throwing, program that he does is not normal or routine, I'm going to be a little nervous, but they knocked you off. You got to give them that respect. And this is for every fan base across the world. The team that beat you coming in next season, you got to tip your cap.
Well, I think that's going to be a huge theme. Isn't this what we want? Take a listen.
That San Fran game, man, a lot of chirping, a lot of back and forth over social media about what could have, and should have happened. So I'm looking forward to that one. No game more than that one.
Yeah, I was about to. You personally did get to the quarterback, right? So
How did you take that chirping? Clearly.
Man, I never weighed in on it. For me, I watched. I've seen things that guys were saying. Debo, Samuel, Fred. A lot of these guys that came out and talked about it. And I respect them, right? I respect them for their opinion and their thought and their belief in their team. For me, man, I'm the same way. I believe in my team. I believe in my teammates, and I feel the same way. So for me, it's like, bring it on. Y'all kept on talking. Y'all talked about this all season, through the Super Bowl, after the playoff game. So it's like, better be prepared, man, because I know I will be, and I know that I'm going to do my best to make sure the team is ready too.
Wow,
that was Hassan Reddick,
and he mentioned names. He said Debo and Bonte and Shasky both. I can quote Stoney. During this offseason, they said they were tired of the Niners crying about that game, and I felt that. And the Niners were. Like, they beat you. I know, Stoney, you got your quarterback knocked out, but it is what it is, and he called it out. I cannot wait, man.
See, this is where
the rematch.
We talk about fans, and we talk about how I'm not a fan. And this really hit home to me because this is where I'm at. Okay, Stoney, you're not a fan. But that's right. So you know what? You know what I'm thinking? Don't you get it? Don't you get it? We're this close. We're this close to having a bona fide big boy rivalry between the Niners and the Eagles. It's possible that this could be the start of a rivalry that lasts multiple years. Philly just beat you. They knocked out your quarterback. You're both supposed to be good this year.
Your radio stations are going at it.
Are 10-2 when you play in week 13 or 10-1, whatever it is. And maybe you play in the postseason again and somebody beats somebody.
It's real.
And I'm looking at Nahegan like, God, this could be unbelievable. And then I think, I don't know if 49er fans want that. Don't fans want the path of least resistance?
Yeah, Americans.
Yeah. But so that's what I want to happen.
But what if Dallas is better than Philly?
Well, that's fine. Dallas can be the team then.
But
right?
no, you can't hide this history. And what Shasky says he's going through every day from Barstool with the Philadelphia WIP or whatever the station's name is, like, that's already been established. So whenever they do link up, Steiny, it is bad blood. It is the Cardinals, Giants, Will Clark and Ozzie Smith. That will never go away. So... And we're going to get it week 13, and you may get it again if everything goes right. Because right now, the top two picks in the NFC are the Niners and the Eagles.
Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Connecticut. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
First-time caller, listener for about a year. You guys are fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks,
man. Just wanted to make a couple of points. I like how you said this could be a beginning of a start with a rivalry between the Niners and Eagles, and I'm all for it.
Exactly.
But obviously a lot has to do with what happens this year. What's his name? Staying healthy. Hopefully he stays healthy this year. Brock Purdy. And, they're doing a little talking over there. We did a little talking, but you know what? They got our quarterback. Hopefully he comes out strong this year. And we got that game marked on our calendar in Philadelphia. And I'm a Connecticut guy, and I will be at that game sporting my 49er gear.
Look at him.
But one thing I want to ask you, do the San Francisco 49ers win the division this year?
Yes. I think Seattle is much improved. For the umpteenth times, Donnie, they had a lead on you in your building at halftime of a playoff game. It got ugly, and it got away from them in the second half. But I honestly believe Geno Smith – couple draft choices they got on defense, Walker in the backfield, Lockett and Metcalf, they are for real. So I'm watching, and Brock Purdy Thursday night went up there and won that game with the crack rib. We find out later, but that was a close-ass game. So I'm going to say they're going to win it, but it ain't going to be easy like I think a lot of people think.
49er fans, would you want that? I'm just kind of interested in getting the psyche of the fan. Because when you got a rival and you got a team to measure yourself against, the losses are much more painful. But the highs are unbelievable. So I look at, that, you know what I want? That's what I want. That's what Matt Steinmetz wants. I want two teams that essentially are 10-1. They go to Philly.
And
somebody
hate each
wins,
other.
somebody loses. One team's 15-2, the other's 14-3. They get to the NFC Championship game because at that point, no matter what happens, we got ourselves a rivalry. We got ourselves probably, even after just 2 years, one of the biggest rivalries in the NFL because they both look like they're going to be good for a while.
And don't forget
you want
the
that
other
smoke?
part.
You want that smoke, San Francisco?
Debo does. That's why he was chirping. And they're talking, Steiny. They're talking. Reddick, this goes in the file, as we talked about yesterday. So I love it.
Exactly.
Philly. Niners can't get off to a slow start, man. You want to be on the road again in the NFC Championship. That would be 3 years in a row. Bosa, get your ass in here. Steiny, when I see you again, well, it'll be Friday, but after Labor Day, he should be at headquarters. This can't go into Pittsburgh. Like
talking about Bosa.
Yeah, this in my world, this is a dark cloud. Now you could say, "Oh, Goo," and the Niners have title aspirations. Get this done. You talked to Schaefer, didn't you, this week? Didn't I hear you in the green room on the phone with your agent?
I talk to him all the time.
Did he have something to say about this?
No, just
thanks, Evan.
No, just said nothing going on right now. That was a few days ago.
You didn't ask him, is he surprised?
No, he's an agent. They're asking for too much money. I mean, like, this is where, so what do you think's going on?
Yeah.
He's asking for more money than they want to pay him.
And what if that doesn't change in 11 days?
Okay, well then both sides have a decision to make.
And you come back from Pittsburgh and you lose 20-16.
Okay, then Bosa's got leverage, more leverage.
Wow.
I mean, the answer,
he's got to be asking for big.
Well, of course he is.
Bigger than his position money. That's it. We've identified what's going on.
Well, definitely, I'm sure he's asking. It's not hard to put two and two together. He at least wants to be the highest paid defensive player in the league, and probably by a little bit at this point.
I'll say this about me giving Bosa all the kudos, and I won't back down, Steiny. I do believe they're, on different Sundays, the best defensive player in the league. Micah Parsons, Watt in what's our guy in Vegas coming off the line on Spadoni's team. Like, there's other guys that could dominate like Bosa. So it ain't just Bosa by a landslide. It's close. But nobody else, for Niner fans, don't care about that. 97 plays for them. I just, man, get this done, man.
Well, it's business. Remember, Khalil Mack got traded by the Raiders. Now, part of that was a new regime, but they clearly didn't want to pay him monster money. It's happened. It happens every once in a while. Team just doesn't want to pay a guy. Or knows, look, it's easy to say pay Nick Bosa whatever he wants. But it's another thing for Parag Marathe to look at the numbers and say, well, this is how it's going to affect us down the road. And then you look at that and you say, whoa. So
you got a decision to make with Ayuk next year.
Exactly.
And Chris Jones in Kansas City, defensive player, Steiny, he's a stud. I forgot to mention him. He ain't signed, so it's going around.
Dre's in Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
How's your daughter, Dre?
Doing well.
She's doing well. Thanks for asking.
No
How about
problem.
yours?
She's doing off to college, man, so we're blessed.
Good. I'm glad both you guys are blessed. Hey, I'm one of the Niner fans. I want the path of resistance. I want the Cowboys, and I want the Eagles.
Wow.
I'd love to beat the Eagles in the regular season so we can see them at home this year in the playoffs.
Man.
And, I'm usually cool with other fans, but Eagle fans aren't that cool. We ain't got to be dirty like them. We can show them, what class is like. We've been there before. It's been a long time. But, let's beat the guys. If you want to, like Rick Perry used to say, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. Let's see the Niners be the best. What you guys think?
It's must-see TV.
I think that last time I was a fan, it was of the Boston Celtics. And when they got to the finals the one year, it was actually 2 of the 3 years, and it was the Houston Rockets, I didn't care that it wasn't the Lakers. But there's
we
nothing,
were robbed of that, though, the Lakers.
There's nothing better than when the Celtics beat the Lakers in 1984. So I would think 49er fans is as not painful, but as emotional as it might be, I think the best way it could possibly happen is like Dre said. You have a great year, you beat Philly and Dallas, or Dallas and Philly.
You had the opportunity last year, and you beat a division foe, reminded this Seattle your little brother. Then you played Dallas, and you had the opportunity to knock off Philly. I'll say this. We know the Cowboys have gotten better. I don't know if you think the Eagles have gotten better, because when I tell you guys, you, Joe, Bonte, anybody to listen, that the Eagles lost Hargrave, you tell me a rookie's taking his place, a badass rookie out of Georgia, but they still got to get acclimated to the NFL. Have the Niners improved? Where's this thing going?
I don't know. What was their record last year? 13-4?
The Niners or the Philly? Or the Eagles?
San Francisco.
Yeah, 13-4.
13-4. That means the only way they're better, at least record-wise, is to be 14-3.
That was cash the ticket on the almost bet we made of 12.5.
I am not convinced the 49ers are better than last year. Because they were one of the best teams in football already.
No Jimmy Ward.
From week 10 on. Once they got McCaffrey and Purdy was in there, how can you be better than ripping off 6 or 7 or 8 in a row? What's up, Antonio? How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Yeah, you're great. Dude, that's your specialty.
You got to call back, Antonio. Graymond Green on the YouTube chat says the Eagles won't repeat. I assume he's meaning as a NFC champion.
I don't like when guys and girls do handles like that.
Pardon me?
Play off the name Graymond Green. Like they're Snotty Pippen. You seen that one? Not Scotty, Snotty. I don't like that. Because I think it's the actual person.
Well, I think they just switched the 2 first letters of the...
Yeah. Get more creative, Evan, is all I'm saying. What if somebody said Stat Steinmetz? You know what I'm saying?
Who?
Stat. Change him to the S.
I don't know. I mean, I can't stop people from calling me it, I guess. I hear what you're saying, but so you don't like any of it.
Yeah, give me something more creative.
Okay. I can do that. Jason Dumas, Cron 4.
Our guy.
He was on with the morning show. He's a reporter. Here's what he said.
I'm expected that they're going to get a deal done in the next couple of days. That's what I was told. I reached out because I myself, just from afar, I'm not on the everyday Niners beat. I can be tapped in if I want, but I usually kind of just play the background. But I started asking myself, man, we're 10 days away from the season and this isn't done yet. And I never really looked that much into it because the messaging from the 49ers was relax. It'll be fine. I never really had the sense that I should dig. You know what I mean? That's just kind of the messaging from the organization, and everyone just seems so calm about it. But it gets to a certain point where it's all right, what's going to happen?
All right, that's Jason Dumas, Cron 4.
He says a couple days. And I could be tapped in. I love you, Jay.
I'm taking the over.
I'm with you. I think this thing is messy.
What was he? He said by the end of the week?
Or 2 days.
So that's by Friday or Saturday?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I'd take, if you said, Steiny, you got to bet, I'd take the over.
So do you, Evan and Spadoni, and even the fans out there, think the fact that Bosa's dad is who he is, and he's got history, and his brother's got history, he pulled that stunt coming out of college. Do you think that is impacting their son and Joey's little brother in this? Is he listening to them, or is this just Bosa and his agent? I cannot imagine his daddy and his brother are not in his ear. Bro.
Bottom line is the whole family knows how to deal with this.
There you go.
Top to bottom.
So calling me Gerald Johnson now. But go ahead. Changing the D to G. But yes, Nani, I think that has some impact on this.
Wins are not the only metric, defensive and offensive ratings compared to last year. But yes, but all right. But you know what I mean.
I do.
If you want to use the stat that the 49ers were 8-0 in games that Brock Purdy started and finished, well, then I would say, well, how can they get better than that? They're going to go 17-0 and win it all.
Man, that's a high bar. It is a very high bar.
It absolutely is. It is a high bar. But anyway, Jason Dumas saying that Bosa will be in by the end of the week, and we'll see. And then the 49ers will be whole. How about the caller who called in and said, are they going to win the division? And I actually thought,
well, Seattle's,
but 49er fans just laugh at that.
But, until you're not laughing, right?
Yeah.
Until they play.
Yeah. But, good. Okay. I'm looking at it.
Willard had me. Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, Willard was going through the schedule, Steiny. These first 4 games that include a Sunday night opener. When was the last time the Niners, I think it might have been under Kaepernick in Chicago. No, that was the debut of Levi's. It might have been a Sunday night game. But since then, when was their home opener on Sunday night? So that's not going to be a walk in the park. The Giants,
Where
Pittsburgh,
is that game?
Here, Sunday night. It's their home opener. San Francisco 49ers, then you got Dallas coming in. The Giants.
Who does Sunday night favor?
Well, I'm sure the Niners are. It's their home opener. I would think the Giants coming across to the best coast from the East Coast.
Right, but what is. They play the Giants in their home opener.
And I think the Giants are the playoff team. Now, that's not an easy one.
That's fine.
All right.
But I thought you were saying because it's a 5:30 game.
No,
that's why I asked where it was.
It was. Normally it's 1:00, 1:25. That's why I was like, oh, okay, they hooked the Niners up. But you got the Steelers. You got the Rams. We don't know what the Rams are going to be. And I said Dallas. Dallas is week 5. The Niners get a break with a team tanking week 4. Stoney, a home game against the Cardinals, who are Operation Caleb Williams.
Somebody. Do you have the schedule up there?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Give it to me. Start. Okay.
10 in the morning on the road, week 1 at Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Week 2 at LA Rams.
Okay.
That's a 1:05 start.
Okay.
Week 3, your home opener, Sunday night against the New York Football Giants.
Are you sure? Is that or could that be the Thursday night game that that these guys are talking about?
You know what? It is Thursday.
Okay, so that's a disadvantage for the 49ers.
Because a short week.
Well, but it's a disadvantage for both teams. So that's their home opener's a Thursday night.
Damn, I said Sunday. Talk to me.
Okay. Swizziers paying $9.99 for this.
We know it's Thursday, guys.
Bosa is definitely listening to his family more than his agent. Do you think the Bosa speak about themselves in the third person? Because I definitely do.
I'm going to give you a 1, but yeah, that's got some impact, Donnie. They're probably telling him,
it does.
You're going to get your money. Even if it's quarterback money, they need you.
I don't think they can win it without him.
You said it yesterday.
He's just like, when we talk about their offensive team, we go boom, 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 boom. We talk about defense, Bosa. And then Fred Warner, but it's Bosa. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We had a great time last night at Fieldwork Brewery, and one question that was asked, what 49er can you least afford to lose this year if you want to try to leapfrog those Philadelphia Eagles, who are the clear, at least at this point, number 1 team in the NFC on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know a bar could sound like...
streaming live on Twitch and YouTube right now. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process.
I'm learning about artificial intelligence. It's scaring me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. We'll be here till 2 o'clock.
Or 2:12.
Great, that's true. Great time at the Fieldwork Brewing Company last night in San Ramon. You know what? I'm losing my voice a little bit, I feel like.
Well, you had to work 6 hours yesterday.
And it was more than a 6-hour day. That's what people don't understand.
Yeah, baby.
What about commute time? That's work.
Which way did you go? Through 24th, the Caldecott? Or did you go?
Yeah, which way did you go? Did you go all the way down 580?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I had to drop something off to Norm. So
I'm just kidding. I saw 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Oh, okay.
In terms of time.
Yeah.
So
tell me if I'm being messy. Xavier W. on the First NorCal Credit Union must have heard that Fillmore Mike said he was lit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he liked it. He asked me. I said, yeah, it was said. Right. But Mike's not in the chat, so we're good. And then also the text of the day, Evan Spadoni. How y'all going to let Guru go a whole minute talking about the home opener? It's on Sunday night, and it was
So what? You were
y'all
wrong?
could have jumped in a little. Yeah, we've established that.
So I'm supposed to jump in every time you're wrong?
It's pretty infrequent, but
well, I'll admit
your radar did go off, but you didn't know why.
Well, I didn't understand that. So I don't.
No, I was just saying
I'm not a
they
big
got
schedule
that shine
guy.
of.
I'm not a big
but it's
schedule
a Thursday
guy.
night game. Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah, and I thought you were saying, well, it's a Sunday night game, so that gives.
But you ended up being right because now they got a short week.
Both teams, though. Yeah. I got to assume. Garrett's in Orinda wants to talk about the Niners. What's up, Garrett? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks, guys. I just want to say I love the station Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. It's the highlight of my day.
Thank you.
And, the Niners, I want them to beat the Eagles.
Yeah.
We don't need no easy path. Let's beat those guys and show them that Brock Purdy's the real deal and everybody else on the team. And I want to make a quick little joke here that, I hate the Dallas Cowboys, but I got a lot of Dallas Cowboy fans that are buddies of mine, and I like those guys. I don't know a single cool Eagle fan. If you guys know one, I'd like to meet them, but I've never met one.
We got one right here.
Who?
You. Yeah. Evan, tell them what the streets are saying about Stein's fandom.
Garrett.
They got you in Philly.
What are you talking about?
You talk glowingly of your friends who follow the Eagles. Well, your trip to the vet as a youngster.
They're going to get involved in this show as the season moves along.
Have them call the morning because that's where they got a feud.
You'll find out. They're not the fans that Bonte's talking about. My buddies.
Oh no,
my buddies are all grown men.
No, we got that. Yeah.
They love their.
They ain't throwing stuff at people.
I have no preference.
I don't want the guys in the morning to go back. If they played the NFC Championship again in Philly,
you know what? I'll tell you
your
what.
ass here.
Relax. If they got to go back to Philly in the NFC Championship, I'll go with them.
No, Mike, could you?
I'll be their human shield.
You've never been in a fight.
Exactly, and I won't be in a fight that day. We'll have people.
You peacemaker.
I'll have the whole city of Philadelphia pulling the Joe Lake after Klay Thompson made 11 threes in that game in Oklahoma City.
You going to be able to have command like Malcolm X in the movie where he told everybody be quiet? They just...
Yeah,
You didn't see it.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Oh, wow.
That's one I saw.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
What did I start to watch yesterday? And I'll tell you what I watched yesterday. Women of Troy. Women of Troy
is on Netflix,
HBO.
I think you're right.
I think.
Great. So it can't.
You know what it's about?
No.
You know anything about
Women of Troy, the USC.
That's right.
Oh,
it's about USC women's basketball and Cheryl Miller.
Oh, she scored 100.
Yeah, she did more than that.
Have we given her flowers?
No, we haven't. You know what? Doris Burke was on it. This is very interesting to me.
Dude, you got my ear. I'm like,
so, when she graduated from USC, there's really nowhere to go.
Right.
So
she was doing some NBA
she
stuff.
said, imagine Michael Jordan. All right? Imagine he plays about 4 or 5 years, and then they play the Boston Celtics, right?
Gotcha.
And he has 49 in game 1. 63 in game
OT.
2. And then she said, imagine he never plays another game after that. That's Cheryl Miller.
Wow.
Dude, she was unbelievable. Yes.
Didn't she used to play pickup against men?
All the time.
Play against like NBA players?
She played against Reggie her whole childhood.
So why wouldn't the WNBA
What didn't exist?
have now, because of this that just came out, or somebody was on it before, Snotty, I'm being real, Evan, have their championship trophy named the Cheryl Miller for what she's done, or some type of award for Cheryl Miller, because she was the first. Hey, just a thought, man. Like, there have been opportunities for that woman to have been given her flowers, and I'm going to go here.
I think she's in the Hall of Fame.
David Stern. She used to do stuff in the TNT studio for the NBA.
She's
why
the
did
sidelines.
that disappear?
I don't know that she holds a grudge against anybody.
No, it's not about holding a grudge. It's
She's
about
been
let's
honored.
right or wrong. And
What's
the NBA
wrong?
can do that. The fact that she's just fallen off the face of the earth. Like, she should have something in her name that we never forget. Maybe the MVP of the NBA All-Star game. What do they call it now? It's help me out. Bird Magic, right?
That's the Eastern and Western Conference.
But something for Cheryl Miller, especially the WNBA. Like, that should be done right now. They might want to pay me for even bringing this up.
What about the...
Go ahead.
Nothing.
I want you to say what you're going to say.
Well, like, it would be hard to single her out because even though she was like there were a lot of pioneers.
Okay.
Carol Blazejowski. Did you ever heard of her?
Was
Hear
she
her?
before Cheryl?
Yeah.
But maybe, I don't think
Kathy Rush's Immaculata team.
There is a Cheryl Miller Award. It's awarded to the best women's basketball player in college every single year.
Well, I need a little more than that, Evan.
So, like,
He wants someone in the NBA.
Yeah, yeah.
WNBA.
But
I
she
didn't
never
know that,
played,
Evan.
so I think that's probably the disconnect.
So what was the doc about? Her not getting her flowers, or
It was about her and the dominance of the program at that time.
Oh.
And how that team was unbelievable. And she was...
So she's not bitter.
No.
Okay. And damn, Evan, I did not know that about
she
the
just,
college game.
She was in a league by herself at that time. What's up, Nerming? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, great, guys. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I wanted to know what you guys thought about this. So in the NFC Championship game against the Eagles, and I'm a huge Nick Bosa fan, I watched Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata put a blanket on Nick Bosa. So I do think there comes a time when you draw a line and say, hey, dude, we can't go more than this number. What do you guys think?
I agree.
I
agree.
He did not record a sack, man, and I just, again, come on, Guru, the double knob, but the great ones, the Strahans, the dominant ones, the Charles Haleys, I mean, they get home, and maybe that is what they're going off of. But I'm going to just say this, Donnie. I don't have to tell you just here in the Bay Area, the Niners are primed. You cannot go into the season, especially for me as a Bay Area native, what we thought was nothing with the Warriors, even with the punch, we thought that their community or their what word am I looking for? Their culture could get past it, and then we didn't find out till it was too late. You just don't want this. You kind of just want to go in ready, man.
Sure you do. Sure you do. Remember back in the day, the old timers will remember this, mid-90s. Golden State Warriors had thought they might have just put together a championship roster. They had Tim Hardaway returning from injury. They had Latrell Sprewell. And they had Chris Webber.
Oh, my gosh.
And they were poised. They'd won 50 games the year before without Timmy Hardaway. And you know what? They traded Webber before that season. Even though they had what they thought was a great
Why are you going here?
roster. Because it happens. That's all. It happens. maybe Nick Bosa doesn't want to be here. Now, I don't know anything about that, but what I'm saying is anything can happen. Rich is in Hayward. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Yeah, Bosa needs quarterback money.
So that's 35 plus.
Yeah, 35 to 40 because we ain't got a quarterback. I mean, we ain't paying Purdy. We got
Rich,
Trey Lance.
All right. So that would be 20% more essentially than what Aaron Donald makes this upcoming year.
He deserves every inch of that. He has every penny he deserves. He doesn't have, the quarterback that they're paying there. What's that guy that got from Detroit? I'm telling you right now, Stafford. I'm telling you right now, if anything goes wrong, it's going to be on him. It's like you couldn't stop him. Like, come on. Even if they would have won that championship game, they would have probably lost. And I'm a diehard Niner fan.
Right.
You got Purdy versus Mahomes. Come on, it's same thing. This guy needs to be paid, and you don't want to be like the guy with the Chiefs. They're all giving it to the quarterback because they're going to do that anyhow. You got the leverage. Hey, you got to get your money.
Gotcha, Rich. Appreciate it,
man.
I mean, the question is, how much is too much?
And he tried to use the fact that Brock Purdy's not getting any chips like that should give you the Niners could be like, oh, we're doing good. We got a little piggy bank, but use that bread that you're getting, that you ain't paying Brock.
Well,
I get it, but that's a woulda, coulda. We'll get there when we get there. Brock's got a lot of tests before we got to, you know what I mean?
But if
all this is about,
I'm just saying. If Bosa can go in there and command the highest salary of a defensive player, whatever that is, and he gets it, and you win the Super Bowl this year, and Purdy's great, good luck with that. And I'm not saying, yes, it's a good problem to have. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
I hope Dumas is right, Stoney. I'm watching this, man. I just hope it doesn't get into prep work for week one.
Let's go to Dirty. What's up, Dirty? How you doing, buddy?
Dirty.
No, this is Grandpa Daddy.
Oh, Grandpa Daddy.
You mentioned Grandpa. He had the $50 bill. Who has that money?
Thanks for coming out yesterday.
Gentlemen, I just want to say you guys looking good. Goo, I want to let you know, you say you're 50. I didn't see no gray hair.
I got a few.
You look 40.
Yeah, right on, baby.
You look 40.
Yeah,
okay, Sonny, you're the distinguished gentleman like I definitely pictured, man. And you know what? You're looking good, baby.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it.
I got that $50 saying, don't worry, man. We're going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm the optimist. The glass is half full, and it's going to happen, Goo. I know we're all sitting there going, Bosa, and you're right, Steiny. The Niners, we don't win without Bosa, man. No, that's real talk. You got to have that defense. You got to have Bosa. Pay the man what he's worth. They can do it. So let's do this, man.
Appreciate it, Granddaddy.
And he doesn't sound like that in person. He's regular.
He's a great guy.
Yeah.
Met so many listeners last night. It was a lot of fun.
I met Dublin Marge. Took a selfie with her.
Yeah.
Oh, you saw her too?
Yeah, she was asking about Dan Daly. She got a hold of Dan Daly. Dan Dibley.
Oh, I was like, hey, real quick, did all the shirts you've worn this week come in the same package? They're on fire. And real quick, what's EBA? Eastern Basketball Association?
That's correct.
Wow.
The answer is no. I order my shirts individually.
They're fire this week. Mm-hmm. Keep it up.
So,
good stuff.
Now the Bosa contract. The Bosa contract. It feels like, here's the thing. It feels like everybody assumes that he should get at least $1 more than Aaron Donald.
Check.
Okay. Aaron Donald is making 30-ish. Let's say 30. I mean, if you're the 49ers, don't you say to Nick Bosa, first of all, he's got a ring. Secondly, he made big plays in the Super Bowl. And third, are we worried? Listen, Do the 49ers have legitimate concern about Bosa's injury history?
I'm sure.
Well, then you can't. Then you
can't live scared, Stoney. Did the Warriors have a concern about Curry?
But you also can't live throwing $40 million around like it's nothing.
See, I don't think Bosa just put last year on display, Stoney. Now, if this were the year after the injury, then it's valid to have that thought. But right after what he did, DPOY, and you talk about him being in his prime, there's no doubt now, Stoney. I believe, obviously, that's the holdup. He is asking for something more enormous than what they were going to give. Like Aaron Donald, passing Aaron Donald is not what he's trying to do.
Grayish Expert, 1337, the Bosa drama is overblown. This happens every time a top player wants a big contract. Literally 9 out of 10 times. Yeah. I agree until they don't agree or until there's an issue.
Yeah, Juan Santos, you can't let Bosa hold the organization hostage.
Dave's in San Ramon. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I want to talk about this Bosa thing. So everybody agrees it's the market. He has to get paid more than Donald. But we have to understand that he's probably going to get like a 5-year extension, right? And if Brock wins the Super Bowl, we have to pay him in 3 years.
Yep.
Right? So if he wins the Super Bowl, we're looking at $30 million for Brock. So we can't just throw money at him.
Right.
We can't do that. It has to be like 25 to 30 is my range.
Wow.
That's all I got.
Appreciate it, Dave. And that would be just less than Aaron Donald.
Yeah. But he ain't looking at it like that. It doesn't look like from the outside looking in, Stoney.
Is there a number that Bosa's asking for that would make you say, you know what, Bosa? To hell with Bosa. Hell with Bosa. He wants 38.
From what you've heard from 49er fans and that ovation he got, that applause he got yesterday at the summit, I don't think there's a lot of Niner fans that would call in and say, yes, he's asking for too much. He's worth every penny, Stoney. And again, it's not their money.
Let's go to Junior in Alvisto. What's up, Junior?
Hey, what's up, Goo? What's up, Steiny?
Hey.
Both you guys doing a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just feel like, as much as I want Bosa here, I feel like nobody's bigger than the team. Nobody's bigger than that logo they wear on that helmet. If it's the case where he doesn't want to be here, I say we trade him, man, and we get our draft picks back that we lost with Trey, and we just keep it moving, man. And nobody's bigger than the team. That's all I got to say, man. Go Niners.
Nobody's bigger than Kyle Shanahan, that's for sure. What?
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
You're going to pay him Kirk Cousins money.
Wow.
$35 million for Kirk Cousins.
That?
And that's the other problem. You're going to trade for Kirk Cousins at the end of this year.
Dude, then why you smiling when you say it? Because they believe you want that to happen.
It's a trap. I do. Oh, I do.
You want him here?
Yes. Oh, my God, are you kidding?
Well, that means
that's
you ain't
the kind of thing
the
I
Eagles
love
in the NFC Championship.
Oh, really?
Game,
and you know that.
All hell would have to break
and as you would say to me, you're going to rob him of that opportunity.
Well, no, if they get to that juncture, that means...
Oh, you mean if they do it this year?
Yeah.
Oh, you're damn right. I want Kirk Cousins as a quarterback. Well, that was actually one of the things I was thinking about. No, over the last, I don't know if it's weeks, months, we've just gotten into this not habit, but we've talked about Super Bowl or bust, championship or bust,
Steve Young
title or bust. Yeah. If you win a title, you're a winner. If you've never won a ring, you're a loser. Everything's black, everything's white, everything's defined. And I just started thinking, well, who are the greatest non-champions of all time? Like non-champions.
So can it be teams or players?
It's just whatever runs through your head. Non-champions. And then I started to think. Okay, who do you want to win a ring? Who do you want to win a ring in any given sport? Like who would you love to see win a ring?
And I'm being so real with this, Russell Westbrook. I would love for Russell to get a ring.
Yeah. I would love for Kirk Cousins to get a ring.
Who do you think's more realistic? Like
Cousins, I would say.
Well, if Harden gets to the Clippers, I would say his chances are better. Cousins has Philly, the Niners in his way, and Dallas.
And then I like to have fun like this.
All right.
Whose ring would you take away? Somebody that's got rings, now you can take one and say, actually, you didn't win that championship.
Robert Ory.
You can only
All
take
7?
one. You can only take one.
Oh, okay. So they only got one.
Yeah. Whose ring are you taking?
Damn, man. Caspi.
You are. See, this is.
I defended him to wear it, but you said I could take it back. I don't think he would be mad because he knows.
No, but see, you're worried about him being mad.
Yeah,
the ant's like, you got to be like me. You know who you got to have a little hater in you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I got some.
Give me Nick Young's ring. Give me Nick Young's championship
I want to
ring.
wrestle
That's
you.
the ring I want to take from. And then secondly, and he's right up there, is Julius Erving. Let me take Julius Irving's 83 championship ring.
They were showing some old. Doc was okay, Steiny. Doc was a baller.
He was a
you
human
poisoned
highlight.
me on Doc.
Yeah, the greatest dunker of all time.
No, he could play,
He's
too.
the greatest in-game dunker of all time. Would you disagree with that?
No.
Okay.
No, he's not the greatest in-game dunker.
I think he's better than Jordan in-game even.
No, Vince Carter's the greatest in-game dunker to me.
Oh, I don't know about that.
He jumped over a 7-foot man
That
in the
was
Olympics.
that wasn't even an NBA game.
Well, you're right.
Julius Erving made one of the greatest moves of all time in the NBA Finals.
Go ahead. You're right.
Was it a dunk?
No, it was even more impressive.
It was
than
the
that.
cuff dunk. Yeah, from the wing. He got it in.
No, I'm talking about the one on Landisberger. You're thinking of the one on Michael Cooper.
Oh, I gotta find this one.
Simmer.
Landisberger.
You know the one where he goes under the backboard.
Oh, that wasn't a dunk. That was a cinnamon layup. You said dunk. I thought you said dunk. Evan, help me out. Didn't he say dunk?
Well, that's why I asked if it was a dunk or not.
Oh, okay. You mean play. Yeah. That play's incredible stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like Jordan's is better than the Jordan switch hands in the left. You got me mad. You want Nick Young's ring.
Oh, God. I'd like that thing confiscated. Absolutely confiscated.
I got Caspi.
Trying to think who else.
Yeah, I'm drawing blanks.
James Jones.
Yeah, man, you guys can be so cruel. My dude's in the front office. Evan, leave him alone.
But here's another one. Who would you like to give a ring to? Not give a ring, but wish had earned one.
Oh, I got two. Malone and Stockton, man.
All right. You know what I have in mind? My first name is a football player. Barry Sanders.
Well, you quit.
After 9 years of being the greatest running back of all time.
Yeah. All right. I'm mad
That's
at
what
that.
who else do I have here?
Patrick Ewing, I'd like to give a ring to.
Dan Marino, I wish would have won a ring.
He had a chance.
Junior Seau.
That's not a bad one at all. I like that one. Who else do I have on my list?
Junior had a chance to.
Chris Mullen.
Man.
Anyway, just some stuff that goes
we
through
got to
my
get him
head.
on the show.
Yeah. Well,
I don't have his number.
Bonte's friend, so.
So we asked Bonte or we asked Evan?
Barkley?
We said Barkley.
Sorry about that.
Well, there can be anybody. All right.
No, the
I meant
fact
Matt
was,
Barkley.
Yeah. Oh, that's I'm gonna get through USC.
Oh, 510 with the best answer. Now I want CP3 to win a ring. That's a good one.
Patrick McCaw.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru, we will be here for another hour. Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners, and right now, don't miss the Labor Day event. 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you, so hurry in. These prices won't last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries, long live the lazy. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to chime in on some of the greatest non-champions of all time, maybe somebody who doesn't have a ring that you wish would have a ring, or, somebody who has a ring that you wish wouldn't. You can talk about that, too. We can go back to the San Francisco 49ers. Early in the show, I thought we had a good conversation on tenure. Maybe we'll revisit that on the other side. But we got anything on the table on 95.7 The Game.
You coaching? There's no greater way to celebrate the peaks and valleys, cities, and coastline of California than to experience them.
11 minutes? You can do better. You gonna mention that publicly?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you for another hour, and we'll turn it over to Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Nothing. I love what we do, man.
Oh, all right. I was thinking kids are going back to school, and teachers and professors, some of them get tenured. They get tenure. It means when you get stability in your job, it means you're not going to get fired. Yeah. It means you're going to be around for a while. Right now, would you give Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch tenure? Meaning they're going to be around for a while. 7 years.
You got to run this by the guys when they come in.
What about Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler? Would you give them tenure right now? The answer's probably not right now, but what if they make the postseason? What if the Giants make the postseason this year? That's a 107-win team in a playoff, another play. So I thought we'd have some fun with that. And the reason I obviously don't throw the Warriors in there is because they have tenure. They would have gotten tenure after year 7.
Man.
But right now, would you give Shanny and Lynch tenure? Goo. Would you say, look, you guys are going to be at the top of this class. You're going to be teaching this class for a long time, and we're not going to F with you too much. And just know that settle in. You're going to be the head coach and the general manager.
And this year's going to culminate in a playoff berth. This season, this upcoming.
I don't
season.
know. No, I changed it to right now. You got to make the decision right now. You have to make the decision before the first regular season game this year.
I would have to.
That's a tough question. I know I'm putting you on the spot.
No, this is what we do, but I'd have to say yes because I told you guys yesterday out of my fat pie hole that Brock Purdy's going to be the real deal. So I'm assuming they got their franchise quarterback, and within the next 3 to 4 years, or even this year, the Niners would Kyle Shanahan working for the Niners would get that Super Bowl ring. So I'm gonna say yes. Lynch, he's just like Kyle. I can't I did that earlier and it bothered me. Didn't sit well with me. I don't know what he does, Steiny, but I know he's the general manager, and it comes just as like Kapler. You're the manager, damn it. I can't take nothing from you that I don't know what's not happening. So I'm going to give you kudos for being the GM. So I think the Niners are in a good spot. So, yes, they got tenure with me.
I got a question. Can some professors help me out there? Like, how long do you actually have to be a professor before you're essentially eligible to be tenured? I believe it's 5. I was thinking 8-ish, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, Goo, I hung you out to dry there. I really did, and I'll tell you why. It's because I threw this question out at the beginning of the show, and I took the easy way out. How did Steiny take the easy way out? I said, let me see what happens at the end of this year, and I'll decide. And you know what?
You took that from me.
That's pretty easy to say, Steiny. Yeah. It's rational. It's logical. But what if you had to make a decision by the Steelers game? You had to make a decision by the Steelers game. Are you giving Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch tenure? You got to do it before the first. Yeah. You have to do it after 6 years.
I spoke.
You give them another 6 years right now. You give them another 6 years, the both of them.
And the reason
888-957-9570.
The cologne of what I believe Brock Purdy is about to turn into is real. You got Debo. You drafted Debo. You drafted Ayuk. You hit. You facilitated the trade. You got C-Mac in town. I just feel like the Niners in the next. I want it sooner than later for the Niner fans, Steiny, but I feel like they're on the come when you talk about winning the Super Bowl. So I got to give them credit, man.
It's
yeah. I love myself for that because I still criticize Kyle for situational game.
I like to ask questions where you get two different answers.
That's great.
See, 415, no effing way.
Wow.
So again, the question is tenure. It's back to school time. It's crossed my mind. The word tenure. You get it, John.
Yeah.
John.
Big John in the house.
Anyway,
got the mustache.
Would you give? Would you give Shanahan and Lynch tenure right now. If you had to do it before the Pittsburgh game. And what does tenure mean? It means they're going to have job security and perks for the next at least 6 years. Give them another 6 years. And listen, I would throw Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler out there, but I'm pretty sure most people would say no, not yet. So let's just stick to Shanahan and Lynch. Go ahead, go.
Let's put the right on the table. Brought to you by ATCO. Go to ATCOPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. You've beat me over the head with the resume that I can't argue with. Kyle's got you to a Super Bowl. He's got you to 3 NFC championships. Mm-hmm. It was ugly. It was Tom Sula and all kind of guys that weren't the right guy for the job. So just with that alone, even though I'm thirsty for the Niners to get to the Super Bowl or get a Super Bowl win, I can't ignore that. And I believe anybody calling, even with the Trey Lance blunder, the guys' luck, Kyle and John, is so good that they're not dealing with the impact. I love this one from yesterday, the Clint Eastwood, the sudden impact of blowing the quarterback pick because the guy they got last in the draft looks like he has all the goods. So you do get rewarded for what that looks like right now. And right now, that looks like they're a winner.
925. Right now, you give them 3 more years. You don't have that choice.
Nope.
We're talking about tenure. Tenure here.
Damn, what would you have to see in the next
years.
3? Yeah.
6+ years. They've had 6 years. Do you give them 6 more? I think it's incredibly difficult question. Oh, we have a professor online too?
Here we go. Probably Cal.
Professor Bob. Rob. Professor Rob. How you doing? Or is it Bob?
I'm doing great. It's Rob.
Okay, Rob. How are you?
Okay. Just going to answer your question real quick about tenure. It's more than just time.
Okay.
So in order to qualify for tenure, number one, you got to be hired into a position that's tenure eligible.
Okay.
Right? So you're hired knowing if you perform up to the criteria established in this contract, then you're going to be eligible for tenure.
Okay, they
Number one, for your analogy to work, you got to be hired into that position. Milestones would be established at the onset of your employment that you have to reach, right? You got to publish, you got to write, you got to talk, got to do all of this stuff. So for one of the coaches to be eligible for tenure, you'd have to be hired on and say, okay, in the next 5 years, if you win the Super Bowl, then we're going to give you as a reward for that. We're going to give you tenure.
Gotcha.
But you have to perform up to that. If you don't perform up to that, then we can let you go. Or we could extend you for another period of time and give you another opportunity to do that.
Gotcha. So, in other words, who knows? They may have said, you could say in our mythical thing, I'll tell you what, you make the NFC Championship 3 out of your first 6 years, we'll give you tenure. And he's done that.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a logical conclusion. And you don't know what's going on in the conversation behind the scenes, but
right.
If you're eligible and you're doing your job and you're exceeding, the other thing that they're measuring you against is the pool of your peers.
Sure.
So if you are performing or outperforming your peers, not just within your institution, but within your fields of expertise at all of the institutions across the country, that's a factor that they would look at. And I would say based on that criteria, you're looking at a management team that is, in all honesty, at least for the 49ers, they're outperforming their peers across the country.
Great stuff. Hey, where are you, or were you a professor, if you don't mind me asking?
I was an adjunct faculty member. I never was a tenured faculty.
Gotcha.
I didn't get hired for tenure. I was an adjunct faculty, meaning I got hired as a contract employee teaching on a 3-year contract at San Jose State.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah, I love you guys. Take care.
All right. There it is.
That was great.
Those Spartans.
So there is. You got a
WCC.
Look at you.
Mountain West. That's okay.
He's talking to you. I said, look at you. Hey.
1, 2, 2.
This is the greatest text ever, Stoney.
Well,
why do I think I know my partner where you're going to like it? You went and looked at it. The Lance pick does not deserve firing, but it definitely does not deserve to get followed up with tenure. Why do I feel like you wrote that?
It's not a bad thing.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm just,
The gift and the curse.
I'm just thinking it's a really hard question the more I think about it, but it would be very difficult to not give them tenure right now. I could certainly understand why. See, to me, like just being as old as I am, I realize how fast things can change, man.
That's my line. Tomorrow's not promised.
That's not the same line. Tomorrow's not promised.
That's how I think things can change.
Well, then
Go ahead. We got two different books. Well, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say.
It sounded like there was a definition from Professor Rob/Bob on tenure, which is you got to have, you got to publish enough, or you got to write stuff. So does Shanahan, is the Super Bowl the only way he can get tenure, or if he goes to 2 more NFC championships and he's 5 out of 6, and that equals tenure or whatever?
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying.
He's got goals.
And also the thing I didn't know about tenure is it's kind of negotiated before you're even.
Man.
So in other words, they would have said, tell you what, you win a Super Bowl, you get tenure.
Or how many division titles.
Exactly.
Well, he kind of set his own bar, right? If he came in and first job as a head coach, he also gets director of personnel duties.
Exactly. Actually, you want to look at it that way? He came in with tenure. He was he was a junior professor in Atlanta. He was, what do they call the substitute professor? The intern, not the intern, grad student. He was a grad student in Atlanta. He comes to the Niners. They say, not only can you be a full-time professor, we'll give you tenure.
Man. Yeah, 415.
That's more like what happened.
Yeah. But
he has tenure.
No doubt. And I said that, and you said, you know what, Goo, you might be right. 415, this is trolling. What outstanding draft picks has Shanahan made? Fred Warner on line 1. Brandon Ayuk on line 2.
Well, we'll see about great.
Deebo Samuel on line 3. Bosa on line 4. That's trolling.
I mean, there's 7 rounds.
Well,
so there are a lot more names. AJ's in Redwood City. What's up, AJ? How you doing, man?
Hey, doing good, man. Thinking about tenure, I look across to the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin.
Right.
He has tenure over there.
Yes.
Won Super Bowl quite a while ago, but just year after year, they compete.
Yeah.
The players, by and large, love playing for him. And honestly, I kind of see that in Kyle Shanahan. I like the way the players talk about the locker room, guys like Kittle, Warner, Trent Williams. They make the culture we are building at the 49ers. We compete pretty consistently. The QB room's its own deal, but, that's fine.
Sure.
I would give Kyle tenure. I like, as a fan, I feel stable and safe. We're going to be competitive year after year. I sort of feel that. And if it turns out another guy who had tenure and then, they parted ways, I think about Andy Reid in Philadelphia all those years, never made it to a Super Bowl with Andy Reid, but still were consistently competitive. The guys loved playing for Andy Reid. If that's our fate, I don't love it, but I don't know if that's what it's going to be, right? And there are worse things to be.
No doubt. And AJ, thanks for the call and thanks for the list. That's kind of why I threw it out there, because I can see, to me now, after I've given it more thought than I thought I would.
He already had it, Stoney.
It's I want to see one more year, especially this year in light of the Trey Lance decision. So that's why you have to do it now before the season starts. I think I'd be inclined to do it, but not because I think it's a great idea, only because you have to. If somebody said you have to make a decision right now, are you giving them both a 6-year deal? I probably would.
Yeah, and I would
but
too.
It's if somebody says no way, I get it. I totally get it.
Well, let's just say this. Your premise is this year you don't know where it's going to go. Let's just take it to Vegas. Right now, what's supposed to happen with this Niner team is they're supposed to be one of the last 2 teams standing come, out of the NFC.
Yep.
Excuse me. So to me, that would constitute and reward Kyle another successful quote-unquote year or season. You got to give it to him. Astounding, I think he already has it, man.
Well,
I hear you, but you said before week 1. But what if Bosa gets traded or the erroneous reports are true? Would we call that botched negotiations?
Depends what they get for him if they have to trade him.
Could you imagine the fan base?
What if they get back what they gave up for Trey and then some?
But then you're telling me it'll be greater later. Those picks aren't on the team now. And Hargrave him and Bosa never got a chance to play together. Oh, my God. There's no way.
But, boy, you're loaded with picks. And, I don't think you do it either because they think they can win a title this year. Yes, Shanny gets tenure. Can't take the chance to hire Cliff Kingsbury. Giving Kyle tenure now is too low of a bar. Gruden came in and did that's true. That is true. I mean, the better analogy with Kyle Shanahan was he was like, and so he was he was an associate professor at another school. He came to the Niners and they said, we'll not only give you full-time professorship, we'll give you the ability to hire your entire department and we'll give you complete decision-making over your class size and who takes your class. Like, now looking at it, man, did they give Kyle Shanahan some power at 35 years old.
He ain't disappointed yet,
I'm in the power chair.
Got into a Super Bowl early.
You know what? Well, first 2 years, he cleaned house.
Right after that?
I'm not saying he's doing a bad job.
Just think about that. His last time they were in the Super Bowl was 4 years ago.
I'm just saying.
Super Bowl was in 19.
Okay. Let me ask you this, just off the top of your head. Maybe there's somebody I'm forgetting. Name me somebody more inexperienced who was given more responsibility in terms of an entire organization, like in any sport. Like he was given control of the roster. He was given control of the 53-man roster, coaching, obviously head coach, which means his staff, and he was never a head coach before or a GM. I'm just saying, when you start thinking about things that way, whoo, did they give Kyle Shanahan, that's right.
He was offensive coordinator.
That's right. That's not a head coach.
But he was in the game.
No, he was in the game. So's the associate professor.
Yeah.
Associate professor's at the head of the class. But that's kind of the way I like to think about things. Like, man, it's just starting to hit me. How much Kyle, it's his show, and it actually makes me feel stupid. I'm stupid. You know why?
No, you're not.
Nah, but I was here talking about tenure without taking it to its logical conclusion, which is he's got way more than tenure.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Got the keys to everything. Yep. Let's go to Jose. Jose's in Oakland. What's going on, man?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hey.
I like Jose.
As far as this Kyle and John, Kyle, I would probably give him 6 more years as a head coach, not as a general manager or talent evaluator, because I really have my doubts about him. In fact, I think that most of the talent that we currently have in the team, I wouldn't be surprised if it's been John Lynch, the one that's been picking up that talent, and he's only been given the okay. But, I mean, I can see what he's done as far as picking up, quarterbacks. He's been really, really bad. He got lucky with Purdy. I mean, in trades, it goes back all the way back to DeForest Buckner leaving the team. Who we got instead? Javon Kinslow, the guy can't even stay healthy. That was a horrible trade. And this morning I heard that they would think, I mean, obviously it's just a rumor, isn't it? I don't think it was true, but they're thinking about trading Bosa. If they were to do that, they would lose not only the fandom, they would lose the team for sure. Like I said, as a head coach, yeah, sure, I would give it to him because he's definitely one of the best play callers. But as a general manager, I think he's got too much in his plate, and he's been making decisions that have been really, really bad.
That's fair. That's fair. That was it. You know what? And I like the way you answered the question, meaning I give him tenure as a coach, but not as a player personnel guy.
That's where his power is.
I mean, that's the other thing. And this is a credit to Kyle Shanahan. You ready? for a guy with no head coaching experience and a guy who'd never been a general manager before, okay? For the 49ers to hire him as a coach, a head coach for the first time, and essentially a general manager for the first time, shows you how desperate they were to get somebody in here.
Oh, man, they were striking
with
out.
Ideally some credibility. Or you could say, if he were Joe Lacob, he saw brilliance. He saw brilliance in Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, but Steiny, I don't want to be too harsh. They had bozos running the spots, man. I mean, it didn't Chip Kelly and John Sula.
They had Trent Baalke. He's doing pretty well. He ain't a laughingstock in Jacksonville.
No, you're right.
So
yeah, you mentioned Chip Kelly. That might be the only other person that I can think of that was. I mean, he was a head coach in college, but he didn't have any NFL experience. I think Pete Carroll also got similar.
Well, Chip Kelly coached in Philly 2 years.
No. But I'm saying when he got to Philly, they gave him immediate control of everything.
Right.
Although he did have two 10-win seasons, but it's like he came in and got rid of Deshaun Jackson and brought in his guys from Oregon. I mean, he didn't last very long, though.
History. Yep.
Right. I mean,
interesting, man.
So that is interesting because even Chip Kelly was a head coach
what about
on
McDaniels?
The college level.
But he didn't have that Kyle Shanahan power in his first job. McDaniels in Denver.
So he came from
New England.
He
was hot.
Remember, didn't something happen with him and the Lions? Didn't he accept it? Oh, the Colts. Didn't he accept the job and then turn it down? They thought they had him, and then Belichick got him back. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you might be.
I've certainly misremembered things before, but anyway. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco 49ers, their season is just a week and a half away. They play the Pittsburgh Steelers. It feels like, as we talk about Nick Bosa, okay, and his holdout, it feels, and I was talking to Evan about this. Before the segment. It feels to me like people are getting a little more worried, and also people are getting a little more, I don't want to say coming to the side of the Niners, but I want to say the perception is that the 49ers are giving him a fair offer, probably paying him more than any defensive player, and he should kind of get in here and take it. But the question is, what is too much? What is too much for Nick Bosa, or isn't there a too much? And I'm not here to get into the salary cap. I'm not here to get into future projections, but clearly if you sign Nick Bosa to the highest contract of any defensive player, which is, I think, what's almost expected at this point, then what that means is what are the ramifications down the line, and are you willing to pay that kind of price? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by SC Johnson STEM. If you're gold-blooded, you're always gold-blooded. Wow. The only thing Curry's got on...
telling you right now, folks, no mercy this year. If you come for me, I'm coming for you. You feel me?
They're fighting! Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. I forget who that was, a caller?
Talking about the Levi's Stadium parking lot. No one's cutting them off this year.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That was not about fighting.
Yeah.
It was about weasel moves.
Yeah.
When you're
I'm telling
driving.
you right now, folks, no mercy this year. If you come for me, I'm coming for you.
Well, be
You feel
careful.
me?
You don't want the in and out, Steiny. People are mad these days. Fights
You
pop
think?
off. They follow you on the freeway to get into it.
I know.
Remember the days of the 70s where God rest her soul, Daisy Mae Johnson, she would flip people off driving. You can't do that now.
What? Let me ask.
You
let me
cannot.
Let me ask some men out there a question, because it's predominantly men. But you know what? I'll ask it of the women too. And this is one of my themes. Why is it a personal affront to your manhood when someone comes up behind you in the left lane and wants to pass you? Why is it such an affront to your manhood that you can't put on your right-hand signal and let the person pass?
Preach, man.
What is it about many men
Shout out 50 Cent.
that makes them look in the mirror and say, actually, now I'm not getting out of the left-hand
That's a loser.
lane?
That's a hater. It's hater mentality.
What is wrong with people?
Get your ass out of the fast lane because nobody would be begging to pass you up. What made you bring that up? That's special.
Because we were talking about moves, driving moves. Hey, Ben Simmons. Oh, God. Yeah, he said he's.
What are you smiling
He said
about?
he's open to coming back to Philly.
Lay off.
Philly's
Yeah,
like
I
a
bet.
second home, he said.
Yeah, I bet.
He's planning a big comeback.
Look at you, dude.
What?
I thought you were going to say Beyonce's in town.
Guy's a hell of a talent.
This dude goes Ben Simmons.
Yeah. You know what else I remember? Remember who the 49ers were going to hire before Kyle Shanahan?
Give me 2 seconds. Dungy.
No, didn't they want to hire Adam Gase?
Good call, Snotty.
Everybody thought he was the
he was the Kyle.
And then he wasn't the Kyle. So that's another thing to think about. Like early on, like Gase was the name, I believe.
That's a good call. That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
What else? Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you. You guys get any mileage out of the Warriors schedule while I was gone? Warriors schedule. Did you talk about it?
Yeah,
didn't the schedules come out?
It broke on our show.
Well, give me one takeaway from the schedule because I still haven't seen it.
60 and 22.
Yeah.
60 and 22.
15 back-to-back games. They had 16 last year. What you laughing at?
I didn't know what the hell he meant. Like he said 60 and 22, and I thought, is that a date of the important game? Is that 60 days till the season?
Oh, I know what you're doing.
And then it was a joke.
He is at
it was a joke about what the Warriors' record will be. 60.
They don't. This is my takeaway.
But,
they don't play the Lakers until 2024.
Huh.
What the F? And they're on the road. Tell me the last time they were on the road Christmas.
Yeah.
They got Denver.
They're not.
And KD is here.
We ain't champions.
KD is here.
We ain't champions anymore, but we're going to get that banner back, Bay.
KD will play in the Warriors home opener for the first time. He won't be hurt in front of a crowd.
No.
And we talked about it. Who'd we have on, Evan? You, Alan. Oh, Evan was gone. John, who'd we have on? And we talked about Kevin Durant. We had Dunleavy Jr. on. And we talked about the video tribute. And I talked to Raymond Ritter. And we were talking about what Durant did. He gave the fan base his Achilles, man. And I cannot wait for the standing O that Kevin Durant gets when he comes back. And that's the Warriors home. Now, I got this right, y'all. MFers. Little Daryl saw the clip Evan put up of the $100 steak. Now some things are going on at home. Usher, the steak.
You going to make it?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Because I had his back. I told him
that
order anything you want. I ain't being cheap.
$100 steak is not that much for a big-time steak.
Evan had to pull me to the side.
Just the and you made it the sniff, which is the humble brag.
Yeah. Ritter's a big boy.
Well, not. I mean, he is, but
Ritter.
Like when you say, I was talking to Bob Myers. Hey, Steiny, I was talking to Joe Lacob.
Right.
Steiny, I was talking to Raymond Ritter. There's no sniff.
Oh my God.
He talks to everybody.
Dude, well,
it is literally
we're
his
friends.
job
Yeah.
to talk to as many people as possible.
Yeah. My point was everybody doesn't have his digits. How about that?
No, everybody has his digits.
Not
it's
my
in
world.
Books. It's on the internet.
Hey, Ray Double, if you're
Everybody,
listening,
I could give it out over the air
he's a
right
big
now, and
boy.
nobody would, and it wouldn't increase the volume
Who was
of calls he
I listening
gets.
to on NBA TV? It might have been Barkley, and they were talking about the Warriors PR, and he said the great Raymond Ritter, and I was like, everybody knows.
Everybody knows.
Yep.
So he'll talk to.
That's pretty good.
He'll pretty much talk to everybody in this.
Has
day
there been
and
a
age.
worse coach than Tom Sula in the NFL? Well,
Chip Kelly.
No, Evans got him now. He's actually Staley. That dude's bad. Yeah.
No, that can
Sorry,
change.
Evan.
Yeah.
One playoff run and it all changes. That's what I've learned.
They were up 27
I don't know what you've learned.
3.
Give me a sports lesson you've learned over the years. One thing is I've learned things can change in a hurry in
Okay, I'm going to
sports.
shock you with this.
Yeah.
All serious. What goes around comes around. Karma's real. Karma is real, Stoney. What goes around comes around. Barry Bonds on line 1. You treated even though you're my favorite baseball player of all time, you treated everybody like a jackass. And now look, you can't get into what you want to get into. Terrell Owens, you aggravated everybody. My second best receiver of all time. You aggravated everybody. You blew up teams, and look what happened.
You know what though? And I don't know anything about Owens. And I know very little
He's
about
so
Bonds
great,
except what I've heard. But I get the sense that Barry Bonds right now is completely at peace with himself. Just from the stories I've heard about, like he doesn't like the limelight. He's had it his whole life. So he doesn't mind living outside the spotlight.
I believe
when
you.
he wants it, he can walk in.
But you think he's over not getting that vote, those votes, Steiny?
I don't think it matters to him.
I do.
I don't.
Now,
he does not worry about that every
Evan,
day.
how would you answer
I don't
that
think.
from what you've seen from Barry here lately?
Yeah, I don't think he was ever a huge fan. He's always struck me like if he grew up nowadays, he'd probably be like a Kevin Durant type. Like he wants to hoop or play ball, and then social media would not be for him. Like he always struck me as somebody that had rabbit ears.
Yeah. And his rabbit ears bad.
Listen, here's my reasoning for that with Barry Bonds is, baseball killed his dad almost.
That's amazing.
Like Bobby Bonds was maligned his whole career and considered a guy who never lived up to his talent. And I think Barry Bonds watched that his whole career. And at some point, like with the Hall of Fame, not getting in or whatever, he's just like, I don't care. I cannot. I saw the way outside forces affected my dad. I am never going to let that affect me. I'll just live my life. I'll do my biking. I got a small circle of friends. That's my 2 cents.
And for the people, no, I hear you, Stoney, but for the people talking about Terrell Owens, he's in the hall. He didn't even go to the ceremony because unlike Randy Moss, and I just watched them two have a great podcast, and they talked about it, Stoney. Randy took it personal that he didn't know T.O. not showing up to the ceremony was a slight at Randy, and they talked it out. But T.O.'s mad that he wasn't the first ballot Hall of Famer, and Randy Moss was.
Gotcha.
And I believe he wasn't the first ballot. We could all agree because you were kind of a Richard.
The crossover is on the other side. 510, Barry Bonds is sour every second of the day, Steiny. You're wrong. No, you're wrong, and I know. I'll tell you why. Is because I know my buddy Dan Daly, his son, has bumped into Barry Bonds on bike trails before, and Barry Bonds has been nothing but friendly and cordial.
A good day, Dan Daly?
The statement is Barry Bonds is sour every second of the day. So he's wrong because I know there are a few seconds at least. All right, crossover next on 95 Cents.
He's the GMOAT.
Have you been?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Finish and then lay out for me, would you?
Jesus!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm having trouble to getting into this fantasy
Shock.
football
We'll help you,
on my
Steiny.
computer.
We'll help you.
I don't want to do it on my
You
phone.
got 6 hours and 12 minutes. We're all right.
Shocker,
We got
guys.
time.
Yeah.
Time is on your
I'm
side.
excited.
And
Who's
the
that?
good news is he's got a fantasy football expert who is flying in as we speak. His mother, Mary, can
Yes.
they'll be hand holding. She'll be able to help him through the early rounds and the late
streets have
rounds.
it. She's here. She's landed.
I'm in favor of
the
an favor of an administrative assistant when you
Look
do
at
your
you.
draft.
It's an administration sensation.
Young Jude will be right by my side tonight
Nice.
at 8 o'clock.
Can we talk about yesterday?
Of course we can.
I was so emotional and overwhelmed with just
Shout out
honestly,
Whitney
it ain't
Houston.
about money. It's about the people that showed up and just watching you guys perform. I'm driving home and I send a group text out, and 2 guys didn't respond on the team. And I'm
Really?
looking at them.
One of them is me.
Willard and Stein.
Now,
I
listen,
responded right
It
away.
kind of hurt me
Yeah.
at night.
Now-
Like, man, they got live. The lovely Christy was MVP. We'll get to
well,
that.
well.
But Willard, just
I'll-
give me a thumbs
I'm
up.
gonna give
I
you-
know Steiny. That was his thing.
I'll tell you
But it
why.
hurt me,
And I
dude.
actually,
hurt me too.
I looked at the thread and I didn't respond, and I'm like, I'm gonna catch hell for not responding.
That's-
But first of all, because I'm driving for an hour to
I
get
did
home.
that. I
So
looked at my watch.
I'm trying to not like get engaged in this thread because I'm like I'm
What
driving.
about 9:45?
But
Willard
yeah,
after the
man.
Giants?
then
8:15.
then by the time I get home, the thread has spilled into like how drunk friends do at
Oh,
the
yeah,
end of the
right.
Friday night.
That's where I knew
What?
Steiny was gone.
It's because I love you, and it's because I love you, and I want to thank the little
Shasky,
people.
Monte Diaz,
Tim Jordan is
yeah.
flying in, and like there's nothing
Yes.
like this
Tim
in radio, and I'm like,
yes.
what the hell am I going to say by now? Like there's nothing,
boy.
you know what I mean? Like
All right.
I figure if
Flag police will look at it. You guys just show up.
if I came in after all that with a fist bump.
It kind of
Like,
would have
what-
went far, but yeah.
Like I just felt like it's all been said.
I was
Y'all,
like, where's my guy Steiner?
y'all
He
are,
didn't
y'all
show
are
up.
good.
Well, I mean, Steiny we knew would
I'm
not
sorry, I'm
respond
sorry,
because
Joe.
Steiny actually left the table before we even like
I had to go to the
threw
bathroom.
the final.
That was a bathroom run.
Course
You
he
know
did.
how that is at our age.
Because we didn't
Well-
break. I don't know if you know this. We didn't break at the normal 27.
Hello, it's our show every
yeah, I
single
know.
day. Thanks for listening.
Thanks. I don't
Thanks
know
for
if you-
being a P3
I don't
and
know
not
if you
even
noticed
listening.
this, but that last segment went the same as it does every
Yeah,
day.
every
Well,
day.
I would have
Yeah.
prepared.
Yeah.
boy.
I mean, I'm looking at the thread right now. It's Guru Nahigian Butcher me, Nahigian Guru me, Guru Nahigian Tim Jordan Nahigian Guru. No Bonte.
Did I throw Bonte in there? Oh, Pete, the king?
Yeah, the
oh, boy.
Yeah.
So 3 of
The king did not preside.
Now it really hurt.
Yeah.
Now let's wait to Louisiana.
Yeah, the king did not weigh in, so there you
How,
go.
how many
Nothing
times
in there.
did Guru text on that thread?
Oh, I
Count
have
that?
to count.
many.
Count
No,
that
no,
up?
I just had one.
Yeah.
And then I did, I love
He led the thing off, you know.
Yeah.
And then I loved the heart on everybody responding.
Yeah.
You know me. I'd rather text you direct.
Okay. Now I know.
Which I did.
Yeah.
I texted you a picture of
like
an
Stein,
Echo
that's
pest
the guy.
control
Yeah.
truck that I pulled up next to
Dude,
today.
Yeah.
Did you
Nice.
did you hear me thank Christy
She was
for
awesome.
what she did last night?
No joke. I did not.
Okay.
But she did.
Because let me tell you,
She did. I heard all about
yeah, but
it.
let me tell you something. I'm dead
She's
serious.
Christy.
She's
at all
potentially
times,
she's
man.
potentially either amused almost to the point of embarrassment about how much discussion there has been this morning. Anyway.
So I've been to a lot of these in the radio world when the sales department gets involved and it's at a bar or restaurant and we're having a show and it's like we're having a show. I don't like to eat during the show. Meanwhile, it's a party for everybody else. Party for everybody else. And sure enough, what always happens, show ends, everybody's done eating and drinking. Now you can't find anybody. I guess I got to buy my own.
Sure.
Whatever. I'm starving. Christy comes up to me with a pie after 6 o'clock.
Yes.
And I guess she did the same with Guru.
And me.
all
And
six
you.
of us.
All
All 6
of
of
us.
us.
Oh,
Said,
all
here's
six.
a pie to take
All
home.
6.
And like,
All 6.
now that's some thoughtfulness
no
that I
doubt.
wanted to say thank you
There-
for.
Phil
there's-
Mike gave you a beverage. Bought you a
Yeah.
beverage.
No one,
I'm
no
all in your
one, no
business.
one will defeat her in the thoughtfulness realm. And she also has a professional history in hospitality, so
Born
she knows
and raised in the Bay.
She knows that.
Because who knows what happened to our promotion staff and our sales staff at 6 o'clock?
I know it.
Willard and I know. We went to the Giants.
Well, they just left us hanging
I'm
there.
not trying to call out any salespeople by name, but I did see one of our
Curly.
Now you called him out, but that's on you. I see him about 5:35 walking from the bar. He doesn't have one. He's got two.
He's married now.
And I'm like, my man's double. He's like, one was for a client. I'm like, of course.
Well, he's already working on the site for the Warriors Summit.
I can't wait.
Later this year.
Preseason.
He was already he pulled me over. He's like, let's talk because these folks right here, they want to host the Warriors Summit.
I can't wait.
So he was working, but
going down.
he just wasn't getting us any
No,
food.
it was
That's
great.
fine.
And
We
for
got
me
Christy.
personally, I actually had a moment where at the end, we're all meeting listeners, whatever, and all the great YouTubers and all that. A guy walks up to me and he says, "Hey, Dibs, it's Dan from my high school graduating class." And I looked at him. I'm like, oh, my God, it's exactly who you are. And we had a moment. I haven't seen him in 37, 38 years. And so, I mean, because I looked at him. I'm like, oh, my God, you are Dan Hanley. And, you look exactly the same, except, older, and so do I. But it was kind of cool. We had a high school, high school reunion there at Fieldwork in Santa Rosa. Really cool.
Willard almost shed a thug tear real quick. My story.
Man.
A dad comes up to me, Steiny, he had the kind of nervous energy, and I go, oh, my God, what's going on? He says, Guru, my son, you're one of his favorites, but he's too shy to come talk to him.
Isn't that great?
Grade, I can take a picture, but that movie is still like, boy, man, I went over.
No, these things.
He also approached Dibs and Willard and myself.
Sure.
I made the list.
He's coming over for Thanksgiving this year. It's going to be amazing. He's taking all your invites for the next Super Bowl party. Actually,
I told Chris I already invited myself.
No, you're
We're
invited.
To get Steiny
I don't know if anybody else is invited. I don't even know. You might be the only one invited. You're the only one that keeps showing up and smiling and all that stuff. But anyway. I will say this with regard to events like that. It is different because, a lot of us in this room, whatever, to differing levels, we've been doing this for a long time. I have done hundreds of remotes.
Oh, my God.
They don't look like that.
No.
They do not look like that. You do that, usually a radio remote, and you go out there and ask for crowd interaction.
Hey, let's make some noise.
Show of hands.
Right.
I once back in
that's what it sounds like. Dude, these are hundreds of people who are like dialed in. Y'all, and I know y'all listening. Y'all are crazy and we love you.
Thank God.
I once did
my gosh.
Like the previous administrations, I once did a promo event at,
oh my God.
At Kips in Berkeley.
Yes.
It's a sports bar in Berkeley.
Oh, I bet it was crunk.
We could do this all day.
Two people showed up.
Yeah.
It was a 3-hour appearance.
Oh my God.
2 people showed up.
Yeah.
Dude, I did one
Steiny
with
and O'Connell.
Show of hands. Who likes Brock Purdy?
Oh my God.
Right. Oh,
Me,
Right, okay.
Whitey, and Kreidler at a Domino's in Pleasant Hill.
Oh.
Hey, 2-hour window.
How many we
order
got?
a pizza and we'll deliver it. One pizza.
Oh,
and it was,
man.
and they came and picked it up. The three of us sitting in the waiting room, playing Angry Birds.
Saturday afternoon
Dying,
at
bro.
a mobile home sales park.
Man.
And I'm like, what are we, right? Christmas tree lots. Like, what are we doing here?
we doing?
People are
Where
all
are the
coming up
people?
and asking you where the bathroom is.
my God.
Because they think you work there. That is on the resume 100 times over.
So many.
So these are different, man. And y'all made them special.
Yeah,
really,
so
really,
special
really
yesterday.
cool.
Super fun.
No
Great
doubt
times.
about it. No doubt about it. You're out. Did the boss tell you about when you were throwing out the players, who's the most important?
Yeah.
He wanted to play the crowd reaction because he was surprised that what about Kittle? Like nobody?
It kind of sounded like that mobile home park, right?
Exactly. But anyway, my first thought was,
Look at that.
just was, when were they in the Super Bowl? 3 years ago,
19.
whatever it was.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
I couldn't have imagined them ever winning a Super Bowl without Kittle back then. And now it's like, man, I guess you can imagine, or like you can imagine the 49ers winning a Super Bowl, even if Kittle's just okay. Like it doesn't catch a ton of passes. Is the fourth option.
Speaks to a bunch of things. Obviously, how many great players are on the roster. I think it speaks to fantasy football because McCaffrey's the most exciting guy there. He's also the new toy and all those things. But I tell you, when you guys were talking about this earlier, where my head went, and Dibbs and I were just talking about this outside, is McCaffrey got the biggest response. And I know the question was not who's your favorite. It's who's the most important. McCaffrey got the biggest response. He's the only one on the list who wasn't drafted by the 49ers. And it made me immediately think that had some overlap. It's not exactly the same thing, but some overlap. If we had done this at a Warriors Summit 7 years ago, can you imagine the crowd if we had said, who's the most important Warrior? I think a very rational person could say Kevin Durant, but there's no way in hell the crowd would have sounded like that. There's no way you would have gotten a louder reaction for Kevin Durant than Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green.
Boogie Cousins.
These other 5 players and I know Purdy's brand new, but Bosa and Kittle and Warner and Debo, these are people who have been drafted here, re-signed here. They are unbelievably important players here. And McCaffrey, who's played for a half a season, got the biggest reaction. That's interesting to me. That's surprising to me.
Well, I mean, to me, then you would have to, if you really want to extrapolate the example, it would be like if Steph Curry, if the 49ers had a quarterback like Steph Curry, let's say they had Mahomes, you know what I mean? Then Mahomes would have gotten the most over McCaffrey, if you know what I'm saying. I think because their quarterback's Purdy, like the 49ers have great weapons, they don't have a Curry. What if they had a Curry and that happened?
Well, I think, look, if Brock Purdy has another year like last, I think he probably moves out of, because he came in second place on that straw poll yesterday.
I think so.
I think he moves into first.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I thought of a bunch of things. Maybe McCaffrey feels homegrown to people because of his Stanford roots. But I also think about this. Here we are living and dying with a running back when the rest of the league is like, running backs. Look what the whole offseason conversation is. This is the most replaceable position in the game.
Except when we have our 8 o'clock fantasy draft, running backs are going to be flying off the shelf.
And this running back's going
fantasy.
number 1.
No, no doubt.
That's fantasy, though. That's fantasy.
But you look at the Chargers with Eckler. He's a beast. I consider him McCaffrey-like. And just to your and Steiny's point, it's been a labor. The Niners' offense has, even they got into the Super Bowl, and you're like, how'd this team get to the Super Bowl, Dibbs? They never had what Kansas City looked like. They never had what, the high flyers.
Sure.
And nobody can argue since the inception of McCaffrey, everything is opened up for the Niners.
Yeah. It's a lot more open for sure.
I think that's why that clap was like, now not only are we winning, but we're doing it with style.
I also think they're doing it with a kid, to your point, that he is, somewhat homegrown because he is from Stanford and he feels like he's been here longer than 6 or 7 games or 8 games or however long it's been. It feels like he's been a Niner for a lot longer and he's explosive. So I'm not surprised that he got the biggest cheer. I am surprised that Kittle got so little love from a fan base that has known him and loved him that much.
Or does he take it for granted? Well, Steiny, is that part of the reason?
Kittle like a 9.
I don't know.
And young lady says she says that around the house.
I say it all the time.
Hey, go ahead.
Every time you say Kittle, I say that in my car.
So I was thinking, to me, the running back position's pretty simple. It is, you do the best you can unless you have one of the top 3 to 5. Right. I view it a little bit like, well, do you need a center to win in the NBA? A bona fide center? No. But would you throw Joel Embiid to the curb? Well, of course not. No, you would take Joel Embiid, and then all of a sudden you got a center who can do a million different things. We'll start with that, now we'll work around it. So, to me, McCaffrey is one of the top 3 to 5 backs that is different.
Or maybe he's one of one. You bring up Eckler, who has 0 playoff wins, and now a 4 or 5 year at least, maybe 6
he's
year
stellar
career.
in his job, though.
There's a bunch of guys who are stellar at their job, but the NFL. I mean, I remember this conversation you two had
about the running back,
right? And like around the league, very important running backs. The Colts didn't just not trade Jonathan Taylor; they kicked him in the face yesterday.
This is sad.
They kicked him in the face by leaving him on the PUP list. I wonder if y'all caught that. This guy is automatically out for the first month of the season now.
And never kick a pup, by the way. You're not trying
Thank
to
you.
advocate that.
Even those of you who don't love dogs like
You're
you.
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ
I'm a big
FM
dog guy.
in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit.
I want to be clear. I love dogs.
I know
I just
you do.
don't want to have one.
And you
I
don't
love your dog.
And you don't love dog owners all the time.
Well, and I love Steiny's
I
dog.
thought you had a
Nobody
dog.
loves Steiny's dog more than I do, and that's a fact.
Even Steiny?
I would say who loves Steiny's dog more, me or Steiny? It's close.
Even money?
You don't see us in intimate moments.
Oh, wow. That got uncomfortable
And
fast.
Steiny gets mad at me because I come and see
He
Steiny's
does.
dog, and she and I, we hype each other up, and like it's playtime for both of us.
Oh,
and
you're like a grandparent. You
I'm a
just
total
come in,
grandpa.
give him a
It's a good
$20
call.
bill, give him a big
Dude,
chocolate bar, and
I
then,
will
and
give
then
that
leave.
dog an ice cream. If she wants ice cream, she gets ice cream. I love Rosie. Big fan.
Yeah, she's
No,
all right.
I would say this though to the conversation you guys ended up having on this earlier. I would argue that while I understand where people were coming from saying that Christian McCaffrey is the most important Niner, if I were to say, hey, somebody's got to miss a month of the season, I would much rather that be McCaffrey than Bosa or
Oh,
Purdy.
I think now Willard. Wow.
And
wow, man.
and I would argue
I
more
see the
importantly than what we're saying, more importantly than four guys in a sports radio room, I would argue the coaches feel the same way and execs feel the same way because look who gets paid in the NFL.
Look.
It goes in this order. It's quarterback.
I don't like it. Okay.
It's quarterback.
I get that.
It's left tackle. It's pass rusher. And then it's cornerback.
Yeah.
And then after that, receiver, and then we get to running back.
Right.
They build their rosters that way for a reason. That takes nothing away from the one who's the best in the game.
Or
And the
how I watch the game and know the importance
And the 49ers have it. But to argue that he is like the most irreplaceable guy out
Okay,
there,
I just wanna say
I
something.
don't agree with that.
All right, here I go. Daryl, the defensive coordinator. If you're telling me this Niner team with Brock Purdy, and they're still watching to see part 2, does not have the threat of a guy that could take it 80 yards to the house in McCaffrey, and now the defense can sit back and know, okay, we may get hit, but it's coming in the air. It's coming in the air because we don't have the stress factor of McCaffrey coming out the backfield on the handoff. To me, makes the job 80% less stressful because now it's just on Purdy and his ability to go John
Of course it's easier, but that does not mean automatically ineffective. This team sat there with the likes of people like Eli Mitchell and Raheem Mostert and made NFC championship games and Super Bowls. Like, yes, they could absolutely
Matt
still
Breida, Jeff Wilson Jr.
They can move the sticks without McCaffrey.
Right.
I don't know if they can move the sticks without Brock Purdy.
I think that they can, and I don't think they can move the
maybe.
sticks without Trent Williams, which is why I answered
Another-
it that
we
way
talked about
yesterday.
another fair
That
point.
might have been the number
And I
one.
heard it when I tuned in, and I appreciate that. But if you're talking about who you can't afford to
might be
lose,
dibs.
I don't think you can afford to lose Trent more than you can't afford to lose Brock.
I think Trent is absolutely on the list. Definitely higher than 7th, which is where we placed him yesterday.
Well, where he placed.
Yeah, we didn't even put him.
I mean, yeah.
What I'm-
right. He didn't even
how
wasn't our list. but-
How I'd respond to that, Mark, is I completely agree with you. If they had somebody's got to miss 4 or 5 games, yes, you want it to be McCaffrey. Why? Who's going to touch the ball significantly more than anybody else on the offense?
Brock Purdy.
Well, but McCaffrey's going to be the lead.
Oh, I thought you meant if he was not there.
Yeah,
If
no,
McCaffrey
right,
was
right.
not there.
So McCaffrey's going to touch the ball 25 to 30 times.
Yeah.
And you want to have a deep playoff run, right? And you want to win the Super Bowl. So that's a lot of wear and tear over the course of
you're looking
17
at it from
games.
that standpoint.
So if he misses if he misses
Load
3 or 4
management.
games,
Totally.
I mean,
he's a player I would consider load managing.
I mean, along the lines of what you're saying, I think there's a very fair chance that this Nick Bosa thing turns out to be a wonderful blessing in disguise. Why?
Please, I'm
why
going
spend?
Roxy at Burns
Why
too. Please
spend?
explain.
Why spend August banging your head against the wall? Be fresh for what matters. Nick has always been someone who has been given his own plan for training camp. He misses a lot of camp, even when he's there.
Okay.
Right? And so I'm not saying the Niners played this purposefully to have him miss the whole thing.
I don't believe that either.
But I don't think they were.
But if he gets nicked up in week 2, You know they're going to, not me.
But people are going to be unfair no matter what.
All right, so
There's nothing you can do about that. There's no way to A to B. It automatically means he wouldn't have gotten hurt if he was here. You know, I know you'll be there to
Depends on
scream
the soft
about
tissue.
it. Yeah.
If he goes soft tissue, you can A to B it, and you can choose to not A to B it. And I A to B it when it comes to Trey Lance getting hurt. I A to B it. Yeah. You A to B it on Kyle Shanahan, using him like Herschel Walker. If he gets hurt on a soft tissue after missing all of camp, I will A to B it.
And you do you.
I will do me.
Yeah, and I won't.
And I want to give you real quick some love here, and Uncle Looney, all three of you, because you're right. The Niners did, even though it was a grind, get to the Super Bowl without McCaffrey. But the new offense that I've watched under McCaffrey, Uncle Looney said this, and I'm going to read it.
It's better.
He has Steph Curry like gravity to the offense.
Yes.
And that, to me, is just the biggest compliment you could give him.
Well, the Niners went to the Super Bowl, and their offense was never dynamic. Like, it doesn't need to be dynamic to win a Super Bowl. You'd like it to be. Last year, you got two offenses who were dynamic, and we got an unbelievable Super Bowl. But one year, the
Rams.
Patriots and Rams got together, and nobody got to 15 points.
3.5.
Yeah, exactly. So there's more than one way to eat a Reese's, and nobody is arguing that they're not.
Reese's, wow.
There's right. Of course, they're better and more dynamic and all that with Christian McCaffrey. But if you're talking about who's missing and what the drop off is to the next guy, I mean, it sounds like the fan base is all like, "What do y'all see in Darnold?" Well, the same things you do. He's here to be QB2. Right. He's not here to start. And there's, I think, a huge drop-off. And same thing with Bosa to whoever would be on the end, rushing the passer, more so than McCaffrey down to Mitchell and Mason. That's what I would say.
Let me ask you this, because this is the way I feel. I feel like if whatever were to happen, if let's say Nick Bosa gets hurt or McCaffrey gets hurt, I would be liable then to say, you know what, it's a shame, it's too bad, that's going to be tough to win it. But if Purdy gets hurt, that's not on the table. It's not, to me. It's
what's not on the table?
It's not going to be tough to win it if Purdy gets hurt.
No. Like, I would, Bosa got hurt or McCaffrey got hurt. Yeah. You know what? That's a legitimate excuse. For some reason, if Purdy gets hurt after the way the quarterback situation has been handled,
ain't an excuse.
Like I can't give him a break on that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you. I think that Sam Darnold has enough experience to where he could come in, and what Kyle said about Sam, we loved him coming out of college and all the rest of it. If he comes in and takes the helm of this offense and everyone else is healthy, you have no excuses with Sam Darnold at quarterback.
I guess that goes to the spot where we've been spending a lot of time this summer. I'm not going to give him a break on that. Well, okay, so what does that mean? I mean, it's an injury. It's an injury.
Well, I think at that point we're going to
They did not bring Sam Darnold in to be the starter. So I don't think that there's any sport I would ever watch where I wouldn't change my hope and expectation when the leader of the team leaves.
I'm just saying, if Brock Purdy gets hurt, that's not an excuse for me.
To what? An excuse
to not
for what?
still go on and be
to not win the whole thing?
Correct.
To win the whole thing.
Or to at least be close enough to where, that the quarterback is not a reason why you didn't win.
I guess I would respond, what an incredible compliment you're giving Kyle Shanahan.
Well,
exactly.
I'm not a guy who thinks anybody could quarterback this team.
And that's why it's interesting to me, because if you would take the 49er helmet away and just ask yourself, go back to February and ask yourself if you think Sam Darnold can ever win a Super Bowl, people would have laughed at you. But he gets a 49er helmet, and now suddenly people do.
I mean, we're at the point with the 49ers quarterback position under Shanahan that injuries have been such a factor.
Sure.
That clearly they went out this summer and said, we got to get three of the best, whatever the best situation is at quarterback, to Trey Lance's expense. So, quarterbacks, you lose your quarterback, the next one, you showed last year you could do it. You got to do it again then.
So, with that thought process, and Steiny,
and then it is fair to start saying, what's happening to our quarterbacks?
But Steiny will
That's
say,
true.
with that thought, just help me out, guys. You watched the NFC Championship game, and I feel like ignored the rat on the table. And the rat on the table
brought you by Atco Pest Control.
Was done when Brock Purdy got knocked out So, yeah, Philly, go on and try to win the Super Bowl, but I can't give you kudos for basically not passing the test to where you didn't even answer the question because Brock got hurt.
See, I don't think the game was over until Josh Johnson got hurt. Josh Johnson, I mean, he led them down to a touchdown drive.
Yeah, but if I would have liked to see the game if Brock Purdy gets hurt, them to have a legitimate second backup quarterback.
They had one, and then he got concussed. Josh Johnson out of Oakland Tech.
That's QB4. Nobody wins with QB4 in the NFL.
Well, the point is,
especially high-level games.
He led him to a touchdown drive, and it was a tie game.
I guess what I'm hearing here, which he's
still rostered.
I personally would reject. What I'm hearing here is because the 49ers did something last year that nobody does, which is win with QB3. Because they did that, that's now a bar that they have to meet every year.
Okay, let's say Brock.
Do you think that's fair? I don't think that's fair.
Well, what I don't think is fair is that if Brock Purdy gets hurt, that the season has to be forsaken because Kyle Shanahan's the same guy who brought in Trey Lance. Like, that's the other thing. You can't separate his coaching from his personnel, I don't think, at this point.
I agree. That feels like we're on way two ends of the spectrum without a middle ground. The word forsaken, if you get to QB2, I don't think teams do that in the NFL. My statement was because the 49ers won with QB3 last year at a high level, that are we now setting that as a bar that Kyle can do that whenever he wants? Because I think that's kind of crazy. Nobody wins with QB3 in the NFL.
I keep hearing that he can win with a variety of quarterbacks and that he can win with Brad Johnson and that he can win with Trent Dilfer.
But where are you hearing that? He's not saying that. We pin that on people if they create that statement. I don't hear Kyle Shanahan saying I can win with any QB. I don't hear that at all. No,
you don't see it through his actions. You don't see it through kind of getting tired of Jimmy, eschewing Brady.
But look at
no interest in Rodgers.
But look at them swinging for Jimmy in the first place, then swinging for Trey. To me, the problem lies in the evaluation and the assessment, not the I don't need a good quarterback. I mean, you don't make
he thought Trey was.
Yeah. If you could do any quarterback, then sit there in 12 and take whatever schmuck is sitting there.
Well, he made it to the conference championship game with QB3. So if you get to QB2 this year, who is a guy who started, 56 games, and a guy that you wanted when he was coming out, he said that he wanted him.
As QB2.
Right. But if he's QB1, no, he wanted him when he was coming out of the draft. That's what Kyle and John said. They really liked him and stuff, and they had their eyes on him, and they had a high grade on him and stuff. And so if he's your QB1 because Brock can't do it, he's hurt or whatever, I don't give you a pass. Yeah. And
I'm done with the whole give you a pass phrase. It's this weird thing that we do.
Yes, Mark. I'm not saying that you get fired if you don't do it.
What's that?
If Darnold takes over, you're done judging him?
No, I'm never done judging him. What I'm asking you guys.
You brought him in here.
I understand
and you're telling us you can win. He can captain the ship.
No, he's not. He's telling you that he wants him to be QB2. That's the only thing he's done. He's telling you he wants him to be QB2.
Mark, your definition of QB2, I hope, is if QB1 gets hurt,
if
I can man the fort.
So last year, Sirianni wanted Gardner Minshew to be QB2.
Gotcha.
If Jalen Hurts was out for a month and a half instead of 2 weeks, are we like, okay, Sirianni, you said you wanted Gardner Minshew. So go win the Super Bowl.
Sam Darnold's better than Gardner Minshew.
Arguable.
He was more highly drafted.
Debatable.
He's had a longer career.
I don't care where
success.
someone was drafted. Who cares where he was drafted? Trey Lance was drafted 3rd overall, too.
Mark, a lot of times where you're drafted is what they expect you to do.
Right.
But they didn't draft him. They signed him to be QB2.
If Brock Purdy,
it's not about giving him a pass. It's asking.
Okay, there'll be a tangible consequence. How about that? If Brock Purdy gets hurt.
Great. I love it. We're all going to march to Santa Clara. We're going to tell Kyle, we are mad at you.
No, what I'm saying,
Brock Purdy gets hurt.
What I'm saying is,
and I'm not saying that. So don't do that because I'm not saying that. Not even close.
If Brock Purdy gets hurt, and we don't know if he's going to be the franchise quarterback, or if Brock Purdy gets hurt, 49ers don't make the playoffs, and we don't know if Brock Purdy's the franchise quarterback going into next year.
That's a problem.
That's right. And it's the kind of problem
and I'm not saying
that
anything
Kyle
about
Shanahan will have to deal with perhaps over time because it will symbolize like when this thing went south.
Of course, but that's not my statement. My statement is you guys are basically saying that if Brock Purdy gets hurt, your expectations do not move. They're the exact same because they signed him.
Correct.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
There is no NFL team where if QB1 leaves, the expectation doesn't
Brock Purdy
change.
last year to you, everything was
but
house
then
money.
don't say the 49ers are a special team then. Like if you're saying they can win with any quarterback.
I'm not.
Okay.
Who's saying that?
Well,
I'm not saying that.
Well, he did it last year,
saying
Mark.
that.
Great.
Yeah. I'm
Great.
saying
he
that.
did.
And I've said
that's my question, Goo.
I've said that repeatedly.
So if he does it once, is that now the bar? Because if that's the bar, then Brock Purdy's not allowed to lose a game.
Well,
because he showed you that he can go 8-0. So come on, young buck, go 8-0 again.
I'll fight you on this, Mark. You act like quarterback 2 is not an investment. You act like quarterback 2 is not to be envisioned of. Can you get on the field
like that
if
at
something
all.
unfortunately happened to QB1?
And
they chose Sam Darnold.
Yes.
So I think the furnace is still on. Is Sam Darnold has to, for whatever reason,
keep your furnace
quarterback
on.
this team.
Keep your furnace on.
Because you picked
Here's
him
what I'm
to come
telling
here.
you. Great. And I hope he performs at a high level for a QB2. But if you're asking me if I'm going to hold their feet to the fire with Sam the same way I would with Brock, no.
Well, you know what?
His feet are to the fire on Brock.
Here's
if
what I
Brock stinks, now we got a
When's-
problem.
When's Kyle Shanahan's contract up?
I think he's got
2048.
Okay, you know what? If Brock Purdy, if Brock Purdy's great and the 49ers win the Super Bowl, he'll get a contract extension.
For sure.
If Brock Purdy gets hurt and the 49ers don't go to the playoffs and we got to figure out what this team, if they have a quarterback, he's not getting a contract extension.
That's probably true.
Well, that's a consequence.
But again, to me, that is all about Brock. Kyle is absolutely facing all kinds of pressure with regard to Brock. But all I'm telling you, I'm not going to keep my expectations and hopes for the season in the exact same spot if Sam Darnold is forced into duty as QB1.
Yeah.
I still hope they can do okay.
Then we can't say that their quarterback room this year's better than last.
Well, and I'll say
Who said
this.
that?
I will put their expectations in the same spot if he gets hurt, as I did last year when Brock Purdy came in.
Yeah.
I expected, and I know I had the 3/4 of Brock against Miami as a backdrop, but seeing what I saw from Brock Purdy and knowing what I know about Kyle, and if Kyle's this good and you wanted Sam Darnold this badly and they did, then your expectations don't change. If Brock Purdy gets hurt and Sam Darnold steps in, my expectations don't go down one scintilla.
Mine don't either, actually.
Okay.
Just because the other thing is what you have to factor in here is Kyle's history and the quarterback position. And while we all acknowledge that the backup's not going to be as good as the starter, we also have to acknowledge that they got to have a backup for whatever reason. Like, it's gotten them beat before because for whatever reason, the number one hasn't been able to stay healthy, or at least it doesn't seem like their number one has been able to stay healthy like other number ones around the league. So that makes it, if you can't keep your quarterback healthy, you better find somebody else who can step in and win games.
There's a price to empower Darnold as your number 2. You're telling us you can get him to keep the ship afloat. Like,
see, again, I think we do that too much.
You say call the dogs
when
off.
You,
I'm
when
like,
you say
no,
you're telling me
that's an investment
he's
you
not.
made on Darnold.
I don't know. He's not telling you that. He's
then
telling
why'd he come to town, Mark?
Because he's the best QB2 option that they could have this year. And in fact, I think he's one of the best QB2 options in the entire NFL.
Yeah, you said that. He's the best QB2 in football.
I don't think Sam Darnold's amazing. I think he's amazing for a QB2. I don't think you're going to come up with much of a list of guys who are more experienced and have more arm talent and give you a better chance to keep things afloat for a 3 or 4 game stretch. If he ends up being your guy, I don't think you can come up with a list of 5 guys you'd rather have over Sam Darnold. But I think too many people are acting like because Kyle Shanahan signed him, and we all know what the real backdrop of this is because you moved on from Trey Lance.
Right.
Okay, fine. And that mistake is in cement. That's in cement. But because of that, I think we're acting like they think Sam Darnold's a star. They signed him to be QB2.
They think he's better than Trey Lance.
If the 49ers, if the 49ers start, if the 49ers start 8-2.
That's a great comment because I'll be mad at Kyle if Trey Lance is somewhere playing better than Sam Darnold. That's when I would
49ers start 8-2 and Purdy gets hurt.
And he goes,
you're going to say, well, can't win the Super Bowl. I wouldn't say that.
No, why would I say no?
Well, that's what we're saying.
No, it's not.
I still expect
there's your word.
I still expect
now that I wouldn't agree with you. Use the word expect.
My expectations wouldn't change.
Mine would.
Man.
Mine would.
Yeah.
You're saying
mine would absolutely
if
not.
If Darnold comes in and has to take him the rest of the way,
yes.
Oh God, my expectations would completely change.
Mine would not.
Okay,
yeah, I'm with you.
Great.
I'm with you.
Great.
What time do you guys get out?
Hang out for 3 more minutes.
Okay, we can do that.
3 more minutes.
Sure.
And
for sure.
by the way,
what about you?
By the way,
we've done it.
No. Exactly. Who's like, I do this every Wednesday.
No. If
here, I'll give you a second. I'll give you a second to think about something to say. We're sponsored by Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners, and right now, don't miss the Labor Day event. 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you, so hurry in. These prices will not last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries, long live.
Love it. What were you going to throw at me?
Man.
No, if Brock Purdy got hurt, 49ers are 8-2, Brock Purdy got hurt, would your expectations for the season change?
Like he's hurt for the year. He's done.
Willard.
Yeah.
No.
Like, is that
because you went and got what you deem the second best? It doesn't stop. And
because
you've
you're
shown us last year you could do it with exactly, because this is heaven to me for a quarterback. So we'll probably see the best Sam Darnold. But no, Willard, you made this bed. You got to lie in it. And I know he wanted him to be quarterback 2, who will be quarterback 1 if something happens to.
No,
so you got to let's see you get busy.
Because
we've
have
also
your expectations. I don't share them.
But
you're not doing this to any other no other coach in the NFL.
That's right.
None.
That's right. Because you've signaled out how the 49ers, of all the teams that are fit to win it, they have like the worst quarterback situation. They're the only one without a big boy.
The least, right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case,
but
if that's the case,
5-1 though.
Exactly. We all understand the circumstances that led to that.
Right.
Many of which are their responsibility for the pick, and many of which are not, for the constant flow of injuries. And quite frankly, the surprising play of Brock Purdy.
Right.
I don't think this was not. It's not like last year. They're like, I think in 2023 our starting QB is going to be Brock Purdy.
I think they'd be the same if Garoppolo was the quarterback.
If they didn't sign Sam Darnold, would they have gotten rid of Trey Lance?
And I think that's on the table.
That's
they
interesting.
wanted to get rid of Trey Lance before they even signed Sam Darnold. That's the point.
People are saying or thinking, that Trey should have been quarterback 2.
Which is
what this is really about.
Which is
if
rewinding.
If Darnold fails, you had something better, and you shipped him to Dallas, and you didn't even give him a fair shot. That's
here's
what
my take that
is,
one. This is going to. Please, if we could move on from the anger of July and August. What you just said.
It's unfair to
you
Donald.
Had something better.
Well,
no, you didn't. Oh, gosh, it's so hard to say, but no, you didn't.
But people feel like
somebody else acquired him, and they're not even going to give him his QB2
before you tell me it's no good.
I feel that. I feel that. I get that, but
and it's not fair to Darnold. Like you're the byproduct of you coming in is Trey got moved up out of here, and people ain't giving you a fair shot, Sam. Sorry.
No, he'll get a shot if he needs to get a shot, and at that point, Sam had better be good. And as I've said to Mark before, this whole thing had better work because
you're right.
You traded up to get Trey, and now Trey's gone, and here we go.
And I keep pointing out that's exactly what we said when they drafted Trey. Better work or you're fired. Unless something else happens
I
that
didn't
works.
say or you're fired. Don't put words in my mouth now.
I didn't say
I never said that.
I didn't say you.
Okay.
A lot of people said that.
Yeah.
They all said Kyle
I got a, as Dal Davis would say, I got a mother who wants to see me.
Okay. Shout out Mary.
Nice. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. At East Bay Law Practice, our mission is simple: to secure the
in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. I'm so happy to be here today.
Me too.
Like yesterday, what a boost. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Y'all look great. All you crazy people.
Yeah.
Like, that was so much fun.
I met Jesus.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
How'd I miss Jesus?
Jesus was to the left, stage left, and Dublin Marge and Xavier and all the regs. And someday, the mayor of the YouTube feed, Otis Bird III, will show up. And,
can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Filmo Mike with an appearance, Grandpa Daddy. I mean, I don't want to name drop because I'm going to leave people out, but wow, Mark, what a day yesterday.
No, just incredible. And I think now we've had 2 summits. And while I understand we love the phrase small sample size,
right?
Because we've been doing that to Brock Purdy or Trey Lance or whatever now for so long.
We use it to suit our own narrative.
Absolutely.
It's a small sample.
Well, I find the straw polls that we do at the summit to be obviously small sample. It's great. There's hundreds of people there, but that's hundreds of people. But I learn things each time. And, for instance, the Warriors Summit, like, how people were feeling about Draymond Green was interesting. How people responded to Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy, and maybe in the other direction, George Kittle. Interesting. But we stumbled into a conversation that we want to absolutely keep going right now and open it up to you, whether it be on our Twitch and YouTube feed, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, whether it be on the Xfinity Mobile text line, whether it be at 888-957-9570. Go ahead and weigh in. I've been asking for 2 to 3 weeks. What does it mean when people say, I'm not giving Kyle Shanahan a pass? Accountability? Okay, I think I just tripped and I fell and I landed into what it actually means.
You've fallen and you can't get up.
No, I think I can get up.
You got cuffed around in that crossover. It's a 3-on-1 beatdown.
I don't mind a 3-on-1.
You were like the Josh
Jacobs
Jacobs guy in the in and out.
That's fine.
You got beaten down.
The Josh Jacobs guy at the in and out. Hey, quick aside.
It was a Niner fight video. I'm sorry. I know you hate those.
I don't even like watching them. I do. And then about 3 to 4 to 6 seconds in, I'm like, I'm out. This is lame.
Oh, they're going to say 3 to 4, 6 times that you've watched it.
No, I don't want to watch everybody.
Yeah, me either.
Beat each other up. What are you all doing?
It.
In and out, getting into a fight. Work on your life. What the hell's up with you? In and out, getting in a fight.
If you haven't gotten into a fight after a preseason football game, you're not a fan.
At In and Out.
Wherever. Dude, if you haven't thrown hands after a preseason game,
you're like, I'll show you animal style.
Totally, dude.
Ridiculous. But anyway, I just figured out what it means for many of you.
Tell me.
And talk about a small sample. I'm using now the other 3 people who were in the room with me, and I've decided that now you're the majority because you were for the last half hour.
Great half hour.
So is that how all of you are going to say Kyle doesn't get a pass? Kyle doesn't get a pass, and what that means is if his starting quarterback gets hurt, your expectations remain the same, and if the 49ers, let's say, only make the playoffs, they just make the playoffs, then first round out. Brock Purdy plays 3 games, he is knocked out, here comes Sam, and if you don't win the Super Bowl, it's time to start talking about Kyle's job.
No.
Because Sam Darnold was his hand. Help me.
You went too far with that.
Then put words on it.
You went too far.
Then you put words on it. How would you say it?
Well, I think right now we can all look at this Niner team with Brock Purdy and say you should be there in the conference championship game. You are one of the 2 best teams in the NFC.
Assuming health.
Assuming health to everyone. Now, if you take Brock out of it, and I like what Steiny did, if you're 8-2 and you lose Brock Purdy, and that way Sam Darnold gets 7 games
you
of
get a
being
hell of a
Sam
head start.
Darnold.
You're in first place.
Right.
You're handed the baton.
Yeah. Like last year when Brock took over, they were Well, they were probably 8-4. No, they finished 13-4. So he was 7-4. He started 6 or whatever. They were
Miami
in that same kind of spot.
They were good, but it wasn't overwhelming because remember they started out a little wonky. But I'll look it up. Go ahead.
Put Sam Darnold in that same spot where you are 7-4 or you're 6-4 and Brock gets hurt and then Sam takes over. At that point, then I don't change my expectations at all in terms of what you still should be. If you have Trent and George and Brandon and Debo and Christian and all the rest of them, but you take Sam in and replace Brock with Sam Darnold, my expectations do not go down at all.
They're 7-4 when they started that game against Miami. Okay. And they were down 7-3 in that game. Fine. When Brock Purdy came in.
So give Sam Darnold the exact same scenario.
Okay, they're 7-4.
All right. And you're down 7-3, and Brock Purdy gets mononucleosis, and he's out for 6 to 8 weeks.
Jeez, that's a hell of a mono run. I had mono. You don't lose 2 months.
Oh, absolutely you do.
I had mono my senior year of high school.
And?
I didn't even miss the boat dance. What are you talking about? It was actually the greatest gift ever. It was so cool.
You were out for at least 4 weeks, right?
No, I was probably out for, my memory would have me maybe a week and a half or so on the couch. Can't even get off the couch. You have to pee like crazy, and you're like, I can't even move. Sorry, you're going to have to bring me a bucket. I can't do it.
It drops all over.
Well, have you ever had mono?
I did, yeah.
I just want people to know what it feels like.
My first junior year in college.
It's like
first to 4.
Your first junior year, good.
Yeah, what a run at Northridge.
No, I was one of these. I was really lucky because I got mono, and then I got better to come back for finals week.
Strong.
And largely my teachers were like, you're a good student. Just get out of here. We can't. How can you? You don't know any.
You probably milked it.
You don't even know any of this. I was 159 pounds.
I can't even make it.
But then I showed up for the boat dance.
Exactly.
Yeah, boy.
We are feeling better.
Suddenly, I am doing fine.
So give me Sam Darnold in the same scenario where Brock was last year. 7-4, down 7-3 in game number 12. My expectations do not drop at all.
Okay, see, I don't use that word. I would be like Ziwatanejo in Shawshank. I would still have hope, but I would not have expectation.
Hope is a dangerous thing inside of Shawshank.
You're darn right it is. But some people do get out, and they end up on a boat in Mexico. Yeah. So that's great. But again, I don't even know if I really want to affix the word expectation now. I have hope because I don't know who's going to be healthy. I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know who's going to be good that I don't know that's going to be good. But I think that's a fair word to use now. The 49ers should do really well this year. They have one of the best teams. And so if they go out and they're healthy and underperform, now we got a problem. Yes, you're expected to do better than that. But the unforeseen is coming because it always does in some form. And I'm not thinking that the 49ers, if Sam Darnold ends up with an extended period, that means they just get to fall into the scrap heap and, oh, well, let's see if we can go get it. I'm not thinking that at all.
Sure.
But I guess my response would be, if you think that your expectations don't change, if Sam ends up being the quarterback, you're underselling the importance of quarterback. You're underselling Brock Purdy.
And I've done that.
You've done it at every turn.
I've done it consistently.
And so that's fine.
So
that's where
this
you
is not
come
a
from
hot
on
take
this.
for me. I
Not
believe that the laminated play sheet and the left tackle and the 2 receivers and the fullback and all the rest of it are more replaceable, or I'm sorry, less replaceable than the starting quarterback.
So why stop at QB2?
In terms of,
what if Brandon Allen ends up in there?
It's a different story.
Why?
Brandon Allen was 2-7 as a starter. Brandon Allen does not have the arm talent, and I love using phrases like arm talent.
But Sam Darnold's been totally disappointing in the NFL as well.
No, but Sam Darnold was way more successful in college, which matters. He's got more experience, which matters, and he's got the vote of confidence from his head coach, Captain Laminated Play Sheet, on this very team.
Brandon Allen does not have the vote of confidence. I've heard Kyle Shanahan.
Not the same vote.
I've heard him gush over Brandon Allen. OTAs.
You've heard him gush, but was Brandon Allen ever in the conversation for QB2?
Of course not.
Never.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to figure out where it stops. Why
it stops at Sam Darnold.
Why?
Because Sam Darnold started 56 games in this league. Sam Darnold is a made man in terms of experience.
Jameis Winston has started that many games in the league.
Right.
If Derek Carr leaves, you're going to hold the Saints feet to the fire in the same way?
It's a little bit different.
Why?
Because Jameis Winston, to me, is a hot mess. Sam Darnold, I think, has been a victim of circumstance. Jameis Winston has not been as good of a quarterback as Sam Darnold.
Why do you think Jameis is a hot mess?
Because he's a 30-interception machine. He had a 30-30 season, which is almost unheard of in the National Football League.
He did.
Sam Darnold has thrown 1 pick per game that he started, and I wonder what Jameis's numbers are in terms of what we like to talk about, the TD to INT ratio.
I get him for
If
you.
he's underwater for his career, he's probably not underwater, but I would guess Jameis has 103 touchdowns and 88 picks in his career.
Say that again?
103-88 is my prediction.
103-88. He has thrown 139 touchdowns against 96 picks.
Yeah, my ratio is pretty close.
Better than Sam Darnold's.
Right. What's Sam Darnold's?
I think it's 61-55?
Okay.
Do I have that right?
Yep.
I
And
think
Jameis has been
memorized
on
it.
better teams, I think. I would say. The Jets were god-awful when he was there. And
Jameis wasn't on the... Oh, you're talking about Sam?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I Tampa Bay and New Orleans, I mean, I didn't know. They were never any good.
Right.
With Jameis.
Yeah. And Jameis, Jameis might be the second best backup in the NFL right now.
Yeah,
in terms of backups.
I mean, we look around at the examples that we've seen, right? Cooper Rush had a nice little run for Dallas, although I don't think statistically he did anything all that great, and he had a really good defense behind him. I'm trying to understand, and I think I finally do. And yes, Trey Lance is a part of this conversation. Is a lot of you have decided, and again, maybe I'm throwing that out too loosely. Dibs, Guru, and Steiny have decided that because you chose Sam over Trey, now your expectations do not get a dip if your starting quarterback goes out. And for me, the fallacy in that thinking is that you're assuming that means automatically Trey would have been good if you had given him a shot. And I don't know how anybody can come to that conclusion firmly. I'm not saying he definitely wouldn't have been, but you definitely don't have the evidence on your side.
Right.
That Trey Lance, it sounded to me like that's what Guru was saying. But if you picked Sam, and if that doesn't work, you could have had Trey in there. And do what? And
win.
Wow. Now, why would you think that that's what was going to happen?
If Kyle thought that is what would happen, then I would think that that's what would happen.
And he clearly does not.
Exactly. And so because he chose Sam over Trey, then for me, what I hear Kyle say is, I think Sam is better right now to be QB2 in case something happens to Brock Purdy.
Right.
And as I've said all along, I hold these quarterbacks to a high standard in terms of Kyle Shanahan. It's your laminated play sheet, and if it's Sam Darnold or if it's Trey Lance, whoever it is, and forget Brandon Allen because he's barely QB3. He's only QB3 because you get something for Trey Lance.
But he's relevant here. He's nowhere near.
Hopefully he's not relevant. According to you, you won't need him.
No.
According to everyone yesterday, I put you over at 2.5 quarterbacks, and you all laughed at me.
Yeah, no, because that's just not usually the way it goes on a good NFL team.
Correct.
That's not even for the 49ers.
If you get to QB3, you almost always lose, but it wasn't last year.
Right. And that was my question. Like, is that a bar that's been set now? Because Kyle, quote, did that once. Now you're just expected to be able to turn and burn?
It's a bar.
See, I think the baseline of this, like the underbelly of this whole conversation, it's interesting because I don't even need to look at YouTube. I know what you're labeling me as. Oh, the biggest Kyle Shanahan apologist in
from
the whole
Adrian
world.
Gutierrez.
What's up?
Willard the man.
Oh, what's up, Adrian? You the man.
Well, I mean,
or you the woman. I don't know if Adrian is a man or a woman.
It's the male spelling.
Yo, Adrian.
Maybe he's just deciding on your pronoun for you.
Yeah, thank you. But I like the underbelly of here I sit, the biggest Kyle Shanahan apologist on the face of the planet.
Yeah, man.
And my take is that all of you are giving him way too much credit.
Are you saying I'm giving him a pass?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying you're giving him too much credit.
No, I'm giving him all the credit that he deserves.
I reject the idea that Kyle is just there, therefore, team good. Doesn't matter who your quarterback is. Sam, Brock, Trey, Jimmy. This is I don't know how many times we need to disprove this. It has already been disproven.
It was actually proven last year.
No, that happened one time.
That's the proof. The proof is in the damn pudding, Willard. And I use your name because I'm getting angry.
Because it happened once does not prove it. And in fact, if the statement is Kyle can play any quarterback, I'm sorry, my man, I win because every time Jimmy got hurt, the season ended.
Well, bro, it was only because they had C.J. Mullins and Nick Beathard.
Whoa.
Holmes.
You don't get to do that.
I just did.
Why is C.J. Beathard
C.J. Mullins
and Nick Mullins
Nick Beathard
any different than Sam Darnold and Brandon Allen?
Because Sam Darnold is a real one. He's a quarterback.
A real what?
He's a real QB. He's an OG QB.
He is. He's a bust.
He started more games than Beathard and Mullins combined.
So what?
He's not a bust. You
He's
can't put
not?
a bust on him.
He's a number 3 overall pick on
Who's still employed in the National Football League.
You don't?
He's not a bust yet.
Of course he is. He can't even get a starting job.
Then Trey Lance is a bust?
As a pick? Yes.
As a player?
Well, he hasn't started nearly as many games.
Right.
How would you... Sam, we've seen. We watched it.
He was a victim of circumstance.
To a degree, maybe. To a degree,
We're going
maybe.
to find out.
But for you to still stick the same expectation on him that he had coming out of the draft is wild.
I put the same expectation on him because Kyle is putting that same expectation on him.
And I will refute that because he signed him to be QB2. In fact, if what you're saying is true, if Kyle is saying that I'm putting the same faith in Sam Darnold that the Jets did, well, then so are the Cowboys in Trey Lance. And boy, they better be held accountable if he's not a star.
QB3, so it's a little bit different.
Whatever.
No, it's a big difference.
No, it's really not.
If they would have traded Cooper
starter.
Rush to, now Trey Lance, you're QB2.
But he's not your starter. He's not your starter.
They invested in a maybe. Call me maybe. Carly Rae Jepsen.
As did the 49ers. The 49ers gave up less draft capital than the Cowboys did to acquire Sam Darnold.
They gave up no draft capital.
Correct.
But they gave him a guaranteed deal thinking that...
Worth what?
$4 million, $2 million plus incentives.
Ooh,
no,
$4 million?
But they kept him, and they didn't do that to Sudsy last year.
I mean, and he didn't get $4 million. He got
$2 million.
Right.
Kyle brought Darnold in thinking that if we need a quarterback, I've got a real one. I've got a quarterback who's been a quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't want to slip and fall into a semantics argument.
Not me either.
But what you just said there, he brought him in saying, if we need a quarterback. See, that's not what I heard you guys say in the crossover.
Oh, no, they'll need a quarterback.
The crossover was, Kyle's telling us he's amazing. No, Kyle's telling you he's his QB2. And all I'm saying is, I'm not even telling you that the whole organization gets a pass if Brock Purdy gets hurt. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is, I think it would be crazy to not have your expectations for the season change. There's not one other NFL team where that's the case. And in fact, there isn't a sport where that's the case. How about this? Warriors have a pretty accomplished backup point guard. If Steph Curry gets hurt, sorry, you're telling me.
You're comparing Brock Purdy to Steph Curry?
No,
is that what you're doing?
It's all apples to oranges, Dibs, but it's all coming from the same place. What? You keep saying that Kyle's telling me blank. No, he's not. No one told you that Sam Darnold's amazeballs and he's going to win the Super Bowl.
If Brock Purdy gets hurt, Kyle does not come out in the press conference and say, "Well, we've had to go to our backup and stuff, and so we're gonna focus on next year's draft and stuff because we don't believe that we can win with Sam Darnold."
Why
and
would
stuff.
he say that? Why would he say that?
He wouldn't.
Of course he wouldn't. He also is not going to come out and be like, "Watch this, put it in ink. We ain't changing." He's not going to do that.
No, but they're going to still go out and try to win games.
Of course. Well, please, let's make my argument.
Brock Purdy's the 18th best quarterback in the league, and Sam Darnold's like 28th.
You said try. That earlier you said expect.
Well, I expect it. Well, and you know what? He would expect it too.
I would expect them to still be fine. I would not expect them to be as good.
I would. I mean, you're going from Brock Purdy, a guy with 8 career starts who's been good, to a guy who was more highly drafted, more experienced in college, more experienced in the NFL, and a guy you went out of your way to bring in?
Can we examine that statement for a second?
Let's examine it.
They went out of their way to bring him in. Tell me about that.
First day of free agency?
That's not out of their way. Everybody's there. Everybody's right. That's right, in fact, where they were headed. That is on the plan. The Waze app said, take me to the first day of free agency.
Of all the free agency deals that you look to make on day one, you brought in a quarterback to a room that already had a quarterback and another quarterback.
No.
That's being pretty eager.
No, we thought he did, but it didn't because they were planning to deal him all along.
Right.
So they went and said, you know what we need? We probably need a backup QB.
We need a guy just in case Brock Purdy can't play. We need a quarterback, the best quarterback we can get.
They didn't go out of their way. They just grabbed a guy for $4 million in free agency. They went out of their way to get Trey Lance. They did not go out of their way. See, that's what I want to, that's really what I would love to learn about. I mean that. I want to learn. I want to understand the link that's being made because Trey Lance was on the team and everyone was so excited, and because the team got to a point where they no longer believed in him. Why are we threading that to now mean, well, the team has told us that Sam's incredible? I've never heard that. I didn't hear that. I heard them give him $4 million. I heard them put him into a QB2 race that they then told us a week and a half ago that he won. This is all media stuff. I think Sam could actually do better. That's Dan Orlovsky. Kyle didn't say that. He did not say that. So for me, I don't know why we would not have our view on the season change at least a little bit if your best QB is no longer playing. Of course it would change.
I don't think it would change, and I don't think it should change because you still have the best left tackle, an amazing wide receiving core, the best running back, and an elite tight end. So can Sam Darnold come in and run the Shanahan offense? And Kyle has praised him for knowing the offense and being able to run it and all the rest of that and stuff. And so for Sam Darnold to step in, the drop-off from Brock Purdy to Sam Darnold is not that dramatic. I don't think.
We don't know
my
that.
Opinion.
Yeah, we don't know that.
I know that it's my opinion.
That's fine.
And so, considering all that, and you have a great defense and all the rest of it and stuff, I don't know why you would change your expectations at all.
For me, because that's what you do when QB2 comes in. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Would love to take your calls on this. Do expectations change if Brock Purdy suddenly is not available for the 49ers? Or are you not willing to give Kyle Shanahan that pass? 888-957-9570. We'll get your calls on this. It's Willard and Dibs.
Every business.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate. Kyle runs the show.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Especially since our fantasy draft is tonight, Dibs. Can't wait to see you there. Is that tonight? Be active.
Tonight?
It's tonight.
Jeez.
Tonight.
Oh, man.
T-minus 5 hours.
Thank you. Actually, 4 hours, 58 minutes. Don't be late because you are on the clock. What pick do you have, Grandy? Oh, I know. Grandy's right in front of me. / right behind me, right?
I'm 13, you're 14.
I'm 5.
Who do you want, Granny? Who do you want? Who do you want?
I ain't telling you.
Who do you want at 16? I don't care who you want at 13. Who do you want at 16? You ain't getting him. You ain't getting. You know who I'm going to take?
Please tell me.
Kyle Allen. Kyle Allen.
Not Brandon Allen?
Nope.
Not Jared Allen?
Nope. Kyle Allen.
Not Keenan Allen?
Thank you.
Kyle Allen.
Okay.
Backup quarterback for Josh Allen. Because I know that if Josh gets hurt.
Oh, here we go.
My expectations aren't going to change one damn bit.
He's the GMO.
Super Bowl Buffalo Bills. Here it comes, y'all. Here it comes.
I normally enjoy when you get disingenuous, but in this instance, I'll be honest.
Come on, give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on, give me a laugh. Kyle Allen. Kyle Allen.
You get a Kawhi Leonard is what you get.
With the 14th pick in the 95.7 The Game draft.
You won't.
Mark Willard selects Kyle Allen.
You won't do it. The pick is in.
Quarterback. Buffalo Bills.
You won't do it.
Oh, I'll do it. I may grab him with Mr. Irrelevant pick there at the end just to send you a little hey, how
Oh,
you doing?
are Mr. Irrelevant. In this. Yeah.
I guess it would work that way, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It would snake all the way back to you. Yeah.
Maybe I'll take Brock Purdy.
You should. And I wonder, and this I guess is a
I know what my team name is.
For I'm not really that interested in it. I'll find out online.
You will be when you hear it.
It'll probably like
Grandy, do you already know? Did you look?
I've probably seen it, but I don't remember it. No, not a good review, I guess.
I'm gonna hold that for a sec. Go ahead.
I'll look it up right now. I was saying, what do you think the order of Niners will be? McCaffrey will be the first Niner taken.
Of course.
He'll be.
That's a fun question.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
He'll be off the board before I pick at number 5. So I will not have the chance to take McCaffrey at 5.
You never know. If Guru picks 1 through 4, he's going to take Mahomes, Mahomes, and Mahomes.
Yeah. If I'm picking 5 and McCaffrey's there, that's going to be a tough one because I do think that
take him. Well, that won't be tough. You take him.
I guess you take him. I took him a couple of years ago when he got hurt.
Number 5 is a little bit of a tough spot if it goes actually by the book.
No, number 5. I know exactly who I'm going to take, and I know who Coop. Can't stop Cup or Coop. It's a great low drop.
It's either. I will predict that you will walk out of the first round with either Austin Eckler, Cup or Coop, or Tyreek Hill. Unless you want to do some Kelsey magic and be a wackadoodle.
Yeah, Kelsey might go before me. All the mocks I've done.
Possible.
I've done like a mock a day, keeps the doctor away, just to try to like sharpen my tools in terms of like what are other people around the country thinking. And Kelsey's been either like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3 have been McCaffrey, Chase, and Jefferson in some order. And then 4 is where it gets interesting in terms of there's been some Kelseys, there's been some Ecklers. There's been a little bit of that, even like
Cup or Coop.
Yeah, some Cup or Coops.
And then our league, it might be Josh Allen. I'm just telling you, don't be surprised if somebody throws that at you and you're like, wait a minute.
Not before 5.
Just be ready. Hey.
Okay.
When did Guru do it last year? Will you look at Guru? Yeah, Grandy, look it up. When did Guru go quarterback last year? What pick was it?
I'm guessing first round, but I will try to confirm.
Here, yeah. I'll look too. It shouldn't be that take that long to look it up. But anyway, you were saying, go ahead.
Niner players in order, fantasy wise.
Right.
How do they get drafted? And Christian McCaffrey goes 1.
McCaffrey definitely goes
then,
1.
Like 2, 3, and 4, I think it gets interesting. Brock Purdy's the 5th one, I think, pretty clearly in terms of
I don't even know if he's that.
I've seen him taken in like the 9th and 10th round.
Eli Mitchell might go before that. No joke.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
No, go ahead.
I mean,
you go right ahead.
Brock Purdy is at minimum someone's backup QB. And people don't usually start addressing that until real late.
Yeah.
So actually, side bet, Eli Mitchell versus Brock Purdy tonight.
Who gets taken first?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Brock gets taken before Eli.
I'll say Eli.
Yeah.
But no, if we okay, where's the draft? And then, gosh, I can't do this while I'm on the air.
By the way, Guru took Josh Allen with the 2nd overall pick last year.
There you go. You think I'm lying?
Did he win?
I'm trying to give you a little heads up because part of winning a league is knowing the tendencies of your competitors.
Nice.
And yes, Guru completely broke the damn script last year. I'm going Josh Allen.
I love it.
And he did. And I'm going Kyle Allen. You'll see.
Strong.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at my latest.
My expectations won't change.
My latest Yahoo mock, which is a 14-team mock, and Deebo Samuel went in the 5th pick of the 4th round, and then Kittle went in the first round, or the first pick of the 5th round, followed by Brandon Ayuk.
That is your answer, by the way. Yeah. I think your order is Christian, Deebo, Kittle, Brandon.
Okay.
Not saying it's going to finish that way.
No, but Kittle and Brandon went back-to-back in this random, national.
Ayuk's a popular. He's a popular target for people this year, for sure. All right, a lot of people want to weigh in on this. Let's get to it. 888-957-9570. Expectations change for the 49ers should Sam Darnold end up having to have a significant amount of time as the QB this year. Let's go to Bert and Benicia. Hey, Bert, thanks for calling Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Hey, I'm doing good, fellas. Hey, so I just want to touch on what I told Grandy there on the phone was, one, I know someone within the organization, a good friend of mine who was there when they were getting ready to draft Lynch, who had a conversation with Shanny and told him this is not the dude, and he was told get on board or you can get out. He's not there anymore, needless to say. And number two, I wanted to touch on, I think it's really interesting that it is so quiet about the Nick Bosa stuff and what's going on with him, that nothing's been said, and everyone assumes Bosa's just going to get paid. I'm going to throw this out there, and I don't think we should be surprised if he gets dealt out of the conference to an AFC team, not very good AFC team, to get some top 10 picks back.
Bert, do you like watching football?
Of course.
Okay, you want to come to my house and watch the Pittsburgh game week 1?
I would love to.
I'll buy you lunch, and we'll watch the game together if Nick Bosa is playing on a different team.
Sounds like a deal.
Okay, and I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. You call us back. If Nick Bosa gets traded, you can come over to my house. I'll buy you lunch. You can stay for as long as you want. I don't have an extra bed for you, but I'm not kidding. There is absolutely, Bert, thank you very much. There is
got a dog bed.
1 bajillion times 0% chance that Nick Bosa gets traded.
Right.
In my opinion.
Well, I think a more likely scenario, which is equally unlikely, is that he still remains unsigned by the time we get to Pittsburgh.
Did you hear Jason Dumas on the morning show?
I did, yeah.
Okay, Jason Dumas, here's what a little bit of what he had to say, because he did report this morning that the two sides are close and that a deal will come here within the next few days. Here's what he said about trade rumors.
I tapped in with some people I know who I know are in the know. I come at them like, yo, should people be nervous? Like, is this going to happen? Now all of a sudden there's trade rumors, and the 49ers have gotten calls on Nick Bosa. So I hear that, and I'm like, if other teams are calling the Niners asking about his availability, they might not be close because teams are thinking he could be had. I was told he can't be had. He will be there week 1. It's just ironing out details.
I'm not that much of a conspiracy theorist on this one.
Right.
But I'll say it this way. I don't think the 49ers cared at all that Nick Bosa missed the first half of training camp. I think they would have liked him there by now.
He missed all of training camp.
He missed all of it.
Training camp's over.
That's correct.
I mean, he missed it all.
The idea that this got nerve-wracking like 2 weeks ago, I reject. I don't think the 49ers were tripping on this at all. I think it's now gotten maybe a little bit uncomfortable, and quite frankly, maybe not. Like, I think so. It's not ideal. It's not the way you would want to draw it up. but it's the way that it went, and I don't think that anybody is freaking out.
Right. No, and he should be signed between now and hopefully the weekend if Jason Dumas is right, and I believe that he is, that the two sides are close. And, Mark Grandy, our very own Mark Grandy, has a nice conspiracy theory. Maybe we can get into that on the other side, because he put that out on our text thread, and I was like, look at the Grandy, man.
And you know that I booked Grandy for $315, which is coming up next.
I'm teasing it.
It's
Let's
very
go.
well played.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah,
Come on.
Grandy's conspiracy theory and many more of your phone calls. So, T-Bone, JJ, Solomon, get on the line. Do the 49er expectations change if they end up with QB2 yet again? 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
This just in.
a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're having fun on YouTube. That's one way to bring it in. Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can do it on the Odyssey app. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs. Free Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts. We got some people want to weigh in on this backup quarterback thing.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Mark Grandy was booked for $315. It's now $319. What's your Nick Bosa conspiracy theory, Mr. Grandy, Mr. picking 13th overall guy?
Man.
Yeah.
So I was having this thought after you guys mentioned the news earlier today, the report from Jason Dumas that the Niners are progressing on their contract negotiations with Nick Bosa. And I thought, it's kind of funny. It happened the day after roster cutdown day. And then, of course, Nick Bosa isn't on the 53-man roster because he's on a separate reserve list because he hasn't reported to camp just yet. And it got my mind thinking, what if the San Francisco 49ers, feeling a little bit of a roster crunch because of some injuries, their questionable kicker situation, they're carrying Jake Moody on the 53-man roster, but they're not sure if he's going to be able to kick week one. There are obviously concerns even if he is able to kick. They have all these questions on the 53-man roster. What if they've already come to an agreement with Nick Bosa weeks ago, potentially, on their contract extension, but in order to save an extra roster spot on the 53-man, they just simply haven't made it official yet. And they don't want to just immediately, the day after the cut down day happens, immediately say, here's the contract extension, Nick Bosa, because that seems a little bit suspicious. So some good news the day after. Maybe it happens Friday this week. I don't know, but just the way my mind worked, if they had that advantage, they might want to use it because one roster spot can help you out.
It's an interesting thought. I'll say this, just listening to Jason this morning, he certainly was not fed this. Like, he went to go dig, and he called some people. You know what I mean? It's not like this went out to Rap Sheet,
right?
And then he went to McAfee and went, so the sides are getting close. I'm definitely not dismissing your theory whatsoever, but I wondered. Jason went and did some digging, and here's where I would have your back, though. I do think always, as a rule, these things are further along than we know.
Right. And also, I do think that teams are thinking about what Mark was just laying out. Not you, Mark, but Mark Grandy, Mark with a C.
Sure.
I think that teams are thinking in terms of what he was laying out, especially when you have a roster crunch. The Niners have a lot of players that they'd like to keep. And so how do you do that? You put some on IR if they're hurt, or even if they're kind of hurt, and Nick Bosa's on his own list, and so you try to shuffle it the way you can shuffle it, and then knowing full well that you're going to sign him eventually.
Yeah, I keep looking at this, and I've mentioned this a few times. The lack of stress around it is what resonates to me. If you go to all of the other holdouts, from all those running backs and the Jonathan Taylor situation, Jones with Kansas City, all of them, even Debo last year, there was stress that was shown and shared and fighting in the public. There's been none of that here. Absolutely none of that. So I think that the two sides have probably been, I don't want to say on the same page, but I think closer to the same page than maybe we would normally believe for a holdout that goes this long. I also don't think the finances are all that complicated. I heard a caller on Steiny and Goose say, you do not let players run the team. Nothing's bigger than the logo, one caller said. Another one said, hey, 25 to 30 million, and if that doesn't get it done, you move on. I'm like, that doesn't get it done.
No.
It's not going to be 25 to 30.
I heard them talking 35 to 40, which you and I talked about. And Steiny was using the Aaron Donald comp, which I guess is a comp.
31-7.
31-7?
31-7 is Aaron.
And he's the highest paid defensive
lineman, yes.
But defensive player.
Right, but not pass rusher, not edge rusher.
Right. It would be TJ Watt would be the highest edge
at 28.
Right. So do you want to go south of Aaron Donald? I'm sure Nick Bosa wants to go north of Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I don't. So I think 35. I would be shocked if it's 35. Shocked.
Yeah, that's the number I threw out to you that gets it done.
Of course it gets it done. They would have signed by now if the Niners had offered 35.
Right. Would you be shocked if it's lower than Aaron Donald, though?
Not shocked.
I'd be shocked.
I'd be shocked if it's lower than TJ Watt.
I'd be shocked if it's lower than Aaron Donald.
I think the window is like, yes, I could see it being 30. Yes, I could see it being 32. I could see it being 33. That's the window. Anything less than 29 and a half would shock me. Anything more than 33 would shock me. Just because as great as Nick is, I mean, what leg would you have to stand on if you're an agent to call the 49ers and say the top edge rusher in the game makes 28? We want 25% more. Whoa. Hit the brakes, brother. Like that.
He's worth it. He's worth it. And you're in a championship window.
Okay, but the way you're saying it, all the players we're talking about are worth it.
Not really.
I mean, TJ
Not
Watt
really.
is worth it. Joey Bosa is worth it. Myles Garrett is worth it. They're all worth it. They're all really, really good. But I would argue back based on the market. No, he's not. He's not worth 25% more than TJ Watt. That's I don't know. Like that to me, I've never seen a deal go like that. Where
25% would be $35 million.
Yes.
Okay.
From $28 million for TJ Watt, that's another touchdown. That's a lot more.
Right. But it's got to be more than Aaron Donald.
I don't know.
I think.
But Aaron's not an edge rusher. So, and
no,
Aaron
but he's a
is,
former DPOY.
Right.
And now you're the current DPOY. So
yeah, I
pay
can
me
see
like
that. That's fine. I'm totally, yeah. That's why to me the window is higher than Watt to potentially a little bit higher than Aaron. But not exploding those things out of the water. I think it sounds to me like the money is maybe not. I mean, I'm sure it's about money, but it's about the extended money. It could be about the guarantee. It could be about the incentives. It could be about whatever's going on. I don't think the AAV. I don't. Like I said, that feels kind of obvious.
Right.
It's somewhere in that 30 to 33 range. Let's move on.
But it's also a little bit of a show situation where he wants to be the highest paid player. If he does want that, then the AAV has to be higher than Aaron Donald.
And I bet, okay. I'd be surprised if that was the sticking point.
Right. Is there a sticking point, or is Grandy right in terms of, the way this is playing out based on the roster crunch and, the other things that play into it? Because if you're not going to have him into camp anyway, and you're okay with that, then you have no motivation to get him signed by Tuesday. And in fact, you actually have more motivation to not sign him by Tuesday.
By Tuesday? Oh, you're talking about last Tuesday.
Correct.
Yesterday. Okay, got it.
By Tuesday, based on, the roster crunch, if you can have him on your, not yet signed list, and then you can add another player accordingly, that actually might be a positive.
Could be a piece of the puzzle.
Grandy's point.
Yeah, it could be a piece of the puzzle for sure. You say, is there a sticking point? The best I can tell reading tea leaves right now, if there was a sticking point, it was a sticking point, not is. I think maybe there was, but doesn't sound like there is anymore. All right, we got going with the whole expectation if the 49ers do need to use more quarterbacks this year. The entire crossover today was the idea that Dibbs, along with our predecessors, Steiny and Goo, all felt that because of the way the QB situation has gone, and because Kyle Shanahan sends notes apparently to everybody's houses every month, letting them know that he's a genius, letting him know that he thinks Sam Darnold's a future Hall of Famer, letting him know that he knows more than them, all of these things that apparently you guys get from Kyle. I've missed mine, but you get these from Kyle every month, and because of all of that, if Brock Purdy gets hurt, then we're not going to let him off the hook. The expectations do not change one bit for the 49ers if Sam Darnold comes in. I don't really see it. I think QB2 automatically, no matter how experienced he is, brings a level of dropped expectations. Doesn't mean the season is over at all, but certainly an expectation drop. Let's get to the phones. T-Bone in the city. Hey, T-Bone, you're on Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, listening to you guys. Listen to that red and gold thing yesterday.
Thanks, man.
Cool. Agree kind of with both of you. If you go off, like Gibbs is saying, if you go off of what was said about Donald coming out of college, based on his skill and everything, the one thing we don't know is how he's going to handle the pressure like Brock does. That's Brock's thing, is he can see the field. If he can do that, then no, there shouldn't be a drop-off based on all the skilled players and everything.
But I also wanted to comment. Well, I like listening to you because you bring facts into every argument that you do, and including the Bosa argument you just laid out. But why does everybody all of a sudden want to throw Shanahan under the bus if for some reason we have a down season for one reason or another, even though some things are beyond his control and because we traded Trey Lance? I mean, does everybody want to go back to Jim Kelly and Thomasula? I mean, that would be horrible because I hated watching those games.
Well, there's something you said in there, T-Bone, and thank you very, very much. There's something that you said in there that I think might be a piece of this conversation. He said if things do happen that are out of Kyle Shanahan's control, whether this is fair or not, Dibs, would you agree that the perception is that everything is under Kyle's control? And whether that's because of, as you even refer to him, the laminated play sheet.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
It is, right?
Two-sided.
Right? He's got those hats. He's got press conferences where he tells people he'll educate them.
And stuff.
And he's got control of the whole organization, whether it's the play, whether it's the personnel. If you're going to be that, as they call it, total control, then is that why some of you believe you don't get a pass if, or again, I don't even like using that phrase, you don't get lowered expectations if you lose your QB1 because you've got total control. And in fact, as we know, many people, you included, blame him for some of the injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got total control to the point where he has put together a 53-man roster that are players that he wanted or John Lynch wanted, and he has QB2 that he, and I won't say that he went out of his way to get him, but on day one of free agency, they prioritized a backup quarterback, and they got the best backup quarterback in football. And if you want to rank all 96 quarterbacks in the NFL, and some teams might have 4, some teams might have 2, I don't even know, but Sam Darnold would be better than some team starters. He'd be better than some team starters. So
it might be. There's a conversation there.
I mean, Brock Purdy's probably QB 15, 16, 18, 21, whatever you think about Brock. But Sam Darnold is not that far behind him. So based on that, he was able to control that. And he controlled the fact that Trey Lance is not here anymore, which means he thinks Sam Darnold's better than Trey Lance. And he thinks that Sam Darnold gives them a better chance to come in and win if Brock Purdy goes out.
So why is that not the expectation? Because that's my expectation.
No, the expectation for me would have been the same if it was Trey Lance.
But Sam needs to be better than Trey. He doesn't need to be as good as Brock.
Sam needs to be good enough to win games.
The 49, that's fine. I didn't say that.
Right.
But the expectation changes because the Niners right now shouldn't just be good enough to win games. They should win most games, and a lot of them going away.
With Brock or Sam or Trey, if he was still here.
No.
That's my opinion, yes.
Yeah, but what? Like that's not even their opinion. Why would you have that opinion that there wouldn't be a drop from Brock to Trey?
There could be a drop, but you're still going to beat Arizona. You could play Christian McCaffrey at quarterback. That's a team on your schedule.
Yeah, but that's just that game. Does it win you the road game in Jacksonville? Does it win the game in Seattle?
If Sam Darnold can't win those games, then why did you bring him in?
Because he's QB2.
But you need QB2 in the Shanahan offense because you get QB1 hurt.
And there you go.
There you go.
No, there you go.
No, there he goes because he's been here 6 years.
You're not wrong.
In 5 of the years, he's needed QB2.
I know, but we fall into this trap. Like
it's not a trap.
Does everything that happened yesterday happen tomorrow?
No, but if
how
things
did yesterday
happen again,
go for you? How'd it go?
It went pretty well.
Are you going to get a free pizza at the end of the show?
Today?
Is a lovely woman going to walk up and hand you
too lovely
a free pizza at the end of the show?
I mean, what happened yesterday, and I don't want to...
Are you expecting that?
I mean, is she free? And I'm asking you because it happens
to be
me
right now.
It happens to be your partner, your lady friend, but... I mean,
it doesn't work that way.
I'm not trying to crush on another man's woman, but when your girlfriend walks up to me and goes, "Here, I got this for you," and it's a piping hot, fresh out of the oven fieldwork pizza.
I was going to say, you better say pizza. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm thinking about like cutting the line on your brakes and maybe pushing you off the curb. Whatever. I'm not going to deny that I I felt bad things about you.
Wow.
I was rooting against you in that moment.
Well, you always are.
Those are facts.
Nothing changes.
They bring in Sam Darnold because they think that he is a good quarterback.
Thank you. But wait a minute, why can't it just end there?
No, because...
Why?
Because they're a good team.
So what? So are the Chiefs, and you don't even know who their backup is. And you would not, under any circumstances, say that your expectations for the season won't change if Mahomes gets hurt.
It's a totally different construct. This team is not built for the quarterback to be Patrick Mahomes.
That's fair.
And how dare you try to make that comparison?
No, easily I'll make the comparison because it is the same with regard to the one aspect of the team I'm talking about. Now, the construct of the team is not we've got a superstar at quarterback who runs the show, but the construct is the same. Hey, and let's get the best guy we can to be the other guy if our guy gets hurt. That's totally the same for all the teams.
It's different when you're on this team and you have a head coach who's been through it now 5 of 6 years where their QB1 gets hurt. And you can blame him or not blame him. That's not what this is about. The bottom line is Kyle Shanahan has needed a backup quarterback more than almost any other team in football, and therefore he prioritizes it more than Andy Reid and more than Shawnee McDermott.
And they have. And I would argue that Sam Darnold is a higher level player than the backups for those teams.
You called him the best backup in football.
He is certainly in the conversation. However, what's that got to do with you saying, hey, Shanny, we're coming for you if the team shows any ounce of drop in a drip?
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
I
didn't say I'm coming for you.
So let's use your words.
Because his job is still secure. If Sam takes over and they lose 4 or 5 to end the year, I'm not calling for Kyle's head.
Well, you said that he doesn't get a pass.
Well, I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean? What does it mean?
It means
what does it mean?
We file that under Shanahan blew it with the quarterback position again. If Brock Purdy's not good enough, and you parted with Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold is your hand-picked guy,
wait a minute.
and Sam Darnold's not good enough,
you just threw
that's
something
on
else
Kyle Shanahan.
You just threw something else in there. I'm not going to let you do that.
No, do it.
You threw if Brock Purdy's not good enough.
Yeah.
That's not part of this conversation.
It absolutely is.
Because I agree with you if that happens. If Brock Purdy's not good, that's different.
If Brock gets hurt,
if you're benching him by choice, we're in a completely different area code.
No, it's all to me the same zip code.
If he gets hurt, then why
what if Kyle gets him hurt? Like he got Trey hurt. Exactly.
Let's go to the
Stand
phones.
down before you go to the phones.
Good Lord.
It's a bottom line results league. And if Brock is not good enough or he gets hurt, and Sam comes in and he's not good enough or he gets hurt, it all falls on Kyle Shanahan. You didn't get it done, Kyle. It's all about results. It's a quest for 6. Get it done.
With the second round pick in the 95-7 the game fantasy draft.
Cooper Rush?
Mark Willard selects.
Thank you, Grandy. I need it.
Blaine Gabbert.
Gabby?
Quarterback. Kansas City Chiefs. See if we can get a request into the Chiefs. Let's get Andy Reid on the phone and let him know that if Yo Gabba Gabba starts any games this year,
Gabby,
he ain't getting a pass. No pass.
Well, he's a made man. So, again, your comp, your analogy falls woefully short.
Let me find an unmade man.
Go to Sean McDermott.
But nope, that's not where I'm going. I already did that one.
Go to Mike Vrabel.
All right.
Who's Tennessee's backup?
With the third pick.
Thank you. Play the sound.
In the 95-7 the game fantasy draft.
I'm stuck with this guy.
Mark Willard selects.
Oh, boy, I love your team.
Jake Browning.
Yeah.
Quarterback. Cincinnati Bengals. Grandy, let's go ahead and get. Most of you don't even know the name of the damn coach of the guy because he's not a made man. Get Zach Taylor on the phone and let him know that if Jake Browning starts games this year,
all right, first
of
all,
the Bengals dip, we're coming for him, and he's not getting a pass because Jake Browning is his guy now.
All right.
That's his guy.
I'm going to stop you because Jake Browning is
Washington. UW.
You keep Jake Browning's name out. I watched him
Pac-12
at
Network.
Folsom High School. Keep Jake's name Out your mouth.
No pass, Zach.
I covered him in high school.
No pass.
And Zach did not go out of his way to get Jake Browning on the first day of free agency.
No, he went further. He drafted him.
Exactly.
He used draft capital on the guy.
Exactly.
He wasted a pick on him.
No, he didn't waste a pick. Kyle wasted a pick on Trey Lance because he gave up
That's
on
incorrect.
Trey Lance.
The Niners wasted 5 picks on Trey Lance.
4 technically, but Zach Taylor, it was a draft and develop, and that's what real ones do.
Oh, that's
you draft a guy
keep it real?
and you develop him.
All right.
Jake Browning at a Folsom High. How dare you?
I tell you what, I'm not giving Zach Taylor a pass. I just won't. I refuse.
And what does that mean, Mark?
Oh, I'm coming. I'm coming down his road, and I'm going to keep it real.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the Bengals summit, and I'm going to not clap. How about that?
How about that?
Huh? JJ in San Jose. Hi,
Please.
JJ. What are you doing? What's up, JJ?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I'm just listening to my two brothers on the radio just going at it.
Yeah, man.
Honestly, very entertaining. I love you guys.
Thank you, JJ.
But you know what? I gotta roll with my OG dibs on this one right here. Because I'll tell you this. Shanahan himself established that it's a results-based business.
Sure.
Because of what Purdy did last year, he gave him he's the guy. He proved on tape or whatever the results of last year indicated how the offseason was going to go, and that Purdy was the number one. And instead of just rolling with that and having Trey be the number two, he went and got Sam Darnold with art, like you mentioned, with the intention that Trey's gone. So he's making these choices. So based on the trauma of losing all the starting quarterbacks throughout his tenure, he has a good feeling that he's probably going to need Sam Darnold there to win him a couple of games.
Okay, JJ, can I ask you a question on a couple of those things right there? No, don't hang up yet, JJ. I got questions there. What does this actually have to do with Trey? You said instead of just rolling with Trey, and because I really do believe that that's what's at the underbelly of this whole opinion that many of you have. It's an anger that Trey didn't get this job, and so therefore, Kyle, if you're saying, because what it sounds like is you're coming out and saying, Kyle said Sam's as good as Brock, which is not really true. What Kyle did say is Sam is better than Trey, and that bothers many 49er fans, which I totally understand, but since Trey Lance hasn't actually shown anything in this league yet, why would that mean that there's no drop-off allowed from Brock? I believe the fans are bringing Trey Lance into this conversation, not Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I just think a lot of the fans believe that Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are equal. They don't see how Shanahan sees it with him being, how he was saying how he separated himself. Even the reporters weren't really seeing it, but whatever. Shanahan looks at the tape. I just think that he made it a bigger circus. And for that, he has to own it. And he's saying he has to own it, but it's because Brock Purdy has been writing these passes for him. He's been writing the checks. If Purdy didn't have the results he did, none of this would be happening. I think
right. But JJ, he did. But he did have those results, which is one of that's something I'd love. You know what he said? He sort of said something I thought came up on the crossover, which is because Kyle did it once, because he won with QB3 once. Now it sounds like a lot of you are setting the bar there as if he has to do it every single time. So let's get to more on that and more of your phone calls. Coming up, we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
Every business.
pulled out your Peterman very fast.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, hang on. Let me look that up. Hang on. Nathan Peterman. Let's see. Nathan Peterman right now. Is he a free agent? Oh, he is. Shoot. That's too bad. I was hoping he's on a roster so that I could make sure his coach knew that I'm coming down his road and that he's not getting a free pass from me if he's got to pull out his Peterman at any point this season. Okay?
Is your last name Shanahan? Honestly,
okay,
you are a Shan-apologist.
Hold on.
You are a Shanahan apologist, is what you are.
Not even a little bit.
You're giving him a preemptive pass.
You're giving him a preemptive strike.
I'm holding his feet to the fire.
That's right. You're keeping it real, Dibs.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
All I'm doing is
keeping it a buck.
Can you all admit, and I know the answer is no, can you all admit?
Well, then why even listen?
You're holding Shanahan to a bar that you're not holding any other coach in the NFL to. Not one. There's not one coach who you would say, we expect your team to not drop one iota if the backup quarterback has to play long term.
It's for a number of reasons.
Explain.
Reason number one, this roster is legit, top to bottom. Forget the quarterback. You have the best or the second best roster in the National Football League.
Can I respond to each individually?
You can,
If
Mark.
you want to use the phrase forget the quarterback, what the hell have we been doing for the last 6 months? How about who cares who the quarterback is?
We were talking about the backup quarterback because they spent 3 first-round picks to move up and get him, and then they traded him for a fourth.
Right.
That's why we talked about it.
But to the point you just made, who cares who's the quarterback?
I've said that for years. I mean, have you been on the show with me for 2 years?
I have. I've disagreed with it the whole time.
Right.
Why don't we just get Nick Mullins back? Because that worked.
Nick Mullins is not very good.
Well, wait, but it doesn't matter.
You need a quarterback who's at least mediocre, and they have a couple of them.
I was going to say, I would imagine a lot of our listeners just said Sam Darnold's not very good either.
He's at the very least mediocre. If you want to rank all the quarterbacks on planet Earth right now, he's a top 40 quarterback for sure. He might be top 30.
I agree with that.
And you have him. And, Brock Purdy's probably higher on the list than Sam is. You've got 2 of them.
So could I respond, since when has top 30 in quarterbacking been good enough?
It's been good enough a few times.
When?
Joe Flacco, Brad Johnson, Trent Dilfer.
With the most elite defenses and one-timers.
Right.
Those were one-offs.
Sure.
Right?
And I mean, are
not like consistent contenders?
Are you looking at Brock Purdy to win multiple Super Bowls? Do you know how many quarterbacks have won more than one Super Bowl?
I would love that. I'm not predicting that.
I think there have only been about 7 quarterbacks to win multiples. 7 or 8.
I'm not going to hold his feet to the fire if he doesn't.
I'm holding his feet to the fire.
Are you?
Because your roster is unbelievable, top to bottom. Your roster is legit.
Okay, so that's reason 1.
Yes.
All right.
Reason 2, you've got a backup who is very experienced, and he is a quarterback who you think, Kyle Shanahan, and you've been praising the arm talent and his wherewithal and how much you wanted him coming out of college. All the sound bites we've played for weeks. But Kyle Shanahan is covetous of this man.
I think you're overstating it based on...
He's into him. He's digging it and stuff.
I think that we have to be careful that when we hear complimentary sound bites, we automatically go, that's what Kyle thinks. Because I have a truck full of Kyle Shanahan compliments of Trey Lance. But he gave him to the Cowboys for a 4th-round pick.
Well, he failed Trey Lance.
That's fine.
And you have that sound on your board,
I do, and I don't believe that either. So...
Well, I do believe that.
Well, that's fine. You can have any opinion you want. My point is coaches say nice things about their players. So that does not mean that Kyle Shanahan thinks Sam Darnold is him. He thinks he's a really good QB2.
He's more him than Trey Lance. We know that.
Correct.
And according to Kyle Shanahan, he thinks that he is better than Trey Lance is right now for this team going into this season. So because of that, I hold his feet to the fire.
Okay.
If nothing else bad happens in terms of injury and you have to go to QB2, I expect you to still be a good team, a winning team, and go out there and do as well as you think that you would have done otherwise, which to me,
but I agree with all those things.
Make
and
it
that's
to the
not,
last weekend before the Super Bowl.
That's
make it
not,
to the conference championship game.
To still be good, to still be viable.
No.
To
Conference
still
championship.
Okay,
and
that's
if you lose
different.
that game, and I've said that all along because I'm with you in terms of Super Bowl or bust, that is an unfair bar for any team. Only 35 coaches have ever won the Super Bowl, and he's not one of them. And there are, I think, 8 in the league right now who have won one, and only one is going to win one this year. So to think about that as the bar for anybody is unfair. But for this team, you should be one of the last 4 teams standing. And if you're not, and the only injury you had was quarterback, and you went to Sam Darnold and he didn't get it done, that's on you, Kyle. I'm holding your feet to the fire.
Oh, man, that's right.
You better wear an extra pair of socks, dog.
He's coming for you. Coming for you.
I'm not alone.
Wait a while because, his legs hurt a little bit. So it might take you a minute to get there.
My legs?
Yeah.
That was mean-spirited.
No, it wasn't. No. You're not quick at this stage of your life, are
I'm
you?
explosive when it comes to holding feet to the fire.
Okay.
Although I will say this, little slow today trying to keep the baby away because she's learned how to go up a step.
Oh, crap.
But going down the step, she's not as adept.
You don't have gates up yet?
We don't have gates
Where's
yet.
Where's your Antonio Gates?
We have a landing. Thank you. We have a landing. She goes up the landing, and I was trying to get her to help her go down the landing, but she burst away from me explosively, head first, boom. And it was a classic, like...
boom goes the dynamite?
Dude, boom, and then... Okay, she's going to scream, but it's like the 5-second delay.
Oh, yeah. That's the worst.
It's all face.
Because they're so upset they can't make noise.
Yeah.
It's just the...
And hopefully Supper's not listening right now, because...
it's just a show, Supper. It's not real.
Yeah, it's make-believe, unless you see that she does have a little bit of a bump over her left eye. That one's on Daddy. Don't blame the nanny. Don't blame... Because now it's like, oh, that must have happened on the nanny's watch.
You gonna nickname her Left Eye?
Dude, yeah. Shout out.
Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Thank you. You're on fire.
Feet
to the fire, Mark.
That's right.
I'm sick of you being Mark Shanahan.
I want...
it's okay, Kyle. Go ahead. You go 8 and 9. I'm fine with it. That was my Willard.
Oh God!
This hour brought to you by Soft Serve Ice Cream. I'm Mark Willard.
I think you're being offensive to Brock Purdy. I think you're being dismissive to Brock Purdy.
I think that you're being too soft on Kyle Shanahan.
I'm not being soft on Kyle Shanahan.
I'm not being too mean to Brock Purdy.
Well, you're dismissing what he did last year.
It was nice.
You're thinking that Sam Darnold can do the same thing. You're dismissing, in fact, the entire quarterback position on the 49ers when you say that just a healthy truck full of all of these players can come in and do this. And actually, I said this earlier, what's really fascinating about this debate is those of you who think you're keeping it real, and those of you who think you're holding Kyle's feet to the fire,
big time.
Tucked into your point is that you think he's the most amazeballs coach in the history of ever.
Which is why I'm holding him accountable.
Because he's the only one who doesn't need a good QB in order to win the whole banana.
He has built this team around the fact that he doesn't need a high-priced quarterback to win the whole banana. He said it himself. I want a quarterback on a rookie deal. How many quarterbacks on a rookie deal have won the Super Bowl? I believe the answer is one.
Some.
Russell Wilson and
Ben Roethlisberger. And I believe Mahomes won before he before he signed an extension. First 5 years of Mahomes' career, yeah.
And what was he making?
I mean, he was with the 11th pick in the draft?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the blueprint.
And I bet that I'm forgetting some. Like through the history of the NFL, it can be done. It's very rare at age 23.
Right. But that's what he has decided that he wants to do. So that's why I'm holding his feet to the fire.
Okay, and that's fine if you want to do that. I do think that you're ignoring some circumstance, which is obvious. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just try to keep this to, and I'm on Kyle's payroll. No, he screwed the pickup sideways from so many angles. Read Tim Kawakami's recent article in The Athletic.
It was great.
You will be blown away at not the fact that the Niners messed up the Trey Lance pick. It feels like they messed it up 9 times. Over and over and over. Their process was incorrect. and had all kinds of fallacies with the way that they approached the whole thing. But I keep my criticism right there. Right there. They messed up the pick. But to now extend that to now in the 7th round, you guys drafted somebody who ended up being way better than anybody thought he could be. And because he did end up being the best option you have in this moment, by far, now we've transferred that to mean, so Kyle, this is who you picked. As opposed to, this opportunistically landed in our lap, and he's clearly the best option we have right now. And so if this approach that you're taking doesn't work, you're dead.
No.
And it's like...
You're not dead.
Not necessarily.
But it's
not
your
necessarily
fault.
at all. Of course it is. Of course it is. But think about the two perspectives that you have the opportunity to have right now. It's your fault that the Trey Lance thing didn't work.
Correct.
Yes. But it is in many ways your credit that you ended up with this other possibility.
And I give him credit for that.
Almost every other team, when they make the big draft bust pick, when they do that, you don't end up with a pivot like this.
Right.
So that is actually, in my mind, a good thing.
It's absolutely a good thing, and I give him full credit for that.
But it does not mean that, therefore, now we transfer first-round expectations onto Brock as if this was the 49ers' plan all along.
You're misconstruing. You're either not understanding what I'm saying
Maybe
or
not.
you're misconstruing it, because to me,
Let me hear it.
The pick has nothing to do with anything anymore.
But you're the one who has said it better work.
Yes, because you've chosen Brock Purdy. You didn't choose Trey Lance. You picked Trey Lance. You decided he's not good enough. You traded Trey Lance.
Right.
You've chosen Brock Purdy. You've anointed him as QB1. Forget where you picked him. Forget where you picked Trey Lance.
Now, why would you use the word anointed?
Because they've given him the job. He's the anointed one.
But anointed see, that's what I'm talking about.
You've given him the job as QB1. You're not letting me finish the point.
Go ahead.
The point is, you've chosen him to be QB1. Whether he's anointed or ensconced.
That's a better word.
It doesn't matter.
Admit that anointed has... There's fluff around that. You're trying to say something there.
Well, he's only anointed when he gets a second contract. But between now and the second contract, he is on the road to anointment. How about that?
Sure.
Because he's not yet anointed.
Maybe.
You can't anoint him.
It's been such a small sample
again,
size. I don't even know why we think he's going to be any good.
And you said we wouldn't get bogged down in semantics, and now we're getting bogged down in semantics.
No, we're not, because there's messaging there. There is when you say this is what I always hear. You've anointed him. No, he didn't. He said, that's my starter.
Correct.
That's the best guy I got right now, because the guy I wanted to anoint didn't work.
And you shipped him out of town.
Yeah.
So
because he's not good.
Whether or not you could actually, baptize him with the holy water and anoint him officially, or, you can deify him, whatever the terminology is, whatever you want to choose. Bottom line is, you've given him the job.
There you go.
And so it had better work. Brock Purdy is QB1 of the 49ers, a team that everybody thinks, from Vegas to NFL Network and all the way back around, everyone thinks you should be 11 wins minimum. The over-under is 11 and a half, wherever it sits. You should be good. So if Brock Purdy is not good, and if your team is not good, that falls on Kyle Shanahan.
Of course it does, like it does any coach when they play. But I do. Honestly, I appreciate you changing the verbiage there, because it is important. It is important. He anointed Brock. If you are speaking like that, in my opinion, that is messaging that you are expressing anger from the Trey Lance situation.
No anger.
And projecting it on Brock. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. These are two separate things in my mind. You absolutely messed up sideways on Trey Lance, but I'm not going to then take that mistake and project it to the selecting of Brock Purdy as your best choice. Selecting.
The anointing.
Yeah.
They sprinkled him.
This is my starting quarterback,
Sure.
but so many of you want to go, oh, you went into the lab and you decided to make your perfect quarterback, and if there's anybody in the world you could have, it's Brock Purdy. So it better work. No, he's not doing that. If the Chiefs called tomorrow and said, Mahomes for Brock, what do you think, Kyle? That deal's done. He's not anointing him.
Well, you'd have to package Ayuk and probably Trent Williams too, because Mahomes makes an S-ton.
Yeah, but I don't think NFL trades work like that.
I know.
It's not an NBA trade machine.
You don't have to stay under the cap mid-season.
But do you get what I'm saying?
Do you get what I'm saying, though?
I get what you're saying.
To me, the whole pick thing is no longer even a conversation. You screwed up royally with Trey Lance.
Sure.
You wasted too many draft picks on a guy who you never really used, and you got a fourth back. That's done. And this coming draft, when they have that fourth-round pick and they actually use it, we could say, oh, this is the pick they got from Dallas. Isn't that cute? But where Brock was picked, that doesn't matter either. Yes, they found a quarterback at the end of the draft. Were they lucky? Maybe. Were they smart? Maybe. That's up to you to determine. I think that they were smart.
They're both.
Exactly.
There's some both. There's
Whatever
plenty
you
of
want to
both.
call it, the bottom line is the guy that they took is now their guy. So I take all the picks and I throw it off the table. You've got Brock Purdy as your quarterback.
Sure.
And he's on a rookie deal. And he's largely unproven. What he has proven is really, really good. Can he do it for a full year in a postseason and win a Super Bowl? Let's find out.
Solomon in New Jersey. Hey, Solomon, what's going on? You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, Willard Dibbs. Good to talk to you. I'm actually in lockstep with Dibbs on the sentiment here. Just going to provide a couple points for you. Maybe you could give me some feedback, Willard.
Sure.
So essentially, just because I think the question is twofold. The first part being you're saying that there won't be a precipitous drop off. I think that's what Dibbs is saying.
It's more about expect. Yeah. It's not about what we think is going to happen. Okay. It's about what should be expected. Right. In other words, this conversation and depth, it's all cool. We're gonna go back to you. I want to give everyone who might just be joining us the background on where this came from. The crossover today was Steiny and Goo. The conversation went to the idea of whether or not Kyle Shanahan would face criticism if Sam Darnold has to come in and play for an extended period if there's a drop-off, if the 49ers don't play as well. My point is, I don't know why there would ever be a football team where there wouldn't be a change in the expectation when you go to QB2. A lot of people say, oh my gosh, this is Kyle's hand-selected guy for QB2. Yeah, just QB2. Like, I'll judge Sam as QB2, not QB1. But that's kind of where this all started, Solomon, so go ahead.
Gotcha, yeah. So I'll stick to that last point that you just made. He was brought in for QB2. If we actually look at the nuances of Sam Darnold's deal, he has so many incentives that I guess if he plays in the playoffs, if he throws for a certain amount of passing yards, that his contract can actually balloon up to like $11 million or something like that.
Right.
And that's starting quarterback money. So
11 million. Well, first of all, no, it's not. 11. No starting quarterback. Take Brock Purdy out of it. Forget rookie deals. No starting quarterback that people care about is making $11 million. Like Jimmy Garoppolo makes twice that in Vegas.
Okay, I'm just saying other quarterbacks do make under that. Like Baker's going to make under that this year.
Well, right, because he's not very good, and he had to battle to win the job just a week ago. Like Solomon, here's how I guess I would respond to your point. Sam's deal actually has some similarities to what Jimmy's deal ended up having last year, which is escalators based on you ending up as the starter and therefore winning games in playoffs.
I'm looking at it right now, the breakdown.
Contractually, that to me, it sounds to me like you're insinuating that contract means that's what the 49ers think about him. I would respond to that, and thank you, Solomon. I would respond to that and say, no, that's what the contract needed to look like in order for the 49ers to get him. Because he is and was
a starter.
One of the well, in the past, but is and was in that moment of free agency one of the most sought after backups.
Sure.
And as I said, my question from the beginning when he was signed was, how'd they get him to say yes? Because the Niners had such a messy quarterback situation, and Sam would have had a bunch of options. And if somebody has a bunch of options on the table, then you've got to bake in incentives and things like that in order to get him to sign. The 49ers, very much because of past injury and the clear internal belief that Trey Lance was not good enough, felt like backup quarterback was a priority.
Yeah.
So they painted a deal that allowed them to get the backup they wanted.
$6.5 million in incentives.
Yeah, and that does not change for me that he's still the backup.
He is.
And is seen as the backup.
But he signed
11 is not starting quarterback money, and he's not going to make that unless he even becomes the starting quarterback.
It's $300,000 for every game that he plays, a quarter of the snaps.
Okay.
And they win. So that
okay.
right there, that's $5.1 million. So if he starts all 17 and he plays all 17 and they win all 17, he gets $5.1 million. So I mean that's
peanuts.
That's
number. That's peanuts for a QB.
He gets $1 million for playing half the snaps in the regular year, and they make the playoffs.
This is interesting. I want to hear them all. What else?
So now we're at $6.1 million.
Okay.
So the first.
What's the base?
The base, I believe, is $2 million guaranteed plus a $2 million. There's other bonuses that he could make.
Okay.
I don't know, roster or whatever. He gets $100,000 for every playoff game he plays, half the snaps, for a total of $400,000. So that's where your 6.5 comes in.
Okay.
So play 25% of the snaps and win $300,000, and you get $1 million if you play half the snaps all year. And then other than that, you get playoff bonuses. So of the $6.5 million in incentives, he's likely to earn probably, if he starts 5 games and wins all 5, that's $1.5 million. And then he doesn't start in the playoffs, that's all he'd get.
Right. So the likelihood, I would say, if you were like placing a Vegas bet on this,
on the $6.5 million,
you're making very little of it.
Maybe one game,
yeah,
he starts more than 25% of the snaps and they win. So that's $300,000.
I mean, that ain't starting quarterback money.
It's not a starting quarterback deal.
Are y'all taking from that contract that Kyle Shanahan said that Sam Darnold's him? Like he's QB2.
No, but
it's a good QB2 deal.
And
it's a really good one.
Those incentives were like straight up Geico, as I borrow from Guru. Like, hey, if Brock's not ready, if Brock has a setback, and you do start, well, then you're going to be able to get, all these things when you start.
I also think it's an acknowledgement. Hey, Sam, this is your first backup deal in the NFL. Like, yeah, you were a starter, you were a 3rd pick overall not that long ago. You're a high level backup. And so you got to protect a guy like that, because if he ends up starting, he's going to want, I don't know, like you said, half of a starting salary. I mean, it's not even really that. It's not half of a good one. What did Herbert just get? 52?
Jeez.
52 a year.
Right.
Like, that's a starting quarterback contract. We're sponsored by Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries. Lazy Boy makes so much more than recliners. And right now, don't miss the Labor Day event. 30% off store-wide. There's a Lazy Boy Furniture Gallery near you, so hurry in. These prices won't last. Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries, long live the lazy. The calls are coming, so we're going to keep going with you. Jim, Jonathan, Vince, and more. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
Watch parties aren't what they used to be.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. We are now less than 4 hours away from the 95.7 The Game fantasy football draft. And we have this update. Into the fourth round we go. And with the fourth pick.
Stop.
In the 95.7 The Game fantasy football draft, Mark Willard selects Marcus Mariota, quarterback, Philadelphia Eagles.
Great pick.
Thank you very, very much.
Don't encourage this bit.
And so I do believe that this just in, Howard Eskin has asked if I can come on his show tomorrow because he knows I'm coming for you, Sirianni. I'm coming down your road, and I'm not giving you a pass. If Jalen fits his last name and he gets Hurts this year.
That's a 2.
There better not be a drop-off. Oh, you hand-selected, beautiful free agent, you. Marcus Mariota. There better not be a drop-off. An experienced guy who has started games in this league. Oh, he's been around the block. And Nick Sirianni better not let his Eagles drip-drop even a tiny little bit.
You finally got one right. For God's sakes, it took you this long because you know what? They better not drip-drop at all with Marcus Mariota at quarterback. He's a veteran quarterback, a guy who started in this league.
He ain't Jalen Hurts.
He's a capable quarterback in this league. Well, Sam Darnold ain't Brock Purdy. The way you build up Brock Purdy like he's Joe Montana.
He's never done what Brock's done in this league.
By the way, Joe Montana tomorrow, 8 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. I look forward to hearing Joe Montana, but
hold on. Did everybody hear that? Did everybody hear that?
Joe Montana tomorrow, 8 a.m. Only here on 95.7 The Game.
Good job. All right. I want to make sure everybody heard that.
No, I'm glad.
All right.
I'm glad because...
Go ahead. You really think that the Eagles should look the same with Marcus Mariota and Jalen Hurts?
They shouldn't have a drop-off?
Why the hell would anybody pay these quarterbacks $50 million a year if you think there are these Netflix B-level celebrities cruising around who can come in as the backup and not have a drop-off?
Because you bring in a good team brings in a good backup thinking that if our QB goes down, QB1, our season doesn't end. It's not a catastrophe.
No, that's different. That's different. Not a catastrophe is different than not a drop-off. Like, absolutely, of course there's a drop-off. Unequivocally.
There's a drop, but there's not a drop-off.
Yes,
and I'm going to semantics you, and you semanticsed me earlier when I talked about anointed. There's a difference between a drop and a drop-off. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Finding Nemo, but the drop-off.
I have kids.
Yeah, the drop-off.
Many times.
You know, the big part of the Marianas Trench, that's a drop-off.
Dory's memory is just adorable, isn't it?
Dude, R.I.P. Dory.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, she and I have a lot in common as I get older. I tend to forget things. I left the house today and couldn't remember the errand I had to run.
There's
a drop, and then there's a drop-off. There are two different things,
I feel like you're moving the goalposts.
I feel like you're trying to hit me with semantics, and I'm hitting you back with semantics.
No, it's not semantics at all. There was a very clear, you stop me if I'm wrong. I won't be sarcastic at all. The three of you on the crossover today, your point was, if Brock Purdy misses time, and if Sam comes in, that absolutely does not mean that we change our expectations for the season at all. And Kyle is at fault if the 49ers do not make it to the Final Four, whether he's got Brock or not. That's crazy. That's like legitimately, in my opinion, is nuts to think that the expectation should flatline if you go from QB1 to QB2. It doesn't mean that the season's over. It doesn't mean that they can't still achieve that or win some games. But to think that the 49ers are just flatly the same with QB1 and QB2, I don't get it. I don't get it. That's what I'm saying. Am I mischaracterizing your point?
You asked me to stop you if you said something that was incorrect.
And I didn't.
Did I stop you?
You didn't.
Did I stop you?
So it was a good characterization sensation then.
That's a buck, and I'll pay it.
Okay.
Because if you were putting words in my mouth, which is something that you certainly...
We don't like.
No, it triggers you.
No one does.
No,
it triggers you too. It should.
It definitely triggers me. Are you telling me it triggers me? Because you're putting words in my mouth right now. which in essence, if I say that triggers me.
Well, I'm putting pizza in your mouth is what my girl did yesterday.
Yeah, shout out to lovely Christy, who, I mean,
she's gotten enough airtime today.
I don't think
Hi,
so.
lovely.
And I texted her offline. I think
that'd be about enough of that.
I'm sorry. It's slid into her DMs.
Yeah, slide into her DMs is much better.
Dude, thank you for the hot pizza. I don't even have her number. But I think that is, and I know I'm in the minority when it comes to going from QB1 to QB2, but I will refer you to such seasons as last year, where they went from QB1, who Kyle Shanahan, and I know we're going to hear from him in a minute, but Kyle said and stuff that, we gave him the job and stuff, and we were all excited to give Trey the job and stuff, and Trey got hurt, and they went to QB2, and they won games, and they went to QB3, and they won games. But there was no drop-off, Mark. Mark.
That's the past.
That's the point.
My question is, now that happened once, you've decided that that's the way it works all the time?
It should, when your roster this year is even better than it was last year.
I mean, first of all, the backup the first time, you understand circumstance. You're a smart person. That's nice. To say that Jimmy Garoppolo in that situation on this team is just like any other QB2, I know you're not saying that because that would be disingenuous.
Sam Darnold right now is not as good for this team as Jimmy Garoppolo was in week 3 last year. Even though Jimmy wandered out of the back of the end zone and cost you a game. See ya.
Right. So
chances to win?
So we all agree on that. And then to me, the next part of the point is, well, it turns out Brock Purdy's pretty special. I don't know if he's
special.
Considering his draft position, yes.
No, we're not doing that.
No.
We're not doing draft position anymore. No. We agreed.
Hold on, but we're in the past right now. We're last year, so yes, we are. Brock Purdy walked onto a field as Mr. Irrelevant.
We're not doing this.
And he did a bunch of stuff that we didn't expect him to do. Correct?
It was pretty cool.
Okay, so now that he's done that, it feels to me like some of you are saying today, well, that's the deal. That's how it works, Kyle. You got a QB2? Nope, no drop. QB3, sorry, no drop. Because you're Kyle Shanahan, and you told us that this guy's amazeballs, and you are a genius, and you have good players around him. So that's the deal. You can play with any quarterback.
Well, from the past to the present, and your backup now, to use your draft position comp, this guy is a former number 3 overall pick.
Not a comp.
No, it's a total comp.
No, it's not.
Because you're saying that Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
Well, this guy's the sauce out of USC fight on.
But he's not, and that's been proven. The point
that's been proven on crappy teams.
The point about Brock Purdy in the past, not now, not relevant now, is that it feels to me like his success last year has made many of you decide that that's now the rule. That's the expectation.
It's not the rule, but it's the expectation. It's the expectation.
Wow.
It's because...
And that's where we can...
Does Brock Purdy do what he did on any other team in the NFL? You could probably pick maybe 2 or 3 other teams.
I would guess.
If he comes in week 11 for the Arizona Cardinals, does he do what he did here?
No, but there's 2 responses to that.
No, that's not a no, but it's a no.
No, it's a definite
no.
But.
Well,
first of all, to all the Trey Lance apologists out there, actually, the answer is don't know. Haven't seen it.
No, we're not talking Trey Lance. We're talking Brock Purdy.
I understand that. I'm talking about all of you who have said we don't know if Trey Lance is any good.
We don't.
We haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Well, Kyle has. But anyway.
No, for sure.
Yeah, my point is we haven't seen it. So I don't know what he would do with the Arizona Cardinals. My guess would be no. However, there's a middle ground there is he also, I don't think, would look like you would expect a 7th-round pick to look. I think he is factually better than what the expectation was for him and his career.
I think that's fair for a guy who was the last pick in the draft.
Right. So now are we saying that we have moved that into the realm of expectation for other QB2 and QB3s?
Absolutely.
I would argue no. I would argue a hard no.
If Davis Mills were Brock Purdy on this team last year, if he was QB3, would Davis Mills have been able to come in and win games with the Niners? Now, I'm not saying he would have been as good as Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
We don't know that.
But
I
kind of doubt it. I mean, the games that he won, again, you guys, it's like...
to me, it's all situational.
Yeah, the question
that's
is,
the point I'm trying to
could
make.
he come here and beat Arizona? Sure, maybe. Can he beat Dallas in the playoffs? Good Lord, no.
Brock was not terrific in that game.
No, but he won the game.
Yep.
He didn't.
The defense won the game.
He didn't lose it. Okay,
Sure.
he didn't make
Fair.
he didn't make the mistakes that his veteran counterpart made. The guy who makes $40 million on the other side made the mistakes that he didn't. Fair?
Well, I mean, clock.
And did he score 41 the week before in another playoff game? Would Davis Mills do that?
Right. I mean, maybe.
No.
Against a hapless Seattle defense.
I would predict no. That's all I can say. We're talking hypotheticals.
Before we go to the phones, I know we got a ton of callers, and I can't wait to get to them, but the Sam Darnold question to me, maybe it gets proven out this year if he gets time with this team. I think that you're going to see a better Sam Darnold than we've seen in other stops. That's all I'm saying.
On that, we agree. I'll still say I hope we never see him. Jim,
we will.
Jim and Marin, hey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jim, what's up?
Oh, hi. I do have a few points. First of all, okay, Brock Purdy, I know you were talking about, well, maybe he'll have a drop-off, or, why would he do as well as he did last year? The thing that struck me from the very first game he played, I actually, part of my head said, wow, he reminds me of Montana, and what I mean by that is I'm surprised you guys haven't been able to pinpoint this. He has a very unique ability, which is called poise. He is so calm and has a plan and is decisive. And I don't know why we would expect him to not have that same quality because, first of all, he's really excellent from the standpoint that he's really prepared. He was prepared to come in, and when he did come in, he did a terrific job, and I think he will do it again. One other point I have is, I don't know why people are so enamored of this whole Trey Lance personality. I mean, yeah, we know the story of what the Niners gave up for him, but that's a business decision. But as a listener, I mean, why are we so attached to anybody, especially when he hasn't really, it's almost like a myth.
Well, Jim, I'm gonna jump in there and thank you for the call. We've been through that conversation 48 times in the last month. I think everybody's exhausted by it. Let's go back to your first point. I don't think that you're the first, as much as I love your call, I don't think you're the first person who's brought up that Brock Purdy is poised. I don't think that. So when you say you're surprised that we haven't made that point, I'm pretty sure we have. I'm pretty sure that I've said things like that enough to the point where now people think I'm the largest Brock Purdy stan in this city. Brock Purdy showed all kinds of things last year that I believe will last. I don't think that 8 games, including 2 playoff games, plus a quarter of another one, I don't think that's as small of a sample size as we make it out to be. And the Joe Montana comp, I know it frustrates people. I would never make that comp. I understand where he's coming from this perspective. They have the same build. They sort of look a little bit like one another on the field. I don't know what that has anything to do with how effective they'll be. I don't even want to do that to Brock. I don't want to start talking about Tom Brady and Joe Montana when we bring up Brock Purdy. I only understand it from the standpoint of when people go, we need a quarterback who's got an unbelievable arm and the legs and the this and the that. And it's like, well, no, you don't. You don't. That's where, for me, the Montana and Brady, I don't want to have nothing to do with Hall of Fame resumes. But the idea that you don't have to be the best athlete on the planet to be a good quarterback in the NFL. That's what I see when I see him, and that's what I think about.
I think that a lot of times we judge quarterbacks just in a vacuum, and this is the point I was making before about Brock Purdy with Kyle Shanahan, which is why I do believe that Sam Darnold could come in and do as well as Brock Purdy in a short sample. It's because Brock Purdy doesn't have to go out there and be a gunslinger. He doesn't have to play like Lamar Jackson. He doesn't have to play like Patrick Mahomes. He just has to be able to take Kyle Shanahan's very complicated play call, relate it to the fellas in the huddle, and then run the play. And a lot of times the throws that he has to make, and we talked yesterday about what numbers would be good enough for Brock Purdy, and I erroneously said like 40 touchdowns and 6 picks, which is crazy to think about that ratio, but I do think it's more about the interceptions than it's about the touchdowns.
I agree with that.
In the Kyle Shanahan offense, the key is to get the ball run the play, get the ball, and get it to the person you're supposed to get it to, and let them go out there and make the plays. He's not going to be expected to do a ton on his own. Yes, he can improvise. He can keep plays alive. He can run a little bit here and there, but Brock Purdy's best skill is between the ears.
Well, and I think that's a skill.
Huge, yeah, for sure.
Sometimes I think he's not skilled. No. What he does is a skill. It's an incredible skill.
For sure.
Okay? It's not a
Maybe
howitzer
the most
arm.
important skill.
I would agree. I absolutely would agree. Look, he's going to throw picks. There's going to be interceptions
he better
this
not.
year.
First pick he throws.
You're going to keep it real?
I'm going to keep it a buck.
Okay.
I'm going to be there. Okay?
You're going to say that Kyle told us he was never going to throw picks.
I will say this, Mark, before we go back to the phones.
He told us.
Last year, the Niners were number 1 in the NFL in turnover, giveaway, takeaway stats. That usually does not repeat.
Correct.
That's one of those things where you're great one year, you're terrible the next, and then you find your way into the middle. I think they were a plus 20 last year, which is insane.
It is bananas.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we should expect more turnovers from Brock and fewer takeaways from the defense. They probably will regress to the middle a little bit.
I would think. I mean, that's the history of the league suggests probable. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. Oh, hold on. Eric in Oakland. Not just on with Willard and Dibbs, but it sounds to me, Dibbs, based on from our producers, it sounds like Eric would like to keep it real.
Come on, Eric.
He would like to not let me off the hook. Eric, is it time to come down my road? What are you doing?
Hey, Willard, Dibbs, I first want to start off by thank you for taking my call.
Of course. Thank you for making the call.
Willard.
Yes, yes.
You sound like you have a spare bedroom in the Shanahan household, man, like you about to be on the sidelines. I got a question for you, Willard. You coaching? Get to the point. I want to get.
I wish. I would like all these things you're accusing me of having. I would like to have a say in the 49er room, and I would like a room in Kyle's house. That sounds wonderful. I'm a little short on bedrooms right now, Eric. But we didn't need to get personal. Go ahead.
Willard.
Yeah.
Willard, you let me get through this.
Go ahead.
It almost sounds like now that Trey is out of the picture, you have become an apologist for the potential mistakes that Brock may make. Now, mind you, I'm not coming down anybody's road here, but you cut off the callers, bro, to where they can't even finish the comment that they're trying to make, and then you fill in the blanks for them by saying, I think the caller was about to say such and such. You got to let them finish, bro. So I just want to end this part by saying, please allow me to say this. Now,
no, I should cut you off because it would be really funny. But yeah, it would be really funny.
What he was trying to say.
Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. Have our show for a few minutes. Go right ahead. It's yours,
bro. It almost
yes, bro.
Almost sounds like you're keeping this trade thing alive. Okay.
Oh no.
Keeping it going. It almost sounds that way.
Well,
it sounds like you're keeping it going, almost when the pressure is on Purdy and Shanahan's decisions, and then Trey comes into the picture, and then it's almost like you're saying you all and half the fan base gets upset when you mention Trey. I mean, it almost sounds confusing, bro. It does. It does. You got to let it go. Trey don't.
I would like to make sure that you're done, Eric. Are
Thank you,
done?
Eric. Yeah, he's done.
Oh, I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Thank
all
you,
right.
Eric.
I'm going to let you go now.
Appreciate it, Eric.
Literally, the last caller just brought up Trey Lance, and my response was immediately, let's not go there. I'm sick and tired of that conversation.
Exactly.
This is not about Trey Lance, and in fact, today's conversation wasn't even about Brock Purdy. So what I would say to you, Eric, while I did, I believe, hear you out, I don't think you're actually hearing me, because I have said nothing today with regard to this conversation even being about Brock Purdy, other than the fact that Sam Darnold is not as good as Brock Purdy. That is the baseline of this. I believe it is so many of you who will not let the Trey Lance thing go. My point today is, in fact, if you're listening closely, my point today is that a lot of you are grabbing a hypothetical and you'd like to hang it around Kyle Shanahan's neck solely because he picked Darnold over Lance in this particular preseason, which, as he says it, and everyone else in the organization, it was absolutely an obvious pick. They've been trying to trade Trey Lance since March. So, because he picked Sam as QB2, and many fans were excited about Trey Lance, you're translating that to mean that Kyle has told you something about how great Sam is. My argument today is that that's not the case. Kyle Shanahan has done one thing and one thing alone with Sam Darnold. He has said, I'd like him to be QB2. That's it. That's all he said. And therefore, if Sam comes into the games this year, I will judge him as such. That's all I've said all day long.
Yeah, and I will judge him in a different way because I believe that Kyle Shanahan sees QB2 as QB1, but not right now, QB1 later, and hopefully he doesn't see QB3 as QB1 down the road, but we saw it last year where he needed QB4 who got concussed in the NFC Championship game, and they didn't have QB5. So I think if I could, have a room in Kyle's house, maybe I'd be in a room near your room.
Sounds nice.
Maybe we'd share a room.
Down the hall?
Yeah, you and I could share a room in the Shanahan manner. But I would ask him at the dinner table, Kyle, why do you feel like you really needed such a great backup this year? Is it because Brock was coming off of surgery? Is it because you're afraid of injury, or both? And he would say, pass the potatoes and stuff.
I think that's a very good question. I think that's a really good question. No, stop doing that. I don't count.
No, count that ass.
No, I'm not a guest. Even though Eric wanted me to be one.
You and I are both guests.
Eric wanted to host the show. You want to do Eric and Dibs. But no, you don't get. But it is a good question.
Did we rack Eric? That was a good call.
Rack that guy.
Thank you.
Did he finish? He finished, right? Did I let him talk?
What?
Okay.
No, you're doing great. Don't let the callers get to you.
No one's going to get to me.
No,
by the way, I'm sorry that I took the ice bucket challenge in the middle of your most recent point.
And the YouTube and Twitchers.
Yeah, I just poured half my water bottle down my. You don't even know what's going on in my lap right now. It's very, very forward thinking.
Let me see if anybody.
It is really spicy.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on down there.
Jimbo on the YouTube feed. There's one B in Dibs if you're going to take a shot.
That is not PG
One
rated.
B. No, yeah, it's a little bit of a wet T-shirt contest in here right now.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570. Plenty more of your phone calls that I will cut off are welcome on this show. And also this, okay? Kyle Shanahan, some new Shanny just dropped, like a new album, okay? We got Shanny on Nick Bosa. We got Shanny on the idea of a Nick Bosa trade. We got Shanahan on listening to Trey Lance's opening interview in Dallas. And we've got Shanahan talking about Jimmy Garoppolo on a podcast. I think you might like to listen to a lot of that. And we're going to have all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Every business deserves a great...
I got a question for you, Willard. You coaching?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I actually kind of am. Yeah, I do some private coaching. I teach 2 different classes, actually 3 different classes at 2 universities. Yeah, coach my son's little league team. Gosh, yeah, I do a lot of coaching. Man, every day. Just the more questions, the better, Eric, so I can help educate. Just
nice. You're doing your Shanahan
the more
there.
the better, so I can help educate.
Eric, call again tomorrow, and we can keep education sensation if you want.
That's a buck.
Yeah, let's do that. You want to hear some Shanny?
I do.
You want to hear some of these answers?
Yeah.
We're gonna drop it like it's hot. We'll go back to the phones here in just a sec. 888-957-9570. But this is all pretty good. It's pretty spicy. Shanahan, what's the right timeline for Bosa?
I thought it would come probably to this time, just looking at the history of those things. And I'm really hoping it gets done. I know they're working tirelessly at it. John, Hamp, Prague, I know their team is. But hopefully we can get him in here sooner than later.
Okay. I always love when it's funny. It's funny, especially someone who has as much power within the organizational structure as Shanahan does. You love it when the coaches are like, boy, I hope it happens. I got no idea what's going on.
Sure.
How many times have you heard a coach at a press conference when they're asked about a specific play that's either controversial or like it didn't go well? Yeah, I didn't see it.
I got to look at the film.
I got to go look at the film.
That's always my favorite.
What were you looking at? What do you mean you didn't see it? You're on the sideline. You're coaching the game. Are you looking away on certain plays?
But you know that being on the sideline is maybe the worst view in terms of being able to see like the way a play actually develops. Like the all-22
sort of
is an overhead view. It's not the sideline view.
I think
when you're already, nose deep in the play sheet and stuff.
Yeah, but you and I have been on sidelines before. Our sideline view is terrible because we're standing behind 60 football players.
Sure.
Head coach who has someone actually carrying a wire so that they can get out front. I mean, they saw it.
Yeah, but you can't really see like whether or not the guard made the appropriate block until you can see it from overhead and the hand placement and stuff. And, you really get a chance to look at the way the play developed, right?
That's fair. That's fair. Although this one, he knows exactly what's going on. He's getting updates every 5 minutes. I have no doubt about it. Can he imagine Bosa not being on the team?
Yeah, I can imagine anything. Doesn't mean I like that picture. Of course not. You guys know how we feel about Nick, and we all know how good of a player he is. So hopefully we can come to terms soon and get him here as fast as possible.
It's my favorite.
Why'd your face do that when he said, I can imagine anything?
Well, because, I can imagine there being monsters under the bed and stuff, and the boogeyman in the closet, and then, whatever, monsters outside my window and stuff. And I can imagine a lot of things. I have a good imagination, and I was raised in a household where my imagination is really good and stuff, and I have a wide-old imagination. So when you talk about imagination and stuff, I feel like I can really do that and stuff. And so, yeah, I can imagine a lot of things, and I don't want to imagine that, but imagine if I had to imagine that in my imagination and stuff.
All right. Shanny asked, I think I got it, Granny. You tell me. This one right here, right? Yeah? Yeah? Down a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
So much better.
Live producing right here on the show.
So good. The Grandy man can and does.
He's just trying. He's
Who
trying
can
to
fix the
No,
levels?
I know what's happening. He's the 13th pick. I'm the 14th. He's trying to get in my space. This is an intimidation tactic right here. Look at him. He's like right over.
Yeah,
Look at him. Look at him. He's over my right shoulder. And he's just trying to like.
That's really creepy. That was really creepy.
He's trying to get up all in my living room.
95.7 The Game fantasy draft, 3 hours and 8 minutes. And it's funny you say that because JT Lucan, who's screening calls, he intentionally is putting up callers to piss you off, to try to throw you off your game.
Well, you know what? I'm one of those people.
Are facts.
I'm one of. I play well mad, so backfire. Huh? There you go. I always hit my longest drive after I've missed a short putt.
And we'll see about that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We will.
Yeah. You've already taken 4 quarterbacks, backups. I don't like.
It appears my team is off to a rough start. He was asked if he even thought about trading Nick Bosa.
No. Yeah, I mean, I haven't talked to many people about that, but I know how I feel pretty strongly. I think everyone would agree that.
No. They're not trading. Why did this start? Did you see this on the internet last night?
I don't.
They're getting Justin Herbert. It's like, oh my God.
I feel bad for whoever asked that question because I know how these press conferences work, and you do too.
You got to I guess you don't have to ask, but.
No, but like there are certain like reporters who have the gravitas to where they're going to get maybe 2, maybe 3 questions.
Sure.
Your various Matts, your Mayokos, your Barrows, your Cam Inmans, Tim Kawakami. You're going to get more than one question. If you're a one-question reporter, and honestly, I would be that if I was in one of these press conferences because I'm not around a lot and stuff.
Let's go to Dan.
Half in the bag?
In the back.
Yeah, and if that was your only question and you are you going to trade Nick Bosa? No, and stuff. I mean, to me, it's a wasted question. Of course, they're not going to trade Nick Bosa.
Well, that wouldn't be the kind of question you ask anyway. You'd be like, hey, Kyle.
Why do you always get your QBs hurt?
Hey, Laminated. Did you see what Trey Lance said when he got to Dallas?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to pay attention outside of here. I try to deal with the people in here that I have to deal with. And I have felt very good about that. I did see Trey. I was happy watching him actually while I was eating lunch with his press conference in Dallas. And Trey is as real as it gets. And that's how he talks in here. That's how he is every day. So it was cool to see him handle that the right way. And he did seem genuinely kind of happy. And I feel like he's in a good position to move on and do better there. Jimmy the comments are the comments. I'm really not concerned about his comments.
Oh, it's so good. The comments are the comments.
More on that coming up. I will say this just about Trey's Dallas press conference. It was jarring to see him in a star.
Oh, God.
Like anybody else,
I didn't know it was tough.
Right? Like listening to what he said, it was all pretty cookie cutter. Like what's he going to say? He's not here to start. He's QB3. I think he is excited about a new opportunity and a new line of questioning. It was jarring to see him in a star.
Yeah.
Really jarring.
No, it totally was. And I love Kyle's answer because, he starts out by saying, I'm just really focused on what's going on here in this building and stuff and not too worried about what's going on elsewhere. But yeah, I saw every second of it and I don't miss a thing and stuff. And just, he goes from like, I'm really focused on us to
I watched all of it.
Yeah, and Jimmy's comments and Trey's, and I don't turn it off, and I don't miss a thing.
All right, so this question's about the era of change at quarterback, everything the team's been through over the last 2-3 seasons.
The era of changing is, when we got here, we waited 10 weeks, made a trade for a quarterback, played 5 games, and then we made him the highest paid quarterback of all time at the time. Then he played 2 of the next 5 years and did really good in those 2 years. His injuries for 3 of those 5 years were legit. It was rough on him, rough on us. And then we made a move to go to a younger quarterback, and that's what we did. We thought he'd be ready in 2 years, and he wasn't. And now we have a different younger quarterback. So that's the situation.
Yeah, I mean, he's just sort of going timeline on that one. And I will say this, not in defense of anyone, quite frankly, but, when we look at the whole experience, it's wild. It's unprecedented. Jimmy called it messy. I don't think anybody would really disagree with that. But when you timeline it and you go 3 months by 3 months by 3 months, it actually doesn't sound as crazy as when you just look at it from the view of the whole thing. Would you agree with that? Like you can sort of see how these circumstances arrive. You acknowledge the mistake of the evaluation of players in certain moments for sure. But if you just roll through the whole thing, well, Trey, and then there was Jimmy, and then Jimmy again, and then Brock, and then Trey again, and Sam, and you're like, what the hell are you all doing?
Right.
But in the moments, it's like, yeah, it made sense in the moment.
It made sense except for the part about Jimmy Garoppolo, and, he says, see ya at the end of the year, and the expectation was Jimmy's gone. We made a bet with the morning roast about, cut, keep, or trade, and you and I thought that he would be traded. They thought that he'd be cut, and turns out he was kept, and so we all lost. But
no bet.
The way that whole offseason played out, it felt like they had to trade him, but then he didn't have surgery and he wasn't healthy. And then Trey Lance, as you got through OTAs, you realized that there was whispers that Trey Lance maybe wasn't as good as you thought. Was it the finger? And the ankle hadn't yet happened, but you weren't totally sold on Trey. So you're right. If you break it down like week by week or quarter by quarter every 3 months, it does make more sense. But the way you laid it all out there, like the sequence of it, he's here, he's gone, he's a starter, he's hurt, he's back, he's here, he's cut, he's now the starter. Now here's your backup. He got a concussion. You lose.
Well, I mean, think back to just last year, how many times you looked at a television or your phone and went, you got to be kidding me.
With the Niners quarterback.
Jimmy getting re-signed.
Yep.
You got to be kidding me. Trey going down week 2, and suddenly Garoppolo, who had a see ya press conference, is on the field.
You got to be kidding me.
You got to be kidding me. And then when Jimmy limps off and the tweets start coming in, oh gosh, this is bad, and Brock Purdy is on the field of a 7-4 football team, and you're like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I'm glad you left out the Jimmy getting hurt as a you got to be kidding me.
No, like the fact that Brock...
That part was like, Jimmy played a long time.
This is being handed... The keys to this Ferrari are being handed to Brock Purdy was you got to be kidding me. And then I'll add one more, which is that then they never lost another game. And you went, you got to be kidding me.
Well, and then his arm falls off,
right,
and that becomes a you got to be kidding me. And then you look, and it's Josh Johnson, and you say, oh, you got to be kidding me. And I love Josh Johnson. Shout out Oakland, California. And then Josh Johnson gets hurt. And for one more time, you have to say, you got to be kidding me. Because now you're out of quarterbacks. And then Christian McCaffrey is taking direct snaps. You got to be kidding me. And then Brock Purdy comes back in the third quarter. Even though everyone in America knows he can't throw, you got to be kidding me. And then, I mean...
the last one in Philly was more like...
you got to be blanking me?
You got to be kidding me.
Right.
And yes, you got to be blanking me. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're going to go back to the phones here in just a second, but we're not done yet. We got one more for you. Before we play it, we got to remind you of what Jimmy Garoppolo said on the Sports Illustrated podcast. Many of you heard this yesterday, but if you missed it, listen to this exchange.
What did you make of the Trey Lance trade to Dallas?
Weird situation. Been a lot of weird situations over there in San Francisco, just to leave it at that. But, I'm happy Trey got another shot, man.
How do you think San Francisco's handled those quarterback situations?
How do you think they've handled them?
I think it's been messy. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
Oh, got one more signature Jimmy cackle on the way out the door. I thought we had seen our last one, but no. Got another one right there. Snuck it in before the bell.
And I have a different take than all of you yesterday at the summit as far as the Jimmy Garoppolo sound. My take is don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
Well, you called him a baby.
I've had enough of Jimmy Garoppolo. This organization did more than right by you. They paid you more than $125 million to be quarterback. You played well, and you were the QB until they realized that you weren't good enough to be the QB, and they drafted your replacement. And at that point, you didn't have to re-sign here, but you did because you didn't have another option.
Well, he didn't re-sign
last year.
He didn't re-sign here. He restructured here. He was already signed.
Fine. Whatever he did, he stayed here, and you quarterbacked here, and you got another chance, and you wandered out of the end zone and lost to Denver. And then guess what, Jimmy? You got hurt again. Go about your business. You got paid in Las Vegas. I think that he is just bitter over the fact that he's now quarterbacking a team that's not very good, and Mr. Irrelevant has the keys to the car that he once drove.
No, I think he's bitter because he got fired. He got replaced.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
But then he came back.
Well, what else would he be? I'm going to acknowledge the majority of what you just said, but I would use a completely different tone. Like the tone in your voice as you went through that was some sort of how would you describe it? Yeah, you're sick of Jimmy. You think he underperformed?
Just go away.
Why has he got to go away? They're the ones who invited him on the podcast and asked him the question.
Sure.
I thought he handled that in a whimsically classy way. Right? He's laughing.
Whimsically classy?
He's not angry. You called him bitter. He's sitting here smiling. He's
still talking about it.
Well, he asked him. They asked him, and he's, he paused because he did not want to come down Kyle's road. And why wouldn't he feel that way? I thought that, to me, that's obvious. Whether or not Jimmy Garoppolo is right or not, he's Jimmy. So, of course, he thinks the 49ers were wrong to move on from him. And I will add this. If you're Jimmy, just put yourself in his shoes for 1 minute here.
Oh, boy. Would love to.
Right? Nice shoes. So you look back on this, and you're not just looking at Trey Lance as a friend and a former teammate, but someone who has now been traded for a 4th-round pick. The team has given up on him. All right, go back 2.5 years. 2.5 years ago, the San Francisco 49ers took a perennial Super Bowl contending quarterback and said, we out. We're going to go get this guy. Now, their philosophy might have been about money. That's fair. But that's the decision they made. Jimmy in the moment is like, that's a crappy decision. I wanted to be the quarterback of the 49ers. So there's anger number one. And for me, millions of dollars does not ever change that stuff. That stuff is just human.
To me, that changes everything.
That's fine.
But you and I have a difference of opinion.
That's fine. I think you and I make salaries that there are plenty of people in the world who would be jealous of our salaries.
Sure.
And I guarantee you've been mad at the boss before in your decade here.
You pay me $25 million. I'm not going to take shots at you once I'm gone. That's just me.
I don't even know if that was qualifying as a shot, if you will, but number one, money doesn't, we've watched this everywhere. Money does not change it for human beings. They can still get mad at the boss.
Sure.
But beyond that, the anger of being replaced is, he looks at it now and goes, you are unbelievably wrong. You are unbelievably wrong that you could move up to number 3 in the draft and pick someone who will do what I did for 6 years. I'm sure he feels that way.
Right. I mean, they weren't wrong thinking that they could do that. They were wrong in picking the guy they did.
Well, I don't know if someone else would have either.
I mean, Justin Fields. Maybe Justin Fields is better.
Maybe not.
Maybe Mac Jones is better. Maybe neither one of them gets hurt. But the fact that they moved off of Jimmy that's where he gets to come across as being a little bit butthurt, because they clearly looked at Jimmy Garoppolo and said, "You're not good enough to win a Super Bowl with us, or you make too much, or both." And so we're moving off of you. And that happened years ago, and now he still is taking, time out to go on a podcast. And of course they're going to ask it. They didn't blindside him with questions about, Trey Lance and the Niners.
No, not at all. I guess I don't understand how Jimmy would feel any different than those things. How would he feel any different? Like,
he could be thankful for the opportunity. Thankful to a team that rescued him from anonymity in New England and gave him...
He was not anonymous.
He was not a starter.
He was highly sought after.
He was a backup.
He had played 2 games, won 2 games, and it was very clear...
And he had gotten hurt, and his teammates turned on him.
It was very clear that the league was interested, and don't forget how we got here. Bill Belichick wanted to move on from Tom Brady for him.
And didn't.
So he was going to get a starting gig. He was absolutely
at the time,
going to get a starting gig.
Anonymous. He was not. Even you wouldn't have drafted him on your cockamamie backup quarterback fantasy team.
Oh, you have no idea what I would do in a draft. I've never been in a league with you.
I cannot wait to see tonight the picks you make.
But no, Jimmy Garoppolo was not anonymous. He was on his way to a starting gig, and the whole league knew him. The whole league knew him.
Right. And so he went to a team and he played well and he got a 9-figure contract, and then they decided he wasn't good enough, and they moved on and got a guy in the draft to replace him.
And he feels differently.
Right.
They thought he wasn't good enough, and he feels differently. And actually he was within a hair of being right. There's no,
I'm not saying he wasn't good enough.
I'm not saying, and that's fine. I can agree with you there. My point is, there's no way he would feel any differently than he does. He's Jimmy. Of course he's going to advocate for himself in that situation.
But get over it. And you don't need to. I mean,
did you take that tone off of that? I don't think he's not over it. He's laughing. He's laughing. He's just answering a question.
That's his coping mechanism.
Okay.
You don't talk about it if you're over it.
You do if somebody asks.
Well, you only go on a podcast so that you get asked. What else are you going to ask the guy?
I don't know.
Bag any porn stars lately?
Wow, that got really heavy fast.
I mean, what else are you going to ask the guy?
I don't know. He's a quarterback of the Raiders. Are there any quarterbacks in the NFL where you're like, just can't think of any questions? He's a quarterback of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Did the Raiders bring you in so that they could tank?
What'd you think of Aiden O'Connell? Looked pretty damn good. How, buddy?
Exactly.
See ya.
You, Vegas, perfect match.
Am I right? Yeah. I mean,
I don't know,
what's your favorite go-to?
That just, it didn't, you know what I mean? It didn't get my...
it didn't keep me up at night.
No, but it looks like it got your hair stood up on the back of the neck just a little bit.
I don't have hair on the back of my neck, as you know, Mark, and I take that personally.
I got too far into the sentence, and I'm like, where can I go?
Nah, too late.
Hair on the...
Yeah,
no, let's just
go back of the neck.
Yeah,
it's a safe play. It's a safe play. I'm not totally... like, oh, Jimmy's dead to me. I just thought that it was a bit of a bad look.
Okay.
And he does come across a little bit as a scorned lover now that Kyle's moved on and stuff to a guy who was taken last in the draft. Jimmy's in Vegas for a team that's not very good.
We got the whole nation's lead story in every sports media outlet all week long about the Niners bungling the quarterback situation. You're going to tell me that Jimmy Garoppolo is supposed to show up and not have a teeny tiny opinion about it. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, like, they fired him for this that they're now being made fun of for.
Right.
I would actually argue that Jimmy should be at the front of the line. He should be in front of Stephen A. Smith. He should be in front of
I Told You So Nation.
Right, of RG3. He should have the flag in front of Ryan Clark. He should be in front of Steve Young. He should be in front of Steiny Goo, Bonte, Joe, and Dan Dibley. He should be at the front of the line going, come on, guys. It's a Niners messed up party, and it's at my house. Well, I think that's where Jimmy should be.
They went to the NFC Championship game while you're on the sideline, Jimmy, snickering at the fact that that the quarterbacks were going down one after the other.
That's not what he was doing.
Don't know that.
Come on. Not like that.
He's just laughing. He's having the time of his life. His team is down 28-7, and he just cannot stop laughing. What a class act.
All right, so here's Shanahan on the SI podcast from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, I think anytime you trade up to the third pick in the draft and it doesn't work out, that's a weird situation. But that is the situation. So that's what happened. I don't think it's that weird. It's unusual that doesn't work out. But I wouldn't think that's weird. I think it's unusual. What do you think?
The fact that he said goodbye, the day after that one season's over, and he's, all the things that happened with him physically, he comes back, he's, on the side field and ends up re-signing and starting, and it just seems like, it's been a unique.
And do you remember why that happened?
I remember why everything happened, but I'm just saying it's been a unique situation. But
I agree it's been unique.
Okay, that's Matty Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, and the back and forth with Kyle.
Shanny.
There was a little feeling of Kapler and Danny there, wasn't there? What do you think?
Yeah. You coaching?
You know what I would actually said if I were
Little
Matty
CP
there?
and Kendra Andrews.
Well, here's what I would have said to Shanny if he had said that. He goes, the conversation started with, I don't think it's weird. I think it's unusual. I might have been like, I don't know that the two words mean that much of a different thing in this case.
Sure.
Couldn't you argue that that's a good word for unusual?
Weird is negative. Unusual is a neutral term. It's not unusual to have 4 quarterbacks.
Is weird always negative?
I think there's a negative connotation to weird.
There is.
Dude,
if you're like,
so weird.
Yeah, that guy's weird.
That guy's unusual.
But like
He's peculiar.
I'm driving home, okay, and there is traffic that's not usually there. Huh? That's weird. That's unusual.
That's unusual.
Yeah.
It's not weird. And I don't want to get bogged down in semantics, but
I'm just saying what I would have said. I don't think in this case, and he's talking about Jimmy's weird. Jimmy's comments weird. I don't think weird is like, dude, you're weird. It's just like, this is a weird. I think that's fair. Is this not a weird situation?
It was unusual. I don't think it was weird. Weird is you're driving home and you see somebody on the shoulder, shout out eastbound 24, and you see somebody changing their tire and they have no shirt on and a diaper.
Okay.
That's weird. If you see somebody changing the tire fully clothed, that's unusual.
All right. Bob sits down in a pitch room. We're in Hollywood, California.
Pitch.
Bob goes, all right, check this out. Here's my idea. Team goes to the Super Bowl, okay? Statistically, everything is going really well, and you're a perennial contender. But the team and the fan base are activated to move on from the guy. And then they move heaven and earth to go up and select a new young guy and make him the biggest name in sports in his city, okay? They announce that they're moving on from the other guy, but the other guy doesn't actually leave. He just keeps sitting there. He's over there in shorts looking at everybody the whole time. And the situation got weird, actually, at certain times. And then, right before they're about to hand everything over to their new young buck, they actually bring the other guy back and keep him there. And then young buck gets hurt. Other guy comes in, he plays well, he gets hurt. And then when all is said and done, they get rid of both of them the next time they play football.
It's unusual.
I believe that the Hollywood people would say, what else you got? That sounds weird.
Doesn't mean it's weird.
It's weird.
Weird would be...
That's a weird situation.
Weird would be if QB3 was a mermaid. Who, when they, so the mermaid gets the gig.
Plot twist.
And then you go to the Chicago game in a monsoon.
I felt like a mermaid in that game.
All of a sudden now she's got her fin on.
Oh my
and
gosh.
now she can't roll right because, oh my God, she was great on dry land. We can't play her on a wet field because she's a mermaid. That's weird.
That's not that far off from what actually happened.
That's weird.
So I'm on Merriam-Webster.com.
Thank you, Grandy.
Okay.
And I'm on the
Which Grandy is this?
the thesaurus section of Merriam-Webster.com.
Once again, keep in mind, anytime Grandy talks, he's actually just trying to intimidate me.
100%. The definition of weird is, as in bizarre, different from the ordinary in a way that causes curiosity or suspicion. And then a gigantic list of synonyms and similar words in the section that is most relevant to the word weird
I know what you're gonna
pops
say.
up. Unusual.
And is anything in there about the definition of weird, say, automatically negative?
It says different from the ordinary in a way that causes curiosity or suspicion. So maybe a little bit.
Suspicion.
And this didn't cause suspicion?
And he also used the word bizarre.
Are you arguing?
It's not bizarre.
Are you arguing?
That a quarterback came back in and played quarterback for a team? That's not bizarre.
Are you arguing that the 49er quarterback position over the last 2 years has not caused curiosity and suspicion?
It's caused that for the entirety of Kyle Shanahan's tenure. And you could look at any of your other teams that you want to go to, and the majority of those has curiosity and suspicion. Is the Dallas Cowboy quarterback situation weird? No, but there's curiosity and suspicion.
I would argue no.
There's curiosity and suspicion about Dak Prescott.
I'm not curious nor suspicious of Dak Prescott.
Oh, the fans are suspicious about Dak Prescott.
What do you mean suspicious?
They think he's a fraud.
That's not suspicion.
That's absolutely suspicion.
No, that's just a negative opinion.
Is he really good enough?
That's not suspicion.
And that's what weird is. Weird is negative and bizarre.
Spelling Bee 601-95.7 The Game. Joe in Los Banos with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Joe. What are you doing, you weirdo?
Oh, man, really?
No, I mean, come on. I know you were listening.
See, that's negative.
Yeah.
That's negative, Joe.
I know,
He'll take that back.
But that's because I used the O at the end of it. Joe, I would say that was a weird intro for a caller, but go ahead.
It's unusual.
I'll take it, though.
All right.
Hey,
thanks, Joe.
I just want to say, first of all, I appreciate both your guys' takes on this. I think you're both right in a lot of different aspects here, and I kind of want to throw my 2 cents in on why I don't want to give Kyle Shanahan a pass. So the way I look at it is when last season ended, they had one job to do, and that was to make sure that quarterback room was as strong as possible. Because and for me at least, when that season ended, all heads turned towards Lynch. Shanahan said, "Oh, you going to let this happen again?" When they signed Donald and gave him that guaranteed money, are we to assume he was guaranteed the number 2 job? I don't see why they couldn't have signed him.
Yes.
Kept him at 3. Have Lance there, and whenever they're asked about this, Shanahan can say, "Did you watch last season? Did you see how it ended? We're going to make sure we have the strongest quarterback room possible, and that's not going to happen again." That was the number 1 job this season, because in my mind, and I think you guys would agree,
any other player on that team could have went down, and for the most part, the game plan wouldn't change too much. But when the quarterback went down and everything fell apart because they had nobody, I would imagine as strong as this team is, how they're built, the number one priority should have been making sure QB2 and QB3 are, I mean, they're not going to be great players. They would be backups if they were, but just making sure that that quarterback room is as strong as possible.
Joe, are you arguing that that's not the case? That they did not make
the? Of course it's not.
How do you mean? Of course it's not.
You think the quarterback room behind Brock Purdy is even halfway decent at this point? I mean,
well,
you would rather have I'd rather have Darnold and Lance back there than Darnold and Allen.
Well,
I'd want to make sure that if Purdy, like let's say week 1 Purdy goes down,
yeah,
are we to say, okay, we're going to just count on Darnold the rest of this year? But if Lance were still there and Darnold, okay, we got 2 guys that can maybe keep us in there.
Okay, even if Joe, you started the argument of saying Lance then Darnold, and then you changed it to Darnold then Lance, and I guess while I might agree with you that Trey Lance is more talented than Brandon Allen, yet Brandon Allen has more seasoning, I can't really speak to what either one of them would do if they were given the reins to this football team, but I'm going to add in what you're leaving out, which is that if Trey Lance is on the team, there's this big thing that the Niners can't get through. It becomes a distraction. We're talking about it all offseason. They didn't want that. Trey didn't want to be there. It just causes a negative cloud to be following the room around, and I think that they feel any drop-off from Trey to Brandon is not worth that. That's what I would argue, Joe. What do you think?
I'm not disagreeing with that, but isn't it funny, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, but isn't it funny how Lance came out today and he says, oh, yeah, I'm here to be number 3. I mean, they're kind of taking on the same situation the way we were. I know they didn't draft Lance, but I think as a fan, here's kind of how I see it too. When we drafted Lance, as a fan, you're like, okay, man, we've been waiting for this for forever. A player like this that can become just an absolute monster for us. And the first year he doesn't play. Okay, I'm licking my chops, rubbing my hands. It's going to happen next year. And then he gets hurt. And you're like, okay, but the talent's still there. Next year is going to be the year. And then it just, as a fan, you didn't get to see him hardly at all. And you're kind of like, we're really giving up on the potential already? Like, I love Purdy, but I'm not going to say after that half season that we're going to anoint him as this great thing. I mean, what if the league figures him out? I mean, I'm just not completely sold on him.
You don't need to be, Joe. You don't need to be. And again, you used my buzzword for the day, which was anoint. Thanks, Joe. It's a really, really good call.
Thanks, Joe.
They're not anointing him. He's the starter. They made him the starter because he's clearly the best option right now. And where I think that this conversation, and that's not just today, all summer long, where I think this often falls, and I totally understand the frustration on both sides. Where this falls is when fans and media say, but we haven't seen Lance. Kyle, who can't say this publicly, is thinking, but I have.
Well, he basically said it when he talked about on Friday night why they made the decision that they made. He said, he came into camp and he thought that Sam and Trey were in a competition to be the backup to Brock because Brock was going to be the guy once he got healthy. And so as they went through camp, he realized that Sam was getting better. Trey got better, but Sam had actually opened up the gap between the two. So Kyle has seen it, and Kyle knew before the third preseason game, and Kyle said as much. Why didn't you wait until after preseason game number 3? And he said, because I've seen it. I saw it, and I knew. I knew before the third preseason game. So Kyle saw it. Whether or not we saw it, whether or not we think that Trey had enough of a chance, Kyle Shanahan saw enough to where Sam Darnold, who's been a 49er for, 5 months, of which only 3 of those have been preseason games.
Yep.
He's seen enough to where he's been able to make that decision.
And you can question Shanahan's evaluation of all of this because he has got misses now on the resume. But I also think an important point to continue to put into this conversation when we talk about, hey, you signed Sam, and then he outplayed Lance in the preseason, and we didn't see that. We didn't see it in games. There are people in practices every day, and they said, no, it wasn't clear that Darnold was better than Lance. I want to remind everyone of something. They put Lance on the market before they even signed Sam. Please keep that in mind. They were trying to trade Trey Lance the whole time. So I don't even really buy the idea that this was some sort of like mano-a-mano QB2 battle. I'm sure they were open to Trey coming out in August and looking incredible and winning the gig. Why wouldn't you be open to that? We're here competing. That's what football players do. So that's fine. But the idea that they came from the same starting block? No. And why would they? One player's been in the system now for 3 training camps. Opinions get made. The other player is brand new and has been coveted on some level. Why would they start from the same? Of course they thought Sam was going to win QB2.
They don't bring Sam in unless they think that Sam has a chance to win QB2.
And maybe even stronger than a chance.
Well, and Sam doesn't sign the kind of deal that he signed, and we went through this before, $6.5 million in incentives, all of which are based on one thing and one thing only, and that's playing football. If he plays in 50% of the snaps and the team wins that game, he gets $300,000. Sam Darnold doesn't sign that deal unless there's some question about Brock Purdy, which there was in March, and there's a thought that he could be better than Trey Lance in March, and at least in his mind, and obviously the Niners' mind as well, they wouldn't have told Sam Darnold, they wouldn't have brought him in under the guise of all these incentives if there was no chance he could even be QB2.
You know what time it is? It's Grandpa Daddy time.
Let's go.
It is Grandpa Daddy time.
He was dominant yesterday.
Oh, my gosh. Like, if you weren't the first one there, Grandpa Daddy, you were like second or third. You were listener 2, not listener 1, listener 2. Grandpa Daddy, how you doing? Great to meet you yesterday.
You know what, gentlemen, I just want to tell you, it was an honor and a pleasure to meet you guys face to face, and you're everything that I thought you would be. And Dibs, you're Grandpa Daddy too. Willard, you got a young tenderoni wife, good looking just like mine. I got to give you credit, no doubt.
My man. And by the way, she told me that you tried to tell her that I need to be a Grandpa Daddy, and she told you the same answer I'm going to tell you. No. Hey, Grandpa Daddy, I want you to listen to me real fast on the idea of me being a Grandpa Daddy. Ready? Are you ready? Just listen.
I'm ready.
Listen. That's going to be a no from me, dog. Okay? Wow.
Grandpa Daddy,
dude, I think your car just exploded. Are you still with us, GPD?
I'm having trouble with my Bluetooth, guys.
Here, because we know him, so call back, Grandpa Daddy, call back. Let's go to.
I'm gonna need you to be a Grandpa Daddy, Willard, like me and Dibs.
That's gonna be a no from me, dog.
Okay. No, I love that. I'm still using that on my 1-year-old when, like this morning, when she's crawling over to like play with the socket, the outlet. I gotta tell her that's gonna be a no from me, dog. Okay. And then she looks back at me and does it anyway. Yeah, exactly. That's, hashtag kids.
I think he's calling back. I want to get Grandpa Daddy back on. But Rocky in the city. Hey, Rocky, what's going on? How you doing?
Well, like many San Franciscans tend to do about 3 to 5 days a year, I'm just wishing I had AC right now.
Hey,
seriously.
Good Lord, right?
Hot day today. Yeah, a couple quick comments on the show, and then I guess the reason I called. Dan, it's not unusual to hear a witty analogy from Dibs, but it would be weird if the two of you made it through 4 hours without Dan making a wacky analogy, because I'd become suspicious that maybe he'd lost his edge.
That's, you know what, Rocky? I like that. You brought it home, Rocky. Thank you.
Fantastic, Rocky. That was restaurant quality DiVincenzo innuendo. Okay?
That's nice.
Thank you. Now, Mark, for your draft, I just think you should come right out the gate and draft Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Well, is he going to be on the board? You got to be like we're doing it online. I can't do any write-ins, Rocky. So I'm drafting Brandon Allen, and you're all going to deal with it because there will be no drop off if the 49ers end up playing Brandon Allen this year.
Yeah. So you guys were talking. You were playing a bunch of Kyle Shanahan cuts, right? And it kind of sparked a thought in my head. about like who's more annoying to listen to at the podium, like Kyle Shanahan or Gabe Kapler. Because Cap kind of gives you these eloquently articulated answers, but they're so impeccably monotone that it actually feels even more insulting when he responds. But then Kyle, with his flurry of ums and stuffs, is like it just comes off so disingenuous that it's like who's worse?
Well, Rocky, you answer your own question. Who annoys you more?
I got to go Shanahan because he almost sounds like George W. Bush trying to put together a complete sentence.
Oh, wow. You went political with your answer. That was interesting. I didn't expect that.
I actually I played college in Texas and stuff, and I actually knew a couple of the Bushes and stuff, and I knew Jenna, and I knew Mrs. Bush and Mr. Bush and stuff.
Just calm down.
I wasn't going there.
Take it easy.
I actually
you were going there.
I was at a sorority party once and stuff.
Oh, you know what?
Thanks, Rocky.
I think that's Rocky.
That was a really
Rocky.
good call.
Did you have anything else, Rocky?
Oh, he's got takes.
No, that was it. I just
all right, no, that was enough.
Thank you, Rocky.
It wasn't like you still needed to bring it home for it to be a good call.
No,
I didn't
that was
want
a
it to
great
sound
call.
that way. I think there's actually a piece of what Rocky's saying.
There's a lot
now
in there.
I got the giggles. I think there's a piece of what Rocky's saying that it shapes what we think about the 49ers and the Giants.
In terms of the annoying factor of the head coaches?
Well, I think what we're talking about is arrogance. Perceived arrogance.
And it's funny because
I don't know either of them well enough to even know if they're actually arrogant people.
Yes.
But they come off that way, too many, in a press conference.
In different ways, too. And he's right about Kapler and you do the Kapler. I won't even pretend with the voice, but he will explain the most mundane decision in the most esoteric of ways and make you feel like he's thought about it for the past 7 years.
The only thing that I actually get excited about is burgers. That's the only time you're going to get inflection from Gabe Kapler, a juicy burger. I think this. And
with a hint of smoke.
Well, it's like I was thinking about this the other day, especially because a lot of people can. I had a listener. I wish I could remember her name. She came up and introduced herself to me yesterday, right up there on at the front table, and she comes right up and she's like, "I listen to you and Dibs every day, and I am locked in, and I respect your show, and you make me so angry."
Yeah.
No joke. I looked at her and I go, "Do you want to punch me in the arm? Would you like to?" And she goes, I put my arm out. And she goes, "Yes, I would." And then she did.
Assault.
She punched me in the arm.
She punched you in the arm?
And then I said, "Do you feel better now?" And she says, "I do." And I love the show. And then she went off and got a beer. And that was it. That was the whole interaction.
Want a beer?
Yeah. And I'm sitting there thinking, you know what? Part of this, that dynamic, some of you listeners know, right? Like, oh, he's a Shanistan.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And all the, right? Farhan apologies. Okay. Some of this, maybe it's only 5% of it. This little annoyance thing, the arrogance of Gabe and Kyle, for whatever reason, I can't speak to why, doesn't bother me. It doesn't hit me that way. It doesn't annoy me. And I think that sometimes some fans, you're so sort of bothered by the way they go about it. I think that, for instance, that's where people get if you're this so-called genius. Nobody said that. Who said that? You're gathering that from his tone.
I'm gathering timber.
Right?
Yeah.
You're gathering that from his stuff. And I don't think that that's necessarily there. I think that's the way that he comes off sometimes. But I'm not even saying that I'm right on that. I don't know them. I don't know. Do you think Kyle Shanahan comes home and he's just like, "Honey, dinner now"? Like, come on. What are you doing?
I think he walks in the door and he pulls out his laminated play sheet and he calls out whatever he wants to eat.
I've been amazing all day, honey. Have you?
Chicken piccata and stuff. And I'm going to need that to happen out of the 21 formation. And you got 40 seconds because the play clock is running. Let's get it going. And that's the whole thing about arrogance, perceived arrogance. It's hard. Like, is Steve Kerr any less arrogant than Gabe Kapler or Kyle Shanahan, or is he allowed to be arrogant because he's won 4 championships?
Well,
and this is where I think that
that's
the perception lies,
Okay.
because I'm not saying that Gabe or Kyle or Steve is more arrogant than the other. We know Steve a little bit because we interview him. I've actually seen Gabe on the streets 2 or 3 times. I've told you this, and he's about
You've approached him.
He's about as regular a dude as you could ever possibly meet.
Obviously.
I mean, he's a nice guy, and I told him who I was, and I told him that I knew who he was.
I know who you
and
are.
He didn't act in any way other than he was very nice and very approachable. And the same thing with Kyle Shanahan. I've talked to him a few times, but are you less arrogant when you're a winner? Or are you just as arrogant, but you're allowed to be arrogant?
Well, okay, allowed to be arrogant. I'm always interested by that. Steve Kerr, Gabe Kapler, and Kyle Shanahan, whether they've got rings or not, let's all agree, pretty freaking accomplished human beings. Fair?
Yes, and they have the right to be arrogant. And think about you and I in our jobs. You have to have a certain level of arrogance to do what we do, let alone what they do.
I like to refer to it as a healthy ego, and I hope that for every human being on the planet. Right? I hope y'all love yourselves. That's just a healthy ego. Arrogance, professionally, as you put it, you absolutely, in our business, any business, you have to have some arrogance, but I also don't think anybody, no matter what you've achieved in life, get to treat people with arrogance. That's where I would draw the line. I don't care if Gabe Kapler and Kyle Shanahan and Steve Kerr are arrogant. I don't even care if they're smug. But if they cruise through life and treat others as if they're better than them, that's where I would have an issue. And I haven't really seen that. Like what Gabe did to Danny Emmerman is not that doesn't pass the test. Kyle Shanahan and Matty Mayoko, that doesn't pass the test. Steve, how about Steve Kerr and I don't know.
Drew Schiller is the name being thrown out here. Yeah.
Right? Does that make them bad people? They think they're better than others? I would argue if you look at, and again, I don't want to take
Are you going to Grandy right now and Merriam-Webster?
I don't want to take this to politics, but if you look at what Steve Kerr really gets him going, I would argue that Steve really, really cares about people. That's what I would argue. I think he really cares about people. And to me, that's the opposite of arrogance. If he's arrogant with regard to, I can hit a 3-point shot, he's right. If he's arrogant to, I can build an offense around Steph Curry, he's right.
I also think there's a part of this where, the nature of the relationship now between coaches, the media, and the fans, it's never been more onerous because fans now have more of a voice and the media has more access to the coaches than they ever have before. Kyle Shanahan is expected to go have a press conference after he tells his quarterback that you're QB3 and you're not QB2, and we all demand that you come out and explain to us exactly what you're doing with your depth chart, which does not involve your starter. And that's the nature of all this. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Threads. Don't forget Threads. IG. There are so many platforms now where, Reddit and all the rest of it, where people can weigh in, criticize, and, these coaches are inundated with opinion now, whereas 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you were much more insulated.
GPD is back. You want to go back to GPD?
You got to have another kid, Mark, and be a grandpa daddy.
Grandpa daddy, you're back. You're back.
Okay, just listen to me. I'm going to educate you guys a little bit because I'm Grandpa Daddy. Real quick. What I find amazing is that a lot of callers are listening, but not really listening. You guys are only reporting the facts and your opinion of the facts. But your opinion is based on educational facts that both of you have dissected and put into an educated construct, bro. As for arrogance, every human being has an ego, and everybody is arrogant. Because arrogant, look at the meaning. It means not having the knowledge of. The president is arrogant. He doesn't know anything about sports and what you do. The president doesn't know how to build a house like I do. Everybody is arrogant. Everybody on the planet is arrogant. That last caller, Eric, you know, you guys, I call you guys WD, Willard and Dibbs. WD. You guys were not perpetrating the Trey Lance story after it was over. You were just talking about it because it was the story. But now that it's over, it's over. People call in and they're stuck on the past. Listen to what's going on. We listen to you guys every day. And this is what I appreciate about you guys, man. And I just want to chime in and let you know, man, thank you for educating me on sports because I don't have a lot of time because I'm grandpa daddy, got kids, man. It's hard for me to stay afloat and listen to everything. Thank you,
Brother. Two things.
Grandpa Daddy.
Y'all notice I didn't cut that call off.
Yeah, there you go.
And secondly,
because he was feeding the beast.
Do you know how much more fun it is to hear Grandpa Daddy now that I got a face to put to the voice? It's like it was already good.
Dude.
It's so much better.
I'm on the YouTube comment feed right now, and like all these names are popping up, and it's like, I know you. I met Dublin Marge yesterday.
So did I. Yeah.
So cool.
Dublin Marge, thank you for coming up to say hi at the end.
And so many others.
Snuck in a buzzer beater.
It's neat now. Even when they rip, it's like, go ahead and rip away. I know you.
Well, of course.
You're harmless.
It brought everybody together.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
It really was. Well, we're going to do it again. I loved that I was hearing talk about the next Warriors Summit and the next 49ers Summit.
Sure.
And I might force this station to do a Giants Summit. 8 people there, and it'll be a ton of fun.
Don't sell yourself short. And man,
one of them will be Gabe because we'll have it at a coffee house.
What a Giantsian performance today.
Well,
another flaccid offensive output, and just when you're starting to get excited about this team, they go ahead and they drop a deuce and don't flush.
You know what? That was gross.
Thank you.
You know what I would say about the Giants today? You know what I would say? They've won 3 of 4.
No, you just stop it.
We're sponsored
Captain Sava Kapler. He was there.
We're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. At the game? That's good. I'm glad he was at the game.
Oh, Mike was at the summit.
Okay. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit bayareafasttrack.org/assistance today. More of your phone calls next on Willard and Dibbs. Did you have anything else, Rocky?
That was it. I just
all right, no, that was enough.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There you go. Cutting guys off again.
I wanted to come off as arrogant. I really, I try hard at that. I would like to come off as arrogant. I really would. Because, that's what people do when they get somewhere in their industry. That's all. So, joke's on everybody else.
We, as a show.
Yeah. Any questions?
Exactly.
Dibs?
Well, if I start to ask a question, you'll just cut me off.
Damn
because
right.
that's what you do to the
Stop
callers.
talking right now.
It's a great question.
Doc Pandia was in yesterday.
Yeah. He actually just tweeted. He said his favorite question favorite comment that he got at the summit yesterday. Someone came up to him and said, I thought you'd be a lot bigger in person.
Yeah. He's
And I was like, that makes it sound like you've seen him to begin with.
Sure.
He's kind of like an actor, right? Like Michael J. Fox. You watch Family Ties for years.
He's as small as you would think he would be.
Or Kiefer Sutherland. Kiefer Sutherland, I'm told. I've never met the man, but I think he's rather small.
Tom Cruise is the one that shook me up.
Yes.
Because he does all these bad blank things, and he's like, whoa.
Did you meet Tom?
No, but I know that he's like 5'8" or 5'9".
Yeah, much of Hollywood is a very, very small people.
Right.
Very, very slight. But
Doc Pandia he might go 5'6". I mean,
we
he's shorter than the Dibber.
I mean, unless you've been
person.
watching videos of Doc Pandia online, I was like, well, where did you see him to think that he would be larger?
He's everywhere, bro.
Yeah, well, that's true.
He will appear on local news and on your social media feeds, and he's out there. Doc's doing big things.
JT Lucan confirming that Kiefer Sutherland is 5'9".
Okay.
And adding that is small, especially because JT, what are you, like 6'4", something? What do you got?
Something like that.
Something like that. What number are you picking tonight?
I am at 12 in front of Grandy and you.
Your
5'9's not small.
Stand up, John.
5'9's not small.
5'9 is
He's 6'4"?
Yeah, 6'4". What are you, Grandy?
I'm a little more than 6'2", but not quite 6'3".
All right. I think Grandy's even got maybe a half inch on me. Yep. Go ahead and cut it up. There you go. And he didn't even think of it till you turned around. He didn't even think of it. See, Grandy is a pure brain.
He's a good guy.
And you are pure filth. That's what it is.
I was
That's all
distracted.
it is.
Larry Kruger texted our fantasy group chat a question, and I was lost.
What did Larry say?
He asked, do we have a 20-team league?
Oh, gosh.
No, it's 14.
Larry's in the league, right?
Yeah. He is.
Oh, y'all haven't experienced this before. I've been in a league with him before at, the place where been in a league with him before. Dude is wild. He is wild. He drafts his fantasy team the same way he talks about football. He'll be like, he'll pick the 8th receiver on Baltimore, and he's like, I saw him at Alabama A&Q, and he's an unbelievable prospect. It's going to be incredible. You guys will watch. And you're like, what the hell are you doing? But then somehow there are times where he navigates his way to, he drafts all these little prospects, and he stinks for 5 weeks, and then 8 weeks in, poof, there they are. And it's like, I watched him on YouTube 8 years ago when he was in high school.
It's
and
so
you're like,
great.
Dude, you're odd. You're weird.
He's unusual.
Yes.
No, he's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give him the weird label.
He's unique.
I think Alan Stiles has the first pick in the draft.
Oh.
Correct.
Okay, Justin Jefferson, and then take a walk. We'll call you in an hour
Well,
when you
he's
pick
got a
again.
baby, so it's perfect that he's at the
It
end
is.
because he can go pick, and change a diaper.
Same here. I don't have a baby, but I will make 2 picks, and then I will go put you to bed.
Perfect.
And we'll see if I make it back in time for round 3.
You got Steiny and Goo. You've got Spadoni in the breakfast hour. You've got Grandy and Lucas, obviously. JT Lucan.
It's kind of everybody except for the morning show. What? Like, come on.
They're too busy for us.
Yeah. Who did things to their Cheerios? Like, come on, be in the league. Like, what's going on? What's up with that? Well, Joe doesn't want to. Joe don't want to gamble, right? Joe don't want to gamble. Why didn't Bonte want in?
I think he's already in like 5 different leagues.
Aren't we all?
So I'm in just the one.
Well,
this is it.
That's no fun.
Stupidest question ever.
That's no fun.
No, it's actually a lot of fun because I can just focus all my attention on this one league.
And then if you're 1-4 in 5 weeks, you're going to lose
fine.
interest.
No, I will not lose interest.
Yeah.
There's money involved.
You got to do like the Niners did with Jimmy Garoppolo last year. Create a hedge.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, create a hedge.
That's what they were doing. Let's go to G-Rock in San Jose. Hey, G-Rock, what are you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Willard? Dibs, how y'all doing today?
What's up?
What's up, G?
Good, good. Well, my thing is this. I don't trust Shanahan anymore, and I think that the fan base is slowly losing faith in him. Now, not to say that if he wins the Super Bowl, we won't all go back to trusting Shanahan and having faith in him.
Yeah.
But the way he handled this trade situation, you know, I don't know if I could ever. I've been watching football for 50 years. I'm a lot older than what I sound, hopefully. But I have never heard of having a starting quarterback the previous year who didn't even get to compete for the second quarterback. The quarterback, too. I mean, he should have been just moved into that position just based on the fact that he trusted him enough to be the starter last year.
Well,
it's just so crazy.
But G-Rock, here's what I would say, and stay on the line. Like, I think my answer to that, all of us, well documented. We've been through that topic now for weeks. But can I say, like, actually, I would contend that yes, you have seen this. You see it all the time. Someone's a starting quarterback, and then the following year the team goes, "We don't want you anymore." I mean, I could think of examples all day. This is just the first one coming to mind. Is that not what the Raiders did to Derek Carr last year? Is it not? Is it not with the Falcons? Yeah, go ahead.
How many years did Derek Carr play? How many years?
I understand that. How about the Falcons and Marcus Mariota? They watched him for about 10 games and said, we're good here.
Mariota been to 30 teams, and he'd be a different team every year. We're talking about we gave up draft capital for this guy to be our guy. And we saw him play 4 starts. 2 of 4 games he won.
But
Did we get rid of him?
But G-Rock, you saw him. You saw him play 4 starts.
He saw him day in and day out over the course of the years.
Every single day. And so
I liked what he said off the top. Fans are starting to lose faith in Shanahan unless they win the Super Bowl. And then we're all back in.
Like I want to back up on that. No one's arguing that it wasn't a colossal mistake.
Sure.
No one's arguing that it's not, pick your word, unusual, weird, unprecedented, unique. No one's arguing that. So G-Rock, you're totally right on that. But I don't know. I reserve the right, if I'm coaching an NFL team, to assess players on a year-by-year basis, and when new information presents itself, I get to use it.
And if you win games, you're forgiven, and if you lose games, then your feet are held to the fire. And coming off a 13-4, which followed a 10-7, so you're 23-11 since you drafted Trey Lance, so you get a little bit more wiggle room, even though you blew the pick.
Mark in Oakland on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mark, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking my call. And I got 2 things, one on arrogance and one theory on Kyle Shanahan and what I see as him maybe mishandling quarterbacks, although it is a theory because I don't know anything for sure, which I don't think any of us do.
Of course
I'll just say that right off the bat. It's all speculation, but that's kind of what's fun about it. But as far as arrogance, I think y'all are using it wrong. It's not if you think you're good at if you are good at something and you think you're good at something and those match up. Like if Steve Kerr thought he's a good 3-point shooter, that's not arrogant. The key word in the definition is exaggerated. So if Steve Kerr thought he was the best 3-point shooter of all time, he would be arrogant because that's not accurate. It's exaggerated. So I don't think that you guys were quite using that right. It's not wrong to think you're good at something if there's evidence that you are. It's if you think you're better than you are. But I think there's another layer where people take it that if they're good at throwing a basketball through a hoop, that they're a better person as a whole, like as in humanity, like it means they're above others or something. And that's arrogant because I don't think that makes you better. But so that's my piece on arrogance. But also my theory on Kyle Shanahan, and I'm not really into the like, is he arrogant or not? It feels like gossip to me. It doesn't really interest me too much. It's more like what's he done? So I'm looking at his actions, and to me it seems as simple as he likes quarterbacks he can control. I think that's why it didn't make sense to me to let go of Jimmy Garoppolo in the first place, because he had results and he was good, but he had talked back a little bit and in a pretty cool way, actually, would say how he wanted to throw the ball a little more. And I think Trey Lance might have suffered the same fate. And I think that could be an Achilles heel of Kyle Shanahan. I think he can take it personally, and he wants guys he can just completely control, and I think that might backfire
Thanks, Mark.
on him.
We're up against it, Mark. I'm sorry. We had to get you the bum rush here.
Yeah, I like he only likes quarterbacks he can control. I don't know,
even know what that means.
Yeah, I don't know what the evidence of that is. I know where he's coming from. Oh, Brock's just this little 7th-round pick, so I
can control him.
I can control him. I wonder if he thought he could control the MVP of the league, Matt Ryan.
He wants a quarterback under team control who's making $900,000. If he's as good as the guy making $25 million, you'd rather have the guy making $900,000.
An attitude of superiority manifested in an overbearing manner or in a presumptuous claims or assumptions. That's the definition of arrogance.
Okay.
Speaking of which, here comes Mark Randy. It's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Don't you let Grandy off the hook. Here he comes for a full hour of the best of the game. So it better be good because he's telling us that it's the best. So that is what is coming up next on the game. We'll be here tomorrow to review every pick that you made. Okay?
I can't wait.
All right, for Dibs, for Grandy, for JT, for Lucas. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
The Warriors are right around the corner. And guess what, man? I could fit into those suits because of SodaWeightLoss.com. Look, Soda's the nationwide weight loss program. It's